Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1454 to Chapter 1506. What else? Song Qingshu's voice came from the other side. I'm wet and uncomfortable, so I have to take off my clothes and dry them. Thinking that you probably don't want me to dry them together, I have to trouble you to dry them for me. I'm not talking about that. Huang Rong stood up angrily. She suddenly realized that she was naked and quickly shrank back. I'm talking about my mother's mausoleum. You're a man. How can you take off your clothes and be naked here? How improper. Song Qingshu replied in all seriousness, your mother is a legendary woman. How could she be prejudiced like the rest of the world? What's more, she's an elder. I'm just a child in her eyes. Rong don't you think it's improper to see naked children on the street? Huang Rong didn't expect him to be so self-righteous. She almost fainted from anger. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. All right. Hurry up and dry my clothes. I'll put them on earlier. Huang Rong had experienced his rascality before. She knew that he would not be able to dry his wet clothes at this time. In addition, she thought that he was drenched in the rain to protect her. She felt a little sorry in her heart. After a dissatisfied snort, she still dried his clothes for him. Thinking that Huang Rong was naked on the other side at this time, and all kinds of things about the Jin kingdom appeared in his mind, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, he had already made up his mind not to offend her. He hurriedly held his breath and gradually calmed his surging emotions. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Song Qingshu broke the silence. Such a big storm. I don't know when we can return to the Central Plains. It depends on whether the storm will be smaller tomorrow. I can't tell for now. When Huang Rong thought that he might stay here with her for a longer time, she felt nervous and a little expectant. When she realized her feelings, she couldn't help but be shocked. She kept comforting herself that it was because she had a lively temperament and hated being alone. There were only various deaf and dumb servants on the island, and having a friend would always be a little more interesting. I see. Song Qingshu felt a little melancholy. It had taken him a lot of time to send Huang Rong to Peach Blossom Island. Now the Southern Song dynasty was about to launch a northern expedition, and the Jin kingdom was waiting for him to go back and organize the overall situation. It would be troublesome if they were delayed here by the storm. Hearing the disappointment in his voice, Huang Rong suddenly got angry. Don't you think Peach Blossom Island is beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. Unfortunately, the storm came before we could enjoy it, Song Qingshu replied. At this moment, Huang Rong also realized that there was something wrong with her emotions. Secretly shocked, she shut her mouth and no longer spoke. Only the crackling sound of firewood could be heard in the chamber. Song Qingshu was not used to this kind of strange silence. He couldn't help but say, by the way, the mazes and traps on Peach Blossom Island should be your means of self-protection. You told me all of them. Didn't you guard against me at all? Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Just now, when she told him about the various traps, she was more proud and showed off. She really didn't think of guarding against him. But she didn't want to admit it. With your ability to walk in the air, even if I didn't tell you, these mazes and traps wouldn't have been able to stop you. Besides, you are a friend of my husband and wife, and you've saved us several times. It's not a big deal to tell you these things. Really? Hearing that she deliberately mentioned the word husband and wife, Song Qingshu knew that she was secretly warning him. He couldn't help feeling a little lost. At this time, the faint sound of a flute was heard in the air. Song Qingshu was startled. He thought he had heard wrong. After all, there was a storm outside. How could there be a flute sound? But it didn't take long for him to confirm that it was indeed the sound of a flute. Although there was a storm outside, the quality of the sound was not affected at all. It was very clear to their ears. Oh no! My father is back. Huang Rong whispered. Song Qingshu looked surprised. Old Heretic Huang is really Old Heretic Huang. He actually played the flute in the storm. I can't catch up with his musical ability. You still have the mood to talk about music at this time? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Huang Rong suddenly became anxious. She knew that Huang Yaoshi had always disliked her brother Jing. Ever since she and her brother Jing got married, he moved away from Peach Blossom Island and traveled around the world. He hadn't returned to the island for more than 10 years. She didn't know why he suddenly came back this time, and also at such an embarrassing time. She was now naked in the same room with a man. What would happen if her father ran into her? Even if she did it with her husband, her father would probably be furious. With his temper, he would definitely not tolerate another man appearing naked in his wife's mausoleum. Huang Yaoshi had an eccentric personality. Once he found out what was happening inside, he would definitely be furious and kill Song Qingshu. However, Song Qingshu's martial arts were extremely high. If they really fought to the death, her father would probably lose. But her father was so arrogant that he would rather die than admit defeat. If that really happened, it would be too late for regrets. At this moment, Huang Rong's mind flashed with all kinds of possibilities. No matter which one it was, she could not accept it. At this time, the sound of the flute was getting closer. It was obvious that Huang Yaoshi was near the mausoleum. Huang Rong didn't dare to hesitate. She directly pulled Song Qingshu and hid in the dark. "Shu, don't make a sound. Don't let him find you." Huang Rong's heart was in her throat. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He felt a warm and fragrant body next to him. For a moment, he was speechless. Only then did Huang Rong realize that she didn't have time to put on her clothes. At this moment, her body was completely exposed in front of him. She almost fainted. It was said that a pregnant woman would be stupid for 3 years. She would never have made this kind of mistake in the past. Of course, there was another reason. After all, the two of them had already had the most intimate relationship during that time in the Jin Kingdom. So, although she kept a distance from him rationally, she subconsciously didn't think that it was a big deal to let him see her body again. "Hurry up and put out the fire." Huang Rong was about to cry. She didn't have time to say anything else because she knew that after her father mourned outside, he would definitely come in to see her mother. So, she hurriedly pushed the dumbfounded man beside her. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. However, he also understood that this was a matter of life and death. He waved his hand and directly put out the firewood. Then, he took some stones and soil and piled them on top of the ashes. Not long after doing all this, the door of the tomb opened and Huang Yaoshi walked in. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong shrank back at the same time. They didn't even dare to move, for fear that he would hear them. I'm back to see you again." Huang Yaoshi's voice was full of loneliness. He was narrating his endless yearning and the helplessness of being separated by yin and yang. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, secretly sighed. Huang Yaoshi was really a person who cared about his feelings. He couldn't help but feel that he was a close friend. Huang Rong glared at him, indicating that he should cover his ears and not listen. After all, this was her father telling her mother about his yearning. It was not good for an outsider to hear it. Song Qingshu, however, looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Her smooth and round shoulders, her voluptuous figure, especially her exquisite snow-white skin, seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Only then did Huang Rong realize her situation. She subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face instantly turned red. "Don't look." She had cultivated the 9 manual to the primary level, so she naturally had the ability to transmit her voice. Song Qingshu smiled. "This time I didn't take advantage of you. You took the initiative to pull me here. In fact, it was you who took advantage of me. You bastard." Huang Rong's pretty face turned red. However, her line of sight accidentally fell on his body. She was so shy that she instantly turned her face away. "Why don't you put on your clothes first?" Song Qingshu tentatively suggested. "No." Huang Rong instinctively replied. However, she instantly realized the ambiguity in her words. She hurriedly explained, "My father's martial arts are very high. I'm afraid even the slightest movement can't escape his ears." Song Qingshu roughly guessed Huang Rong's thoughts at the moment. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly enjoyed the scenery in front of him. He had tried his best to remind her, but now that a peach blossom had come to his door, he didn't need to pretend to be a saint. At this moment, Huang Rong was simply inconsolable. She thought that if her father saw this scene, she would simply not want to live. She incessantly prayed in her heart that her father would quickly leave after paying his respects to her mother so that she could put on her clothes. Unfortunately, Huang Yaoshi didn't hear her voice. He stood in front of the coffin and poured out his thoughts. These years, I haven't been on Peach Blossom Island. Speaking of which, it's your daughter's fault for finding such a stupid son-in-law. Every time I see that stupid boy, I get annoyed and have to move out. Out of sight, out of mind. In the dark, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. It was as if he was trying to stifle his laughter. Huang Rong was also embarrassed. She knew that her father didn't like Guojing very much, but she really didn't know what to do in this situation. Huang Yaoshi sighed. You are so smart, I am so smart, and your daughter is also smart. But why does she like this stupid boy? Could it be that this is the punishment that the heavens have for our family? Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly laugh when he heard that his father was doubting his life. However, Huang Yaoshi's worries were not without reason. It must be known that Sima Yi and his sons were all extremely smart and intelligent, but their descendants' intelligence was very worrying. They were either average or mentally retarded. Some people joked that the three of them had used up the intelligence of the Sima family. Huang Yaoshi must be thinking the same thing at this moment. At this moment, Huang Rong wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She really wanted to jump out and stop her father from continuing, but she also knew that it was impossible. Fortunately, Huang Yaoshi changed the topic and began to praise Guojing again. Although that boy is stupid, he is loyal and upright. Now he has become a hero respected by the people. If you can see it from heaven, you should be happy to have such a son-in-law. All along, Huang Rong had thought that her father hated her husband. Now that she saw that her father was full of admiration for her brother Jing, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She was happy and excited. Hearing Huang Yaoshi's words, Song Qingshu gave Huang Rong a strange look and winked at her. Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Unfortunately, she could not refute him and could only turn her face away. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Huang Yaoshi's reason was that he admired his son-in-law's love for the country and its people, but as a father, he still felt sorry for his daughter. Not caring about the family was probably Guojing's only flaw. After all, in the original, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong was in danger many times. When she needed her husband's protection the most, he was busy with Xiangyang's business and was not by her side. If it was not for the main characters Halo and Yanghua's help, Huang Rong's fate would have been very miserable. This was also a point that many fans of Huang Rong or in the forums in the future were complaining about. After talking about his daughter and son-in-law, Huang Yaoshi began to reminisce about the past with his wife. In the end, he sighed and took out his jade flute to play, expressing his longing for her. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Although he was not an expert in music, he could hear that this song was extraordinary. After a while, the tune of the flute changed. It was like a smile, like a low voice, soft and gentle. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He was stunned and thought, this tune is a bit strange. Why is it so pleasant to the ears? He had heard all kinds of classical and pop music in his previous world. To tell the truth, it was hard for the songs in this world to make him feel amazed. But this song was an exception. He heard the flute's sound becoming more and more hurried, as if urging him to dance. Song Qingshu listened for a while longer. He felt his face and ears turn red and his veins open. He could not help but be shocked. He sat on the ground and circulated his internal energy. In the beginning, he only felt his heart wavering. Several times he wanted to jump up and dance, but after a while, his mind gradually calmed down. Afterwards, his mind and spirit came together, his mind became clear, without a speck of dust. No matter how much his flute played, to his ears, it was like the waves in the sea, or the wind in the treetops. Song Qingshu slowly opened his eyes. In his heart, he had already understood that the flute must have been the famous melody of the rising tide. In fact, at his level, it could be said that he was impervious to all external evils, but the melody of the rising tide was very special. It aroused one's deepest desires. In the past, Zhou Badong, who was far more powerful than Guojing, was unable to withstand the melody of the rising tide. Guojing, on the other hand, was able to withstand it because Zhou Badong had experienced intercourse between a man and a woman. Compared to Zhou Badong, Song Qingshu was more passionate about the matters between men and women. If he was careless and aroused, it might get out of hand. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's internal energy was more profound than Huang Yasher's. Just now, when his emotions were aroused, he was able to calm his body. While he was pondering, he suddenly heard a sound of heavy breathing. He turned his head and saw Huang Rong's cheeks were red and her eyes looked as if they were about to burst into tears. Her whole body felt as if her bones had melted. She was half leaning, half lying on his chest. At this time, the flute's sound was moving and lingering. It sounded like a woman sighing, moaning, and then softly moaning. The flute's melody was even more enchanting than before. At this moment, Huang Rong's mind was filled with the scene of their wedding night, and then she recalled the incident in the Jin kingdom. Following the change of the flute's melody, her mind was filled with all kinds of scenes of the Jin kingdom. After all, that was the most shocking, exciting, and frightening thing to her. Therefore, her impression of it was much deeper than other things. Influenced by the melody of the rising tide, it was as if she had returned to that scene. Huang Rong's white skin had unknowingly been dyed with a layer of captivating red. Even though she was not wearing any clothes, she was still sweating and her eyes were blurred. Feeling the blazing yang energy next to her, she could not help but twist into his arms and at the same time she could not help kissing him. Song Qingshu was almost kissed to the point of qigong deviation. It was not easy for him to calm his mind. He hastily used the secret voice-sending technique to say, "Rong wake up." Unfortunately, Huang Rong seemed to have fallen into a trance and did not respond to his call. Song Qingshu could feel that her body was boiling hot, and he knew that she had been aroused by the melody of the rising tide. If he didn't treat her immediately, she would suffer from a serious illness at the very least, or even die from qi deviation at the very worst. He did not dare to delay. He hurriedly resisted the temptation with great willpower while continuously injecting genuine qi into her body to calm down the surging qi in her body. How powerful was Song Qingshu now, coupled with the fact that he had encountered a lot of similar things. Although most of the women in the past were under an aphrodisiac, the effect of the melody of the rising tide was not much different from those drugs. He had already found a set of ways to resolve it. He slowly adjusted Huang Rong's body with the qi of yin and yang, and she finally gradually recovered her consciousness. Huang Rong slowly opened her eyes and found that she was in Song Qingshu's arms and even took the initiative to wrap around him. Their skin contact was not at all hindered, and she almost screamed out of fear. However, she still had some memories of what had happened just now. She knew that it was not Song Qingshu who was plotting against her, but she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. When she realized this, she almost fainted and wished that she would not wake up. At this time, she did not know how to face this man. Subconsciously, she wanted to stay away from him, but it seemed that she had exhausted all her strength. At this moment, her whole body was weak and weak. Just as she propped herself up, she fell into Song Qingshu's arms again. At this moment, suddenly, Huang Yasher shouted, "Which scoundrel are you? Come out." At the beginning, he missed his wife so much that he did not notice that there was someone in the tomb. However, when he played the melody of the rising tide and recalled the past of him and his wife, the sound of the flute accidentally aroused Huang Rong's passion. Naturally, her heavy breathing could not be hidden from Huang Yasher's eyes and ears. When he realized that there was someone in the tomb, Huang Yasher was furious. However, because he was holding a memorial ceremony for his wife, he did not want to stop the song. He planned to settle the score with the person after the song was over. However, he did not intend to let the person have an easy time. Later on, he deliberately increased his internal energy and tried to use the melody of the rising tide to disturb the person's mind. After all, intruding into his wife's tomb and disturbing her rest had already touched his reverse scale. Even if he did not lose his mind, he would still have to gouge out his eyes, cut off his tongue, and break his limbs to appease the hatred in his heart. Huang Yaosher did not suspect that the person was Huang Rong. After all, Huang Rong and Guojing were inseparable, and she had not returned to Peach Blossom Island for many years. Moreover, if it was really Huang Rong, she would have come out when he first came in. she would not hide like this. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. But what Huang Yaoshi did not expect was that the person who was clearly unable to hold on for a while suddenly calmed down. Even when Huang Yaoshi used his internal energy again, it did not affect the person in the slightest. At the same time, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. After the song ended, he could not help but attack the person in the dark. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, Song Qingshu knew that he was in trouble. He knew that Huang Yaoshi had discovered him, so he did not hide anymore. He directly grabbed the clothes on the side and wrapped them around Huang Rong's body. At the same time, he pulled his own clothes and wrapped them around his waist. At this time, Huang Yaoshi had already struck out with his palm. Song Qingshu had no choice but to raise his palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the entire tomb seemed to shake. Why is there another person? At this moment, Huang Yaoshi's eyes had already caught a glimpse of the figure of another person, but he did not see Huang Rong's appearance clearly. Even so, he was extremely shocked. He clearly felt that there was only one person, but why was there another person out of nowhere? Was this person proficient in the art of hiding their breath, or was their internal energy higher than his? Song Qingshu hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity to explain, Island Master Huang, in fact, all of this is a misunderstanding. In the past, when he watched TV series, he could not help but complain about the people in the series. Why did they always say some useless nonsense instead of the main point? Only when he was in this situation did he understand that this kind of tense situation was all an instinctive reaction. After the initial shock, Huang Yaoshi had already recognized Huang Rong. After a moment of astonishment, his eyes fell on her exposed fragrant shoulders. He could see that she had carelessly covered her chest with her clothes. Then he saw that Song Qingshu's upper body was bare, and his lower body was also carelessly covered by a piece of clothing. Huang Yaoshi instantly became furious. Die, you pervert! After saying that, he pounced on Song Qingshu, using his most powerful attack. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. Facing the full-strength attack of one of the five masters, he did not dare to be careless. He hastily raised his hand to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, and there were even several times when they were in danger. Huang Rong, who was watching from the side, was ashamed, angry, and worried. Don't fight anymore, Rong. This pervert dares to bully you. Today, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Huang Yaoshi was still in a state of rage. He thought that his daughter was being defiled by this man, so he did not have the slightest bit of his usual elegant demeanor. After saying that, he picked up the jade flute in his hand and hit the acupoints on Song Qingshu's body. His posture was elegant, as if he was dancing. Although his sword style was elegant, it was full of murderous intent. If he was hit by it, he was afraid that if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Song Qingshu was also secretly complaining. At this time, he was holding an apron to cover his lower body, and only had one hand to fight the enemy. Because his pants were not properly worn, it was difficult for him to use his swift movements. Of course, if Song Qingshu was shameless enough, he could also run around, but when he thought that Huang Rong and Huang Yaoshi would see him naked, he felt a chill run down his spine. Therefore, he could only move and dodge, guarding his position. Huang Yaoshi had been famous for many years, so he was not easy to deal with. He had also immersed himself in the jade flute swordsmanship for many years. At this time, when he displayed it, he was not inferior to the top swordsman in Jianghu. Even with Song Qingshu's realm, it was still a headache to deal with this. After fighting for dozens of moves, he finally saw an opportunity and used his sword energy to cut off a small part of the jade flute. Huang Yaoshi was slightly startled, but his decades of experience in Jianghu was not easy to deal with. In a flash, he used the divine flicking finger technique and flicked the small part of the jade flute. The jade flute shot out like an arrow and hit the back of Song Qingshu's leg. Don't! Huang Rong cried out when she saw this shocking scene. In fact, she was also very conflicted. When they were in the Jin Kingdom, she wanted nothing more than to kill Song Qingshu, but now, she didn't want to see anything happen to him. Even though he heard his daughter's cry, Huang Yaoshi did not show any mercy and sent out a palm strike. Song Qingshu did not panic. He slowly raised his hand and used the 9 manual's flying silk to deflect Huang Yaoshi's palm strike to the side. Huang Yasher's full-strength attack fell on empty air. He felt the blood in his body churning and his breathing stagnating. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He used his solitary young finger to poke Huang Yasher's body. But just as he was about to poke Huang Yasher's acupoint, he suddenly realized that Huang Yasher was a proud man. He had already gone too far with Huang Rong. If he poked Huang Yasher's acupoint as well, wouldn't he be offending him? Because of this hesitation, Huang Yasher reacted. He used his divine flicking finger and hit Huang Yasher's solitary young finger. "Father, Qingshu, stop." Huang Rong hastily put on her clothes behind the coffin. She quickly spread her arms and stood between the two. Seeing his daughter blocking his way, Huang Yasher frowned. He clasped his hands behind his back and did not continue his attack. In fact, he was also shocked. The person in front of him could only use one hand and his lower body could not move. How could he be evenly matched with him? One had to know that Zhou Badong could be said to be the number one of the 5 greats after learning the Nining manual. Even though he was fighting Huang Yasher with only one hand, he was still heavily injured and vomiting blood. Now, seeing this young man in front of him fight evenly with him with only one hand, how could Huang Yasher not be shocked? "Island Master Huang, you misunderstand. We were just taking shelter from the rain. The storm outside was too strong and we were soaked. We had to take off our clothes to dry ourselves." Song Qingshu took this opportunity to explain. Huang Yasher's face was full of anger. A man and a woman alone in a room. What a scandal. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "We have always been respectful and did not offend Rong, your daughter." He was secretly glad that he had changed the way he addressed Huang Yasher. If he had called her Rong, he was afraid that Huang Yasher would have exploded again. After all, Rong was too intimate. Huang Yasher did not even look at him. He turned to Huang Rong and asked, "Rong, is what he said true?" Huang Rong blushed and nodded awkwardly. "Nothing happened between us." Huang Yasher's expression softened a little. He looked at Song Qingshu from head to toe and said, "Who are you? Based on your martial arts, you must not be a nameless person." Song Qingshu tugged at the clothes around his waist as he bowed awkwardly. Junior Song Qingshu greets Island Master Huang. "So you are the Golden Snake King who has been in the limelight for the past 2 years, Huang Yasher coldly snorted. "You don't need to call me junior. With your martial arts, I don't dare to treat you as a junior." At the same time, he was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this person's martial arts were so high at such a young age. It was him. "Quickly put on your clothes." What a scandal. Huang Yasher did not know why, but he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly pulled up his clothes and pants to hide behind the coffin. Then, he started to put them on. Huang Yasher pulled his daughter to the side. "Rong, why did you return to Peach Blossom Island? Why are you alone? Where is Guo Jing?" Huang Rong told him about what happened in Linen. Huang Yasher coldly snorted again and again. Zhao Go, that incapable ruler, is really hopeless. But he knew that his daughter was a scheming person. He comforted her, "Rong, this is a blessing in disguise. What was Yufei's position in the army? Wasn't he wrongly killed by Zhao Go? Although Jing did not obtain military power in Sichuan, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Island Master Huang is right." Song Qingshu had already put on his clothes and came out. Huang Yasher's face sank. He turned his head away and ignored him. "Are you okay?" Huang Rong could not help but ask. After all, she had never seen her father so angry. He used all his strength and Song Qingshu could only block with one hand. She did not know if he was injured. "Don't worry." Island Master Huang showed mercy. "I am fine." Song Qingshu smiled. Huang Yasher coldly snorted. "Don't flatter me. I did not show mercy. I used all my strength, but I could not hurt you." He was arrogant and did not want to take advantage of this situation. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, but Huang Rong looked at him in shock. Although she had guessed that his martial arts were higher than her father's, she did not expect that he would be able to fight evenly with her father with only one hand. Huang Yasher frowned and looked at Huang Rong. He was very smart and keenly realized that his daughter seemed to care too much about this man. Especially when he thought that she was worried about him and not him, her father, first. This made him very unhappy. No wonder people say that my daughter is a waste of money. Xianxia was very angry. Originally, he did not have any preference for a son. On the contrary, he preferred his daughter. But whether it was Guojing or Song Qingshu, Huang Rong always sided with an outsider, which made him very unhappy. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something and his face changed. You lied to me. Just now, the two of you were hugging each other. He remembered that when he fought earlier, he vaguely saw the two of them hugging each other tightly. Father. Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she stamped her feet. She wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. We were fine, but who knew that you would suddenly appear? I was worried that you would misunderstand, so I had to hide in the dark. If you have a clear conscience, why are you hiding? Xianxia's face darkened. You were the one who was affected by my melody of the rising tide. Yes. Huang Rong lowered her head like an ostrich. It was as if she had returned to her childhood when she was scolded by her father for doing something wrong. Xianxia did not need to think to know what had happened between his daughter and the two of them hugging each other naked. He almost fainted from anger. Rong you are usually so smart. How can you be so muddle-headed this time? I was in a hurry and did not react in time. Huang Rong curled her lips. She was also depressed. If her father had not suddenly appeared, she would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. Xianxia looked at her from the corner of his eyes. According to what you said, it is my fault. Huang Rong hurriedly shook her head. I dare not. Xianxia no longer looked at her. He turned his head and glared at Song Qingshu. Song, get out of Peach Blossom Island immediately. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. Before he could say anything, Huang Rong hurriedly said, Father, there is a big storm outside. You know how dangerous the sea is. How can he leave at this time? Don't tell me you want me to make him stay as an honored guest? Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. If he did not redress General Yu's grievances, I would have risked my life to take him down with me. He knew very well that Song Qingshu could fight evenly with him with only one hand. If he used both hands, he would not be able to defeat him. But after all, he was one of the 5 masters of Jianghu for many years. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeve. If he wanted to take Song Qingshu down with him, there was still a chance. But there is a big storm on the sea and there is no boat. If we let him leave now, won't we take his life? Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She tried to change her father's mind. Xianxia coldly said, Doesn't Jianghu say that he can call the wind and summon the rain? Can't he just use one of his skills and leave? Huang Rong anxiously stamped her feet. Father, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Song Qingshu stopped her and said, Island Master Huang is the owner of this place. Since you've already asked me to leave, there's no reason for me to stay. Now that I brought you back safely, I've accomplished my task. I'll take my leave now. Ignoring Huang Rong's urging, he opened the stone door of the tomb and disappeared into the wind and rain without looking back. Huang Rong ran to the door and watched his back disappear. She turned her head and stared at her father. Father. Xianxia glared at her. The older you get, the more outrageous you become. At that time, you insisted on marrying Guojing. No matter how you looked at it, it could be said that you were in love with him. But who would have thought that you would become bolder and bolder? Now you actually did something like this. Huang Rong felt a little guilty. What did I do? She asked. Xianxia coldly laughed. Your father is not that stupid, Guojing. You can fool others with your lies, but you can't fool your father. Nothing happened between us, Huang Rong said anxiously. Xianxia looked at her deeply. I know your temperament the best. If you did not have an intimate relationship, you would not have taken off your clothes in front of a stranger. Even if you really wanted to dry your clothes. If it wasn't to dry my clothes, what else could it be? Huang Rong's voice involuntarily lowered. Don't think so badly of your daughter. Xianxia also sighed. Rong at this stage, you still want to hide it from me? Huang Rong opened her mouth but did not know how to explain. She knew that her father was a scholarly man. Even the most reasonable excuse would not be able to fool him. Is he the person you saw in the Jin Kingdom? Huang Yaoshi suddenly asked. When he and Zhou Badong were passing through the Jin border, they happened to see a masked man holding her in the air. At that time, he could see that the two of them were very intimate and were not being held hostage by the masked man. He was worried that the matter would be exposed and deliberately sent Zhou Badong away. Huang Rong opened her mouth and reluctantly admitted, yes. How did you get along? Huang Yaoshi asked. Huang Rong wanted to deny it, but under her father's penetrating gaze, she finally broke down. She threw herself into his arms and cried, Father. That bastard, how could he take advantage of you so much? Huang Yaoshi suddenly became furious and slammed his palm on the stone railing next to him, immediately shattering it. He didn't do it on purpose that night. Everything can only be said to be a joke of fate, not to mention that he saved Mai and Jing Ji's lives many times. Huang Rong also told her father many things that happened later, especially this time in Linen. In fact, she didn't understand why she was speaking up for that person, but seeing her father so angry, she couldn't help but explain for Song Qingshu. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and said, Do you already have feelings for him? Huang Rong's expression changed slightly and hurriedly shook her head, No, absolutely not. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and no longer spoke. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth and said, Rong who is the child in your belly? Huang Rong's body trembled and she said with a red face. Of course it's Jing Ji. Really? Huang Yaoshi's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Huang Rong bit her lip and said, Anyway, the child will be surnamed Gua. Huang Yaoshi thought for a moment and didn't pursue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic, Does Gua Jing know about this? Huang Rong shook her head blankly, I didn't tell him. Huang Yaoshi sighed, Although I have always disliked Gua Jing, I also admit that he is an indomitable hero. You can't hide this from him forever. What's the point of telling him about this? In addition to adding to his troubles, it will cause irreparable cracks in our relationship. Huang Rong's attitude was very firm, I will never let him know about this. I will use the rest of my life to make up for what I owe him. Huang Yaoshi shook his head, This is what I am most worried about. You are barely able to maintain this marriage, and in the end, you will only be left with more guilt and debt. You will never be able to return to that pure love. Will you really be happy like this? Moreover, this matter is not your fault. Based on my understanding of Gua Jing, if you tell him the truth, he won't blame you. Instead of living a life full of lies and guilt, it is better to tell him the truth and completely untie this knot in his heart. Huang Rong's face was a bit pale, Father, don't force me. I really can't tell him this kind of thing. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and said, It seems that you have fallen in love with that Song fellow. I didn't. Huang Rong hurriedly denied. Huang Yaoshi walked to the entrance of the tomb and opened the stone door. He looked at the howling storm outside. After a long time, he said, You're in a dilemma now. Reason tells you that you can't do anything to hurt Gua Jing, but you can't control your emotions. I know what you're worried about. Not only are you worried about hurting Gua Jing, but you're also worried about being despised by the whole world. But you're my daughter. As long as you really like him, you can break off your marriage with Gua Jing and be with Song Qingshu. Even if the whole world despises you, I will support you. Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. Father, you admire Song Qingshu so much? A trace of anger flashed across Huang Yaoshi's face, I don't admire him. He also realized that he had lost his composure. He snorted coldly and continued, I just don't want you to live in regret and hesitation. I'll help you make a choice. You can either cut off all ties with Song Qingshu and tell Gua Jing everything. That way, you won't have to worry about Song Qingshu bothering you in the future. Or, it's better to get the pain over with. You can break up with Gua Jing and let Song Qingshu marry you. That way, you will be completely free and your child will have a biological father. Huang Rong's face was so red that it was about to drip water. Father, I told you that the child is not. Huang Yaoshi directly interrupted her, All right. You don't have to worry so much in front of your mother. Think carefully about what you should choose. Huang Rong took a deep breath and replied firmly, I've already thought about it. Of course, I choose Brother Jing. Huang Yaosher stared into her eyes and said coldly, well, if that Song fellow bothers you in the future, I'll break his legs. Huang Rong couldn't help but murmur, it's hard to say who will break whose legs. Huang Yaosher instantly frowned, what did you say? Huang Rong stuck out her tongue as if she had returned to her childhood. She hurriedly explained with a smile, Father, no matter what, Song Qingshu saved my life and Brother Jing's. He is also our friend. How can we not contact each other at all? If Brother Jing asks, I don't know how to explain it. You're silly. You've been intimate before. If you keep in contact with him, you might make a mistake and do something you'll regret. Huang Yaosher was angry. No, I know what I'm doing. Huang Rong said stubbornly. I hope so. Huang Yaosher sighed. At this time, the storm outside seemed to have subsided. He continued, let's go home now. Your clothes should still be wet, right? Go back and take a hot bath and change your clothes. Okay. Huang Rong's face turned red, but she was secretly moved. Although her father had been scolding her, he still cared about her body. He was worried that she would catch a cold because of wet clothes. Huang Yaosher picked up the straw raincoat he had just left at the door and draped it over his daughter's body. He protected her all the way home. He hurriedly ordered the servants to prepare hot water and clean clothes for her to take a bath. He then rushed back to his room to make a prescription for her. Huang Rong was lying in the bathtub. Her whole body was warm. She stared blankly out of the window. Although the storm had subsided a lot, it was still dangerous to go out to sea. I don't know if he will be buried in the sea. Huang Rong muttered to herself. Do you want me to die that much? At this time, a teasing voice came from the room. Huang Rong turned her head in disbelief. She found that Song Qingshu was leaning on the other side of the windowsill. He was looking at her with a faint smile. Didn't you go out to sea? Huang Rong exclaimed. You're the one who went out to sea. Hearing the two words out to sea, Song Qingshu's face darkened. In that situation, how could I have the nerve to stay? Otherwise, your father would have risked his life to fight me. But I'm not a fool. In such a big storm, going out to sea, going out to sea to feed the fish. So you quietly came back? Huang Rong's eyes had a trace of a smile. Of course. Fortunately, you explained the traps on the island to me before, so I was able to find my way here. Otherwise, if I ran into the sky in such a huge storm, I might really have been blown into the sea. Song Qingshu said happily. Huang Rong thought of something. Her hands nervously covered her chest. Her whole body shrunk under the bathtub. Only her head was exposed. When did you come? Song Qingshu smiled. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. Huang Rong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when she heard his next words, she almost fainted. In any case, I've seen everything that I shouldn't have seen. You. Huang Rong's breathing quickened. Her eyes were full of anger. Okay. Hurry up and take a bath. I'm soaked and uncomfortable. I also want to take a bath. Song Qingshu said as he pulled at the wet clothes on his body. He had a disgusted expression on his face. Don't mess around. My father is not far away. I'm going to shout. Huang Rong was frightened. Her body hid under the water even more. Song Qingshu looked at her angrily. What are you thinking? I'm not going to take a bath with you. I just want you to wash me after you're done. Huang Rong's face turned red. She flatly refused. No. Why? Song Qingshu said blankly. I've already washed this water. How can I give it to you? Huang Rong bit her lip. Then what should I do? Do you want the servants to prepare another bucket of water? Your father is a smart person. He will definitely think of something. Song Qingshu waved his hand. He thought that he was considerate. Don't worry. I won't dislike your bathwater. Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. What do you mean you won't dislike me? I'm clearly the one who dislikes you. How can a woman's bathwater be given to a man? However, she also knew that what Song Qingshu said made sense. If she got another bucket of water, with her father's intelligence, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. Seeing his drenched body, she knew that the dignified Prince of Qi would not be in such a sorry state if he had not sent her back. Sighing inwardly, Huang Rong said, "Then wait a moment." "Okay. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry." Song Qingshu calmly leaned against the windowsill. His expression was very carefree. Huang Rong thought to herself, "With you here, how can I wash slowly?" Although he didn't look at her, she still felt very uncomfortable. She glanced at the screen on the side, picked up the towel next to her, and wrapped it around the screen, pulling it over to block the two of them. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little depressed. "You don't believe in my character." Huang Rong spat and jokingly scolded, "What kind of character do you have to speak of?" Song Qingshu snorted. "I didn't offend you on the way here, did I? Then what about the sedan that left the Han residence?" Huang Rong's words made him speechless. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. "Didn't I correct them later on?" Song Qingshu grumbled with dissatisfaction. "It is precisely because your actions later on could be considered a gentleman that I politely allowed you to stay in the room. Otherwise, do you think that I would tolerate you so much?" Huang Rong quickly wiped her body. Hiding behind the screen, she began to put on her clothes. At this moment, tears streamed down Song Qingshu's cheeks. Good people will be rewarded. The ancients were not deceiving. If it was before, she would definitely not have agreed to change clothes and dry herself in the same room with him, much less allow him to stay in the room while she was bathing. Although he could not see her, he could sense that she was in a hurry to put on her clothes. Song Qingshu could not help but remind her, "Don't be in a hurry. I won't peek. You are pregnant. The floor is slippery. Be careful not to fall." Huang Rong's heart warmed. "I know." Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Rong-er, you're so beautiful." Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that it was a mistake to let him stay here. "I'm not one of those little girls who can be deceived by you. Hurry up and wash yourself. I'll find some clean clothes for you." Song Qingshu jumped down from the windowsill. These wet clothes are really uncomfortable. He quickly took off his clothes and crawled into the bathtub. Huang Rong's face turned red. She hurriedly went to the side to find some clothes. "This water smells so good." Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh as he shook the water in the bathtub. Hearing his words, Huang Rong almost fell down. She found a set of clothes from the wardrobe and threw it at his face. "Hurry up and wash. Don't talk so much." Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick to catch it. He smiled and said, "Is this Brother Guo's clothes?" Huang Rong nodded. "It's old clothes from before. I hope you don't mind." Song Qingshu smiled. "Since it's something that Brother Guo used, it must be of excellent quality. Why would I mind?" Huang Rong angrily glared at him. With her intelligence, how could she not understand the hidden meaning behind his words? She was about to explode in anger when Huang Yaosher's voice came from outside, "Rong-er, come out to eat when you are done. Father has specially boiled some medicine for you to relieve the cold." "I'm coming," Huang Rong replied. Then she stared at Song Qingshu and whispered, "I'll go out first. Be smart and don't make any noise." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Don't worry. I don't want to be driven out by your father again." Huang Rong put on a coat and walked out. At the same time, she carefully closed the door. After she left, Song Qingshu felt a little dull. Even the water in the bathtub had lost some of its color. He quickly washed and climbed out to put on his clothes. Not long after, a few mute servants pushed open the door and moved the bathtub and other things out. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the closet, couldn't help but be glad that he was fast enough. Otherwise, if he was hit by these mute servants, it would really be a little troublesome. After the mute servants packed up and left, Song Qingshu was bored to death and was too lazy to come out of the wardrobe. Perhaps it was because he was too tired in the past few days, but after staying in the wardrobe for a while, he felt sleepy and simply lay down and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong pushed the door open and came in. She saw that everything inside had been cleaned up, and even the bathtub was gone. Her expression changed slightly, and at the same time, she blamed herself. It was all because of him that she didn't expect the servants to come and clean up. Did he leave? Huang Rong closed the door and looked around the room. She couldn't see Song Qingshu, so she couldn't help but mutter to herself. She even ran to the window where Song Qingshu had appeared earlier and opened it to check. Unfortunately, she still could not hear his voice. It seems that he's really gone. Huang Rong sat down at the table and faintly sighed. Did you suddenly realize that you can't bear to leave me? At this time, she suddenly heard a teasing voice. Huang Rong was startled. She turned around and found Song Qingshu sitting in the wardrobe, looking at her with a faint smile. You want to die? Huang Rong lightly patted her chest and said angrily, don't you know that a pregnant person can't take a fright? Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly jumped out of the wardrobe and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Huang Rong involuntarily pulled away from him. In order to resolve the awkwardness, she took out something from her pocket and handed it to him. You haven't eaten today. You must be hungry. This is for you. Song Qingshu took it and saw that it was a handkerchief wrapped with some exquisite snacks. However, because it was wrapped in the handkerchief and kept in his pocket, many of the snacks were damaged. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, they're still your body temperature. It's warm. Huang Rong blushed and reached out to take it back. Forget it if you don't want to eat it. Song Qingshu moved faster. He pulled his hand back and dodged. Who said I don't want to eat it? As he spoke, he threw a piece into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, well, the snacks on Peach Blossom Island are really delicious. Hearing his praise, Huang Rong smiled. She thoughtfully poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Be careful. Don't choke. Song Qingshu drank the water in one gulp and couldn't help but sigh. A wife is really more considerate than a girl. Huang Rong glared at him with her beautiful eyes. She was obviously a little dissatisfied with the way he addressed her. My father is very smart. I didn't dare to bring food and wine for you under his eyes. I could only find some snacks in the kitchen. You have to make do with it. I'm not that precious. Song Qingshu waved the snacks in his hand. Moreover, this is very delicious. Did you make it? In your dreams. I don't have the time. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. Song Qingshu regretfully shook his head. I've long heard that Ronger's cooking is unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that I've never had the luck to taste the food you made. Huang Rong opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't promise anything. Oh no, what if my father suddenly passes by and hears your voice? Huang Rong suddenly realized this big problem. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry. I'm fully activated now. If someone comes near, I'll notice it in advance. Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. But my father is not an ordinary master. She had spoken very tactfully. Huang Yaosher was one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. He was one of the top masters in the world. Therefore, she was very worried that Song Qingshu wouldn't be able to notice him in time. It shouldn't be a problem. Song Qingshu lightly said. There was a kind of transcendent temperament in his tone. Huang Rong showed a strange expression. Finally, she sighed. I don't know how you practice martial arts at such a young age. Song Qingshu said with a smile, in fact, I don't mind telling you how I practice martial arts. I'm just afraid that you won't want to hear it. Huang Rong was stunned. How could I not want to hear it? She was also a person of Jianghu. Moreover, she had always been curious about the unknown. How could she not want to know such a secret? Come closer. I'll tell you. Song Qingshu's smile seemed to hide something else. Unexpectedly, not only did Huang Rong not come closer, but she also shrank back. She looked at him with some wariness. Why do you want to come so close? Song Qingshu said mysteriously, as the saying goes, the secret cannot be passed to 6 ears. If you're not interested, then forget it. Huang Rong showed an expression of struggle. In the end, the curiosity in her heart won. She hesitantly moved closer. Don't try to fool me. Song Qingshu smiled, and just as he moved closer to her ear, he asked. There was a faint fragrance on her body. He couldn't help but sigh that Huang Rong was indeed a combination of heaven and earth. Even though she had been married for many years, her body was still much more fragrant than most girls. The martial arts I practice requires. Song Qingshu whispered in her ear. His lips seemed to touch her earlobe. Feeling the hot breath of the man next to her, Huang Rong's white neck was visible to the naked eye. She hurriedly moved back. Forget it. I don't want to hear it anymore. Song Qingshu shrugged and didn't force her. In order to dispel the awkward atmosphere in the room, Huang Rong deliberately led the topic to other places. Then the two of them casually chatted. They talked like this for a long time. Huang Rong yawned and suddenly asked, Where will you sleep tonight? Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. I don't know if you will take me in. Huang Rong spat and said with a red face, How can I take you in? Song Qingshu pointed to the storm outside, which still showed no signs of stopping. But the storm outside is so strong, and it's raining so heavily. You won't be so cruel to drive me out, will you? I will take you to the room of Xiaowu and Xiaowu. Huang Rong stood up and said. It should be known that the Peach Blossom Island used to be the home of her husband and wife, Kuzhani, Guofu, Xiaowu, and a group of servants. How could there be a lack of houses? Song Qingshu frowned. Xiaowu and Xiaowu? No, I am worried that I will be contaminated by their bad luck. Huang Rong almost choked. In fact, she was not very satisfied with the two silly apprentices. She thought that it was normal for a person like Song Qingshu to look down on them. Then I will take you to live in Eunuch Ku's room. Huang Rong added, because he is Brother Jing's master, Brother Jing respects him very much. He has prepared the best room for him. Recently, he has gone out to play, so you can live there. That stinky and stubborn blind old man? Song Qingshu snorted. I don't like him. I won't live there. If Brother Jing hears this, I am afraid he will have a good argument with you. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. In fact, she did not like Kuzhani very much, but because of Guo Jing, she could not show it. Now that she heard Song Qingshu say this, she could not help but feel that he was a close friend. Forget it, I will let you live in Fuer's room. Huang Rong said helplessly. There were many empty rooms, but because no one had lived in them, there was not even basic bedding, and there was a lot of dust. Now it was impossible to decorate it with great fanfare. After all, a little carelessness would alarm her father. As for Guofu's room, because of the incident of cutting off Yang was arm some time ago, she came back to avoid the limelight and lived on Peach Blossom Island for a period of time until Huang Rong and Guo Jing were going to Linen. Huang Rong was worried that Peach Blossom Island was too close to Linen, so she quietly told her to leave early. So not long after she left, the room was fully furnished and carefully cared for by the servants. Naturally, the conditions were the best. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Guofu is still an unmarried girl. Is it not good for a man like me to live in her boudoir? You are a gentleman at this time. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. Why, do you want to live in my room? Song Qingshu nodded seriously. Yes, I think living here is the best choice. Huang Rong suddenly changed her expression. What? Huang Rong was furious. Didn't you just say that you would know if someone came near? Even a master like my father is no exception. Song Qingshu really wanted to swallow the words he had just said. He thought to himself that he could not show off in the future, or else it would be easy for him to shoot himself in the foot. What I said was when I was awake. How could I be so alert when I was asleep? If it was someone else, I might have noticed. But when a master like your father comes near, I'm not a god. I can't react quickly. Huang Rong frowned. She had to admit that the other party's words made sense. If he were to stay in another room, there was a high chance that he would be discovered by her father. He could only stay in her room. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. We're a married woman and a married man. We're alone. You can't stay here. Although Huang Rong was a little hesitant, she still refused after thinking about it. Song Qingshu shrugged and didn't continue to force her. What you said makes sense. I'll go find a place to spend the night. You should rest early. He smiled at her and quickly disappeared out of the window. Hey, Huang Rong opened her mouth, but in the end, she withdrew her hand. What could she do even if she called out to him? Could she make him stay here? Lying on the bed, Huang Rong stared at the top of the bed in a daze. She was originally very sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She thought about too many things and recalled too many things. In the end, her thoughts were flying and her heart was in a mess. Boom, suddenly, a white flash of lightning flashed outside the window, followed by a horrible thunder. The power of heaven and earth was on full display at this moment. Huang Rong struggled. Finally, she sat up on the bed, put on her clothes, and picked up the umbrella. She couldn't stop worrying. She decided to go out and check on Song Qingshu. It's raining heavily. I wonder where he is. Huang Rong bit her lips and stood there in a daze for a while. Peach Blossom Island wasn't small. It wasn't easy to find a person. But Huang Rong wasn't going to wander around. She thought carefully. He didn't want to stay in another room. Did he go back to my mother's tomb? That's the safest place. No, he just took a bath and changed his clothes. He shouldn't rush into the rain again. It's uncomfortable to be drenched. Huang Rong denied her initial guess and finally decided to look in the nearby rooms. As soon as she opened the door, Huang Rong felt a chill even though she was wrapped in a coat. But she still walked out and searched in those empty rooms. She first looked for her daughter's room but found nothing. Then she went to the rooms of Xiaowu and Xiaowu, but she still found nothing. Suddenly, she thought that Qin Haodong only ate a few cakes today. Could he have gone to the kitchen? Huang Rong lifted her skirt and walked quickly to the kitchen. She didn't expect that she would run into Huang Rong. It's so late. What are you doing here? Huang Yaoshi looked at her. Huang Rong reacted quickly and answered without hesitation, I'm suddenly hungry, so I'm going to the kitchen to cook something. You can ask the mute servants to do it. Huang Yaoshi looked at his daughter with pity. It's not convenient for you to do this when you're pregnant. Huang Rong didn't lower her voice because she was worried that Song Qingshu was hiding in the kitchen. She hoped that he would hear the noise and hide in advance. Not bad. Those people can't catch up with you when it comes to cooking. Huang Yaoshi nodded. I'll go with you. I can help you. Not bad. In terms of cooking skills, those people can't catch up to you. Huang Yaoshi nodded. I'll go with you. I can even help you. Huang Yaoshi snorted. His face was a little ugly. It's because of Song Qingshu. I suspect that he hasn't left the island, so I'm looking around. Huang Yaoshi snorted. His complexion was somewhat unsightly. It's all because of that brat Song Qingshu. I suspect that he hasn't left the island, so I'm looking around. Huang Yaoshi snorted. His face was a little ugly. Are you worried about him? Huang Rong glanced at her. Are you worried about him? Huang Rong hurriedly shook her head and said guiltily, why would I be worried about him? That's good. Huang Yaoshi snorted. You can't have any contact with him anymore. I know. Huang Rong pouted. She didn't know why, but she felt as if she had returned to the time when she and Jinggu were in love but were separated by her father. It was a familiar feeling. I know you don't like it, but you are a married woman. Don't make a mistake. Huang Yaoshi's voice was cold as he warned her again. I know. Huang Rong was a little annoyed. She couldn't help but snort. Father, don't you like Tang Wu and Zhou Kong? Why are you like those old scholars? Huang Yaoshi's face darkened. Father doesn't care about worldly etiquette, but he cares about love. If you've made up your mind to leave Guijing, I won't say anything. But since you've chosen him, you can't have any other thoughts. Moreover, that Song boy has only been famous for a few years. He's already caused a lot of trouble in Jianghu. Even someone like me, who doesn't care about Jianghu matters, has heard a lot about him. How can such a man have true love? Huang Yaoshi loved his wife Feng Heng wholeheartedly. Naturally, he hated unfaithful people. So even though he didn't like Guijing, he hated frivolous wastrels like Song Qingshu even more. Alright, I'm not stupid. Huang Rong's expression darkened. In fact, she had already thought this through. The father and daughter chatted in the kitchen while cooking. They hadn't seen each other for many years and naturally had a lot to talk about. Time slowly passed. Looking at the dishes on the plate, Huang Yaoshi couldn't help but frown. "You're pregnant, can you still eat these things?" Huang Rong's eyes flashed. "I don't know why, but I've been very hungry these days. I want to eat meat." "Is that so?" Huang Yaoshi looked at her thoughtfully. "Father, do you want to try some?" Huang Rong hurriedly asked. "I don't eat at night." Huang Yaoshi shook his head. "You're pregnant and the floor is slippery after the rain. I'll help you bring it to your room." "No need, I'm not that delicate." Huang Rong was worried that Song Qingshu would suddenly run back to her room. How could she let her father go? Huang Yaoshi suddenly asked. "You're not hiding something shameful in your room, are you?" "Of course not, I'm just afraid that you'll be tired." Huang Rong knew that her father had always been astute. Now that he was suspicious, if she continued to refuse, he might really guess something. "I'm one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. How can carrying something be tiring?" When Huang Yaoshi mentioned his status as one of the 5 greats, he couldn't help but think of how he could only fight Song Qingshu to a draw with one hand. His face darkened. "Then I'll have to trouble father." Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. After Huang Yaoshi sent his daughter back to her room, his sharp eyes swept the surroundings. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "It seems that I was overthinking things. Ronger is not that absurd." When Huang Rong saw that Song Qingshu wasn't there, she couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a bit of melancholy rose in her heart. Could it be that they were going to silently part like this? "All right, it's getting late. Eat and rest early. Father won't disturb you any longer." Dispelling the doubts in his heart, Huang Yaoshi felt relaxed. After walking to the door, he thought for a moment and then threw a lemon from his sleeve onto the table. He used a clever softness. Although he threw it from a distance, the lemon landed lightly on the table without making the slightest sound. "You're pregnant. Eat so much greasy food. Be careful of nausea and vomiting. When you eat, squeeze some lemon juice to suppress it." "Thank you, father." Seeing her father so caring, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in her heart. After sending off her father, Huang Rong sat down at the table. She didn't touch the food that she had painstakingly cooked. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and stared blankly. Did he really leave? At this time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside. Huang Rong's heart palpitated. She couldn't help but walk to the window and open it. Looking at the dark night sky and the storm outside, she couldn't help but frown and said, "It's raining so heavily, where can you go? Are you worried about me?" At this time, a voice came from below. Huang Rong was startled. She looked down and saw Song Qingshu huddled under the windowsill, looking at her with a smile. "Why are you hiding here?" Huang Rong was angry and amused at the same time. Although they were under the eaves, the wind and rain outside would blow from time to time. Everywhere around them was soaked. Only a foot around him was dry. Presumably, he had been using his internal energy to prevent the rain from blowing on his body. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Your father is patrolling everywhere like a thief. Where can I hide? I think your place is the safest. If you don't let me in, I can only hide in the corner outside." Looking at his pitiful appearance, Huang Rong knew that he was pretending, but she also felt a little apologetic. After all, with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he wasn't afraid of her father at all. The reason why he was hiding was mainly because he was worried about her face. "Come in first, then we'll talk." Huang Rong took the umbrella to shield him from the wind and rain outside. Now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be polite. With a light leap, he jumped in through the window and said, "What smells so good?" Huang Rong pointed at the delicacies on the table and said, "I just made it in the kitchen. If you don't mind, you can eat it." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Ronger's cooking is unparalleled in the world. "I can't be more happy, why would I mind?" He hadn't eaten much today except for a few pieces of pastries. Now he could be considered to be hungry. Did you specially make this for me? Looking at the several delicacies that looked and smelled good, Song Qingshu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In your dreams. Huang Rong spat. It's only because I bumped into father near the kitchen. In order not to arouse his suspicion, I casually made it. Looking at her slightly red face, Song Qingshu smiled and didn't ask any more questions. His attention returned to the dishes she made. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp, stir-fried flour crab with ginger and scallion. Wait, the remaining dishes, oysters? What's wrong with oysters? Huang Rong looked confused. Because this is the only seafood on the island. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Huang Rong blushed and reached out to take it back. I'm going to throw it away. However, Song Qingshu moved faster. He put the oyster behind him and said with a smile, it's a pity to throw away such a good thing. It's not what you think. Huang Rong was about to cry. She was chatting with her father and cooking with a heavy heart. She took some ingredients and didn't expect there to be such a big misunderstanding. I know you don't mean that. I'm just teasing you. Song Qingshu dodged and picked up a piece to eat. Well, it's fresh and tender. It's really the best. Huang Rong tried several times but couldn't take the oyster back from his hand. She could only give up and sulk at the table. Song Qingshu stopped teasing her and sat down at the table again. Rong, let's eat together. Eat your head. Huang Rong glared at him. I'm not hungry. You eat by yourself. Song Qingshu wanted to tease her a little more, but seeing her unfriendly face, he was worried that he would really annoy her, so he swallowed his words. He was already a little hungry, so he quickly finished the seafood on the table. It's really a blessing to be born by the sea. People on the mainland don't have such good food. It was difficult for him to eat such fresh seafood in the Jin Kingdom's palace. After all, there were no refrigerators or quick-freezing technology in this world. Long-distance transportation of seafood was a huge problem. Yes, I haven't been back to Peach Blossom Island for so many years. I miss life on the island, Huang Rong said sincerely. Huang Rong said from the bottom of her heart. After all, compared to the chaos of war in Xianxia, Peach Blossom Island had more beautiful memories. The two of them continued to chat for a while, and Huang Rong couldn't help yawning again. She felt strange in her heart. Just now, she was obviously very sleepy, but she couldn't sleep. Why did she want to sleep now that she found him? Song Qingshu also saw her fatigue. You've been busy the whole day, and you went to cook so many dishes. You must be tired. Go and rest early. Oh, Huang Rong responded, but she didn't move. Then where are you going? Of course I'll continue to stay under the windowsill. Now that I'm full, I have more energy to resist the wind and rain. Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly. However, Huang Rong instantly saw through his intentions. You don't have to pretend to be pitiful. Aren't you just trying to make me feel compassionate and let you stay in the room? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. It's so stormy outside. It would be best if Rong could keep me in the house. Huang Rong blushed and did not speak for a long time. Just when Song Qingshu thought it was over, she suddenly said in a low voice, then you sleep on the floor. After saying that, she got onto the bed and lay down with her clothes on, leaving only her back view for him to see. Song Qingshu was startled at first, then overjoyed. Thank you, Huang Rong snorted and ignored him. After the initial joy, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache. Do you have any extra blankets or something? No. Huang Rong answered rather stiffly. Song Qingshu looked at the cold floor and wondered if he really had to sleep on the floor for the whole night. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind and jumped directly onto the bed. What are you doing? Huang Rong was frightened by him and asked in a panic. Don't worry, I won't do anything to offend you. Song Qingshu explained. The main thing is that I can't sleep on the floor, so I'm borrowing your bed. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. You're really insatiable. No matter how bad the floor is, it's better than under the windowsill, right? It seems that I'm too soft-hearted. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, the courageous die from overeating and the timid die from starvation. Now that things have come to this, I can only summon up the courage to try. Rong since you've decided to be a good person, then you should be a good person until the end. No, this is improper. Huang Rong sat up with a resolute expression. Get down. Song Qingshu said seriously, Rong if I really wanted to do anything to you, I had plenty of opportunities along the way. Moreover, with my martial arts, if I wanted to do anything to you now, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even if you alerted your father, it would be useless. Are you threatening me? Huang Rong's expression turned cold. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's not a threat. I just want to make it clear to you that I have no evil intentions towards you, and I promise that I won't do anything to offend you. Huang Rong's expression changed several times. It was obvious that she was in a fierce psychological struggle. On one hand, she knew that he was not lying, but on the other hand, as a woman, it was difficult for her to accept his request. Song Qingshu suddenly revealed a bright smile. If you still don't believe me, you can look at how pure and innocent my expression is right now. You'll know what a bright and great person I am. Huang Rong's tensed face could no longer hold back. She burst out laughing. It's rare to see someone as thick-skinned as you. Then you agree. Song Qingshu said happily. Huang Rong directly turned her back to him, no longer speaking. Song Qingshu knew that she was thin-skinned and didn't want to admit it, so he tactfully didn't pursue the matter. After a while, Huang Rong finally felt that something was wrong. I'll say the ugly words first. I have a knife on me. When the time comes, you can come and cut off my hand and cut off my foot. Although she knew that there was a difference in martial arts between them, such a threat was somewhat powerless, she still wanted to clearly express her attitude. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't answer, Huang Rong frowned. She turned around and was about to explode, but who knew that she would hear him snoring lightly. Your acting is quite good. Huang Rong curled her lips. With her intelligence, she naturally didn't believe that Song Qingshu would fall asleep so quickly. But she also understood that he deliberately made a gesture to reassure her. If it were before, she would never agree to let Song Qingshu come to bed. But this time from Linen to Peach Blossom Island, the time they spent together and the conversation along the way made her understand his heart. She knew that although he was a little romantic, he was not such an unscrupulous villain. In particular, some of Song Qingshu's knowledge and speech from the later generations made her admire him very much. At first, she still braced herself against him, worried that he would do something wrong. But soon she felt that her eyelids were heavy, and she became more and more sleepy. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Huang Rong kept telling herself. But his breathing has stabilized. He must have fallen asleep? At this time, another voice sounded in her mind. In this dilemma, she finally couldn't stand it and fell asleep. After a long time, Huang Rong suddenly felt something in her heart. She opened her eyes and looked to the side. She saw Song Qingshu's eyes shining in the dark. You haven't slept yet? Huang Rong looked out of the window. The sky was faintly white, which was the time when people slept most soundly. I can't sleep. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Oh. Huang Rong didn't know what to say to him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu asked, Can I touch the baby in your belly? Huang Rong subconsciously wanted to refuse, but she didn't know why she hesitated when she was about to say it. She just said yes imperceptibly. Seeing that she acquiesced, Song Qingshu reached out and put his hand on her slightly bulging belly. Feeling the heat of his palm, Huang Rong couldn't help but tremble. Did he just kick me? Song Qingshu suddenly looked up in surprise. Huang Rong snappily smiled and said, It's only been a few months. How could he kick you? She had experienced it once and knew that it would be a few months before the child in her belly could kick someone. But I can feel him. Song Qingshu gently stroked her belly. Huang Rong's body stiffened. Although she didn't want to admit it, his hand was very gentle and felt very comfortable. She even hoped that he could touch her like this forever. After a while, his hand gradually moved up. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't continue to pretend that she didn't know. She grabbed his hand and bit her lip, saying angrily, You promised before that you wouldn't offend me. If you didn't want to, of course it was an offense. If you are willing, then it naturally isn't an offense. Song Qingshu smiled like an old fox. Huang Rong opened her mouth. She clearly knew that this wouldn't do, but she didn't know why she couldn't refuse. Seeing that she acquiesced, Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and pressed his whole body against hers. His other hand also reached over and pulled her into his embrace. Huang Rong couldn't help but admit that his hands seemed to have some kind of supreme magic. Soon, her breathing quickened and her body gradually became weak. This won't do. Her remaining rationality made her want to push him away, but when she touched his hot body, she was touched by something that made her heart palpitate. Why not? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said gently. The ear was a very sensitive place for Huang Rong. Feeling the heat of his breath, her whole body trembled. Father said that if I choose Brother Jing, I must completely cut off all ties with Song Qingshu. It seems that it makes sense. Huang Rong recalled her father's warning. Let's indulge for the last time. After tonight, we will be strangers. Huang Rong made up her mind. The heavy pressure that had been weighing on her seemed to be swept away. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Huang Rong pressed against Song Qingshu's chest and noticed the desire in his eyes. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. What thing? Song Qingshu's voice was extremely hoarse. After tonight, we will have nothing to do with each other, Huang Rong murmured. Okay. Song Qingshu agreed without hesitation. Seeing that he agreed so quickly, Huang Rong's heart flashed with a hint of disappointment. But because of this, she suddenly felt relieved. If he kept pestering her, she really wouldn't know what to do. Don't press against my stomach. Huang Rong suddenly whispered and pushed the man on top of her away. Then what should I do? Song Qingshu clearly didn't have this kind of experience and was at a loss for a moment. Huang Rong looked at him charmingly, then bit her lip and climbed up to kneel on the bed. She was much bolder than usual, like this. Be gentler. The man behind her let out a roar and held on to her waist as he leaned against her. The man's heavy breathing and the woman's sweet moans quickly rang out in the room. Because she thought that this was the last time she indulged, Huang Rong was no longer restrained by the usual etiquette. She very actively cooperated with the man behind her, constantly making her soul tremble. Bastard, how dare you defile my daughter like this? At this time, the door was suddenly smashed open, followed by Huang Yasher's angry roar. Huang Rong's pretty face instantly turned red. She was shy and embarrassed. How could I have such a dream? Suddenly, she noticed that there was something strange about her thigh. She subconsciously reached out and touched it. It was sticky, making her wish that there was a hole to hide in. It's just a dream. Is there a need to be so emotional? Huang Rong's cheeks were burning at this time. She looked to the side guiltily. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was sleeping soundly and didn't notice her strangeness. She was slightly relieved. Her whole body was sticky and uncomfortable. Huang Rong wanted to take a bath first, but it was already late. Naturally, it was not convenient to ask the servants to prepare water. Moreover, as soon as she got up, she felt that her whole body was very weak. It seemed that everything in the dream had exhausted her strength. She had no choice but to lie down again. But after so many twists and turns, she couldn't fall asleep. She quietly looked at the sight of the man beside her. For a moment, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. People say that what you think in the day, you dream at night. I dreamed of him. Is this the true thought in my heart? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Then Huang Rong spent the rest of her time in such a perturbed and struggling mood. The sky gradually became bright. When Song Qingshu opened his eyes, he was shocked to see Huang Rong's tired and listless eyes. Rong, what's wrong with you? Huang Rong finally woke up from that muddle-headed state. Seeing Song Qingshu's face, the image of her taking the initiative to kneel in front of him appeared in her mind. Her face suddenly turned red again. No. Nothing. Song Qingshu reached out to touch her forehead and frowned. It's a little hot. You seem to be sweating a lot. Did you catch a cold after being drenched in the rain yesterday? No. No. Huang Rong's eyes flickered and said guiltily. Then she got up and put on her coat. She thought that she must ask the servants to prepare hot water for a bath. Otherwise, her body would be too uncomfortable. Worried that he would see something unusual, Huang Rong hurriedly said, It's just that I was worried that you would do something improper last night, so I couldn't sleep. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In your heart, am I so untrustworthy? Huang Rong snorted. Thinking of the dream she had last night, she became more and more irritated. Song Qingshu also got off the bed. After putting on his clothes, he ran to the window to take a look. He couldn't help but exclaim in joy, the storm has actually stopped. Huang Rong was startled. The storm had come and gone suddenly. Based on her experience of growing up on the island, such storms would usually last for a few days. I have to take this opportunity to leave. Otherwise, when the storm comes again, I will be trapped here forever. Song Qingshu thought of how the southern Song dynasty was preparing for the northern expedition. There were too many things to arrange in the Jin kingdom, leaving him less and less time. Then I won't keep you. If it was yesterday, Huang Rong might have felt a little lost at such a hasty farewell. However, after that absurd dream last night, she didn't know how to face him now. She couldn't wait for him to leave so that she could calm down. Rong-er, take care of your pregnancy on the island. The Central Plains is very dangerous now. Don't go back for the time being. Song Qingshu thought of all the dangers Huang Rong had encountered during her pregnancy and couldn't help but remind her. Yes, I know. Huang Rong nodded absent-mindedly. At this moment, the melodious sound of a flute was suddenly heard not far away. Apparently, Huang Yaosher had woken up. The two people in the room were shocked. I really have to go. If your father finds out that I spent the night in your room, it would be strange if he didn't fight me to the death. Song Qingshu hurriedly said. He could foresee that this kind of fight would be very unfair. The other party would risk his life to kill you, but you couldn't hurt him. Huang Rong was also a little flustered. She pushed him to the window at the back of the room and said, then go quickly. I won't keep you. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and jumped out. Just when Huang Rong was faintly disappointed, he showed his face again and said, when I have time, I will come to Peach Blossom Island to see you. Huang Rong spat and said, who wants you to see me? Song Qingshu laughed out loud and disappeared out of the window. Huang Rong walked to the window and looked in the direction in which he disappeared. For a moment, there was a somewhat complicated expression on her face. Rong-er, I seem to hear a man's laughter in your room. At this moment, Huang Yaosher pushed open the door and walked in. He looked around suspiciously. Huang Rong's heart jumped. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a trace of a smile. Father, how could there be a man's voice in my room? As she said this, she stealthily wiped away the footprints of Song Qingshu on the windowsill. Is that so? Huang Yaosher looked around but found nothing. Suddenly, he noticed Huang Rong's tired face. He could not help but be surprised and said, how come your complexion is worse than yesterday? I didn't sleep well last night. Huang Rong's face turned red. Of course, it was not convenient for her to tell him the real reason, so she could only explain, maybe it's because I just came back and I'm not used to it. While Huang Rong was having a battle of wits with her father, Song Qingshu had already arrived at the seaside. Yesterday, Huang Rong had explained to him the traps on the island, so the dense forest naturally could not stop him. When he arrived at the seaside, he found a pier. Presumably, it was used by the people of Peach Blossom Island when they left the island. The people on the island had many years of experience living on the sea, so they hid their boats in some hidden places, so they were not damaged by yesterday's storm. Song Qingshu pushed one of the boats into the sea, but suddenly he was in a bit of a dilemma. He tried the boat's sail and oars, but he could not control the strength of the boat. He could only spin in place. Do I have to go back to the island and find a mute servant to operate the boat? Song Qingshu was speechless. But in the end, he gave up the idea, mainly because he was worried that the mute servant would later reveal what happened today. At that time, Huang Rong's reputation would be damaged. Although the mute servant could not speak, he still had many ways to pass messages. Song Qingshu really could not kill him cold-bloodedly, so he had to give up the idea of looking for a mute servant. Humph, in the past, Dharma could cross the river on a reed. Can't I cross the sea on a boat? Song Qingshu's arrogance also rose. He simply did not use oars and sails, but directly drove the boat to leave the island with his internal strength. Fortunately, he had been in this world for many years, and with his previous experience of marching and fighting, he used all kinds of knowledge to determine the direction of the boat. Otherwise, if he got the direction wrong, no matter how strong his internal strength was, he would not be able to cross the Pacific Ocean. Fortunately, Peach Blossom Island was not far from the mainland. Song Qingshu found the right direction, and after a few hours, he finally landed on the shore. When he landed on the shore, he even had an illusion that the ground was shaking, and he could not help but look pale. I have to find a time to learn how to sail a boat. Otherwise, I will be like Jiumaji in the original work, who was skilled in martial arts but almost died in the water because of 2 little girls. That would be a tragedy. He found a farmer nearby and asked about the name of the place. Roughly estimating that it was not too far from Ningbo, he went all the way to the northwest, and finally entered Shanin City when it was getting dark. It seems that the murder in Xinyuan had a big impact. The number of soldiers at the gate is several times more than usual. The reason why Song Qingshu returned to this place was because this was the only way he could go north, and also because he had promised Lu Wuxuan that he would come back to see her. As the saying goes, he would rather betray the world than the beauty. How could he bear to let a little girl be sad and disappointed? At this time, Lu Wuxuan was in a daze in her room, and she kept muttering to herself, Brother Song, will you come back to see me? I have delayed it for so long, I have to leave tomorrow no matter what. She and Qingying had agreed to continue saving her best friend Shen Bijuan, and they should have left a long time ago, but Lu Wuxuan remembered the promise Song Qingshu made before he left, so she kept finding all kinds of reasons to not leave. Qingying had no choice but to leave first, and let her catch up later, so she could stay in Shanin City for a few more days. But in the past 2 days, Lu Wuxuan had received many messages from her cousin, and she knew she could not delay it any longer. She decided to meet up with her cousin first thing in the morning. Maybe he has already forgotten about me, Lu Wuxuan said in self-pity. Who has forgotten about you? At this time, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lu Wuxuan turned around in disbelief, and was stunned to see the man she had been thinking about day and night sitting on the window. Brother Song? Lu Wuxuan called out with some uncertainty. Wuxuan, I made you wait for a long time. Seeing her slightly red and swollen eyes, Song Qingshu said with pity. Brother Song. After confirming that she was not dreaming, Lu Wuxuan could no longer hold it in, and excitedly threw herself into his arms, and began to cry. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, Song Qingshu gently patted the girl's back to comfort her, but suddenly his expression became a bit strange. He didn't know if it was because of the oyster he ate last night, or because of Huang Rong's stimulation, but he was now extremely sensitive, and the girl's body instantly reacted. Lu Wuxuan clearly also realized something, and with a coquettish grunt, her body became even more soft. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more ambiguous, Song Qingshu's ears suddenly twitched, and with a serious expression, he looked outside the room. Someone is coming. Lu Wuxuan was startled. At this time, there were gradually noises coming from outside. She opened the window a little, and saw a group of bailiffs walking over. Brother Song, you should hide for a while. Lu Wuxuan was after all a virgin, and if people found out that she was secretly meeting with a man in her room, she would be too ashamed to see anyone. Song Qingshu nodded. His identity was sensitive, and it was indeed not appropriate to meet with the officials of the southern Song dynasty. Not long after he hid, the door was pushed open from the outside. The leader had an oval face, red phoenix eyes, and a beautiful appearance. It was the eldest daughter of the Xue family, Xue Baochai. Why is she here? Hidden in the dark, Song Qingshu was very puzzled. Soon, Xue Baochai's words dispelled his doubts. Miss Lu, we suspect that you have something to do with the Shen family extermination case, and we hope that you will come with us. Lu Wuxuan had not yet recovered from the joy she had just experienced, and when she heard the bad news, she could not help but be startled. What did you say? I hope that Miss Lu will forgive us, Xue Baochai said lightly. The Imperial City Department has accepted the Shen family extermination case, and after a period of investigation, we have finally found some clues. On the night of the incident, someone saw you and your cousin rushing in the direction of the Shen family, and I specifically asked the servant girls in your residence. That night, you and your cousin did not return, so you are a major suspect. Nonsense, Lu Wuxuang had always been straightforward, and immediately retorted, my cousin and I went to investigate the case of Bijuan's disappearance. Besides, Bijuan is our good friend, why would we harm her family? As soon as Xue Baochai gave the order, a few subordinates of the Imperial City Guards surrounded Lu Wuxuang. Lu Wuxuang's expression changed several times before he finally gave up resisting. Fine, I'll go with you. The Lu clan won't let you accuse me. Song Qingshu, who was in the dark, frowned. He could tell that Lu Wuxuang was hinting for him not to show up. After all, if his identity was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. He knew that Lu Wuxuang had always been reckless, but now she was so considerate. He couldn't help but feel touched. At this time, the guards had already taken Lu Wuxuang away. The other people in the Lu family also received the news. They were all angry and wanted to find the guard of Shanin City for an explanation. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't go with them. He was deep in thought. It wasn't difficult to save Lu Wuxuang. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with the guards. What was difficult was what to do next. If he used force to save Lu Wuxuang, wouldn't she be a suspect? Then she would be wanted by the court. She would be unable to return to her home and could only hide in the dark. The key is how to clear her suspicion. Song Qingshu thought for a while and quickly came up with a plan. Xue Baochai brought Lu Wuxuang back to the base of the Imperial City Department in Shanin and immediately interrogated her. That night, did you and your cousin go to Xinyuan? Lu Wuxuang opened her mouth but suddenly thought that if she admitted it, there would be a lot of trouble. As if guessing what she was thinking, Xue Baochai snorted, you don't need to deny it. We have found a witness and confirmed that you did go to Xinyuan that night. Lu Wuxuang raised her chin and said angrily, why ask if you know? Yes, we went to Xinyuan that night because Bijuan is a good friend of ours. This time, she disappeared, so we went to Xinyuan to find some clues. Find clues? Xue Baochai didn't comment on her answer, then why did you disappear when the constables arrived? Lu Wuxuang explained, we were just worried that meeting the constables would cause unnecessary trouble, so we deliberately avoided them. She didn't want to involve Song Qingshu, so she simply ignored some information. But you didn't return to the Lu Fu that night. Xue Baochai crossed her arms in front of her chest, circling around her and scrutinizing her. According to the recollections of the soldiers guarding the city, the two of you only returned to the city the next morning. I sent someone to ask the servant girls in the Lu Fu and they confirmed that you didn't return that night. Tell me, why did you leave the city? Lu Wuxuang didn't know what to say. She suddenly remembered the scene in the stream that night and had an idea. We went out of the city to take a bath. Bath? Xue Baochai's eyes sharpened. You just found out that your good friend's family was killed. Not only did you not report it to the authorities, but you still have the mood to take a bath? I'm afraid he was covered in blood and went out of the city to destroy evidence. Nonsense. Lu Wuxuang panicked. I told you that we're friends with Bijuan. Why would we hurt her family? Maybe you deliberately approached Miss Shen for the secret of the Mandarin duck knife and became friends with her. The suspicion in Xue Baochai's eyes grew stronger. Is Miss Shen's disappearance related to you? Because Shen Bijuan was the future crown princess, the Imperial City Department was under a lot of pressure. But there had been no progress in the case. Now that they finally found a clue, how could they not pursue it? Don't slander others. Don't try to frame good people just because you can't solve the case. Lu Wuxuang had always been very picky and couldn't help retorting. Frame? Xue Baochai snorted. We found that after you entered the city, you went to an inn in the east of the city and took some things as a gift. According to the inn owner, those things were left by a man and a woman. Are they your accomplices? Lu Wuxuang was secretly shocked. She didn't expect her investigation to be so thorough. She even found out that they went back to the inn to take the things for Song Qingshu and Huang Rong. Xue Baochai moved in front of her and said step by step, did the few of you work together to create the massacre of the Shen family? Then you sent them out of the city and came back to remove the evidence? Seeing that there were more and more flaws in their story, Lu Wuxuang suddenly panicked. She subconsciously replied, we are also victims, okay? When we rushed to Xinyuan that day, the murderer just happened to come out. We were no match for him, so that person gave us poison. Luckily, he heard the bailiffs rushing over and the murderer didn't care about us and hurriedly ran away. The two of us sisters were about to die from the poison, but our friend saved us, so we left the city. Although she was panicking, she was still a bit clever. She told the story with 70% truth and 30% lies. Shui Baochai was indeed moved. You said that you saw the murderer? What did the murderer look like? The murderer was wearing a mask so we couldn't see his face. He was about 30 or 40 years old and had a tall figure. Lu Wushuang recalled as she described. Shui Baochai quickly ordered her subordinates, write it down. After listening to Lu Wushuang's description, Shui Baochai suddenly asked, what poison were you poisoned with? With her experience in the Imperial City Department, she knew that if a person lied, many details would definitely be wrong. I was poisoned by the 99 pill and my cousin was poisoned by the fire pill, Lu Wushuang answered without hesitation. This seems to be a poison from the Island of Heroes. A secret agent at the side whispered to Shui Baochai. Although the Island of Heroes was mysterious, the Imperial City Department was a secret agent of a country. They more or less knew some information about the Island of Heroes. Shui Baochai raised her eyebrows. At this time, she already believed 80% of the story. After all, Lu Wushuang was a daughter of a rich family. If she didn't experience it herself, how could she know anything about the Island of Heroes? But as far as I know, the 99 pill and the fire pill are extremely poisonous. How did you survive? Shui Baochai continued to ask. I told you that our friend saved us. That's why we returned to the city the next day, Lu Wushuang answered. What is the name of your friend? How did he cure these two strange poisons? Shui Baochai thought that if she was poisoned by one of the two poisons, she probably wouldn't be able to force the poison out. Lu Wushuang snorted. My cousin's master is the famous Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi. He is an expert in alchemy. Naturally, her friend is also an expert in this field. What's so strange about curing poisons? Shui Baochai had also investigated Qing Ying's background and knew that she was Huang Yaoshi's last disciple. She agreed with Lu Wushuang's words, but she didn't plan to let her go so easily. You still haven't told us who your two friends are. We will find them to verify if you are telling the truth. Lu Wushuang was shocked and hurriedly said, they have something important to do. I promised not to reveal their information. Shui Baochai wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, a secret agent rushed in and reported, a masked man appeared in the Shin Garden. He seems to be looking for something. After the incident at the Shin Garden, the Imperial City Department secretly set up sentries near the Shin Garden. Originally, they were just going through the motions. They didn't expect the murderer to come back, but now there was an unexpected surprise. Shui Baochai instantly stood up. Did you alert him? The secret agent replied, no, according to Darren's instructions, everything is being observed in secret. Good, everyone, follow me. Shui Baochai waved her hand and led the secret agents of the Imperial City Department in the direction of the Shin Garden, leaving Lu Wushuang alone. What are the characteristics of the masked man? As they rushed to the Shin Garden, Shui Baochai asked the subordinate from before. Wearing a mask, tall and slender, about 30 or 40 years old. Following the secret agent's description, Shui Baochai was even more shocked because it was exactly the same as what Lu Wushuang had described. Everyone, follow him. This time, we can't let him escape. Shui Baochai's eyes flashed with excitement. After investigating the Shin family case, the murderer's fox tail had finally been revealed. Fortunately, the secret base of the Imperial City Department was not too far from the Shin Garden. Very quickly, a group of people arrived at the Shin Garden. The masked man clearly realized that something was wrong and quickly ran outside, coincidentally bumping into Shui Baochai's group. Capture him. Shui Baochai's heart was excited, but her commands were very orderly. The secret agents of the Imperial City Department blocked off all the escape routes of the enemy. The crossbows of the Song dynasty were unparalleled in the world, and the crossbows used by the Imperial City Department were 1 in 10,000. With a group of people pointing their crossbows at the enemy would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Hurry up and surrender, and I'll spare your life. As long as Shui Baochai lowered her hand that was halfway raised, the crossbows would fire 10,000 arrows. No matter how high the enemy's martial arts were, they would not be able to dodge at such a close distance. The masked man gave a cold snort. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the center. In the next moment, everyone found that he had jumped out of the encirclement of the crossbowmen. How is this possible? Not only Xue Baochai, but all the secret agents of the Imperial City Department had the same thought. Could it be that their eyes were playing tricks on them? The masked man did not stop at all. He quickly attacked the crossbowmen from behind to prevent them from forming another encirclement. At such a close distance, the crossbows in their hands became a burden. Screams rang out incessantly, and a large number of the secret agents of the Imperial City Department were instantly killed. Xue Baochai was both shocked and angry. With a shout, she pulled out her dagger and stabbed it at the man, giving her subordinates a chance to breathe and begin to regroup. The two sides exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. The more Xue Baochai fought, the more shocked she became. If it were not for the many experts of the Imperial City Department helping her, she would have already been defeated. The martial arts of the man in front of her were extremely strange. It did not seem to be the martial arts of the Central Plains. It really is someone from the Isle of Heroes. Xue Baochai recalled a scroll about the Isle of Heroes that she had occasionally seen in the past and recognized the martial arts of the other party. But in this moment of distraction, the other party instantly closed in on her. Xue Baochai was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The other party instantly circled behind her and grabbed her neck. "Little beauty, tell them all to stop," the masked man said in a low muffled voice. Unexpectedly, Xue Baochai's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She reversed the dagger in her hand and stabbed it at her lower abdomen, trying to die with the other party. Looking at this posture, it was similar to the Wu Dang sex living with the heavens and earth. Damn it! The masked man obviously did not expect her to do this. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and caught the dagger when it was only a centimeter away from Xue Baochai's lower abdomen. This masked man was naturally Song Qingshu. In order to clear the suspicion of Lu Wushuang, he simply disguised himself as the murderer that night and appeared in the Shen Garden. As expected, there were also secret agents of the Imperial City Department here. Xue Baochai and the others were also lured here according to the plan. But he did not expect Xue Baochai to be so decisive. She almost died in his arms, which was a great sin. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It would not have been difficult for him to dodge the sword, but he suddenly realized that if he had dodged and left Xue Baochai where she was, she might have been pierced through by the sword. He had only come here to clear the suspicion of Lu Wushuang and Qingying, and had no intention of killing them. When he fought with the secret agent of the Imperial Division, he had only made him lose the ability to fight, not kill. He had shown mercy to a man he did not know, let alone a beauty like Xue Baochai, who was famous in his previous life. With a twist of his wrist, the tip of the sword in Xue Baochai's hand was twisted off. Without hesitation, Song Qingshu used the tip of the sword to meet the sword coming from behind him. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Despite the danger, Song Qingshu was still able to neutralize the opponent's attacks. Huh? The person who had come was clearly shocked. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to exchange so many blows with him using only a small part of the sword. By this time, Song Qingshu had clearly seen the person who had come. It was Xue Baochai's cousin, Xue Yiren. Recognizing him, Song Qingshu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had to deliberately protect Xue Baochai. He reached out and pushed her waist, pushing her toward Xue Yiren like a sandbag. Then, he took advantage of the moment when Xue Yiren went to pick up his sister to use his qinggong to escape. Quick, chase after him. Xue Baochai could only watch helplessly as the clue in her hand escaped. No need. That person's lightness skill is very good. We won't be able to catch up, Xue Yiren said coldly. Brother. Xue Baochai's face was full of self-blame. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been caught by him, he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to escape. This person's kung fu is very high. There's no shame in being caught by him, Xue Yiren said with a frown. A person with such kung fu is definitely not nameless in Jianghu. He should be from the Isle of Heroes. Xue Baochai said hurriedly. She recounted the information she had received and the kung fu that the person had just used. Isle of Heroes? Xue sank into deep thought. Although the Isle of Heroes is said to be miraculous by the people of Jianghu, there are probably only 3 or 4 people who have reached such a high level of martial arts. Second Island Master Long Mu's age doesn't match. Could it be Zhao De and Qianer? The Isle of Heroes rarely gets involved in the Central Plains. Usually, it's Zhang San and Li Si who show up. Zhao De and Qianer only exist according to rumors. No one has actually seen them. Even our Imperial City Department doesn't have any information on them, Shui Baochai said with a frown. That was only because we didn't have the authority to investigate it in the past. Now that it involves the Crown Princess and the extermination of the Imperial Court's officials, we can use more authority from the Imperial City Department. How can a mere Isle of Heroes fight against the power of the Imperial Court? Shui sheathed his sword with a cold expression. The brother and sister discussed the case as they walked back. When they returned to the stronghold, they discovered that the Lu family had come with the Mountain City Guard. They were clearly here to protect Lu Wushuang. By now, Shui Baochai knew that the murderer was someone else. Adding on the pressure from the Mountain officials, she had no choice but to release Lu Wushuang. The Lu family brought Lu Wushuang back to the mansion. Everyone in the mansion came to greet her. Lu Wushuang finally managed to send them away. She returned to her room and nervously searched around. Brother Song, Brother Song? Lu Wushuang called out in a small voice as she searched. But after calling for a long time, there was no response. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but sit in front of the window in disappointment. Ah, a sad soul, farewell. At this time, a masked person suddenly crawled to the window. Lu Wushuang was about to scream in fright when she heard a familiar voice. Wushuang, why are you sad? Brother Song? Lu Wushuang looked at the other in disbelief. Song Qingshu took off his mask and smiled warmly. Lu Wushuang excitedly jumped into his arms. After a while, she suddenly realized something and raised her head to look at her. Why are you dressed like this? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, It's all because of you. Then he roughly explained what had just happened. As a precaution, after he escaped from the Shui siblings, he did not immediately return. Instead, he purposely ran out of the city. On the way, he purposely alerted the guards. After he shook off the pursuers outside the city, he silently rushed back. This was to give the Imperial City Department a false impression that he had already left the city and completely cut off all relations with Lu Wushuang. It was because he had gone in a big circle that he rushed back now. Otherwise, with his lightness kung fu, he would have returned long ago. No wonder the Imperial City Guard released me so easily. After understanding everything, Lu Wushuang was both impressed and moved. I knew Brother Song would have a way. Song Qingshu was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming. Then he flashed behind a screen. Very quickly, there was a knock on the door. Seventh Miss, hearing it was a servant girl's voice, Lu Wushuang said unhappily, What is it? It wasn't easy for Song Qingshu to come. It was rare for the two of them to be disturbed. She naturally wasn't in a good mood. We brought hot water and new clothes for you to bathe in, the servant girl outside answered. Lu Wushuang's face was gloomy. No need, leave. The servant girl outside said awkwardly, This is Old Foreign's idea. Old Foreign said that you went to a place like the Imperial City Guard and your body was contaminated with something inauspicious. You have to use hot water made with grapefruit leaves to wash away the bad luck. Then, you have to change your clothes and burn them. Lu Wushuang opened her mouth and finally answered helplessly, Come in. In the Lu family, Old Foreign's words were final. Adding on that she had always been good to her, she couldn't refuse. With her permission, a group of maids and old women filed in. Each of them was either carrying hot water, clothes, or grapefruit leaves and flower petals in their hands. Soon, a steaming hot bathtub was set up in the room. Miss, please change your clothes. After everything was set up, the servant girl came in front of Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. There was a man in the room even though the two of them had already had physical contact. To be honest, there was still some distance between them. She felt a little uncomfortable. Just as she was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard Song Qingshu's voice in her ear. Let them leave. Lu Wushuang originally had this intention, so she said to the group of servant girls, Too many things have happened today. I want to be alone for a while. Leave your things here and leave. The group of people looked at each other and finally agreed. After all, Lu Wushuang was the most favored miss in the mansion. In addition, she had been wronged today, so no one would be so inconsiderate as to offend her. Yes. The servant girls all bowed. But I hope Miss can change your clothes first. We will burn them according to old foreign's instructions. Lu Wushuang was helpless. Since she was already Brother Song's woman, she hesitated for a moment and finally took off her clothes with the help of a group of servants. However, she still had the shyness of a young girl. As soon as she took off her clothes, she dived into the bathtub, hoping to use the water and flower petals to cover her naked body. Soon, the group of servant girls left. Lu Wushuang bit her lips and grabbed the edge of the bathtub to look at the screen. Brother Song, are you still here? Song Qingshu flashed out from behind the screen and said with a smile, with you here, how can I bear to leave? Lu Wushuang's face turned red and her body shrank back into the water. Brother Song, wait a moment. I will be done in a moment. Song Qingshu walked directly to the bathtub. No rush, it is more interesting to take your time. Ah? Lu Wushuang was startled and looked at him in a daze. Song Qingshu leaned on the edge of the bathtub and said with a smile, you don't mind if I bathe with you, right? Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise. Her face instantly turned red. How can I do that? Why not? Song Qingshu smiled. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the water. As Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise, he pulled her into his arms. If you continue to scream like this, you might call back the servant girls. Song Qingshu hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. His words were more effective than anything else. Lu Wushuang was so scared that she immediately shut her mouth. Song Qingshu revealed a smile of success. Wushuang, since I am here, let me help you wash away the bad luck. Lu Wushuang's face became hot and she muttered in a small voice, I feel like you are up to no good. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't argue with her about the verbal advantage. Seeing that she didn't object, he directly took action. He cupped the water and gently poured it over her body. His hand slowly slid over her skin. Both of them trembled at the same time. A young girl's skin is really soft and smooth. Song Qingshu secretly praised. For a moment, he could not tell if he liked this kind of young girl or those gentle and charming older sisters. They both have their own good points. It is really hard to choose. Song Qingshu thought for a while and decided not to worry about it. This was a dangerous and chaotic world. If he was not careful, he would become a corpse on the side of the road. But at the same time, it was a world full of opportunities. There were some things that he did not even dare to think about in his previous world. In the end, Lu Wushuang's skin was stained with a layer of pink and her breathing became rapid. Not to mention her, even the experienced Song Qingshu's mouth was dry and his body was extremely hot. Previously on Peach Blossom Island, he had some skin contact with Huang Rong. But because of his moral obsession, he had to be a gentleman. There was already an evil fire in his body. Especially after eating a lot of oysters the night before, when he was slightly stimulated by Lu Wushuang's body, his whole body was already unbearably hot. Feeling the change in his body, Lu Wushuang was no longer a young girl who did not know the world. How could she not know what was going to happen? She bit her lips and leaned forward. She picked up the silk handkerchief and handed it to Song Qingshu. What are you doing? Song Qingshu was startled and did not understand for a moment. Lu Wushuang lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, use this to stuff my mouth, in case I can't control myself and make a sound. She didn't even finish her sentence before she was overwhelmed with embarrassment. What happened with Song Qingshu in the stream left a deep impression on Lu Wushuang. She wanted to scream but was afraid of being discovered by the two people on the shore. She could only bitterly endure it. That kind of torture left a lingering fear in her heart and she did not want to endure it a second time. Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang's body trembled. Her heart was filled with fear and anticipation. Song Qingshu hugged Lu Wushuang from behind and pressed her against the wall of the bathtub. He gently breathed into her ear, have you thought about me during this period of time? Yes, feeling the man's hot breath behind her, Lu Wushuang's voice trembled. She did not know what was going on with her. She felt that she had carelessly given her body to this man. Actually, I am very curious. Why did you do that last time? Do you really love me? Song Qingshu's fingers caressed her tender skin as he slowly asked. Lu Wushuang opened her mouth but could not say the word love. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Do I really love this man? When she thought of this question, Yang Guo's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She could not help but become absent-minded. Sha Dan, do you like brother Yang more? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful expression. No, it's not that, it's just that. Lu Wushuang hurriedly explained. In this world, women were in an extremely weak position. Under the oppression of all kinds of etiquette, many things have been engraved into their bones. Now that she was already Song Qingshu's woman, she was thinking of other men. In this world, she was an existence that was spurned. Unfortunately, when she opened her mouth, she did not know how to explain. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes. If not for the fact that there was no possibility between her and Yang Guo, she would not have done that in the stream outside the city. Seeing Yang Guo is enough to ruin your whole life. You truly live up to your reputation. Seeing Lu Wushuang's nervous expression, Song Qingshu smiled. Wushuang, you don't need to be nervous. I have seen many women who adore him. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. He wondered how Lu Wushuang would react if she knew that her fiancé had been taken to bed by him. Thinking of Pu Cha Chiu Chao, Song Qingshu felt somewhat apologetic. After all, it was not his wish. If there was someone to blame, it was Taj Tisha's fault. Although it was unintentional, it was a fact that he had hurt her. He did not know if the soul transfer technique had completely made her forget that matter. After returning to the Jin Kingdom, he had to make up for it. While he was lost in thought, Lu Wushuang faintly said, Song, brother Song, ever since you cooled me with that thing, your figure would appear in my mind every day. I would even dream of you at night. As for what happened in the stream, I don't know what happened either. Song Qingshu suddenly understood, this world was so conservative. When he had helped Lu Wushuang lower her body temperature, their skin contact was so intense, normal girls would not have treated it as nothing had happened, and from then on, he had appeared in their hearts. I wonder if Huang Rong has the same effect. Thinking about how he touched Huang Rong's skin more than Lu Wushuang's, Song Qingshu could not help but feel excited. But thinking about it again, Huang Rong was not an inexperienced girl. Her mentality was definitely stronger than Lu Wushuang's. Moreover, she was so intelligent. It would be easy for her to sever her emotions. Sighing inwardly, Song Qingshu stroked Lu Wushuang's soft hair. To tell you the truth, I was also shocked by you in the stream. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She looked back at him with some bitterness. Brother Song, you are not a good person. I was impulsive at that time. In the end, you did not even refuse. You did not even give me a chance to regret, Song Qingshu laughed. In that situation, a beautiful girl threw herself at me. If I refused, I would not be a man. Lu Wushuang's small mouth curled up. She said with some dissatisfaction, then if it was any other girl, you would not have refused? Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he replied in all seriousness, of course not. But in the next moment, he laughed, at the very least, it has to be at the same level as your cousin. You actually have ideas about my cousin. Lu Wushuang was so angry that she was going crazy. She opened her small mouth and bit him a few times. After the two of them played around for a while, Lu Wushuang suddenly sighed. Brother Song, I feel that you are only interested in my body. You do not really like me. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted her chin. Aren't you the same? Lu Wushuang subconsciously wanted to refute him. She opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Now that she thought about it, when they first got together in the stream, it was probably because of her body's instinctive attraction. But what about the yearning that followed? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel wronged. Her eyes gradually filled with tears and involuntarily fell. Silly girl, don't you think that I am now the Prince of Qi? Those princes and nobles in Linen have sent me countless beautiful women, but have I looked at them? If I didn't like them, why would I do such a thing to you? Song Qingshu comforted her while wiping the tears on her cheeks. Really? Lu Wushuang blinked her eyes and asked with some joy. Of course, Song Qingshu said with a smile. But what you said is also reasonable. Although we have a good impression of each other, it has not risen to the level of deep love. But I have a fast way to promote the love between us. What way? Lu Wushuang asked. Do you know what is love? Song Qingshu's smile became a little playful. You are so annoying. Although Lu Wushuang was a little girl, she was influenced by the big family and would always know some things. There's a saying that says love isn't something you can say, it's something you can do. Song Qingshu gently lifted her butt and pressed it tightly. Let's create love together. Lu Wushuang shivered, and her skin was dyed with a layer of red. She reached out to put the silk handkerchief in her mouth. Who knew that? Song Qingshu snatched it away. Don't use this, I like to see you grit your teeth and bear it. Compared to the mature and charming style of the young woman, the young girl grit her teeth and bear it was equally attractive. If someone heard it, it would be terrible. The voice coming from Lu Wushuang's throat was mixed with a hint of sweetness. Don't worry, if someone approaches, I will warn in advance. Song Qingshu paused and kissed her earlobe. Of course, don't make too much noise. Otherwise, if the entire Lu mansion heard it, I can't do anything. Bad guy. Lu Wushuang snorted and closed her eyes in embarrassment. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu carried Lu Wushuang out of the bathtub. He picked up the clothes on the side and tied her wrists to the bed. Then he covered her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Brother Song, what are you doing? Her movements were restricted, and she couldn't see anything. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but panic. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. Lu Wushuang's heart trembled and she murmured, Brother Song, you are so bad. The next day, when it was almost noon, Lu Wushuang slowly woke up. Because she was frightened last night, she deliberately ordered the servants not to disturb her and let her sleep a little longer. So, no one came in until now. Otherwise, if they saw her like this, the entire Lu mansion would be in chaos. She pulled off the silk handkerchief covering her eyes and found that the man beside her was gone. She couldn't help but sigh. She vaguely remembered Song Qingshu saying goodbye to her at dawn. Unfortunately, her body was too tired at that time and she could only respond before falling asleep again. Really, why did you leave in such a hurry? Lu Wushuang pouted and snorted with dissatisfaction. But when she saw the messy bed sheets and the silk handkerchief tied to her wrists, her face couldn't help but blush. Last night, her hands were tied and her eyes were covered with the silk handkerchief. Her body was many times more sensitive than usual. Every movement of the other party could cause her soul to tremble. Touching her burning face, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Feeling the strong love in her heart, her eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Brother Song really didn't lie to me. Song Qingshu was in a hurry to return to the north. Plus, last night, he found out that Lu Wushuang was going to meet up with Qingying. So, he said goodbye to her early in the morning. The evil fire that was ignited by Huang Rong was completely released. Today, he immediately felt refreshed. Especially since Lu Wushuang was a young girl, her purine qi was extremely dense, causing his internal energy to be much purer. It seems that the famous female protagonists in the Golden Book have gathered the essence of heaven and earth. Each one of them is of such high quality. Song Qingshu secretly sighed in admiration. He was afraid that the seniors of the Tantric Buddhism who practiced the joyous dhyana did not have such good luck as he did. That was why they often went berserk. Thinking of Lu Wushuang's gentle and moving appearance last night, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. He thought that he had to find an opportunity to give her a status. He couldn't follow Duan Jingchun's example and abandon her. Song Qingshu went all the way to the north. Because he heard about Murong Jingyue, he didn't directly return to the Jin kingdom. Instead, he went to Yangzhou to find Zhao Min. After a few days, he finally arrived at Yangzhou. Seeing that Yangzhou had returned to its former prosperity, he couldn't help but secretly praise Zhou Jiruo's ability. Although she didn't have much experience, she was still able to manage this place in an orderly manner. He just didn't know how much of it was thanks to Zhao Min. I wonder how the two of them have been getting along. Arriving at the Yangzhou city guard office, Song Qingshu found out that Zhou Jiruo and Zhao Min were there. He stopped the soldiers from going in to inform them and walked straight in, wanting to give them a surprise. Before he reached the office, he faintly heard quarreling voices coming from the study room. "Hey, your imagination is really poor. It's just like your breasts." Song Qingshu was startled. He could tell that it was Zhao Min's voice. He couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Zhou Jiruo's breasts weren't big, they were at least B to C. It had nothing to do with flat breasts. Outside the door, Song Qingshu's expression became even weirder. Zhao Min was born into a Mongolian noble family and grew up in the grasslands. She ate beef and drank horse milk from a young age, so the nutrition she absorbed was naturally incomparable to that of a Han woman. In addition, she grew up on horseback and often exercised, so her body was very fit and beautiful, especially with a pair of large breasts. Although she had been tightly wrapped in clothes, the full shape still reminded people of the few times they had accidentally touched her breasts. Although he did not deliberately measure them, they were definitely above D's. Aya, a person who is as poor as her breasts. You're really incurably eccentric. Zhao Min's voice sounded again, and Song Qingshu was speechless. This mockery was really full marks. As expected, the sound of fighting soon came from inside the room, but it ended quickly. Then, Zhou Jiruo's voice carried a hint of delight. Aya, no matter which one it is, it's really big and useless. Song Qingshu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although Zhao Min was resourceful, her martial strength was far inferior to Zhou Jiruo's. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better for him not to go in for the time being. "Let go of me," Zhao Min said rather angrily. "I'm not letting go. Bite me if you dare." Zhou Jiruo's laughter was full of pride. "What are you so proud of, you washboard?" Zhao Min scolded angrily. As expected, Zhou Jiruo flew into a rage. "Fat pig, what did you say?" "I said you're ugly." Zhao Min did not seem to care about angering the other party at all. "An auntie who specializes in producing milk." Zhou Jiruo's snow-white face flashed with a hint of anger. Zhao Min immediately retorted, "The body of a child. Don't you feel guilty with Song Qingshu on top of you?" Outside the door, Song Qingshu suddenly felt like he had been shot in the knee. What did this have to do with him? He was sitting at home, and the pot fell from the sky. "You dead pig who was soaked in water." Zhou Jiruo was almost driven crazy by Zhao Min, "You skeleton who was eaten by wolves." Zhao Min naturally did not want to be outdone. Hashtag hashtag and asterisk. The two of them started cursing at each other. Song Qingshu found it both funny and admirable. He really didn't know how these two had so many strange words in their minds. In the end, Zhou Jiruo was no match for Zhao Min. She angrily grabbed her neck. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you." "I don't believe it." Who knew that Zhao Min didn't take it seriously at all. She looked at her with disdain. "For a scheming woman like you who wants to be the empress, at this time, you definitely wouldn't do anything to make the surnamed Song hate you, especially when the surnamed Song is fickle and has so many talented and beautiful women by his side. All of them are strong opponents for you." "I'm scheming?" Zhou Jiruo sneered. "A mistress like you who hangs around other people's husbands all day isn't much better." Zhao Min seemed to have been poked in the foot. "You bitch." "What does bitch mean?" Zhou Jiruo was startled. "I think it's a word from Song Qingshu's hometown. It has the same meaning as a whore." Zhao Min thought of the word Song Qingshu taught her and said proudly. Zhou Jiruo's face darkened. "Mistress. Mistress. Mistress." The two women quickly fell into a quarrel again, leaving Song Qingshu in a mess outside the door. He could not help but think of the Winter Horse Gang and Shelley Gang in the White Album 2 online forum in his previous life. Winter Horse Mistress. Shelley bitch. What's with this strong sense of déjà vu? Song Qingshu felt that he could not watch the show anymore. Otherwise, who knew what the two women would do? Cough. Zhou Jiruo and Zhao Min were in the middle of arguing when they suddenly heard a strange cough coming from the door. The two women turned around. At that moment, the expressions on their faces were very complicated. There was both joy and awkwardness. As if they had made an agreement, the two women let go of each other and began to tidy up their clothes that were messed up from the fight. "You're back?" Zhou Jiruo was his wife after all. At this moment, she was in a position to greet him. However, thinking that he must have seen her performance just now, she could not help but feel embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Humph, did I tell you in advance so that you could be prepared and act like a weak little white flower? Zhao Min took the opportunity to hit her when she was down. She ran to Song Qingshu and began to complain, you saw her for yourself. She's like a tigress. I've been living like hell these days. If you didn't come back, I'm afraid you'd have to collect my corpse in the future. Zhou Zhirua was so angry that her teeth itched. However, now that Song Qingshu was here, it was not convenient for her to use the force that she was best at. She could only stare at him. Obviously, Zhao Min understood all this. She hid beside Song Qingshu and looked at her proudly. She couldn't help making a face, which almost made Zhou Zhirua explode with anger. Song Qingshu was speechless and said awkwardly, you're exaggerating. Zhirua has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I don't see any scars on your body. After all, Zhou Zhirua was his wife. No matter what, it was not convenient for him to side with an outsider. Zhao Min exploded in an instant. What sharp tongue but soft heart? It's obvious that she has a soft mouth but a sharp heart. The reason why I don't have any scars is because of my intelligence and intelligence. I can barely keep myself safe. Ahem, if Zhirua has done anything wrong to you during this period, I will apologize to you on her behalf. Song Qingshu had no choice but to say. This time, Zhou Zhirua couldn't take it anymore. Why should I apologize to her? I didn't do anything wrong. Similarly, Zhao Min didn't accept it. Humph, she should apologize to me. What's the point of your apology? Hearing what she said, Zhou Zhirua's eyes lit up. She ran directly to Song Qingshu and hugged his arm. He is my husband. Isn't it reasonable for a husband to apologize to his wife? If you are dissatisfied, you can ask your man to stand up for you. You. Zhao Min was instantly speechless. This was her biggest weakness now. Okay. I came back this time for something important. Song Qingshu knew that if he got involved in the battle between the two women, he would probably die without a corpse left. Thus, he very wisely diverted their attention. Hearing that they were talking about serious matters, the two women's expressions became serious. First, tell me about the situation in Yangzhou. Song Qingshu said to Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua nodded and slowly replied, during this time, we thoroughly cleaned up the Jiangnan Green camp. First, we solved the problem of unpaid salaries. Song Qingshu was startled. How did you solve it? It should be known that unpaid salaries were the most common problem in ancient society. For example, in an integrated army of 10,000 people, it was actually very good to have 70% of the people. Most of the time, there were only 3,000 to 5,000 people. Of course, the imperial court naturally distributed the rations according to the quota of 10,000 people. The extra was naturally divided among the generals and their confidants. In ancient times, there were very few famous generals who could not receive unpaid salaries. Only a few people like General Yu could receive a full quota. Even a famous general like Han Shizhong was a big one who received unpaid salaries. However, Han Shizhong was fine. Although it was very bad for him to receive unpaid salaries, he had the ability to maintain the combat strength of the troops. He was much better than the other generals who only received unpaid salaries but did not get paid. On the day of payday, we have the soldiers line up one by one and hand them to them and register, Zhou Zhirua replied. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Good idea. But this is too hard on you. It's not hard at all. Zhou Zhirua pursed her lips and smiled. When she saw the pouting look on Zhao Min's face, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Zhao came up with this idea. Oh? Song Qingshu turned to look at her. As expected of the princess who is as quick-witted as a fox. Humph, Zhao Min raised her head arrogantly and said to Zhou Zhirua, it's only because I'm here that you don't dare to take my credit. I'm not that despicable, Zhou Zhirua replied coldly. Is that so? Zhao Min deliberately dragged out her tone and the suspicion in her eyes made Zhou Zhirua almost go crazy again. All right. Seeing that the two were about to start a fight again, Song Qingshu hurriedly interrupted, by the way, Zhirua, how many soldiers were there in Yangzhou in the end? Zhou Zhirua replied, previously, Li Keshou claimed that there were 100,000 soldiers in the Green Camp under her command. But after counting, it was far from that number. The phenomenon of them eating without pay was extremely serious. In addition, many of them escaped from the previous battle and the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were excluded. After calculating it, there were only about 38,000 soldiers. Including the troops of the Golden Snake Battalion you left last time and the new soldiers I recruited, there are only 50,000 soldiers now. That's not a small number. No matter how elite an army is, it doesn't matter how many there are. Unlike Zhou Zhirua, who was depressed, Song Qingshu was more satisfied with this result. Moreover, he knew very well that victory or defeat had nothing to do with the number of soldiers. For example, the Song dynasty had millions of imperial soldiers, but wasn't it still famous for being weak? They were beaten by tens of thousands of elite Jurchen soldiers until they cried for their parents. Moreover, if there were too many soldiers, the soldiers' pay was also a big problem. Because of the war with Manchuria, the Ming dynasty spent more and more soldiers' pay, but they could only increase taxes on the poor peasants, which further ignited the domestic peasant uprising. In the end, the Ming dynasty died because of internal and external troubles. Zhao Men obviously agreed with his point of view. Yes, the quality of the soldiers is more important than the quantity. In the previous expeditions to the west, our Mongolia swept the plains of Eastern Europe with a few 10,000 soldiers. In the war with the Jin Kingdom at Wild Fox Ridge a few years ago, the enemy had 300,000 soldiers, so what? In the end, they were completely defeated and wanted to surrender the world's most powerful country. Speaking of the glory of the Mongolian Empire, Zhao Men had a very proud look on her face. Yes, yes, yes. You Mongolians are powerful. Mountain city of Chongqing and Xianxia city can't do without your heroism. Zhou Zhirua said in a strange tone. The Mongolian Empire had dominated the world for all these years, but they only lost Prince Menkan Diaoyu city. They also suffered heavy losses in Xiangyang city for many years. Obviously, Zhou Zhirua said this to deliberately mock Zhao Min. Sure enough, Zhao Min was provoked and angrily said, "Surnamed Zhou, are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Zhou Zhirua spread out her hands and said innocently, "I'm just speaking the truth." Is the truth making life difficult for you? Why are you so narrow-minded? Seeing Zhao Min's pretty face flushed red with anger, as if she was about to explode at any time, Song Qingshu felt that he was really in the middle of a battlefield. All right, each of you talk less. 50,000 soldiers are enough, but we have to completely disrupt their organization and at the same time, insert our own people in the middle and lower ranks. Some people don't even think of this. Zhao Men looked provocatively at Zhou Zhirua, finally regaining some ground. But with me here, of course these things will be solved. Zhou Zhirua remained unmoved as she faintly said, "Without me, you wouldn't be able to display your skills, no matter how capable you are." Her words made Zhao Min's fist hit empty air and she felt stifled in her heart. Song Qingshu felt his scalp go numb as he thought that asking the two of them at the same time was his biggest mistake. He should have talked to each of them in private. Seeing that she had gained the upper hand, Zhou Zhirua looked at Zhao Min with pride before reporting to Song Qingshu as if she was asking for credit. I've already looked through the resumes of the officials in Jianghuai, and there are many who are corrupt. But considering that Yangzhou has just been annexed, we have to focus on stability. Our focus is still on controlling the army, so we've only made some minor adjustments to those officials. Aside from a few especially disgraceful officials that I killed to warn the others, we haven't touched the rest. We'll slowly settle the score with them after everything has stabilized. Well done, stability is indeed the most important thing right now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Min in surprise. You came up with this too? The princess is truly an all-rounder. Zhou Zhirua's face darkened, while Zhao Min couldn't help chuckling. I'm asking for credit from you, but I never thought that you'd directly give the credit to this princess. Looks like I'm smarter and more reliable than some people in your heart. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Song Qingshu felt a chill down his spine and instantly changed his words. But Zhirua, you're even more amazing to be able to command such a powerful person to work for you. Hearing his words, Zhou Zhirua's face looked better, but Zhao Min's face darkened. What about taxes? Song Qingshu secretly wiped his cold sweat and quickly changed the topic. Taxes are more troublesome. Zhou Zhirua frowned. Although Jianghuai is rich, most of the land is concentrated in the hands of the gentry. Unfortunately, the previous tax policy gave preferential treatment to those with scholarly honors. The gentry could reduce a lot of taxes, and many poor farmers would attach their land to the gentry to avoid taxes. Over time, it's easy to be annexed by the gentry. The tax collected is much less than the actual amount of land. Land annexation? That's a necessary stage in a feudal society. It's normal. Song Qingshu began to ponder. Although he understood the inevitability of this, he still had to think of a way to solve this problem. He did not want to go to war without pay and follow in the footsteps of Chongzhen. Actually, it's easy to solve this problem, Zhao Min suddenly said. How to solve it? Zhou Zhirua had been having a headache over this problem recently, so she asked subconsciously. Raising her chin, Zhao Min's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. Beg me. Zhou Zhirua's breath stopped, and she directly turned her head away, choosing to ignore it. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Princess, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Seeing that you have a good attitude, I'll teach you a few things. Seeing that Zhou Zhirua was saying that she was ignoring it, but was actually listening attentively, Zhao Min's smile was very bright. Our Mongolian Empire has a vast territory, and taxation is also a big problem. In the beginning, we improved on the taxation method of Han people, but the effect wasn't very good. Later on, the Han people came up with an idea and invented a new method of taxation, which is to raise the tax rate to a very high level. TSK, what good idea did I have at that time? Zhou Zhirua sneered. If we raise the tax rate, won't the lower class people revolt? Why are you so impatient? I haven't finished yet. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at her and continued, this tax rate is very high, and it's true that ordinary people can't afford it. However, the imperial court will set up an organization that can issue loans to the people to pay the tax. At the same time, they will extend the repayment period appropriately. Of course, the longer the repayment period, the higher the interest. Won't this make life difficult for the people? Won't they still revolt? Zhou Zhirua frowned. Of course not. Zhao Min suddenly laughed coldly. The lower class people are animals that are content. As long as there is a choice, they won't revolt. The imperial court is lending them money to give them a choice. Isn't this multi-layered exploitation? Zhou Zhirua was very unhappy. You Mongolians are really vampires. So what? Zhao Min did not care at all. The weak are prey to the strong. This method may seem inhumane, but the tax we collect is 10 times more than what you Han people do. The Mongolian treasury is full, and we can organize a stronger army to conquer more countries. Rude barbarians. Zhou Zhirua snorted. She had to admit that there was a reason why the Mongolians were so powerful. Song Qingshu had a strange expression when he heard this. The imperial court borrowing money from the people to pay taxes. Why did it sound like a mortgage in the future? The princess's plan is very reasonable. Song Qingshu praised Zhao Min and suddenly changed the topic. But this method is too advanced. If we're not careful, we can easily kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. It might not be a problem in the short term, but after a decade or so, all kinds of problems will occur. When that time comes, the people won't be able to survive, and the country will be in danger of collapsing. There were many economists, mathematicians, and political geniuses in the future who were calculating the model of the real estate market. Even so, there were occasional economic crises all over the world. In today's world, Song Qingshu did not believe that there were so many scientists who could solve this extremely complicated financial system. At most, the people in the past had just started to get involved in this field. They were still trying to figure out all the experience, and there would definitely be many big problems in the future. Historically, Mongolia had adopted the tax policy of the Hui people. In the beginning, they did enjoy some benefits, but later on, there was a serious upheaval, and they had to give up on this method. Although Zhao Min was smart, she was still limited by the times. She felt that this tax method was very effective. She told Song Qingshu everything, but he did not appreciate it. She could not help but feel angry. You think this won't work, and that won't work. Looks like you have an idea? I have a few ideas. Let me think about it first. Song Qingshu's mind was racing, and he did not notice the change in Zhao Min's emotions. Seeing that he was taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Min snorted and turned her head. She decided not to give this B***starred any ideas in the future. Zhou Zhirua, on the other hand, was in high spirits. It was obvious that she was happy to see this situation. Song Qingshu did not notice the undercurrent between the two women. He began to carefully think about the tax problem. The first idea that came to his mind was to beat up the local tyrants and divide the land. The path that Taizu had taken back then proved to be practical and effective. It brought out the enthusiasm of the vast number of farmers, and it would explode with terrifying power. However, he quickly dispelled this idea. It was not the right time yet. The reason why Taizu was successful back then was because of internal and external troubles. China was facing an unprecedented change in 1,000 years, and it had reached a point where there could be no construction without destruction. In this world, the scholar official class controlled a large amount of wealth. At the same time, almost all the talented people came from the gentry class. If they were completely offended, they could just escape to other countries. In addition, the gentry class also controlled the public opinion. At that time, he would really become a butcher. It must be known that Li Zicheng's mistake was not far away. Chongzhen did not make a move on the gentry in the capital even when he was out of ammunition and food. In the end, Li Zicheng plundered tens of millions of silver from the gentry families when he entered the city of Beijing. Although he felt good for a while, he was regarded as an irreconcilable enemy by the scholar officials of the world. On the contrary, the Manchurian Qing treated these gentry very well. Therefore, they all became the leaders of the Manchurian Qing. Because the gentry's clans were very powerful in their local areas, with them as the vanguard, the Manchurian Qing was able to sweep the world with tens of thousands of Eight Banners army. Song Qingshu still needed the gentry class to help govern the place. He needed the support of the gentry class to conquer the world. After all, the peasants in this world did not have any culture at all. It was possible to count on them to become roving bandits and loot, but it was really impossible to count on them to do great things. He did not want to become Li Zicheng, so he could only give up the tempting idea of the future. Do you have any ideas or not? If not, use mine. Zhao Min waited at the side. Seeing that he did not speak, she suddenly became a little impatient. Of course I do. Song Qingshu had already sorted out his thoughts and directly replied, we can use the method of never increasing taxes and spreading the people's land to work together. What do you mean? The two girls looked confused. Song Qingshu explained, I used to be just a common person. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to consider the lives of the common people. Never increasing taxes is mainly to reduce the burden of the common people. Of course, it is also to win the hearts of the people. In the future, when the common people of other countries hear that we are going, they will greet the imperial army with food. Zhou Zhirua had also lived at the bottom of society in the past, so she strongly agreed with his idea. That's right. Now that the world is in chaos, the common people are faced with all kinds of exorbitant taxes and levies, and they often have to raise taxes. They have long been suffering unspeakably. Qingshu, it is really admirable that you can think of them. I also like it very much. Zhao Min could not help but say sourly, anyone can have a reputation, but if you want face, you can't have substance. If you don't increase taxes, when the time comes, there will be no money and army pay, and you can only be trampled on in the disputes between the various countries. Maybe there will be another Song Shanggong in history. So this can only be solved by spreading the people to work on the land. Song Qingshu explained unhurriedly, in the past, the tax was collected by the head tax. The number of people paid the tax according to the number of people. However, often the poor people have a few people in a family, and the gentry have a dozen people in a family. The wealth of the two sides is countless levels apart, so it is unreasonable to calculate the tax according to the number of people. If the tax is paid according to the number of acres of land owned, then not only can it reduce the burden of the poor people, but it can also greatly enrich the national treasury, and the tax collected will be far more than before. It was the Qing dynasty that never increased taxes and allowed people to enter the fields. Although the Qing dynasty's weakness towards the Han Chinese and later the Western powers became an indelible black mark, from the perspective of a feudal dynasty, some of its systems were much better than many of the previous dynasties. Zhou Zhihua was still thinking, but Zhao Min's eyes lit up. Yes, it's a good idea, but there are two problems. First, such a tax policy will greatly harm the interests of the gentry. How will it be implemented? Song Qingshu said coldly, what's the use of the 50,000 elite soldiers we raise? What's more, now that we have the prestige of a great victory, those gentry will not dare to resist. Zhao Min nodded and also thought that his idea was feasible. Then there's the second problem. If you do this, you will definitely offend the majority of the gentry. What if they run to other countries? You should know that there are many countries now, and they don't necessarily have to stay under your rule. Song Qingshu smiled and said, don't worry, the gentry class also has its natural weakness. Their power and roots are here. If they move to another country, they will definitely lose a lot of wealth, and the connections they have accumulated before will disappear. These losses may not be less than the taxes they have to pay according to the requirements. What's more, if they move to other countries, it will definitely harm the interests of the big families in those countries. The other party will definitely make things difficult for them. Therefore, unless we want to kill them all, they will never move. It should be known that when the Western Jin dynasty was in chaos and Yongjia moved south, except for those families who were particularly close to Sima Yu and Sima Rue, the remaining real top families, such as the Qinghe Chui clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, did not move south at all. And those families that moved south also had a fierce power struggle with the local gentry in Jiangnan. With history as a mirror, Song Qingshu was so sure. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, the ancestral graves of those great clans are still here. Zhou Zhihua suddenly added in a chilling tone. Zhao Men looked at Song Qingshu and then looked at Zhou Zhihua. She couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes I have to sigh that you two are really a match made in heaven. One eats people without spitting out the bones, and the other is cruel and merciless. Zhou Zhihua raised her eyebrows. For the first time, she didn't get angry. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Song Qingshu held her hand and said softly, Zhihua, I just mentioned the general policy. As for how to implement it, I'll have to trouble you. Even though they had been married for so long, Zhou Zhihua still blushed when he held her hand. However, she suddenly reacted and looked at Zhao Min provocatively. Then, she replied in an extremely gentle voice, Qingshu, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you have entrusted to me. After all, we are husband and wife. Hey, I really can't stand you guys. You guys are so mushy. Can't you see that there's someone else beside you? Zhao Min shuddered and rubbed her arms exaggeratedly. You guys go ahead. I'm going out first. He didn't wait for their response and walked out without looking back. She walked aimlessly to the back garden. Her relaxed expression suddenly collapsed. She sat on the swing and kicked the stones on the ground in annoyance. It's really annoying. Why do I have to steal a man from that surnamed show every time? As soon as she said this, she was stunned. She looked around guiltily. Seeing that no one heard her, she let out a long sigh of relief. However, thinking of her own worries, she couldn't help but sit on the swing in a daze. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhihua were affectionate for a long time. They told each other what happened during the time they were apart. They didn't separate until a subordinate came to report government affairs. I have to deal with business. You must be tired from the journey. Go to the room and rest. Zhou Zhihua gently tidied up his clothes. Then take your time. Seeing her serious expression, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He kissed her cheek and walked out of the study. Perhaps it was because Zhou Zhihua lost her father at a young age and grew up in a place like Mountamay. She had to compete with many of her martial sisters for Abbess Miju's favor. As a result, she always had a sense of insecurity in her heart. At the same time, she developed a strong personality that was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Perhaps it was because she thought of Audiobook and the other competitors. She also wanted to make some achievements to prove herself, so she forgot to eat and sleep and threw herself into the government affairs in Yangzhou. Although she didn't have any experience, she was smart. In addition, she had Zhao Min and a series of subordinates to assist her. Now, she was gradually able to handle things with ease. But husband, you're still busy with business when you're back. Can't you get intimate with me first before going to do it? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh at some of the plots in the original work. In a sense, Zhou Zhirua and Yu Lingshan were the same type of people. They were both very serious and focused on business. However, whether it was Zhang Wuji or Ling Huchong, they both had romantic personalities. Naturally, they preferred women like Zhao Min and Ren Yingying, who were tired of business and were more interested in romance. However, Song Qingshu didn't look down on Zhou Zhirua in the slightest. With her personality, what he needed the most right now was this kind of serious wife to help him deal with all kinds of government affairs. Along the way, Song Qingshu's mind was in a whirl, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the back garden. Suddenly, under the afterglow of the setting sun, he saw an incomparably beautiful girl hugging her knees as she sat on a swing not far away. Her body was half leaning against the ropes on both sides, and the ropes outlined her graceful figure. However, at this moment, the young girl was staring at the distant north in a daze. Her beautiful face was filled with melancholy. Homesick? Song Qingshu walked to Zhao Min's side and asked softly. Zhao Min seemed to be startled awake. She turned back to look at him and snorted coldly. Aren't you at Zhou Zhirua's place accompanying her? I'm worried that you're taking things too hard, so I came to see you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but despise himself for being a glib talker. It was obvious that Zhou Zhirua had to deal with business, and he had no choice but to leave. Yet, he made it sound so nice. TSK, who wants to see you? Zhao Min snorted, but her expression softened a lot. Are you homesick? Song Qingshu grabbed the swing and repeated the question. Zhao Min's eyes turned red, but she quickly concealed it. So what if I miss home? So what if I don't miss home? You won't let me go anyway, so why would I look for trouble? Don't make it sound so pessimistic. You make it sound like I'm treating you like a prisoner and bullying you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Isn't that the case? Song Qingshu held his breath and was somewhat speechless. After all, to a certain extent, Zhao Min was now imprisoned by him. Actually, I came back this time to bring you back to the north. Song Qingshu coughed twice and hurriedly diverted her attention. Zhao Min's eyes lit up, but she quickly curled her lips and said, You still have a tigress at home. It would be strange if you would let me go with you. Song Qingshu was speechless. It seemed that Zhao Min and Zhou Zhirua were born to be incompatible. After fighting each other for so many years, they didn't miss any opportunity to hurt each other. I'm taking you away for serious business, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. I found news about Murong Jingyue. What? Zhao Min suddenly sat up straight. Where is that bastard? Over the past year, she had been tortured by the three-corpse brain god pill. Although it hadn't acted up, she shuddered at the thought of such a thing lurking in her head. Especially girls, they had a natural fear of insects, so every day was a bit of a torture. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, I can't tell you now. I don't want you to go to him impulsively and alert him. Didn't you want to go with me? How could you alert the enemy? Tell me in the end. Zhao Min even pulled his arm and began to act like a spoiled child. It could be seen how deep her resentment towards Murong Jingyue was. The main thing is that I have to go back to the Jin Kingdom. I can't go with you until I finish my business there. Song Qingshu suddenly closed his mouth and almost said the word Liao. Back to the Jin Kingdom? Zhao Min frowned and asked, Is it because of the Song dynasty's northern expedition? How do you know? Song Qingshu was surprised. After all, the Song dynasty was preparing for the northern expedition in secret. He only got the news because he was in a high position. Humph, the Song dynasty's army has been moving frequently recently. They are gathering at the south bank of the Yangtze River. Even a pig can see that they are going to attack the north. Zhao Min said disdainfully. Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking that most people in the world had become pigs. Do you think everyone is as smart as you? Obviously, the Song dynasty is serious this time. What are you going to do when you go back to the Jin Kingdom? Zhao Min had already known that he pretended to be Tang Qibian in the Jin Kingdom. Now that the whole world knew that the power of the Jin Kingdom was in the hands of Tang Qibian, she naturally knew what Song Qingshu was going to do when he went back. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't tell her that the Jin Kingdom's emperor had been replaced. After all, the new emperor was from the Mongolian camp. He was worried that she would leak the secret. Different situations call for different actions. The Song dynasty is very good at defending cities, but they are not good at attacking in the field. Song Qingshu was full of confidence a moment ago, but the next moment, he looked at Zhao Min with a smile and said, "Of course, I still need your help." "Help me plan." Zhao Min curled her lips and said, "Why should I help you?" Song Qingshu tidied up his clothes and pretended to leave. He said, "It's okay if you don't want to help me. Then you stay here and continue to accompany Jirua. I will come to pick you up after I finish the business in the Jin Kingdom." Zhao Min's expression changed. She hurriedly stopped him and said, all right. I will help you. You win." Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Is Jirua so scary?" Zhao Min snorted and said, "If it were in the past, I wouldn't be afraid of her. But now that I am a prisoner, I don't have enough power to use. No matter how smart I am, I can't overcome the absolute gap in strength. I am exhausted these days. Can't you get along with each other?" Song Qingshu said helplessly. Zhao Min looked at him strangely and smiled playfully. She said, "You really have some dirty thoughts." Song Qingshu's face reddened and he awkwardly changed the topic. The two chatted for a while in the back garden. Time passed unknowingly. Suddenly there was a light cough behind them. The two turned around and found Zhou Jirua looking at them with an unfriendly expression. "Time to eat." Zhou Jirua snorted and turned to leave. Song Qingshu held his breath and subconsciously looked back at Zhao Min, only to find that she was winking at him. That moment of flirtatiousness really made him feel like he had been electrocuted. Zhao Min giggled and said, "Your one is jealous." But no matter how you looked at it, her voice was gloating. What a vixen. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. He had to sigh that no wonder Zhao Min was so popular in the original work. Her charm was really not fake. Soon, the three of them gathered at the dining table. Song Qingshu sat at the head of the table, while Zhou Jirua and Zhao Min sat on his left and right. From the point of view of an onlooker, the two stunning beauties on his left and right side were really enjoying the bliss of having two wives. But only Song Qingshu understood how torturous it was to sit between them. Feeling as if there were sparks in the air, Song Qingshu coughed and deliberately shouted in an exaggerated manner, "Wow, this chicken leg is shiny and fragrant. It must be delicious. I'm just hungry." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of chicken leg in the air. But before he could put it back into his bowl, the two women handed their bowls to him at the same time as if they had agreed on it. Song Qingshu's body stiffened. He really wanted to give himself a big slap. If you want to eat it, you should eat it quietly. Why do you have to be so high profile? Now it's over. I asked my husband to put food in my bowl. What are you doing? Zhou Jirua squinted at Zhao Min and then asked Song Qingshu coquettishly, "Qingshu, it's natural for a husband to put food in his wife's bowl, isn't it?" Yes. Song Qingshu was speechless. The chicken leg in his hand gradually moved towards Zhou Jirua's bowl. Wait. Zhao Min moved the bowl in her hand forward. I've helped you so much in Yangzhou during this time. Even if I don't get credit, I've worked hard. What's more, Qingshu will need my help when he goes to the Jin Kingdom. What's wrong with asking him to get me a drumstick? After saying that, he looked at Song Qingshu with a smile and said, "Qingshu, don't you think so?" Yes. A chill ran down Song Qingshu's spine. He looked at her white teeth, which were clearly delicate, but at this moment, they seemed to be emitting a cold light. Qingshu, why are you calling me so intimately?" Zhou Jirua's face darkened as she said angrily. Zhao Min didn't care at all. Isn't his name Qingshu? How about I call him Big Brother Song, Big Brother Song? You. Zhou Jirua almost choked to death by her words. All right. Song Qingshu secretly wiped his cold sweat. He directly stuffed the chicken leg into Zhou Jiruo's bowl. Then he quickly picked up a piece of lamb chop from the table and gave it to Zhao Min. Your Highness, you grew up on the grassland. I think you're more used to eating lamb. Unexpectedly, the smile on Zhao Min's face disappeared instantly. She put the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said, I don't want to eat lamb today. Zhou Jiruo was very unhappy when she saw her husband picking food for her. However, when she saw Zhao Min's current appearance, her anger turned into joy. Qingshu, you're so nice. As she said that, she used her shoulder to nudge Song Qingshu next to her. Humph. Zhao Min suddenly stood up and turned to walk outside. Your Highness, where are you going? Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. I can't eat, so I'm going out to relax. Zhao Min answered without looking back. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but the smile on Zhou Jiruo's face became even brighter. However, Zhao Min suddenly stopped when she reached the door. As if she had thought of something, she turned around and sat back down. Why did you come back? The smile on Zhou Jiruo's face instantly froze. Zhao Min picked up her bowl and chopsticks again to eat. As she ate, she answered in a muffled voice, because I've thought it through. There's no need to use other people's mistakes to punish myself. When the time comes, I'll be the one starving. Zhou Jiruo's breath stopped. However, when she saw that the other party was focused on eating and clearly didn't intend to pay attention to her, her interest waned. She snorted and also began to eat. In this strange atmosphere, the three of them finished their meal. In order to avoid a repeat of the charaba, Song Qingshu hid in the study room to look through the various documents in the Jianghuai region. Zhao Min had clearly lost the mood to bicker with Zhou Jiruo. After chatting for a while, she returned to her room. Zhou Jiruo changed into a set of casual clothes and sat by the side, occasionally answering some of Song Qingshu's questions about official matters. It was a different kind of fun. After understanding the affairs in the Jianghuai region, it was already late at night. Song Qingshu got up and stretched his waist. Jiruo, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Oh, Zhou Jiruo, who was previously quite capable and experienced, suddenly blushed. Song Qingshu walked over and hugged her waist with a smile. We're already an old married couple, why are you still shy? Who's an old married couple with you? Zhou Jiruo rolled her eyes. I'm still very young. Yes. You're young, but I'm already old. I'm just an old cow eating young grass. Song Qingshu laughed. You're so annoying. Zhou Jiruo's heart was stirred by his words. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to carry her. Where's your room? Show me the way. After leaving Yangzhou, Zhou Jiruo and the rest cleaned up a new place and moved out from the previous temporary residence. So he didn't know where his wife's room was. Ah, put me down. Zhou Jiruo exclaimed. She was embarrassed and anxious. What if someone sees us? If someone sees us, then so be it. Everyone knows that you're my wife. It's not like we're an adulterous couple. What are you afraid of? Song Qingshu didn't stop. He carried her and walked out. You really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Zhou Jiruo was so angry that she kept punching his chest. If you're afraid of being seen, show me the way quickly. We'll go into the house soon. Otherwise, it'll be easy for everyone to know if we're fooling around outside, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Zhou Jiruo blushed. Sure enough, she quieted down instantly. She pointed in a direction and said, that way. All right. Song Qingshu strode forward as if he was in a hurry. Be careful, don't let anyone see us. Otherwise, how will I be able to raise my head in front of them in the future? Zhou Jiruo nervously grabbed onto her husband's clothes and said in a panic. Don't worry. As Song Qingshu was speaking, a few servant girls suddenly appeared in the corridor. Zhou Jiruo was so scared that she almost cried out. Fortunately, Song Qingshu reacted quickly. His figure flashed and he hid behind the fake mountain at the side. I think I saw something just now. Because Song Qingshu was too fast, the servant girl only felt her eyes blur. She didn't have time to see what it was. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The other servant girl didn't look in front of her just now. Now that she saw nothing, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Maybe. The servant girl from before wasn't sure either. Soon, the few of them left. In the dark, Zhou Zhihua finally let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but slap Song Qingshu's chest angrily. Put me down. Didn't you not see us? Seeing her face blushing, Song Qingshu found it particularly interesting. How could he bear to put her down? If I'm seen. Zhou Zhihua opened her mouth and deliberately put on a fierce expression. I'll bite you to death. Bite? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. You're welcome to bite me. Zhou Zhihua had been with him for so long. How could she not know his dirty thoughts? She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. You really are a bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Song Qingshu carried her and strolled in the courtyard. Then, they dodged two groups of servants. Zhou Zhihua was scared witless. That's right, why didn't I see Li Yuanji this time? Song Qingshu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Previously, he was dizzy from Zhao Men and Zhou Zhihua's quarrel, and now he was looking forward to this matter. It must be known that previously, he had sent Li Yuanji back to Yangzhou to look for her father. Can we go back to the room and ask? Zhou Zhihua nervously looked around, afraid that her embarrassed appearance would be seen by others. No, I want to know now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry for Li Yuanji. Although Li Yuanji was also a weird little demoness and might not be at a disadvantage against others, whether it was Zhou Zhihua or Zhao Min, they were both demonesses who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Li Yuanji really didn't have the slightest chance against the two of them. Zhou Zhihua was very smart and good at reading people's expressions. As soon as she saw his expression, she guessed what he was thinking. Don't worry, she said snappily, I didn't hurt your delicate and lovely Yuanji Mimi. She is now in Shandong. Shandong? Song Qingshu was stunned. Zhou Zhihua explained, her father, Li Kexiu, has been in Jianghuai for many years. His power here is deeply rooted. I'm worried that leaving him here will cause some people with bad intentions to have thoughts that they shouldn't have. So I might as well transfer him to Shandong and put him under house arrest. This way, those schemers in Yangzhou won't be able to use his name and prestige to do anything. Yeah, well done. I didn't think it through before. Song Qingshu recalled that in the future, there would often be a rotation of generals to prevent the army from becoming a private army. Li Kexiu had been the boss of Jianghuai for so many years, so leaving him here would indeed be a hidden danger. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and carry me into the room. Zhou Zhihua instantly panicked when she vaguely heard someone's voice not far away. All right, Song Qingshu hugged her, and they quickly entered her room. Closing the door, Song Qingshu swept the things on the table to the side and placed Zhou Zhihua on it. Zhou Zhihua's heart jumped. She had more or less guessed what he wanted to do. Her charming face seemed to be smeared with rouge, but she was also faintly looking forward to it in her heart. Song Qingshu undid her belt with familiarity and reached his hand between her thighs. Suddenly, a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. Zhihua, you just said that you don't want it on the way here, but in the end, you're so aroused. Zhou Zhihua was so embarrassed that she turned her face away. She simply wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was indeed very afraid on the way here, but she didn't know if it was because of the uneasy feeling of danger that her body was several times more sensitive than usual. Even though it wasn't a long journey, she was already surging with passion. Song Qingshu liked to see her shy look. Entering her body while she was bashful was a very pleasurable experience. Zhou Zhihua's body trembled and she instantly wrapped around the man on top of her like an octopus. I want a child. Zhou Zhihua's face was flushed as she shyly said in Song Qingshu's ear. Okay. Song Qingshu actually had the same intention. After all, with the expansion of the territory and the increasing number of subordinates, having children would also make everyone feel at ease. As the main wife, Zhou Zhihua naturally had to be the first to conceive. It was a simple word, but it was more effective than any words of love and aphrodisiac. Zhou Zhihua's body became softer and softer, and she embraced the man on top of her more gently. It turned out that in order to prevent Zhao Min from escaping, Zhou Zhihua had arranged for her room to be next to hers. In this way, the two of them could work together during the day and monitor her at night. She would be able to notice any unusual movements in time. Because of the fear on the way here, Zhou Zhirua had forgotten about this. As a result, Zhao Min next door suffered. She was lying on the bed feeling upset. Suddenly, shameful sounds came from next door. She was startled for a moment before she understood what was going on. Her face turned red. She curled up in the quilt and even picked up a pillow to cover her head. However, the sound waves coming from next door were extremely penetrating. It made her feel upset and angry at the same time. I'll endure, endure. Zhao Min didn't understand why she was so upset. Unfortunately, the two people next door seemed to be going against her, and their voices became louder and louder. What a horny hussy. Zhao Min secretly spat. She thought that Zhou Zhirua usually had to pretend to be an ice beauty, but now she was so unrestrained. She was really shameless. Originally, she planned to endure it, but after a long time, the sound waves next door didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She finally got angry. Like a cow. She was already upset, and after being incited like this, she finally erupted like a volcano. She ran to the next door and banged on the door loudly. You guys can do it, but why do you have to make such a big noise? How can the people next door still sleep? It's Zhao Min. Suddenly startled, Zhou Zhirua in the room couldn't stop trembling. She was a little panicked. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, had a subtle expression on his face. Zhou Zhirua was startled, and her whole body was trembling. Waves of energy surged through her body. That feeling was indescribable. I'm talking to you. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Zhou Zhirua was a little anxious. Zhao Min is Zhao Min. It doesn't matter. We are a real husband and wife. Are you afraid that she will catch us in the act? It seemed that it was not the first time for Song Qingshu to encounter this kind of thing, so his reaction was much calmer. Get up. Zhou Zhirua tried to push the man away, but her hands were pressed against the table instead. Why are you getting up? She can listen if she wants to. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and gently exhaled a breath of hot air. Zhou Zhirua, on the other hand, was ashamed and resentful. At this time, Zhao Min's voice sounded again from outside the door, surnamed Zhou, don't you have any shame? You're shouting louder than those girls. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. Zhou Zhirua was originally in the wrong and extremely embarrassed. However, after being repeatedly humiliated by her sworn enemy, she exploded. From Miss Zhao's tone, it seems that you have been here before. Zhao Min, who was outside the door, was stunned and immediately became furious. The other party was insinuating that she had been a prostitute in a brothel. She could not bear it, so she raised her leg and kicked the door, surnamed Zhou, you, her voice stopped abruptly. Because she was impulsive, she did not consider the consequences. However, at this moment, when she kicked the door, she saw that Song Qingshu was pressing Zhou Zhirua on the table and doing that shameful thing. Ah! With a scream, Zhao Min instantly turned around, and her face instantly turned red, shameless and immoral. Both of you are not good people. This time, Song Qingshu immediately became angry. Princess, it is ethical for us to be intimate with a husband and wife. It can't be more normal. On the contrary, it doesn't seem too appropriate for you to barge in. Who asked you to make such a loud noise? Zhao Min said in a panic. At this moment, her mind was filled with the scene of Song Qingshu pressing Zhou Zhirua's body, and her whole body became unnatural. Seeing Zhao Min barging in, Zhou Zhirua's mind went blank, and she almost fainted. It was not until she heard the conversation between the two that she gradually came back to her senses. She hurriedly tried to push Song Qingshu away, but unfortunately, her hands were tightly pressed by him, and she could not move at all. What made her even more crazy was that at this moment, the other party was actually moving slowly. Seeing Zhou Zhirua's expression that was about to go crazy, Song Qingshu used secret voice sending to say, "Don't worry, she can't see it. Moreover, you are also guilty, so she will be even more excited." After thinking carefully, Zhou Zhirua also felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Anyway, things had already come to this point. If she put on a shameful expression, she really would not be able to raise her head in front of Zhao Min in the future. Humph, rushing in so quickly, are you in love? Want to sleep with our Song Qingshu? If you want, just say it. I can lend him to you for a night. Although Zhou Zhirua was extremely embarrassed, at this time, she deliberately said in a deliberately mocking tone. Really? Hearing this, Song Qingshu was overjoyed, but the response to him was the other party's fierce glare. No matter how bold Zhao Min was, after all, she was also a young girl who was not married. How could she compare to Zhou Zhirua, who was already a wife, who was already very open? She was incomparably flustered by a few words from her. Shameless! After scolding, Zhao Min did not dare to stay for a moment and ran out in a panic. On the way, she even staggered a few times. Feeling that her legs were soft, she became even more embarrassed. And ran out regardless of everything. Are you satisfied now? When Zhao Min's figure disappeared outside the door, Zhou Zhirua glared at the man on top of her. Satisfied with what? Song Qingshu pretended not to understand. Just now when I came in, not only did you not let go of me, but you also pressed me even tighter. If this is not your bad taste, then what is it? Zhou Zhirua rolled her eyes at him, but her expression was extremely coquettish. Don't you like it? Song Qingshu smiled wickedly. The body's reaction can't be faked. Embarrassed, Zhou Zhirua directly raised her head and fiercely bit his shoulder. After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, the two of them lay on the bed. Song Qingshu told her that he was going to the Jin kingdom. Suddenly, Zhou Zhirua frowned and said, Is Zhao Min also going with you? Because she was now weak, her tone was extremely lazy, so the words that should have been full of murderous intent did not sound cold at all. Instead, they sounded a little more charming. Holding her waist, Song Qingshu gently stroked her skin with his hand. Well, the main thing is to find the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue. Because of my mistake, she was poisoned by the 3-corpse brain pill. If I don't detoxify her, I won't feel at ease. In addition, there are many military and national affairs to deal with in the Jin kingdom this time, so I need her to help me plan. Actually, you don't have to explain so much. Zhou Zhirua sat up straight and held Song Qingshu's cheek, showing her perfect figure in front of him without reservation. My man is a great hero who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Why would I stop you from saving her? Looking at her beautiful black hair scattered messily on her snow-white chest, the sharp contrast between the two colors made Song Qingshu's index finger twitch. If not for the fact that he still had business to discuss, he would probably not be able to restrain himself. Seeing how you two quarreled so much during the day, I thought you didn't want me to save her. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Although we quarreled, I should save her, but... Zhou Zhirua changed the topic. But after getting the antidote from Murong Jingyue, don't rush to give it to her. Why? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Zhou Zhirua explained, Zhao Min knows so many of our secrets. Now that she has a favor to ask of you, she will naturally not betray you. But if the poison in her body is cured, she may not be so obedient. She is also a Mongolian princess. If she leaks our information to the Mongolians, we will suffer heavy losses. Okay, let me think about it. Song Qingshu answered vaguely. In fact, he did not want to believe that Zhao Min would betray him, but reason told him that he could not pin everything on some illusory trust. Zhou Zhirua also understood his thoughts, so she did not continue to persuade him. She directly nestled in his arms and enjoyed the aftertaste of bliss. When do you plan to leave? Zhou Zhirua asked. Tomorrow. Song Qingshu answered. So soon? Zhou Zhirua's voice was full of hidden bitterness. They had just reunited, but they had to separate again. Anyone would have some complaints. I have no choice. The Song dynasty's northern expedition is imminent, and I was delayed because of some matters. Song Qingshu looked apologetic. After all, he had spent too much time on Huangrong, and now he only spent one day with his wife. It was somewhat unreasonable. Okay, then. Let's focus on the important matters. Zhou Zhirua sighed faintly. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oh yes, if you take Zhao Min to the Jin kingdom, won't your power in the Jin kingdom be exposed? Currently, she only knows that I am Tang Qibian. As for Emperor Wanyan Shui, I will try to hide it from her. This was a serious matter, and Song Qingshu did not dare to completely trust Zhao Min. After all, if she knew that Wang Yanshui was also one of his men in disguise, with her intelligence, she could easily guess that there was something wrong with Kangxi and Yanjing. If this information was leaked back to Mongolia, it would be unimaginable. I heard that Tang Qibian's wife is unparalleled, the most beautiful woman in the Jin kingdom. Doesn't that mean you have all the women in the world? Zhou Zhirua suddenly said faintly. Song Qingshu's scalp went numb. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. There was bound to be a lot of jealousy. Gubai loves her husband deeply. I promised Tang Qibian that I would take good care of her on his behalf. Don't talk about other things. Zhou Zhirua's mouth twitched with a hint of mockery. Don't tell me that you didn't take care of her in bed. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and did not know how to reply. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhirua changed the topic. Qingshu, I am not blaming you. On the contrary, I think you have done a good job. Ah? Song Qingshu looked suspicious. He felt that she was being sarcastic. Zhou Zhirua smiled. You are thinking too much. The Jin kingdom is very important. If you can't make her your woman, I can't rest assured that you will leave the situation there to her. In fact, it is not enough to just get her into bed. Only by having a child with her can the two of you be completely bound together. What you said makes sense. I am actually speechless. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Although these words were probably Zhou Zhirua's true thoughts, she was only analyzing it from the perspective of the big picture. If she were to analyze it from the perspective of a woman, she would probably not feel good at the moment. As expected, Zhou Zhirua felt a little sour in her heart. She could not help but mumble in a low voice, "You said that I should get pregnant earlier. Now that we are separated more often than not, when will I be able to get pregnant? In that case, let's hurry up." Song Qingshu smiled and flipped over to mount her again. What are you doing? Zhou Zhirua could not help but exclaim. Her pretty face blushed again. Making a baby. His words made Zhou Zhirua's tensed body instantly soften. Song Qingshu kissed his wife gently and pressed on her again. Princess, what's wrong with you? Song Qingshu asked in surprise. You already know the answer. Zhao Min fiercely glared at him and walked away without looking back. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment and then realized what she meant. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. She really touched my sore spot. If I asked her like that, I would be asking for a beating. Hey, wait a minute. Thinking that he still had something to tell her, Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after her and put his hand on her shoulder. What's wrong? Zhao Men looked back at the hand on her shoulder and asked in an unfriendly tone. Song Qingshu withdrew his hand and smiled embarrassedly. Are you done packing? Packing for what? Zhao Men looked confused. Didn't I say I would take you to see Murong Jingyue and go back to the Jin kingdom on the way? Her reaction made Song Qingshu speechless. Oh, I forgot. Zhao Men finally reacted, but she quickly showed a look of shame and anger. She glared at him and said, It's all your fault. As she spoke, she walked back to her room. Song Qingshu followed behind and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's none of my business. How is it none of your business? Zhao Men looked at him angrily while packing. Last night, you two were shameless and made such a big noise. I couldn't sleep well last night. I can't help it. I was born with a special talent, Song Qingshu said proudly. Zhao Men blushed and spat softly. Shameless. She was a girl after all, so she felt a little uncomfortable talking about these things with a man. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and had a strange expression on his face. Since you felt that you were disturbed, why? Didn't you sleep in another place yesterday? Why did you stay here and suffer? Did you want to eavesdrop out of curiosity? Nonsense. It's all because of your Zhou Zhirua that I have to live next to her so that she can watch over me. I'm like a prisoner in this mansion. I can't even get out of this courtyard. Where can I go? Zhao Men said angrily. However, she felt a little guilty because the other party's words had more or less hit the nail on the head. Although she was embarrassed and angry yesterday, she did have a lot of curiosity. She secretly pricked up her ears to listen, but it didn't take long before she couldn't take it anymore. Okay, let's go. Because of her guilty conscience, Zhao Min randomly packed a few clothes and stood up. You only brought these clothes? Looking at the small bag, Song Qingshu asked in surprise. Anyway, with a sucker like you accompanying me, why would I bring so many things? Zhao Min rolled her eyes. When the time comes, I'll let you buy whatever I need. Song Qingshu felt a toothache. No one's money grows on trees. Don't pretend to be poor in front of me. Zhao Min casually threw the bag to him, indicating for him to help carry it. You have thousands of li of fertile land in Shandong, and you were conferred the title of Prince of Qi by the Song dynasty. You also secretly control the Jin kingdom. If you don't have money, then there aren't many people in the world who have money. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and directly chased after her. Because the territory is big, there are also many places that need money. Just look at the amount of money that the army consumes every day. I still want to find a chance to dig up some treasures. Roaming King's treasure, Mount Looting's treasure, Emperor Liang's treasure. I have to find a chance to dig them all out. Hearing the word treasure, Zhao Min's eyes also lit up. Count me in when the time comes. No problem. The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Seeing that he directly brought her out of the city guard mansion, Zhao Min was stunned. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to tell Zhou Zhirua? The two of you have feelings for each other? Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, I already told her last night. She's sore all over and can't get up, so she won't be sending us off. Originally, Zhou Zhirua also wanted to accompany him to the Jin kingdom, but it was a pity that there would be no one to oversee the Jianghui territory. Adding on to the fact that they were about to change the tax policy, it was a difficult task that she couldn't attend to. Although she was unhappy in her heart, she could only watch as Zhao Min and her husband went together. Hearing his words, Zhao Min's face changed and she coldly snorted. Pervert. You keep calling me a pervert, but when have I ever perverted you? Song Qingshu was also very depressed. Being called a pervert so early in the morning, he felt that it wasn't a good start. You didn't? You. Zhao Min subconsciously said, but she swallowed her words halfway and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm hungry, let's find a place to eat. Song Qingshu had fought fiercely all night and only ended at dawn. Now, he also felt a little hungry. Hearing this, he found a seat at a small stall and asked for some steamed buns, porridge, soy milk, and the like. The two of them began to gulp down the food. The buns of this era are really thin and thick, without any fakes. Thinking about those unscrupulous merchants in his previous life, Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. At least the food in this world was original, without any messy additives. How are we going? Are we going to the Jin kingdom on foot? Halfway through their meal, Zhao Min suddenly realized a serious problem. Don't worry, I've arranged for horses at the city gate. We can just go and get it when the time comes. Song Qingshu replied. Can we change to a horse carriage? Zhao Min suddenly asked. A horse carriage is too slow. Song Qingshu frowned and said, you grew up in the Mongolian grasslands, yet you don't like to ride a horse. Instead, you want to take a horse carriage? It's all because you were too noisy last night. I didn't sleep well last night, so I want to sleep in the horse carriage for a while. Zhao Min got angry at the mention of this. Song Qingshu wisely raised his hands in surrender and said, okay, let's change to a horse carriage. After fighting for the entire night, he was actually a little tired, so it was good to rest in the horse carriage first. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they quickly arrived at the west gate of Yangzhou. They had the soldiers find a horse carriage, and of course, a few more horses. After all, they were in a hurry to go to the Jin kingdom. It was fine to rest in the horse carriage first, but they couldn't ride the horse carriage the entire way, that would be too slow. In order to curry favor with Song Qingshu, the commander at the city gate specially arranged for a few soldiers to escort them. Song Qingshu originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought that he also needed to sleep later, it would be good to have someone to drive the carriage, so he agreed. Just like that, the two of them sat in the horse carriage and slowly drove out of Yangzhou city. After getting on the horse carriage, Zhao Min yawned and couldn't help but stretch. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. Her action of stretching made her unusually full chest even more perfect, and Song Qingshu's eyes were glued to it. Noticing his gaze, Zhao Min looked down and her cheeks quickly turned red. She angrily said, "Where are you looking? You'll be looked at if you're beautiful, you should be happy." Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Zhao Min was speechless at his shamelessness, and with a face full of suspicion, she said, "You won't take advantage of me while I'm asleep to do strange things to me, will you? Am I so unbearable in your heart?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "Don't worry, I tossed around all night yesterday, and now I'm in sage time. Even if I wanted to do anything, I wouldn't be able to." Sage time? Zhao Min had never heard of this word before, but she was extremely smart and could roughly guess the meaning with just a little context. She couldn't help but spit, "Pervert." Song Qingshu shrugged and also found a comfortable place to lie down in the horse carriage. When Zhao Min saw this, she immediately became anxious. "What are you doing?" "Let's sleep," Song Qingshu said as he adjusted his posture. "Then where do I sleep?" Zhao Min was anxious. "There's so much space in the horse carriage, can't you just find a place to sleep?" Song Qingshu replied indifferently. But. Zhao Min looked at the space in the horse carriage. It wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. If she were to lie down, it would feel like she was sharing a bed. "It's not like we haven't slept in the same bed before. Why are you so shy?" Song Qingshu saw through her thoughts at a glance and said teasingly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Who has slept with you before?" Zhao Min snorted a little guiltily, but in the end, she still couldn't fight the strong sleepiness, so she reluctantly found a place to lie down. Because she was worried that she would touch Song Qingshu's body, she tried her best to stay in the corner, distancing herself from him. When Song Qingshu saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. He was too lazy to say anything and just went to sleep. At first, Zhao Min was worried that Song Qingshu would do something, but soon, she heard a light sound next to her. It was obvious that Song Qingshu had fallen asleep. "This bastard tossed and turned last night, no wonder he fell asleep so quickly." Zhao Min cursed with a red face and quickly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the wheel of the horse carriage was knocked by a stone on the road. Zhao Min subconsciously woke up. Just as she secretly opened her eyes, she found that Song Qingshu's face was close to hers, and she subconsciously wanted to scream. But she quickly noticed that it was her sleeping posture that was hugging him, and not him hugging her. Her face turned red and she forcibly stopped screaming. Zhao Min was born on the grasslands, so she naturally wasn't as quiet and delicate as the noble ladies of Jiangnan. She usually slept carelessly. The noble ladies of Jiangnan had been bound by all kinds of rules since childhood. Once they made a mistake, they would be punished, so they practiced from a young age to pay attention to their manners when they slept. But in Mongolia, Zhao Min was surrounded by rough men, so no one cared about this, so Zhao Min's sleeping posture was more open. "Humph, you got lucky." Zhao Min carefully withdrew her hands and feet from the other's body. Feeling the movement on his body, Song Qingshu also woke up. Seeing Zhao Min's rosy cheeks, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Zhao Min turned around and tidied up the messy clothes on her body, "I'm awake." "Oh, I'm also almost asleep." Song Qingshu got up and stretched. Suddenly, he lowered his head and sniffed the clothes on his body. "Hey, why does it smell so good?" Zhao Min's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly said, "Since you're awake, teach me martial arts." "Huh?" Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. This topic seemed to jump a bit too much. Zhao Min also felt that it was a little abrupt, so she hurriedly explained, "You've seen it. I'm always bullied by Zhou Jirua just because her kung fu is higher than mine. Once she gets angry, she will attack me. I don't want to be controlled by her like this all the time." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "If your martial arts is as high as Jirua's, and with your intelligence, won't you always bully Jirua to death?" Zhao Min snorted, "You underestimate your family's woman. She is more cunning than anyone else." Song Qingshu still shook his head resolutely and refused, "No, how can I teach you martial arts to bully my own woman? I'm not that kind of scumbag." "Ah, Qingshu, brother Song, brother Song." In order to suppress Zhou Jirua in the future, Zhao Min gritted her teeth, and directly hugged his arm, shaking it while acting coquettishly. Her voice was usually clear and crisp, but now she deliberately acted coquettishly like honey. Song Qingshu's heart beat wildly when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "It's useless no matter how sweet your mouth is. I have always taught martial arts to my own woman. You're not my woman, why would I teach it to you?" No matter how thick Xiao Min's skin was, at this time, she couldn't say anything to make him her woman. However, she has always been cunning, and her eyes turned, and she immediately came up with a plan. Yesterday, she was full of confidence when she made the bet with the author, but today, the result was that only 114 people downloaded and registered. It seemed that she had most likely lost the bet. Previously, in the public account, she had agreed that if the number of downloads reached a few thousand, she would continuously update 10,000 words for a few days. She originally thought that she would die of exhaustion, but it seemed that it didn't even reach 10,000 words. However, today, the monk would still update 10,000 words to thank the enthusiastic readers for their support. Although I'm not your woman, but... Xiao Min changed the topic and moved closer to Song Qingshu. Do you think I'm beautiful? Song Qingshu was stunned. What was she playing at? But in the end, he still nodded. Your Highness, you're as brilliant as a rose and as beautiful as a peach. If you're not beautiful, then there's no beautiful woman in the world. Although she knew that his words were filled with flattery, when Xiao Min heard the words as brilliant as a rose and as beautiful as a peach, she was still very pleased. Then what do you think of my personality? Passionate as fire and willing to give up everything for love. You're the ideal wife for any man. Song Qingshu wasn't lying. In his previous life, Xiao Min's popularity on the internet had far surpassed that of Zhou Zhirua. In fact, both of them had their own merits in terms of appearance and intelligence. The reason why there was such a big difference was that Xiao Min was willing to give up her glory and wealth for love. She was even willing to betray her own country. But Zhou Zhirua sacrificed her love to a certain extent for her own career. A woman desperately threw herself at the male protagonist, while the other did things that harmed the male protagonist's interests for her own benefit. From a woman's point of view, she would think that Xiao Min was too much and had no soul of her own. On the contrary, Zhou Zhirua had the advantages of a modern woman. But from a man's point of view, he still preferred women like Xiao Min who gave up everything for love. Xiao Min was very satisfied with his answer. She didn't continue to ask about his intelligence because she often heard people say, "Then what do you think of me? Do you like me?" Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. You're not asking me to marry you, are you? Tui Xiaomin spat and blushed. Just answer the question directly. I think you're pretty good. Who wouldn't like someone like the princess? Song Qingshu praised. But right now, the world is in chaos. A beautiful woman like me is wandering in the martial world. If I were to encounter a thief with evil intentions, something unimaginable would happen. You don't want such a tragic thing to happen to me, right? Xiao Min pretended to be pitiful as she spoke. Song Qingshu was speechless. So this was what he had been talking about. You are the Mongolian princess. Usually you have a large group of highly skilled fighters with you. Now that you have me by your side, what do you have to worry about? Xiao Min curled her lips. Although the masters in my residence are not bad, there are many talented people in the world. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about the attack by the people of the Isle of Heroes in the ruined temple. There were so many highly skilled fighters on the Isle of Heroes. Even if Xiao Min had many powerful fighters by her side, they would not be able to protect her. Now that I'm by your side to protect you, I don't believe that anyone in the world can hurt you. Song Qingshu's tone revealed a strong sense of confidence. Xiao Min pouted. You can't protect me forever. So what if I protect you forever? Song Qingshu was so excited that he almost blurted it out. However, he was no longer the reckless young man he used to be. In the end, he did not say it out loud. After all, he could not protect her all the time. There would always be times when he could not be there to protect her. Just teach me some martial arts. If you are worried that I will learn how to bully Zhou Zhirua, then teach me martial arts for escaping. That way, when I face danger, I will have a unique skill to protect my life. Xiao Min blinked her big eyes. Her voice was very sweet and coquettish. Alright, alright. I'm scared of you. Song Qingshu said helplessly. Zhao Min's eyes lit up. She put her hands together in front of her chest and patted her chest. She was very happy. Wait for a second. Song Qingshu said to Zhao Min. Then, he opened the door of the carriage and said to the driver, stop the carriage. After the carriage stopped, Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min out of the carriage. He said to the soldiers, you guys go back to Yangzhou City. We will continue on our way. Leave a few horses here. Previously, the two of them were too tired and needed to rest in the carriage. Now that the two of them had woken up, the soldiers had completed their mission. There was no need for them to stay. After all, he could not openly go to the Jin Kingdom this time. It would be too obvious if he had these soldiers with him. On the other hand, he subconsciously wanted to be alone with Zhao Min. It would be weird if there were a few extra third wheels. Yes, Your Highness. The soldiers did not try to be brave. After all, they had seen Song Qingshu descend from the sky and subdue Li Keqiu. If they were to be with him, they would not know who would be protecting who when there was danger. Soon, the soldiers drove the carriages back to the city. Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min to an open space and said, although your martial arts are good, you are still far from being a peerless master. If you want to have the ability to protect yourself in any situation, the best way is to learn a peerless Qinggong. I just happened to get my hands on the wave-like subtle steps recently, and it can be said to be unparalleled in the world when it comes to moving and dodging. Wave-like subtle steps? Zhao Min repeated it. Is it the lightness skill of Duan of Dali? She used to deal with Jianghu affairs for Ruyang Mansion and collected a lot of information. Duan Yu's lightness skill played a lot of roles in Jianghu. That's right, this is the lightness skill that he knows. However, this lightness skill comes from the mysterious carefree sect. Song Qingshu roughly explained the origin and advantages of this lightness skill. Zhao Min nodded slightly and said, back then, the Crown Prince of Dali didn't know Kung Fu, but he was able to turn misfortunes into blessings. The effect of wave-like subtle steps is obvious. Wave-like subtle steps is a footwork in name, but it actually tests one's internal energy. If one's internal energy is not enough, it is easy to be possessed by the devil. Song Qingshu was about to explain the essence of wave-like subtle steps to her, but Zhao Min interrupted him. I don't want to learn this. Song Qingshu was stunned and asked, then what do you want to learn? Wave-like subtle steps was the standard lightness skill recognized by almost all time travelers. It could be seen how top-notch this lightness skill was. In the whole world of the Golden Book, it was one of the best. What is the lightness skill you are best at? Zhao Min suddenly asked. My current lightness skill is so good mainly because of my profound internal energy. But all the foundation is still the traceless sand steps I learned in the beginning. Song Qingshu answered. Traceless sand steps? Zhao Min's eyes lit up. The one that the stinky bat from the Ming dynasty knew? Song Qingshu was speechless, but he still nodded in the end. Yes. Traceless sand steps was indeed the green-winged bat King Wei Xiao's famous unique skill. Then I will learn this. Zhao Min said excitedly. Why? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Wave-like subtle steps and traceless sand steps are both lightness skills of the same level. In terms of movement and evasion, wave-like subtle steps is better, and it is more suitable for women to practice. I want to learn the same as you. Zhao Min looked at him quietly with a faint smile on her lips. Looking at the incomparably beautiful girl in front of him, who seemed to have a suffocating beauty, Song Qingshu's breathing quickened a bit. I boast that I am good at flirting with girls, but I didn't expect the princess to also be an expert at flirting. Zhao Min's face was bright red, and she said with a bright smile, have you been flirted with by me? Looking at the beauty's sweet smile, Song Qingshu couldn't help but lean over and kiss her tender red lips. Because his movements were too fast, Zhao Min couldn't react at all. Feeling his lips, her eyes couldn't help but widen, and at the same time, her heart was beating fast. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and Zhao Min gradually closed her eyes. She didn't have her usual high spirits, and she was completely bashful, waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. But just as she closed her eyes, the scene she saw in Zhou Jiruo's room last night suddenly appeared in her mind. At the same time, the voice that had tortured her for the whole night rang in her ears. Her pink face instantly flushed red, and she pushed the man away. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu was confused. He didn't understand why she would suddenly change her expression when she had clearly opened her mouth and allowed him to enter her without any hesitation. Maybe it's because of a young girl's modesty. Song Qingshu thought he found the reason. Looking at her angry expression, he knew that it was not a good time to mention what had happened just now, so he quickly changed the topic. "I'll teach you how to step on the sand without leaving a trace." Zhao Min was about to explode, but after hearing this, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. Humph, this bastard is quite cunning. But she didn't think of how to hold him accountable for what had happened just now, so she simply didn't mention it again. Next, Song Qingshu began to teach Zhao Min the trick to step on the sand without leaving a trace. She was talented and learned very quickly, and it didn't take long for her to learn it. The only thing she lacked was proficiency. Of course, there was also the speed brought by the level of her internal energy. "I'll say the ugly things first. Without my permission, you can't teach this martial art to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll kill you, and I'll also kill the person you taught this martial art to." Song Qingshu purposely intimidated him. I know that you Jianghu people are the most selfish." Zhao Min curled her lips and raised her hand to swear. "I swear I won't teach this martial art to anyone else. If I break this oath, then..." She paused and said with a smile, "I'll marry you." "How about that?" Song Qingshu's heart jumped. In order to hide the unnatural feeling in his heart, he hurriedly said, "What if you deliberately teach this martial art to someone else in order to marry me?" Zhao Min raised her fist and punched him. She laughed and scolded, "You wish? No, change it. If you break your oath and marry into my family, you'll have to serve Zhirua every day. Bring her tea and water, massage her shoulders and legs." The smile on Song Qingshu's face grew wider as he spoke. "You're too vicious." Zhao Min instantly exploded. She took her luggage and chased after him. The two continued on their journey amidst such laughter. With a beauty accompanying them, the journey was naturally not boring. Even time seemed to have sped up. Every 2 days, the two would enter the territory of the Jin Kingdom. On this day, they arrived at the border of Mount Song. The two were talking and laughing when suddenly the sound of fighting came from the forest in front of them. In the distance, they saw a group of people chasing after a few people. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Feng?" Zhao Min recognized one of the people being chased and could not help but exclaim. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. He had recognized Xiao Feng before Zhao Min did. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng did not have his usual heroic spirit. He was being carried on someone else's back, and his face was weary. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. At the same time, what surprised Song Qingshu even more was that there were 2 acquaintances with Xiao Feng. One of them was wearing a scarlet dress. It was a Zhu, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Back in Swallow Dock, it was all thanks to the disguise technique she taught him that he was able to deceive everyone all these years. The other girl in purple was Z. Some time ago, he heard from the Golden Snake camp that Z had escaped. Song Qingshu did not take it seriously. After all, she did not mean much to him. However, why was she with Xiao Feng and Azu now? Was this the so-called plot correction power? At this time, the one carrying Xiao Feng was a tall and burly man. Unfortunately, his face could not be seen because he was wearing a black scarf. However, it could be seen that his kung fu was extraordinary. He was still able to run fast while carrying a person. On the contrary, Azu and Z could not keep up with him. Behind them, there was a group of people chasing from afar. Song Qingshu looked at them and his expression became more and more strange. They were all old acquaintances. The leader was a burly man in a kasaya, but his face was full of killing intent. He was Xianxia, the first monk of Shaolin in the past 200 years. The other man was kind and had white hair and beard. He was Master Feng Jing. The other man had a shiny bald head and a dignified look on his face. He was the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Great Master Xianxia. Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng had come to Shaolin Temple together to meet him. Beside them stood a kind-hearted monk, while the other had a bitter look on his face, with the corners of his mouth drooping down. They were Kong Wen and Kong Ji, two of the four great divine monks of Shaolin. Kong Jian had fallen into Xia Sun's trap and died at the hands of Xia Sun, while Kong Xing had competed with Zhao Min's subordinate, Ah San, in terms of finger strength and was defeated and beheaded. The four great divine monks of Jianghu in the past only existed in name. There were quite a number of eminent monks around. Song Qingshu did not recognize many of them, but judging from their attire, they were either eminent monks of the Xian generation or experts of the Kong generation. Among this group of eminent monks, there was a person dressed in low-level disciple clothing that was particularly conspicuous. He had a plain appearance, thick eyebrows, and slightly upturned nostrils. Although the other eminent monks were quite old, they could all be considered good-looking. Although this young monk was young, he was the ugliest one. However, Song Qingshu did not look down on him because he was Shuzhou, who had shone brilliantly in the Golden Snake meeting. Although he was young, his martial arts were extremely high. Among all the monks present, he was definitely in the top 3 in terms of martial arts. I wonder where Shuzhou learned the carefree sect's martial arts. Song Qingshu had asked Li Qingluo and Fu Mini before, but none of them knew who Shuzhou's master was. In addition, there had never been an exquisite chess game in this world, so Shuzhou's origin was very suspicious. Is there another branch of the carefree sect hidden in the Shaolin Temple? An idea came to Song Qingshu's mind. After all, from what he had experienced in the past 2 years, the carefree sect was extremely mysterious. At the same time, there were many branches of the carefree sect, such as the Misty Peak, the Xixia Imperial Palace, the Fairyland, and several princes of Chai Rong. It was not impossible that one of them was hidden in the Shaolin Temple. While Song Qingshu was distracted, he saw Xianxia, Fangjing, Xianxia, and Shuzhou jump up and scatter around, blocking the way of Xiao Feng and his party. Soon, the rest of the Shaolin monks caught up and surrounded Xiao Feng and the other 3. No wonder Xiao Feng was seriously injured. I'm afraid no one in the world can get away with being besieged by so many top martial arts masters. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. If there were only a few martial arts masters, it would be fine. But with so many people, he was afraid that he could only avoid them. Let's go and watch the fun. Zhao Men looked excited, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Watch the fun. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, there are so many martial arts masters. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. No matter how good their martial arts are, can they be better than you? Zhao Men rolled her eyes, patted his chest, and said, hurry up. Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the difference between Zhao Men and Zhou Zhirua. If Zhou Zhirua was here, she would not be so mischievous. Deep down, she was quite serious. Only someone like Zhao Men, who was full of romanticism, would be so fearless. Hurry up, Zhao Men urged again. In his helplessness, Song Qingshu could only hold on to her waist and execute his peerless movement technique to silently approach her, and then he hid on top of a nearby large tree with dense foliage. Actually, even if Zhao Men didn't urge him, he would still come over. After all, no matter if it was a Zhu or Xiao Feng, both of them had an extremely deep relationship with him, so how could he possibly stand by idly and watch them die? However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on first. Zhao Men blushed slightly when he hugged her waist so intimately. But for the past 2 years, it had become normal for the two of them to hug each other. She was already used to it. Soon, she turned her attention to the empty space not far away. Xiao Feng, you bastard, you won't be able to escape today even if you have wings. Kong Ji shouted angrily. Among the 4 divine monks, Kong Jian had the highest cultivation in Buddhism, followed by Kong Wen, and Kong Xing and Kong Ji. Therefore, they were the first to lose control. Fang Jing sighed and said, Junior brother, you are violating the precepts again. Xianxia said coldly, Senior brother, you are wrong. As the saying goes, even Buddha can be angry and roar like a lion. Xiao Feng, that bastard, killed his own master, Master Xian Ku. Last time, we didn't catch him. This time, he finally walked into the trap. We should do justice on behalf of heaven. What's wrong with that? Fang Jing frowned slightly. In fact, he had always felt that Xianxia was a bit too murderous. But Xianxia's kung fu was extremely high, and he had a high status in the temple. It was not convenient for him to say anything. On the tree, Song Qingshu felt strange. Although Xiaofeng looked like a boorish man, he had always been meticulous and brave. Why would he walk into the trap so unwisely? I didn't kill my master, Xiaofeng said angrily. There must be a traitor behind this. Traitor? I think you are a traitor, Xianxia said angrily. Before senior brother Xianku died, he pointed at you. There were a few other disciples in the temple who saw you enter senior brother Xianku's meditation room. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to deny it? Xiaofeng's face showed a trace of grief and indignation. He immediately said to the man in black who was carrying him, "Senior, please let me down. This has nothing to do with you. With your kung fu, if you want to leave, you might have a chance." He didn't ask the man to take Azu or Z with him because he knew that with so many Lin Temple masters surrounding them, the man might not be able to escape alone. If he took the two girls with him, he would definitely die on the spot. The man in black laughed, and there was a trace of heroism in his laughter. If a man dies, then so be it. What's the big deal? How can I be a greedy person who is afraid of death? Song Qingshu's face showed a strange expression. The man in black's laughter was full of vigor. Obviously, his kung fu was no weaker than Xiaofeng's. However, Xiaofeng's kung fu was already among the top in Jianghu. He was not nameless. Could it be that person? Xiaofeng's personality had always been heroic. When he heard the man in black's words, he couldn't help but laugh. I haven't even seen Senior's face, but it seems that we have known each other for a long time. Well, let's fight together. Even if we die, we must die a glorious death. As soon as these words came out, the Shaolin monks' expressions changed. They were very clear about the kung fu of Xiaofeng and the man in black. Now, although they could kill them with the advantage of numbers, if the other side fought with their lives, they would certainly suffer many losses. Who knew how many monks would die here today? The king of the southern yard, Xiaofeng, is indeed a match for tens of thousands of people. Even at the end of the road, he still has such vigor. Zhao Min's tone was full of admiration and appreciation. She was worried that those people would hear her, so she moved her mouth close to Song Qingshu's ear and said these words. Song Qingshu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Shaolin monks' attention was focused on Xiaofeng and the others. They were worried that they would suddenly launch an attack. Otherwise, even though Zhao Min's voice was soft, it would be difficult to hide it from some of the experts. Xiaofeng is indeed an indomitable hero. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then are you going to save them? Zhao Min looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "It's a bit tricky. Let's wait and see first." The man in black also laughed. Worthy of being a good man of my chitin. You are not as bashful as these southern people. Xiaofeng was startled. He happily said, "Senior is also a chitin?" The man in black laughed. Of course I am a chitin. Xianxia said coldly, "You don't have to put on a show of appreciation here. In any case, you will all die here today." He noticed that the two men's heroic spirit seemed to have taken away the momentum of the scene with just a few words. His side's morale was faintly low. He was sensitive to the fact that he couldn't let them continue, so he deliberately interrupted them. As he spoke, a strong murderous aura suddenly rushed out. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, Azu held Xiaofeng's hand and said slowly, "Brother Xiao, the leader must be among these people. That's why he slandered you like this, hoping to use the temple's experts to kill you." Song Qingshu, who was on the tree, suddenly understood. No wonder Xiaofeng had walked into the trap. It turned out that he had gone to investigate the leader. But with his meticulousness and intelligence, he shouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. Why was he besieged by so many experts, as if they were waiting for him? What leader? I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia snorted coldly. Xiao, don't try to divert attention. 30 years ago, my parents took me, who was still in swaddling clothes, home to visit relatives. Who knew that when they passed through Yanmen Pass, they would be attacked by a group of experts from the Southern Dynasty? That battle could be said to be dark and gloomy, with countless casualties. My parents and clansmen were all killed, and the experts from the Southern Dynasty were almost completely wiped out. I investigated many times and found out that it was the leader who organized this operation. I just want to ask him, my parents are just commoners, why did he bring people to do such a vicious thing? Ba, Master Feng Jing said. What happened 30 years ago can only be said to be a freak accident. But almsgiver Xiao said that your father was just a commoner. This statement is somewhat untrue. Your father was the chief instructor of the Khitan Palace's division army, and could be said to have a high position and power. Otherwise, with just him and the deployment that accompanied him, how could they almost completely wipe out the ambush of the Southern Dynasty experts? Gongfen Jun? Song Qingshu was startled. Because Liao had declined and was no longer a threat, he had not studied the intelligence of Liao in detail when he was in the imperial palace of the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. Therefore, when he heard about Gongfen Jun, he was somewhat confused. As if sensing his confusion, Zhao Min moved closer to his ear and explained, in the early days of Liao, the Imperial Guard army was divided into two groups. One was subordinate to the emperor and was called the Paishur army. Paishur means King Kong in the Khitan language. The other was under the empress and was called the Shushan army, which was the treasure of the coral. However, as the kingdom of Liao gradually settled down, the Pishi army and the Shushan army gradually became the troops for expeditions and border defense, and the imperial army was replaced by another army. Every soldier in this army was carefully selected from the 12 palaces of the kingdom of Liao, so this new army was also called the Palace Division. The third update has been completed. Thank you to all the readers for your enthusiastic support. As Zhao Men spoke into his ear, Song Qingshu finally understood what it meant to exhale like orchids. As her breath brushed against his skin, he felt as if his heartstrings were being plucked by someone. As for the 12 palaces and one mansion that she mentioned, it was a special administrative unit in the kingdom of Liao. Every emperor of the kingdom of Liao would establish his own Arudo, which was the political, economic, and military organization that the emperor, his concubines, and the princes personally controlled. There were government offices, officers, armies, farms, prefectures, counties, and people engaged in production and service in the palace. The income of the Harudo was the owner's private property. The people in the palace were guards when they enter, and retainers when they leave. If there is a transfer, the young and strong join the army, and the old and weak stay in the palace. After the death of the emperor, the concubines and descendants inherited the throne. There were a total of 13 Harudos in Liao, including the 9 emperors, the 2 empresses, Shuluyu Lidue and Jingzong Empress Xiao Zhue, the 12 Harudos of the emperor's younger brother, Xiaowen emperor's younger brother Yelu Longqing, and the Prince Wenzhong's mansion built by Prime Minister Han Durong. Xiao Feng's father was the instructor of the Harudo army, which showed his extraordinary martial arts and unique status. Song Qingshu thought to himself. He remembered that in the original work, Xiao Yuanshan was the chief instructor of the Harudo army. However, in this world, Liao was in decline, and the power of the Liao Empress had declined to the extreme. The Harudo army existed only in name, so it was reasonable that Xiao Yuanshan became the chief instructor of the Harudo army. Master, you also know what happened in the past? Hearing Feng Zheng's words, Xiao Feng was surprised and happy. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask who the leader was?" Feng Zheng shook his head. The past is gone with the wind. Why does almsgiver Xiao need to kill again? Xiao Feng hurriedly said, I've been investigating who the leader was. Other than wanting to avenge my parents, it's also because the people who knew about it have died one after another recently. I think the leader killed to hide his identity. Nonsense. Kongji said angrily. That leader is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he be the devil you speak of? It was you who killed Ma Deyuan, Elder Tan, and Elder Su. You even killed my teacher, Xianku. You are the most heinous devil. Don't try to shift the blame for your crimes onto others. From what Master Kongji said, it seems like you also know the leader? Azu suddenly said. Kongji held his breath and snorted, so what if we know each other? Little girl, you don't have to try to trick me. I won't tell you. Azu still wanted to say something, but the man in black next to Xiao Feng raised his hand to stop her. Don't waste your energy. Of course, they won't say anything, because the leader is someone they will risk their lives to protect. Xiao Feng's expression changed. From Senior's tone, could it be that you also know who the leader is? Of course I know. the man in black said. Proudly. His gaze slowly swept across the monks in the front row, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Who is that person? Xiaofeng, who had been tracking down the leader along the way, couldn't help but feel excited when the truth was about to be revealed. The man in black shook his head. It's not the time yet. What do you mean? Xiaofeng was startled. The man in black explained, you and I are surrounded today. It can be said that the odds are against us. In addition, everyone here is from the Shaolin Temple. Even if the leader's identity is exposed, it won't help. Instead, it may harm the lives of these two girls. Xiaofeng understood what he meant. The Shaolin Temple had always prided itself on being a righteous sect. Even if he and this senior couldn't escape today, they probably wouldn't make things difficult for Azu and Z. However, if the two girls knew the identity of the leader, they might bring trouble to themselves. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he blurted out, the leader is from the Shaolin Temple. As soon as this statement came out, the monks of the Shaolin Temple all changed their expressions. The man in black showed a look of admiration, but he quickly said, if we are lucky enough to escape this time, it won't be too late to tell you then. Well, in order to know the result, I will save my life no matter what. Xiaofeng laughed loudly. Although he was seriously injured, at this time, there was a kind of heroic spirit at this time. Although there were many people in the Shaolin Temple, Fangjing and Kongwen were merciful, and the others lacked the fierce murderous spirit that Xiaofeng had honed on the battlefield, so their momentum was suppressed again. Xianxia snorted heavily. Your Excellency, you are too optimistic. There are so many masters here today, you can't escape death. When he spoke, he used the secret method of the Buddhist lion's roar, which instantly cheered up his companions from their depressed mood. Noisy. The man in black snorted coldly and suddenly moved. It could be said that he was like a rabbit leaping and a falcon descending. In an instant, he attacked in front of Xianxia. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Xianxia had just used the lion's roar and had used up all his strength to injure him. After all, except for a few people who knew the sweeping monk Nameless, most people in Jianghu recognized Xianxia as the #1 master in the Shaolin Temple. He was one of the 13 divine monks, the #1 in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years. As long as he heavily injured him, not only could he get rid of a strong enemy, but he could also gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Xianxia was also shocked. Although his martial arts were extremely high, he was more inclined towards the academic side. In terms of adaptability, he couldn't compare to the man in black, who was an expert who had survived a bitter war. Therefore, he was found by the opponent to attack. In a hurry, Xianxia subconsciously waved his Buddhist staff and used his secret skill, the exorcism staff technique. Unfortunately, the man in black had already closed in on him. The subtlety of the exorcism staff technique was completely unable to be displayed. Before he could hit the opponent had already pressed his palm against his chest. The man in black's eyes were filled with joy. Just as he was about to use the power of his palm to take Xianxia's life, he suddenly saw a golden light flash on Xianxia's body. His palm power was like a clay ox entering the sea. Diamond indestructible body. The man in black suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. At this time, Xianxia had already reacted. He waved his palm and used the most profound prajna palm of the Shaolin Temple to counterattack. The man in black raised his palm to meet the attack. Seeing that the surrounding monks had already reacted, he hurriedly used the recoil to fly back to Xiaofeng's side. At this time, Song Qingshu had almost confirmed the identity of the man in black. With such high martial arts, who else could it be but Xiao Yuanshan, who was always helping Xiaofeng? Xiao Yuanshan is indeed worthy of being the existence who killed the experts of the Central Plains in the bloody battle at Yanmen Pass. This experience of facing an enemy is really admirable. The timing he chose was also perfect. If Xianxia didn't have the diamond indestructible body technique to protect him, I'm afraid he would have already died on the spot. 13 ultimate divine monks, you really live up to your reputation. The man in black chuckled. Suddenly, his expression changed. With a cracking sound, the black cloth on his face suddenly shattered. It turned out that he had just suffered the recoil of the diamond indestructible body. In addition, Xianxia's prajna palm counterattack had turned his shame into anger. In the end, he still didn't have enough time to completely negate the power of his opponent's palm, causing his mask to shatter. In an instant, cries of surprise rose in the surroundings. The group of people looked at him in shock. They saw that he had square eyes, a wide nose, a curly beard, and a very formidable appearance. He was about 60 years old. Although his beard and hair were slightly white, he had a valiant look on his face. But this was not what shocked the crowd the most. What shocked them the most was that apart from his age, this person in front of them looked exactly the same as Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was surprised and happy at the same time. He rushed forward and knelt on the ground. With a trembling voice, he said, You are my father." The man laughed loudly and said, Good child, good child. I am your father. The two of us, father and son, have the same appearance. There is no need to remember. Everyone knows that I am your father." He stretched out his hand and tore open the lapel on his chest, revealing a wolf's head with a tattoo. With his left hand, he pulled Xiaofeng up. Xiaofeng tore open the lapel of his robe, revealing the green wolf head on his chest, bearing its fangs. The two of them walked side by side. Suddenly, they looked up to the sky and howled at the same time. Their voices were like the roar of a fierce wind. It spread far and wide, shaking the entire valley. When everyone heard it, they all felt a chill. Although there were only two of them, their power was as great as a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Song Qingshu was full of admiration. "You really are heroic." Zhao Min, who was at the side, covered her ears and said unhappily, "So noisy." Xiaofeng took out an oilcloth bag from his chest and opened it. He took out a large piece of white cloth that was sewn together. He unfolded it. It was the rubbing of the inscriptions on the stone wall that monk Zhiguan gave him. On it were hollow chitin characters. The curly-bearded old man pointed at the last few characters and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuanshan's last brush, Xiao Yuanshan's last brush." Haha, child, that day I was sad and jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Who knew that I was not fated to die? I fell on the branch of a big tree at the bottom of the valley and unexpectedly did not die. Now that I have lost my will to die, I want to take revenge. That day outside Yanmen Pass, the heroes of the Central Plains killed your mother who did not know martial arts without asking the reason. Child, do you think this revenge should be taken? Xiaofeng said, "The hatred of my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. How can I not take revenge?" Xiao Yuanshan said, "The people who killed your mother that day, most of them have already been killed by me. Monk Zhiguang and that guy who called himself Zhao Qiansun have already been killed by me. The previous leader of the beggar clan, Wang Jiantong, died of an illness. Only that the leader of the great evil man is still alive and well. Child, what do you think we should do with him?" Xiaofeng anxiously asked, "Who is this person?" Xiao Yuanshan let out a long whistle and shouted, "Who is this person?" His eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the faces of the monks. When the monks made eye contact with him, even though they knew that they had the upper hand, they still felt a sense of danger in their bones. Even though most of these people had nothing to do with what happened outside Yanmen Pass, but when they saw the expression of the Xiao father and son, no one dared to move or make a sound. They were afraid that they would attract trouble and be dragged down by the two of them before they died. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. In this way, Azu and Azi are in danger. Previously, Xiao Yuanshan did not say who the leader was because he was afraid that the other party would be driven to desperation and harm the lives of the two girls at the same time. But now that he was fighting with Xianxia and broke his mask, revealing his original appearance, his identity could no longer be hidden. In addition, he was reminded of the sad incident, so how could he care so much? But even if he did not care, Song Qingshu could not ignore it. Even though he did not have any feelings for Azi, she was still his woman. How could he let others deal with her? Especially Azu, he was indebted to her, so he could not let her encounter any danger. Xiao Yuanshan's gaze fell on Xianxia and said coldly, "Abbot Xianxi's dharma is indeed profound, to be able to keep his composure even now." The few who knew the inside story all had their expressions change. The other Shaolin disciples who did not know the inside story all subconsciously looked towards Xianxia. Xiaofeng was shocked and angry. "Abbot Xianxia, the leader is actually you." One must know that he had interacted with Xianxia before, and even fought with him twice. He was very impressed with his martial arts and character. Who would have thought that he was actually the evil person that he had been searching for so long? Abbot Xianxia put his palms together. Good, good. Since there is karma, there will be karma. Even though I was deceived by scoundrels in the Yenmen Pass incident, I still cannot absolve myself from the blame for the tragic death of your parents and clansmen. He had just pulled out his wisdom tooth today and lost a lot of blood. In addition, he could only drink some porridge for the whole day, so it did not take long for him to feel dizzy from hunger. So it was you. Xiaofeng was furious. Xianxia sighed. Ba Xiaofeng said angrily, when you killed my mother, you could say it was a misunderstanding. Although you were reckless, you didn't do it on purpose. But in order to hide your identity, you killed my adoptive father and adoptive mother, the Qiao couple, Zhao Qiansun, Elder Tan, and Grandma Tan. You didn't even let my master Xian Ku off. You are worse than a beast. Xianxia was surprised and said, what do you mean by that? Didn't they all die in the hands of Layman Xiao? At this moment, Xianqing had also recovered from the surprise attack. Because he had just suffered a loss, he became even angrier when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen, don't slander me. Everyone knows that my senior brother is a person of virtue and prestige. He is not the kind of person you are talking about. Moreover, those people were clearly killed by you. Many people witnessed senior brother Xian Ku's death, and you still dare to argue. Just as Xiaofeng was about to explain, Xiao Yuanshan laughed loudly and said, child, you are wrong. Xiaofeng was stunned and said, child is wrong? Xiao Yuanshan nodded and said, wrong. The Qiao couple was killed by me. Xiaofeng was shocked and said with a trembling voice, father killed them? Then why? Xiao Yuanshan said, you are my son. Originally, we were reunited and happy. But these southern dynasty warriors treated us Khitan people like pigs and dogs. They killed at the slightest provocation and took my son away to someone else. The Qiao couple pretended to be your parents and took away my family happiness. They didn't tell you the truth, so they deserved to die. Xiaofeng's chest ached as he said, my adoptive father and adoptive mother have treated me with great kindness and righteousness. The two elders are very good people. But burning down the Dan village and killing Elder Tan and Grandma Tan, they were all. Xiao Yuanshan said, yes, it was all done by your father. Who was the one who led the group to kill your mother? These people obviously knew but didn't want to say it. They all protected him. Didn't they deserve to die? Xiaofeng was silent as he thought to himself, the great villain that I have been searching for so long is actually my father. Where did this come from? Slowly he said, Shaolin Temple's Reverend Xian Ku personally taught me martial arts. For 10 years, I have never had a break in winter or summer. Today's achievement is all thanks to benevolent master's nurturing. Speaking to this point, he lowered his head, his tiger-like eyes already brimming with tears. Xiao Yuanshan said, these southern dynasty warriors are treacherous and treacherous, what good things do they have? I killed Xian Ku with a single palm strike. The Shaolin monks chanted in unison, Ba, Ba. Their voices were filled with grief and indignation. Although no one stepped forward to challenge Xiao Yuanshan, the pain and agony contained in the chanting of the Buddhist scriptures clearly contained great determination. Today, they had to take the lives of Xiao Yuanshan and his son in revenge. Xiao Yuanshan continued, among the enemies who killed my beloved wife and snatched my only son, there were the beggar clan's Bangzhu, and also Shaolin Pai's martial art masters. Hey, they only wanted to cover up this bloody crime forever, so they turned my son into a Han, and made my son take the great enemy as his master, and then succeeded the great enemy as the beggar clan's Bangzhu. Child, that night after I killed Xian Ku, I hid to the side. Not long after, you went to see that bald thief. Xian Ku saw that my father and I looked alike, so he thought that it was you who did it. Even that young monk couldn't tell us apart. Child, we Khitan people have been wronged and bullied by them, isn't that enough? Only now did Xiaofeng understand why Reverend Xian Ku was so shocked when he saw him that night, and why that young monk tried to prove that he was the one who killed Xian Ku. How could he have known that the real murderer was someone who looked like him, someone who was related to him by blood? Hearing all this, Zhao Min, who was on the tree, couldn't help but curl her lips. This Xiao Yuanshan has really been blinded by hatred. His brain is no longer normal. Other than harming his own son, what else can he do? She was previously in charge of managing the Central Plains Wulin in the Ruyang Palace, so she naturally knew everything that had happened to Xiao Feng. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Actually, he also agreed with Zhao Min's point of view. Other people were all harming their fathers, but in the whole demigods and semi-demigods, Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo could be said to be crazy for harming children. In terms of harming children, they were equally matched. You killed senior brother Xianku. Today, I will make you and your son pay in blood. Xianqing had just been put in a difficult position by Xiao Yuanshan, so he was anxious to regain his face. Humph, I was able to kill the Central Plains Wulin people in the past. Today, I can do the same. Xiao Yuanshan said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was filled with a murderous aura. You overestimate yourself. Xianqing heavily slammed the Buddhist staff in his hand on the ground, and a visible sound wave spread out. Many of the people with low cultivation felt so annoyed that they wanted to vomit. People like Azu and Azi couldn't even stand steadily. I hate the stinky monk. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, patted her chest and said softly. It must be known that the reason why she was poisoned by Morong Jingyue's 3-corpse brain divine pill was because she was attacked by Xianqing and injured by his great King Kong palm. She had no choice but to go to Kaifeng to seek treatment from Ping Yizhi. Who would have known that Ping Yizhi's real identity was actually Morong Jingyue? I also don't like him. Xianqing was brave and fierce, had a bad temper, and loved to be in the limelight. Song Qingshu always felt that he was going against the duties of a monk. Xiao Yuanshan's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly jumped away from his original spot. With a few sizzling sounds, the tree behind him had 3 more burnt black finger holes. Formless finger of disaster. Xiao Yuanshan's expression turned ugly. No wonder he had purposely used the Buddhist staff to hit the ground. It was to hide his true killing move. The formless finger of disaster was formless and invisible, and with his disguise, it was impossible to defend against. You are a Buddhist, but you actually sneak attacked me. Xianqing snorted, to deal with a shameless person like you, is there a need to follow the rules of the martial world? Furthermore, when you sneak attacked Senior Xianku, you didn't. Before he could finish, a scream came from beside him. They saw that Kong Ji's chest had 3 horrifying bloody holes. If it wasn't for his profound cultivation, he would have died on the spot. But even so, he had already lost the ability to fight. Formless finger of disaster. This time, it was the Shaolin monk's turn to be shocked. Xiao Yuanshan laughed bitterly, hee hee. That year, I didn't have the intention to steal the Shaolin Temple's martial arts manuals, but you have wrongly accused me. Good. Xiao Yuanshan will go all out, since you guys have wronged me, I'll show you what I can do. These past 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan has been hiding in the Shaolin Temple, reading your martial arts manuals to his heart's content. A mere formless finger of disaster, what is it to me? Masters, please evaluate my formless finger of disaster, how is it? Song Qingshu was full of admiration. Although Xiao Yuanshan's brain wasn't working well, in terms of battle techniques, he was still a top-notch existence. He was able to cripple one of the opponent's top-notch experts so easily. It must be known that although Kong Ji was ranked last among the 4 great divine monks, he was proficient in 11 Shaolin martial arts. If it was a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be easy for Xiao Yuanshan to defeat him. Compared to Song Qingshu's praise, the Shaolin monks were much angrier. What could be more infuriating than someone using your family's belongings to beat you up? Despicable. Shameless. All sorts of curses could be heard, but Xiao Yuanshan revealed a look of ridicule. Who was the one who said that when dealing with a despicable person, there is no need to follow the rules of the martial world? Xianqing's face turned green and red. At this moment, he was extremely sullen. He was obviously a martial artist, but he had lost twice in front of him. He had lost all his face. Give me your life. Xianqing decided not to give Xiao Yuanshan any more chances to play tricks. With a roar, he rushed towards Xiao Yuanshan like a golden cannonball. Along the way, it was as if there was a huge gust of wind, sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiao Yuanshan's expression turned cold. After all, the opponent was known as the number one in Shaolin in the last 200 years. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used his martial arts to meet him. In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged more than 10 moves. Skunda staff, this thief actually secretly learned the Skunda staff. Suddenly, one of the Shaolin monks exclaimed. Not only that, he even used the Prajna palm just now. Heavens, the Prajna palm is our temple's most profound fist technique. There aren't many people in the entire temple that can comprehend its essence, yet he actually learned it. Another person recognized his palm technique and became even more astonished. Xianxia, Fangjing, and Kongwen looked at each other, thinking that Xiao Yuanshan used to be the head instructor of the Liao Palace division. They definitely couldn't let him leave alive today. Otherwise, if he passed down their sect's martial arts to the Khitan army, what would happen? The few of them were usually merciful people, but now that their sect's martial arts manuals were involved, all of them were filled with killing intent. This Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts are really high. He can actually fight evenly with Xianxia. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, spoke with slight surprise. In the past, the experts under her had fought with Xianxia, and they had suffered quite a few losses at his hands. Now that she saw Xiao Yuanshan going back and forth with him without the slightest bit of being at a disadvantage, she naturally exclaimed in admiration. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. He noticed that there were several times when Xiao Yuanshan clearly had the upper hand, but because his moves were too ruthless, the angle of his strength was off. And when experts fought, this little bit of deviation could bring about a completely different result. Eh? Looking at Xiao Yuanshan's expression, he doesn't seem to have realized that he has missed several good opportunities to defeat the enemy. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked, and suddenly came to a realization. The changes in Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts could be said to be one of the most incomprehensible things in the Celestial Dragon sect. 30 years ago, he fought against 21 experts from the Central Plains by himself. Among them, there was no lack of experts like Xianxia and the Beggar clan's leader, but he still almost completely annihilated the 21 people. Even Morongbo, who was secretly watching from the side, was scared witless. He returned to the Swallow Dock cellar and hid for 7 days and 7 nights. But 30 years later, Xianxia and Xiao Yuanshan were already on par. Morongbo also fought with him 3 times, and they couldn't decide the victor after several hundred moves. It must be known that in these 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan had been secretly learning martial arts from the Shaolin Temple. But Xianxia and Morongbo, who were far inferior to him back then, actually caught up and grew to the point where they were on par with him. It gave people a feeling that in these 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan had always been at the same place, waiting for them to catch up. In his previous life, Song Qingshu also didn't understand, but now that he was also cultivating martial arts, and his realm had reached an extraordinary height, he gradually understood what was going on. It must be known that a person's martial arts would not continue to increase forever. After reaching a certain height, if there was no fortuitous encounter or sudden enlightenment, the realm would be fixed for the rest of his life. Just like Wang Chongyang's evaluation of Zhou Badong, he believed that Zhou Badong was not broad-minded and narrow-minded, and was destined to not become an absolute expert. Sure enough, Zhou Buotong's martial arts talent was extremely high, and he had even obtained Wang Chongyang's teachings, but his martial arts had always stopped at the level of Qiu Qianren. Although he was already a first-class expert in the Jianghu, he was still beaten by the 5 absolutes. Later on, when he cultivated the Nining manual, coupled with his pure heart, he researched the left and right interfighting technique, and his martial arts finally improved. From the beginning, he was beaten by Huang Yaoshi, and later on, the 5 absolutes admitted that they were inferior. Xiao Yuanshan was also in a similar situation. In his early years, he was a heroic man of the grasslands, open-minded and sunny, so his martial arts progress was extremely fast. But after the battle at Yanmen Pass, his heart was already distorted by hatred, and his style of doing things changed from being open and aboveboard to scheming. Therefore, although later on he secretly learned many unique skills from the Shaolin Temple, and on the surface it looked like he had improved a lot, but there was no qualitative improvement. In addition, the Shaolin Temple's martial arts required the corresponding Buddhist Dharma to neutralize it. His heart was only filled with the desire for revenge, and forcefully practicing the unique skills ended up causing internal injuries. According to the evaluation of the sweeping monk in the original work, Xianxia fell into a martial arts barrier. He spent nearly 30 years but still couldn't understand this martial arts barrier, causing his martial arts to never improve. In the end, Bo, Xianxia, and the others gradually caught up to him. Xianxia and Xiaoyuanshan's battle could be said to have caused sand to fly and rocks to roll. Xianxia relied on his indestructible body to recklessly attack Wuji. Every move was powerful, and some of the small trees on the side were affected by the wind from the palms of the battle and were all broken. Xiaoyuanshan had a lot of battle experience, and after realizing that he had the indestructible body, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he dispelled his attacks while saving energy to wait for an opportunity. Xianxia quickly realized what he was thinking, but he had no choice. After using the indestructible body, his defense could indeed be said to be invincible, but there were gains and losses, and his agility would greatly decrease. Against normal experts, it was not a big deal, but against experts of Xiaoyuanshan's level, if the opponent wanted to dodge, it would be very difficult for his attacks to hit the opponent. Surnamed Xiao, if you have the ability, then don't run around. Xianxia shouted angrily as his killing moves hit empty air. Xiaoyuanshan laughed coldly, knowing that you have the indestructible body protecting you, I still want to fight you head-on. Do you think this old man is stupid? The tribes on the grassland all worshipped wolves, and even their battle tactics were inspired by wolves. Wolves had always been cunning and ferocious. When dealing with large animals, they often did not attack directly. Instead, they would constantly fight to consume their physical strength, and when the time was right, they would launch a general attack. Xianxia was extremely angry, and suddenly his eyes glanced at Xiaofeng, Azu, and Zi, and instantly a plan came to his mind. A Prajna palm was originally going to attack Xiaoyuanshan, but it suddenly changed direction halfway, and directly attacked the heavily injured Xiaofeng. Before he even arrived, the wind from his palm had already swept up the sand, forcing Azu and Zi to be unable to open their eyes. But Xiaofeng was not Duanyu, who had high theoretical martial arts but was often killed by sneak attacks. He was always on guard, and although Xianxia's attack was a bit unexpected, he did not care at all, and instantly used the softness of the 18 dragons subduing palms, drawing the opponent's cold palm energy to the side. With a boom, a large rock was smashed by Xianxia's palm. Despicable! Xiaoyuanshan shouted angrily, and with a leap, he attacked Xianxia's back. In the tree, Zhao Min nodded in agreement. This monk is indeed despicable. However, Song Qingshu smiled and said, I don't think there's any problem with Xianxia's move. As the saying goes, it's a battle of wits, not a battle of strength. Besides, isn't scheming exactly what the princess is good at? You're so annoying. Zhao Min lightly punched him, but her attention quickly returned to the stage. Although Xiaofeng had neutralized Xianxia's sharp attack, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. His face flushed slightly, and he felt the qi and blood in his body churning. Clearly, his injuries had been aggravated. However, he had the physique of the god of war, and being injured at this time seemed to have ignited his bloodthirsty aura. Not only did he not retreat, but he also used the 18 dragons subduing palms, intending to take advantage of this moment to attack Xianxia from the front and back with his father. Even though Xianxia had the protection of the Vajra invincible divine art, he did not dare to use his body to withstand the simultaneous attack of two great masters. He hastily flew back. However, Xiaofeng and his son were extremely powerful. Even though Xianxia was hailed as the #1 person in Shaolin in the last 200 years, he was still beaten into a sorry state by them. Northern Xiaofeng, Southern Murong. In my opinion, this Northern Xiaofeng is more than 10 times stronger than Southern Murong. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, could not help but praise. 10 times would be an exaggeration, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight 2 Murong Fus, Song Qingshu commented. He had fought with both of them before, so he was very clear about their strengths. Murong Fu's martial arts were actually very high. After he had received the 18 dragon subduing palms that Song Qingshu had given him, his martial arts had improved by another level. In theory, he was not much weaker than Xiaofeng and was worthy of being called Southern Murong, who was equally famous as him. However, his biggest problem was that he was wholeheartedly focused on restoring his country. He had too many concerns and too many thoughts, so he was often unable to unleash his martial arts at his normal level. On the other hand, Xiaofeng could always unleash at least 120% of his strength. Catch the monk staff. Seeing that Xianxia was in a difficult situation, Xianxia flicked her sleeves, and the monk staff that Xianxia had stabbed into the ground earlier flew towards him. At the same time, the Xianxia on her body surged like a raging wave, attacking Xiaofeng. Xianxia demon subduing technique. Xiaofeng did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the dragon capturing technique and pulled a large rock from the side over to block in front of him. When the bright red Xianxia came into contact with the large rock, it instantly wrapped around it. Then, with a loud bang, the rock was twisted into pieces. Immediately after, Xianxia suddenly leaped out of the smoke and dust that filled the sky and directly attacked Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's expression changed. He had no choice but to let go of Xianxia and face the new enemy. Unexpectedly, when their palms collided, Xiaofeng did not feel a power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Instead, he felt that his strength had hit a ball of cotton. He immediately realized that this was because Xianxia had used the most exquisite technique of the Prajna palm, emptiness to end, to dissolve the power of his palm. Ba. Xianxia took advantage of the power of the palm to retreat a distance. The Xianxia that was in midair just happened to fall on his body. Benefactor Xiao is injured. This old monk also does not want to take advantage of others. I only want to stop you and your father from joining hands to attack junior brother Xianxia. If it was in the past, Xiaofeng would definitely return the greeting and praise the other party for his noble character and unquestionable integrity. But now, when he thought about how he was the big brother who had caused the destruction of his family, he could not bring himself to say the word respect. Feng you rest on the side. Watch how your father takes care of this big monk. Okay. Xiaofeng and Xiao Yuanshan had fought before. He knew the other party's martial arts attainments. Although Xianxing's martial arts were high, his father was not below him. However, with the Xianxing Buddhist staff in hand, the power of the demon subduing technique was much greater. The places that were swept by the Buddhist staff would shatter rocks and break trees. From this, it could be seen what would happen if the Buddhist staff hit a body of flesh and blood. Xiao Yuanshan took a few blows with his bare hands. He suddenly could not hold on any longer. He hurriedly pulled out a long whip from his waist and swept it towards the top of Xianxing's head. Xianxing was shocked. The top of the head was a person's most vital point. Even if he had the diamond body protecting body, he did not dare to test it. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Xiao Yuanshan took advantage of this time to instantly increase the distance between them. The long whip was like a black dragon coming out of the sea. It filled the sky and struck towards Xianxing's vital points. Xianxing waved the Buddhist staff in his hand and protected his entire body. However, he quickly felt that every whip seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies. It shook his arm until it was numb. He could not help but be shocked. How can this thief's martial arts be so powerful? Zhao Min, who was on the tree, was beaming with joy. She almost clapped her hands, whip the stinky monk to death. Whether it was the Mengliao alliance or the dispute between her and Xianxing, she naturally stood on Xiao Yuanshan's side. Song Qingshu could see that the two's martial arts were about the same. In terms of internal energy, Xianxing was slightly stronger. However, Xiao Yuanshan's weapon was a long whip. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. It has to be known that even if a normal person suddenly stopped the handle of the whip, the various parts of the whip would stop one after another. The kinetic energy would then be transferred to the next part, which would increase the speed of the next part. In the end, all the kinetic energy of the whip would be concentrated at the tip. The tip of the whip could instantly reach twice the speed of sound. Normal people were already like this, let alone this world's top experts. After Xiao Yuanshan's internal energy passed through the whip, it was unknown how many times stronger it would be on Xianxing's body. Xianxing blocked for a while and realized that he could not passively take a beating. He felt that the surrounding air seemed to have become solid. If he continued to whip, he might not even be able to hold the Buddhist staff steadily. He waved the demon vanquishing staff technique in an attempt to wrap around the whip. However, since Xiao Yuanshan used a whip as a weapon, he had long since reached the point of perfection. How could he let him wrap around the whip so easily? After Xianxia tried a few times to no avail, he decided to give up on his defense and directly used the Diamond Invincible Divine Technique to close in on Xiao Yuanshan. Other than when the whip swept towards the top of his head, eyes, and dantian, he only used the Buddhist staff to block. An inch longer is an inch stronger. The best way to deal with a long weapon was to get within an inch of it and fight it in close combat. However, just as he took a few steps, his body was whipped a few times. His Diamond Invincible Divine Technique felt like it was about to break. Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward like a bull. Xiao Yuanshan's expression also changed. If he met any other opponent and got whipped like this, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. However, the person in front of him was like a turtle. He was simply too tanky. Seeing the opponent getting closer and closer, he could only retreat. The two of them advanced and retreated. In the end, the distance between them was balanced. Xianxia couldn't close in and Xiao Yuanshan couldn't get rid of him. However, although the Diamond Invincible Divine Technique could protect Xianxia's body, it couldn't protect his clothes. The kasaya on his body was in tatters and many parts of his body were exposed. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, spat and said, "This monk's body is so ugly. He really doesn't know shame. He still doesn't admit defeat." Song Qingshu laughed and said, "Although Xianxia looks miserable on the surface, Xiao Yuanshan can't do anything to him. How can he admit defeat?" The Shaolin monks weren't as optimistic as him. They all had serious expressions. They knew that Xianxia's martial arts weren't inferior to any of the top martial artists in the world, but this time, he had encountered someone whose martial arts countered his. If this continued, Xianxia would probably be at a disadvantage. However, the people present were all famous people, so they couldn't bring themselves to help. Shizhu suddenly said, "Martial Grand Uncles, today is not a martial arts competition in Jianghu. We are avenging Martial Grand Uncle Master Xian Ku and killing the innocent people in Jianghu. How can we care about our reputation and let the thief escape?" This. Xianxia, Fang Jing, and Kong Wen all looked hesitant. Shizhu continued, "Especially since this thief has learned so many unique skills of Shaolin. Just now, he showed us the Prajna palm, the formless finger of disaster, the exorcism staff, and the Skanda staff. Now, he seems to be using our temple's diamond exorcism ring. If we let the 72 ultimate skills leak out, we will become sinners." Yes, what Shizhu said makes sense. Xianxia and the others nodded. Shizhu knew that they still couldn't let it go, so he bowed and said, "Let me help Martial Grand Uncle Master Xianxia." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the true chi of the North Profound Divine Kung Fu and used the wood-burning saber skill to cut Xiao Yuanshan's whip. It was supposed to be an invisible saber, but the friction between the internal force and the air formed a saber of fire. If it hit, Xiao Yuanshan's whip would be cut in half, even if it was made of cowhide. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes swept over the blade chi and his face couldn't help but change. He hastily wanted to retract his whip, but how could Xianxia give him the chance? While he was distracted, he used his staff to delay his whip. Although he couldn't stop it, it was enough for the blade chi to come down. Seeing that the flame-like saber chi was about to slash the long whip, everyone suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Then, the saber chi seemed to have been hit by something and scattered in all directions. There were many masters in the field, and some sharp-eyed people had already seen that it was a leaf that had hit the broadsword chi. Although the leaf was quickly burned by the flames of the wood-burning broadsword method, many people still saw it clearly. He actually destroyed Shizhu's broadsword chi with just a leaf. Is it really the legendary saying that flying flowers and leaves can hurt people? No, many people in the field can hurt people with flying flowers and leaves, but it is extremely difficult to reach this level. This was the thought of almost everyone in the field. Sword chi. Just now, the leaf was attached to the sword chi, so it could disperse Shizhu's broadsword chi. Xianxia and the other top masters in the field all understood and involuntarily looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. Song Qingshu had already come down from the tree and slowly walked to the field. "Everyone, long time no see." He asked Zhao Min to stay in the tree so that she would not be hurt. Later. After all, there were many people in the Shaolin temple. If there was a fight later, they might not be able to take care of her. Song Qingshu. When the monks of the Shaolin temple saw him, they could not help but change their expressions. After all, the relationship between the two sides was not friendly. In the past 2 years, the two sides had clashed many times. Although each time it was not to the extent of fighting to the death, it was not much different. Greetings, masters. Song Qingshu smiled at the monks. Both sides had different identities. One was a dominator, and the other was the leader of the martial arts world in the Central Plains. The necessary politeness was necessary. However, after the politeness, Song Qingshu ignored them and turned to Xiaofeng. Brother Xiao. Xiaofeng also showed a trace of surprise. Brother Song. Song Qingshu smiled and said, last time the Manchurian army went south, fortunately, Brother Xiao helped me. I didn't expect to meet you again after so long. Xiaofeng looked at the bloodstains on his chest, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yeah, the next time we meet, things have remained the same, but the people have changed. When the Shaolin monks heard the conversation between the two, their expressions changed. It should be known that they did not have a good relationship with Song Qingshu to begin with. Now that Song Qingshu and Xiaofeng had such a relationship, it would be difficult for the matter to be resolved peacefully. However, Song Qingshu did not care about their feelings at all. He continued to say to Azu, who was beside Xiaofeng, Miss Azu, speaking of which, you and I have been apart for the longest time. Jiao Min, who was on a tree not far away, couldn't help but curl her lips. This bastard will flirt with pretty girls no matter where he goes. Azu pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, the last time I saw you at Swallow Dock, you were still a little down and out. I didn't expect you to be so famous now. Song Qingshu smiled and said, a lot of this is thanks to you, Mississippi. Azu was startled. She didn't understand what he meant. Song Qingshu naturally couldn't tell her about the art of disguise, so he said instead, looking at how intimate you and Brother Xiao are, you must already be in love with each other. Young Master Azu was greatly embarrassed. She blushed and said angrily. Xiaofeng, who was on the side, also chuckled. During this period of time, Azu has helped me a lot. I have long regarded her as the most important person in my life. When Azu heard his affectionate and direct confession, her face became even redder. On the tree, Jiao Min's eyes lit up as she listened. She thought that the men of the prairie were indeed direct and forthright. They weren't like the people of the Song dynasty who had so many red tape. However, when she remembered that Song Qingshu was also from the Song dynasty, she couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. That bastard was also from the Song dynasty, but he was also very direct. Seeing Xiaofeng and Azu's lovey-dovey appearance, Xiao Yuanshan naturally felt very gratified. However, Azi, who was on the side, pouted her small mouth. However, she had something she was even more afraid of, so she subconsciously moved back and hid. Song Qingshu said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Azi, why are you hiding? Azi's body trembled. The shrewish temper that she had developed over the past 10 years instantly came back. Meeting you, this pervert. She was just about to scold him when she suddenly realized that the people on her side were currently in danger. Xiaofeng, who had always been mighty, was currently heavily injured, and it would be very difficult for him to protect himself. Especially since this group of people most likely had to rely on Song Qingshu to escape from danger. If she were to have a conflict with him, these people would most likely side with the other party. She grew up in a place like the Xianxia sect. She was used to scheming and deceiving each other. Since she was young, she had cultivated an exquisite heart. Thus, she was very good at observing people's words and body language. What, do you know each other? Azu looked at the two of them in confusion. She then smiled and said, Prince Song, Azi is my little sister. She has always been naughty and mischievous. If she has offended you in any way, I hope that young master will forgive her. Azi secretly snorted. She thought to herself, big sister is such a soft-hearted person. She apologized without asking anything. Obviously, he was the one who bullied me. How would I dare to offend him? Fortunately, she grew up in the Xianxia sect. She was even more used to the law of the jungle. Everything was based on benefits. Thus, she didn't take losing her virginity so seriously. Otherwise, if it were a young lady in a boudoir, she would have already exploded upon seeing Song Qingshu. How could that be? Ozzy is clever and obedient. I can't wait to like her. Song Qingshu didn't expose the relationship between him and Ozzy. After all, if the fact that he had treated her as a slave was exposed, as her elder sister, Azu, and as her brother-in-law, Xiaofeng, couldn't just sit back and do nothing. When that time came, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. Looking at Ozzy's clever and cunning eyes, Song Qingshu thought to himself, it seems that she has completely woken up. The soul transfer art's hypnosis can only last for a short period of time. At this moment, Xianxia, who was not far away, finally became impatient. He heavily hit the ground with his staff and snorted, "Are you guys done catching up? Today, I, Xiao, have fallen into a tight encirclement. I know that it is difficult for me to escape. Brother Song, don't worry about me. Take Azu and Ozzy away. Take good care of me, and I will be able to rest in peace." He didn't suggest helping Xiao Yuanshan escape. After all, he was clear about the great enmity between his father and Shaolin. Shaolin would definitely not allow his father to leave. He didn't want to drag Song Qingshu down with him. Hearing his words, Azu instantly became anxious. "I'm not leaving. I want to live and die with you." Ozzy rolled her eyes. Although she had a good impression of Xiaofeng during this period of time, with her personality, she naturally didn't want to stay here and die with them. However, she had always been smart and cunning. She quickly realized that with Song Qingshu around, he definitely wouldn't let them die. Therefore, she righteously said, "I'm not leaving either. I want to live and die with my sister and brother-in-law." Song Qingshu looked at Ozzy in surprise. He thought to himself that this little girl was somewhat normal. Could it be that she had fallen in love with Xiaofeng like in the original work? However, he didn't have time to think about this. He turned around and bowed to the Shaolin monks. "Masters, Xiaofeng and Song Mao are bosom friends. Can you give me some face and let them live? Is your face very valuable?" Xianxia snorted angrily. Song Qingshu faintly smiled, "At least it's more valuable than yours." "You." Xianxia suddenly became angry. Xianxia hurriedly reached out to stop him and said, "Ba, very good. Prince Song's territory covers a radius of thousands of miles and he has 100,000 elite soldiers. Now he has been conferred the title of King of Qi. His face is naturally valuable." After flattering Song Qingshu, he suddenly changed the topic. "If it was any other matter, since King of Qi has spoken, we naturally have to give him face. But this matter. Xiaofeng and his son have killed so many people in the martial arts world, including our senior brother Xianku. If we let them go, how can we face those innocent people who died in vain?" He called Song Qingshu King of Qi, which clearly represented Shaolin's attitude. Although they were now under the rule of the Jin Kingdom, they still recognized the orthodox position of the Song dynasty. After all, for the Han people in the world, the Song dynasty was the orthodox dynasty in their hearts. As for the other Han dynasty, the Ming Kingdom, after all, had been destroyed, and it was not as lenient to the scholars and common people as the Song dynasty. Hearing Xianxi's words, Zhao Min, who was not far away, said with some schadenfreude, "This bastard deserves it. You are usually so proud, but now you know that your face is useless." Song Qingshu was not angry at all. The root cause of all this is because Master led the experts of the Central Plains to kill Xiaofeng's parents 30 years ago. Kongwen could not help but snort. "According to King of Qi, in the end, all this is still our temple's fault." Song Qingshu shook his head. "I did not say that. What I mean is that everything has to be traced back to the source. Back then, the reason why Abbot Xianxia led the experts of the Central Plains to kill Xiaofeng's parents was largely because he was misled by a scoundrel. I believe Master also knows this." "Who is that person?" Xiaofeng and Xiao Yuanshan stepped forward, their voices somewhat trembling. Ba Xianxia put his palms together. "That person is also a person with a great background in the martial arts world. He must have been deceived by a scoundrel and felt extremely guilty after the incident. Very soon, he died of depression. I will not implicate his reputation. But what if that person faked his death to get away from his crime?" Song Qingshu said. "What?" The people of Shaolin were all shocked. Song Qingshu continued, Great Master Xianbei died in Dali's body discipline temple. He was killed by the Skunda staff, an expert in the martial arts world. Rumor has it that he died in the hands of Murong Fu. However, Murong Fu is still young. Does he have the skills to kill Great Master Xianbei, who has been famous for decades? I believe everyone already has their own guesses. That person really didn't die? Xianxia muttered to himself. An incomparably complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Song Qingshu replied, Shaolin Temple is the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the martial arts world. I don't believe that you all did not receive any information. The monks whispered to each other. Clearly, they were verifying some of the information they had obtained earlier. Brother Song, who exactly is that scoundrel? Xiaofeng could not bear it any longer. He grabbed Song Qingshu's arm and asked. To be able to use Great Master Xianbei's Skunda staff to kill him, other than the Big Dipper of Shifting Stars, who else could it be? Song Qingshu replied. Zhu cried out in alarm, but Murong Gongzi is not the murderer. Xiao Dage even tried to clarify for Gongzi at that time. She was, after all, a maid of Swallow Dock, remembering her former master, so she couldn't help but defend herself. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, Didn't I just say that Murong Fu couldn't kill Master Xianbei? Although Xianbei was just a cameo in the original novel, his martial arts had always been underestimated. All kinds of signs showed that he was the third master under Xianxia, the sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple. After all, Murong Bo had launched a sneak attack first, but he was still at a disadvantage. In the end, Murong Bo had to use his unique skill to kill Xianbei. Murong Bo's purpose was to provoke disputes between countries. He wanted to kill Xianbei with the solar finger technique, but Xianbei's martial arts were too high, and he had not practiced the solar finger technique well enough. In the end, he had to use his unique skill. Not only did he fail to frame Murong Bo, but he also harmed his own son. But didn't you say that Xianbei was killed by the solar finger technique? Xiaofeng was confused, but he suddenly realized, was it Murong Bo? That's right. Song Qingshu nodded his head and roughly explained about Murong Bo faking his death. That bastard. Xiaofeng clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger. It's him. Xiao Yuanshan almost fainted. He knew that it was his enemy who had fought with him in Shaolin Temple for decades. When he saw Murong Bo stealing scriptures in Shaolin Temple, he thought that Murong Bo was an enemy of Shaolin Temple. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so he secretly taught him martial arts. In the first fight, Murong Bo couldn't hold on for more than 100 moves. In the third fight, they were still tied after 300 moves. Thinking that his enemy's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds because of his guidance, Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, Shizhu suddenly said, We will find out the truth about Master Murong. Although there may be a conspiracy, it is also true that Xiao Yuanshan and his son killed people. Moreover, Xiao Yuanshan secretly learned the 72 unique skills of our temple. If we let them go, they will leak their martial arts to the alien tribes. In the future, people in the Central Plains will be harmed. In any case, we can't let them be sinners. Yes, we can't let them go. When the Shaolin Temple monks heard Song Qingshu's words, they were hesitant. But after listening to Su Zhu's words, they instantly firmed their minds. Song Qingshu frowned. Shizhu was not like the honest little monk in the original novel. Was he also possessed by an old monster like Zhang Wuji? On the tree, Zhao Min secretly curled her lips. If the father and son of the Xiao family had only killed Master Tan, Granny Tan, Zhao Qiansun, and some other small fries in Jianghu, Shaolin would probably just pretend and not kill them. Even if they had killed Master Xian Ku, Shaolin might have tolerated it temporarily for the sake of Song Qingshu. However, Xiao Yuanshan had secretly learned the 72 ultimate skills, which was the lifeblood of Shaolin and the foundation of their survival in Jianghu. Now, even Zhang Sanfeng and Wang Chongyang would not be able to help. You are afraid that Xiao Yuanshan will impart his martial arts to the Khitan soldiers and harm the Han people in the future, right? Song Qingshu retorted. Of course. Shizhu had a compassionate look on his face. Now that the divine land has fallen, Shaolin has been the leader of the martial arts world since ancient times. Naturally, we should do our part for the people in the world and take precautions. What a good do our part, what a good afraid that Xiao Yuanshan would teach the Khitan soldiers. Song Qingshu's tone suddenly had an additional hint of ridicule. The people of the different tribes you speak of still know how to teach the secret manuals they obtained to the ordinary soldiers, enrich the country and strengthen the army, and contribute to the interests of the country. However, you people have the authentic 72 ultimate skills in your hands. Have you ever taught these martial arts to us, the Han people's soldiers, so that when they face the cavalry of the different tribes, they would not be unable to protect themselves? You. The Shaolin monks were speechless for a moment. It should be known that the martial arts of each sect had always been strictly guarded. Only the inner core disciples were allowed to impart them, for fear that the martial arts would be leaked. For thousands of years, all sects and schools had been like this. No one would care about it. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would put such a big hat on them, and they did not know how to refute? If it was an ordinary sect, they would have just said that he was crazy. Which sect in Jianghu would impart their martial arts to outsiders? But they were Shaolin, a sect that prided itself on being the leading mountain in the martial arts world. If they admitted that they did not impart their martial arts because of sectarian bias, which led to the Han people being bullied by the cavalry of the aliens, they would not be able to bear the blame. Master Fengjing shouted the name of Buddha and continued, Prince Qi may not know this, but practicing Shaolin martial arts requires a very good foundation. Moreover, progress is slow in the early stage. Later on, each martial art needs a corresponding Buddhist method to resolve it. Otherwise, it is easy to hurt oneself. Not only is it not beneficial, but it is also harmful. And the army needs simple, direct, and quick training methods, so the martial arts of our temple is not suitable for them. Hearing this, all the monks nodded their heads. Fengjing's Buddhist method was profound, and he had a kind and benevolent countenance. Within the temple, he had always been loved and respected. His words were reasonable and cleverly answered the other side's question. Although he did not have a good impression of other people, Song Qingshu had some respect for this kind and benevolent old monk. However, today's matter concerned the lives of Xiao Feng and his son, so he could only offend him. Since according to Master's words, the martial arts of your temple are not suitable for the army to spread, why do you keep saying that you are afraid that Xiao Yuanshan will return and pass it on to the Khitan soldiers? This. Fengjing had never been an eloquent person and was momentarily at a loss for words. Suzhu hurriedly said, although our temple's martial arts are not suitable for the army to spread, the martial arts of the Khitan people are different from those of the Central Plains. If by any chance the Khitan people have a way to improve our martial arts and make them suitable for the soldiers to practice, then it will be too late for regrets. On the tree, Zhao Min secretly nodded her head. Although this little monk was a little annoying, he was quite eloquent. Xianxia finally could not hold back anymore and said loudly, Song, you have a glib tongue. You just want to help Xiao Yuanshan and his son get off the hook. Even if I tell you, there is no way we will let you succeed with so many masters in our temple today. Speaking of which, we still haven't settled the score with you for destroying the original Sanskrit copy of the muscle bone strengthening scripture. Hearing the mention of the muscle bone strengthening scripture, Zi opened her mouth and tried to say that the original Sanskrit copy was with Song Qingshu, so that the people of the Shaolin temple would inevitably fight with Song Qingshu, and they could take the opportunity to escape. However, after hesitating for a while, she did not say it out of some unknown concerns. She just snorted secretly. If you don't care about us, I will drag you down with me. She was from the Xianxia sect, so she did not feel guilty at all for planning this kind of thing. Of course, Song Qingshu did not know that he was almost sold by Zi. He sneered at Xianxia and said, in the end, you still have to rely on your strength to speak. Alas, why did you fight with words for so long? Humph. Xianxia waved his monk's robe. It was obvious that he had experienced the power of his mouth and was not willing to argue with him anymore. However, the clothes on his body had just been ruthlessly whipped by Xiao Yuanshan's leather whip and right now they were torn and tattered, looking exceptionally comical. Xiao Feng is my friend after all. I can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this? Song Qingshu suggested, if we get into a scuffle, it will hurt the innocent. Why don't we each choose one person to fight? If we win, you let them go. If you win, the Xiao father and son will be punished by your temple. What do you think? The Shaolin monks looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Song Qingshu's kung fu was very high. They had already seen it at the Golden Snake meeting. After that, they had fought with him several times. It could be said that he was unfathomable. Although there were many masters present, no one was sure that they could defeat Song Qingshu. Even someone as arrogant as Xianxia was a little hesitant. Although he was very confident, this battle was related to Shaolin's unique skills and reputation. He did not dare to be rash. Ba Kongwen said, almsgiver's kung fu has long been famous in Jianghu. There is no need to use our temple to show off. Song Qingshu shrugged. Right now, I really have no intention of showing off. I just want to help my friend. How about this? If you all feel that one battle to decide the winner is unacceptable, then how about changing it to 3 battles? You and I will each send out 3 people. The one who wins more times will be the winner. What do you think? Hearing this proposal, the Shaolin monks could not help but be a little moved. They all used secret voice sending to communicate. In their view, Xiaofeng was seriously injured. Although he could still hold on, any master on their side should be able to win. As for the others, Azu and Zi's kung fu were low and not worth mentioning at all. In this way, they had already won one battle before the battle. The possibility of winning this bet was very high. However, Xianxia raised an objection. Although they could win one battle, the other side had sent out Song Qingshu, so they most likely could also win one battle. The key to victory would be the battle with Xiao Yuanshan. After watching the battle between Xiao Yuanshan and Xianqing, do any of you have the confidence to win? The other monks were silent. Although they boasted that they would not lose to Xiao Yuanshan, they did not have full confidence to win. This battle was very important, so no one dared to take the risk. In the end, Suzhu suggested that since they had the advantage, why did they not use it? Why did they have to fight them one-on-one? Xianqing immediately agreed, and Xianxia and the others also nodded. Finally, after the discussion was settled, Xianxia said, the Xiao father and son have too much blood on their hands. They have also secretly learned our sect's kung fu. We cannot let them leave. If King Qi can stand by and do nothing, our previous grievances will be written off, and you can even win the friendship of our Shaolin temple. Song Qingshu had to admit that his proposal was somewhat attractive. The 1,000-year-old Shaolin temple had a great influence in the martial arts world. If they could get their help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, he was not a 3-year-old child. What was the use of an illusory promise of friendship? He was very clear that the fundamental conflict between the two sides could not be resolved. The Shaolin temple needed to find a strong person who could unite the world. By then, they could also become the national religion, and their benefits would be greatly expanded. Now, their power was still very weak compared to the whole world, so naturally, it was not in their plans. Now, all the signs showed that the Shaolin temple was most likely to unite the world with the Mongols. In fact, this was understandable. In history, whether it was the Zen sect, the Qiuanjin sect, or the various sects in the West, they all tried their best to preach to the Mongol Khan. This was because once the Mongol Khan believed in a certain sect, the status of that sect would become very high. Temples could be opened everywhere in the world, and all kinds of rewards, land, and offerings from believers were endless. However, after a long battle between the Zen sect and the Qiuanjin sect, in the end, the Tantric sect was favored by the Mongol Khan. Xianxia indifferently replied, whatever the Prince of Qi says, compared to preventing the Khitans from tormenting our Han people and giving justice to our fellow Wulin practitioners who have previously been harmed, what does a little criticism of our temple count for? The Khitans can't even protect themselves now, how can they still have the ability to torment our Han people? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but admire the ability of these monks to talk. No matter what they did, they would always be able to stand on the moral high ground. In this aspect, he was far from being able to do so. He had to learn more from them. Shut up, are you going to move aside or not? Xianqing impatiently stepped forward. Song Qingshu's smile gradually disappeared and his voice became somewhat cold, what if I don't move aside? Humph. Xianqing heavily struck his staff on the ground. The other monks in the temple all took 2 steps forward, vaguely surrounding Song Qingshu. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, Xiao Feng couldn't help but step forward and say, Brother Song, I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need for you to risk your life for me. I am already extremely grateful that you rescued Azu and Z from this place. He had seen Song Qingshu fight before, so he knew that even if Song Qingshu's martial arts were higher than his, there was still a limit. Now, there were so many martial arts masters present, and they were obviously going to attack him together. No matter how high a person's martial arts was, how could he deal with so many people? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xiao is indeed an indomitable hero. If it was someone else, they would be afraid that I would leave them, but Brother Xiao is still thinking for me. Just based on this friendship, Song Mao definitely won't leave you behind today. Good. Xiao Yuanshan laughed. Feng you have made a good friend. Although there are many friends in this world, there are very few that can be considered as life and death friends. Even if I die today, I will die without regrets. Greetings, Senior Xiao. Even though Song Qingshu cursed Xiao Yuanshan's mental state, he was still Xiao Feng's father and he was of the same generation as Xiao Feng, so it was only right for him to address him respectfully. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Little brother, in a moment, I will do my best to stop these bald donkeys. At that time, you can take Feng and leave. Father. Xiao Feng panicked. Xiao Yuanshan interrupted him, Feng I have lived for so many years, I have already lived enough. You are still young, your future is brighter than mine, live well from now on. Xiao Feng still wanted to say something, but Xiao Yuanshan glared at him fiercely, Don't tell me you want us to stay here and die together? It's fine if it's you and I, but little brother Song is so loyal. How can we let him fall into danger? Besides, you still have to stay alive so that old dog Morong can avenge your mother. How can you die? Yes. Xiao Feng couldn't help but tear up. Song Qingshu could not help but cough when he saw how the father and son looked like they were going to die. Actually, none of you need to die. Ah? Xiao Feng and his son looked at him with puzzled expressions. After all, the two of them were top-notch experts. They were very clear about the difference in strength between the two sides. They had no chance against so many monks of the Shaolin sect. Song Qingshu did not explain much and directly took a step forward. Although he was only one person, it was like a magnificent army blocking in front of the Shaolin sect monks. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he quickly snorted, Surnamed Song, you don't need to bluff. Compared to the Golden Snake meeting, there are so many Jianghu people who can provide their hands with sharp swords. None of us here use swords. Let's see how you can use the 10,000 returning swords. When they witnessed the battle between him and Ah Qing during the Golden Snake meeting, the scene of sword chi that covered the sky had left an indelible impression on everyone present, and even with Xianxia's conceit, he couldn't help but feel fearful. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, who said that the 10,000 returning swords must need a sword. As soon as these words came out, the Shaolin sect monks were startled, their hearts filled with fear. At this moment, Song Qingshu moved. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Kong Wen. Among the monks present, Xianqing, Fangxing, Su Zhu, Xianxia, as well as Kong Wen and Kong Ji had the highest level of martial arts. Kong Ji had just been injured by Xiao Yuanshan's formless finger of tribulation, and now he no longer had the strength to fight. Among the others, Xianqing, Fangxing, Su Zhu, and Xianxia were all superclass masters in Jianghu. Song Qingshu was not sure that he could kill them instantly. Although Kong Wen was ranked second among the 4 great divine monks of Shaolin, among the 4 great divine monks, except for Kong Jian, who was unfathomable, the other 3 were weaker, so Song Qingshu made them his first targets. Kong Wen's vision blurred, and he found that Song Qingshu had already attacked with his palm. Instead of being surprised, he was happy. It should be known that among the 4 great divine monks, Kong Jian's Vajra indestructible divine skill ranked first, Kong Xing's Vajra force ranked first, Kong Ji's Vajra force ranked first, and Kong Wen's inner force ranked first. He had heard that Song Qingshu's movements were treacherous and his swordsmanship was divine. He was worried that he would suffer a loss in terms of moves. Now that he had given up on fancy skills and wanted to fight with palm strength, which happened to be his strong point, how could he not be happy? Kong Wen thought that even if his inner force could not beat him, he could at least hold him for a moment. As long as he held him for a moment, his companions would immediately arrive. In the face of all kinds of attacks, no matter how high Song Qingshu's kung fu was, he could only die on the spot. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. He had already instinctively raised his hand and used all the inner force in his body to meet the attack. When the two palms met, he felt as if he had hit nothing but air. He could not feel the opponent's inner force at all. Not good. Kong Wen was, after all, a famous expert in Jianghu. He instantly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just when he had used up all his strength and had yet to generate a new one, the opponent's palm force had already surged toward him like an avalanche. In just a moment, Kong Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Song Qingshu did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a turbulent and vigorous palm force bombarded him, creating a large pit in the place where he had been standing. It turned out that when Xianxia saw Song Qingshu attack Kong Wen, he immediately used the Prajna palm to save him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. After avoiding Xianxia's attack, Song Qingshu did not look relaxed at all. He felt a sharp saber chi appear beside him. The timing and angle of this saber chi were perfect, blocking all his escape routes. It seemed easy to seriously injure Kong Wen with one move, but after all, Kong Wen's inner force could compete for the top 3 in Shaolin Temple. Song Qingshu had only used the characteristics of the 18 dragon subduing palms to seriously injure Kong Wen with one move. However, he had changed his inner force in a flash. Even with his cultivation, his chi and blood were a little turbulent. Therefore, he did not dare to take the enemy's attack head-on. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and used the so close, yet worlds apart, kung fu. In an instant, he appeared 10 feet away. A nearby tree was cut in half by the sharp saber chi. The cut was extremely black, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The wood-burning saber technique. It turns out to be Shuzhou. Song Qingshu snorted secretly. Just as he was about to counterattack, the sky full of palm shadows blocked his way forward. It turned out to be Master Fengjing's Thousand Hands Buddha palm. One must know that his Thousand Hands Buddha palm was an existence that could suppress Ren Wuxing. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly focused his mind to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several moves. The sky full of palm shadows dazzled his eyes. Song Qingshu could not help but admire Zhang Sanfeng. Previously, when facing Master Fengjing's Thousand Hands Buddha palm, he even waited for it to be used to the extreme before attacking. However, as soon as he attacked, he locked the opponent's palms and turned the sky full of palm shadows into nothingness. Song Qingshu knew that he could not do it. Although his cultivation was high, he could not compare to Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of experience. However, he also had his own way. He used the advantage of his lightness skill to instantly avoid the Thousand Hands Buddha palm's frontal attack, and circled around to attack his opponent's back. He respected Master Fengjing's character, so he did not use too much force and only planned to seal his opponent's acupoints. The solitary young finger's acupoint sealing technique was unparalleled in the world. Unless it was an expert from the Duan family, it would be difficult to unseal it in a short period of time. However, Fengjing was obviously on guard against his lightness skill. When he felt a strong wind coming from his back, his whole body flipped forward. It was unknown what kind of Shaolin lightness skill he used, but he instantly turned around. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. But thinking that if he suddenly turned around, it would be too late for him to use the Thousand Hands Buddha palm. Just as he was about to point his finger at Fengjing, he suddenly felt alarmed and hurriedly withdrew his strength to defend himself. Roar! A roar that sounded like a great bell rang out. Waves of sound waves that were visible to the naked eye hit Song Qingshu's body, causing the blood in Song Qingshu's heart to churn. Vajra Lion's roar. Song Qingshu recalled that in the original work, Master Fengjing roared at the 6 immortals of the Peach Valley and stunned all 6 of them at the same time. Even Taoist Chong Su felt dizzy and almost fell down, which showed how powerful it was. In that split second, Xianxia had already struck out with a Vajra palm from afar. Song Qingshu knew how powerful the Vajra palm was. Back then, Zhao Min had been struck by the aftershock of this palm and had almost died. He suppressed the annoyance in his heart after being hit by the lion's roar of the Vajradhyana and moved away by 1 foot. At this time, both Xianxia and Xiuzhu had arrived, and Fangjing had also recovered and joined the battle. Being besieged by 4 masters, Song Qingshu suddenly felt the pressure doubled. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Just now, he had been too soft-hearted and hesitated to attack Master Fangjing. He had forgotten that Master Fangjing was also a top master. Even if he attacked with all his strength, Master Fangjing must have a way to protect himself. If he had subdued Fangjing just now, the current situation would be many times better. However, it was useless to regret at this time. He hurriedly braced himself to deal with everyone's joint attack. The wind of palms swept across the field and yellow sand filled the sky. Those with lower martial arts could not see the situation clearly at all. They could only faintly hear the sounds of fists and palms colliding, as well as shouts from time to time. This battle was different from Zhang Sanfeng's 1 against 3 in the woods. At that time it was nominally Zhang Sanfeng against Xianxia, Xiuzhu, and Fangjing. However, the 3 of them wanted to save face, so they only took turns to fight. They did not have the nerve to attack all at once. Moreover, the 2 sides only exchanged superficial moves. After each move, they would not attack again, and then let their companions attack. At that time, neither Zhang Sanfeng nor the 3 Shaolin monks had used their full strength. Now, the monks of the Shaolin temple were afraid of Song Qingshu's reputation, so they had used their full strength from the start. In addition, they were besieged by 4 top masters at the same time. This caused Song Qingshu to be able to attack someone's weakness and seriously injure his opponent. However, he was forced to defend himself by the attacks of the others. Moreover, they were all from the same Shaolin temple, so they knew each other's martial arts very well. They could completely attack without restraint, and the flaws in their bodies could be made up for by their companions at any time. Now, the pressure that Song Qingshu was facing was many times greater than what Zhang Sanfeng had faced in the past. Naturally, he could not resolve the crisis with ease like Zhang Sanfeng. The other senior monks of the Xian generation and Kong generation of the Shaolin temple looked at each other. Several of them could not help but try to help Song Qingshu, taking advantage of the situation to completely subdue him. Who would have thought that as soon as they approached, they would scream and vomit blood? It turned out that the area around the battle formed by the 5 people in the field was filled with fierce sword qi, blade intent, palm wind, and fist aura. The people outside were not strong enough, so the moment they touched it, they would suffer a backlash. Zhao Min, who was on a tree not far away, exclaimed. She had been taking pleasure in Xianxi's misfortune as a spectator, but now, she could not help but worry. After all, she had seen the martial arts of these monks before, and the experts under the Ruyang mansion had fought with them many times. Will it be dangerous for him to fight so many experts alone? Zhao Min's heart leaped to her throat, but she quickly recalled that he had single-handedly killed more than a dozen top-notch experts of the Isle of Heroes in a near-miraculous manner back in the dilapidated temple. She somewhat calmed down. But these stinky monks are experts who have been in Jianghu for dozens of years. The fighting experience of the Island of Heroes top experts is on a completely different level. Zhao Min recalled Song Qingshu's evaluation of the Island of Heroes top experts, and for a moment, she felt conflicted. At this time, Xiao Yuanshan, who was on the other side, was also shocked. Feng Er, your friend's martial arts are so high, it's really shocking. He can actually fight against the attacks of 4 super experts alone. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. Father, quickly go and help him. If something happens to him, how can we feel guilty? Don't worry, we Khitan people are indomitable, how can we let our friend take the risk alone? Xiao Yuanshan patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. Little brother, let me help you. After saying that, he waved his long whip and lashed at the battlefield. Compared to the other Shaolin disciples who were not strong enough, he naturally had the right to join the battle. However, it was a mess inside, and the power of the 5 top experts spread everywhere. He did not dare to rush over rashly, so he only used his long whip to wrap around Xianxia from afar, trying to bring him out of the battle. Old man Xianxia, your opponent is me. It's time to settle the old score from 30 years ago. Xiao Yuanshan's face was fierce, and he said angrily. Ba, very good indeed. Xianxia took the opportunity to jump out of the battle group. We have wronged you in the past, but Layman Xiao has been stirring up trouble in Jianghu these years, and he has harmed the innocent. Today, I will do justice on behalf of heaven. Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that he laughed. Such shameless boasting. You're just a defeated opponent, where does your confidence come from? As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. The battle that year made me feel guilty and compassionate, and I inadvertently conformed to the origin of our temple's martial arts. In the past 30 years, my martial arts have improved rapidly. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Yuanshan and couldn't help but sigh. On the contrary, after the battle that year, Master Zhao's eyes were blinded by hatred. His heart was filled with all kinds of evil and ruthlessness, causing his martial arts to not improve qualitatively in the past 30 years. Xiao Yuanshan was secretly shocked, but he didn't admit defeat. Even if my martial arts didn't improve, it's still more than enough to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his long whip and attacked Xianxia with unparalleled power. Xian said lightly. Xian Master, Xian Fu's XSCI, and XT in Xianxia did not dare to be careless. She activated the cassock demon subduing technique, and the cassock on her body swelled up. While defending against the whip, she counterattacked with the Great Guardian King Kong Palm. The Great Guardian King Kong Palm's greatest characteristic was that it could cut through space. Xianxia was able to fight back and forth with Xiao Yuanshan's whip, and was not at a disadvantage. Although these people could not be considered top-notch experts, they were still first-rate experts in Jianghu. Although their numbers could not be compared to the experts of Virtuous Gathering Village, their quality was obviously higher. Even if Xiao Feng was in his normal state, it would be difficult for him to deal with them, not to mention now that he was heavily injured. Fortunately, there was Azu and Azi to help him. However, the two girls' martial arts were too low, and could not even compare to a Shaolin expert. If Azi had not learned a vicious hidden weapon technique from Xianxia sect, she would have been captured long ago. Seeing that Xiao Feng was in danger from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Yuanshan roared angrily, and the whip in his hand immediately swept towards the few people who were surrounding him. Although those people's martial arts were not bad, how could they be Xiao Yuanshan's opponent? With just a touch, their skin and flesh were lacerated, and they screamed in pain. The pressure around Xiao Feng instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Xianxi's hair and beard stood on end. Roaring the name of Buddha, she rushed over. Xiao Yuanshan could not retract his whip, and could only use one hand to engage in close combat. On one hand, Xiao Yuanshan had to use the whip to help Xiao Feng resolve the dangerous situation, and on the other hand, he had to face Xianxi's attacks. After all, Xianxia was one of Shaolin's top experts, causing Xiao Yuanshan to instantly be in an extremely difficult situation. If not for his extraordinary talent and decades of martial arts cultivation, he might have already been surrounded by danger. On the other hand, Zhao Min, who was watching from a distance, was extremely anxious. Xiao Feng and his son were like a small boat in a raging sea, and they could be drowned by the huge waves at any time. On the other hand, Song Qingshu and a few other experts were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Once the other Shaolin people subdued Xiao Feng and his son, and then went to help, wouldn't Song Qingshu be in danger? Zhao Min gritted her teeth, and in the end, with a delicate shout, she rushed over. She wanted to buy time for Song Qingshu, at least she could not let Xiao Feng and his son be captured before the outcome of the battle was decided. When the Shaolin monks saw that a person had suddenly appeared, they were shocked in their hearts. However, when they saw that it was only a delicate and beautiful young girl, they heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, what they were most afraid of the most was the appearance of a few more top experts. Although Zhao Min could not be considered a grandmaster-level expert, her martial arts was still much higher than Azu and Aziz. After knocking down a few of the monks beside them, she did not have time to care about them, and immediately ran to Xiao Feng's side to help him block the attacks of a few senior monks. Countess? Xiao Feng was both surprised and delighted. Why are you here? Zhao Min could not help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, Xiao Feng is usually a smart lad, so why did he suddenly ask such a silly question? Recently, I have been asked about the unusual movements of the troops of the Song and Jin kingdoms, so I brought the experts of the Ruyang Palace here to investigate. Zhao Min deliberately emphasized the words "the experts of the Ruyang Palace." The experts of the Ryong Palace have also come? Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He had dealt with the people of the Ryong Palace before, so he knew that they were all first-class experts. When the Shaolin monks heard this, they were greatly shocked. Even Xianxia, Fangjing, and the others could not help but look over. It should be known that the Shaolin Temple had almost been wiped out by the Ryong Palace in one fell swoop, and even now, they still had some lingering fear. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Of course, he knew that there were no experts from the Ryong Palace. Zhao Min was indeed smart. She thought of this method in an instant to disturb the minds of the Shaolin monks. In fact, the main reason why he was able to fight 1 against 4, and now he was fighting 1 against 3 super experts was because of his speed. There was nothing in the world that could not be overcome by speed. It should be known that in the Battle of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer at Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi had fought 1 against 5, including experts like Ren Wuxing, Ling Huchong, and Xiang Wendian, but he had still been able to deal with them with ease. This was all because of his speed. Now, with his extraordinary speed, he could also deal with the encirclement of several experts with ease. However, the quality of these experts' martial arts was much higher than that of Ling Huchong's team. Now, even the weakest of the 3, Xianxia, Su Zhu, and Fangjing, were slightly qualified to fight against Wuxing. In addition, their martial arts came from the same school, and their minds were connected. Their combined power was far greater than that of Ren Wuxing, Ling Huchong, and the others. But even so, Song Qingshu was still confident that he could seriously injure one of them. However, he had always been worried that even if he could seriously injure one of them, the other 2 would definitely take advantage of that moment and cause him to be seriously injured. Now that Shaolin had the advantage of numbers, if he was injured, it would be very difficult for him to safely bring Zhao Min, Xiaofeng, and the others away. Therefore, the 4 of them had reached a delicate balance when they fought together. Song Qingshu had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to seriously injure one of them without being seriously injured by the other 2. Unfortunately, the 3 of them were cooperating very closely, so he had not found a chance. Elder Xiao, I will help King Xiao here. Don't be distracted. Focus on dealing with Xianxia. Zhao Min said quickly. At the same time, she added in her heart, it's best to quickly deal with Xianxia and then come help us. Xiao Yuanshan originally had some doubts in his heart, but when he saw her exquisite swordsmanship, especially her magical footwork, he couldn't help but be excited. Okay. He immediately gave up on the long whip and directly used his palms to meet Xianxi's, instantly turning the situation around. After all, Zhao Min's martial arts were the best of the 6 major sections. The biggest difference between her and a first-rate master was her lack of internal energy. If it was before, she would probably not be able to last more than a few moves against so many Shaolin monks. But coincidentally, she had just learned the leaving no trace on the sand from Song Qingshu. This was one of the best lightness skills in the world. It just happened to make use of the advantages of her exquisite moves, and avoided the weakness of her lack of internal energy. Because she was fast enough to attack and dodge. Seeing Zhao Min's divine bravery, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel heroic again. He thought in his heart, as a dignified and upright man, how could he be defeated by a woman? At this moment, it was as if he had activated a violent halo. His combat ability suddenly returned to the level before he was injured, and he beat the Shaolin monks until their faces were covered in dirt and they screamed in pain. Xiao Yuanshan's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. He had to admit that although his martial arts hadn't improved in the past 30 years, he had become more and more skilled and ruthless. His control of techniques was impeccable. Especially the father and son, it was as if they were born with the halo of the god of war. They actually became braver and braver in an absolutely disadvantageous situation. He couldn't help but think of the bloody scene outside Yanmen past 30 years ago. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. A faint trace of fear rose in his heart. In another 200 or 300 moves, he might be controlled. But this wasn't what Xianxia was most worried about. What he was most worried about was the master of the Ryong Palace mentioned by Zhao Min. He didn't know where they were hiding. If the Ryong Palace took advantage of the fight between the 2 sides, they would repeat the humiliation of being trapped in the Wanan temple. If that happened, he, the abbot, would really become a sinner for all eternity. Seeing Zhao Min dancing like a beautiful swan, he knew that it would be difficult for those senior and junior brothers to subdue him in a short time. Xianxia made a prompt decision and hurriedly shouted, "Set up the Luohan formation. Let's end this quickly." The group of monks was startled and reacted in an instant. Their shadows overlapped each other and began to move, no longer fighting aimlessly on their own like before. "We can't let them form the formation." Zhao Min also reacted. Unfortunately, the Shaolin monks were all masters of the temple. Although this formation was usually set up by the temple's low-level disciples, and they were not very familiar with it, it was more than enough to deal with the seriously injured Xiao Feng and Zhao Min. Zhao Min could dodge the attacks around her with her magical steps, but after the opponents formed the Arhat formation, she found that her space to dodge was getting smaller and smaller. In addition, she had just learned the traceless sand steps and was not very familiar with it. Finally, she sprinted too far and did not have time to turn around. Her opponent took the opportunity to put the Buddhist commandment blade on her neck. Xiao Feng tried to save her, but unfortunately, he was seriously injured and was only holding on with his heroic spirit. At this moment, he could not even take care of himself. "The one with the surname Song, quickly surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill this demonic woman and bury her with Senior Kong Xing." Kong Ji, who had been seriously injured by Sha Yuanshan's formless finger of disaster, came to Zhao Min's side and shouted to Song Qingshu, who was fighting fiercely on the other side. When Kong Xing was beheaded by a Hindustani of the Ruyang Palace, it was a great shame for the whole Shaolin temple. Unfortunately, the other party was a Mongolian princess, so they could not find a chance to take revenge. In the past few years, people in Jianghu knew that Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji seemed to be a couple. However, in recent years, the two seemed to have become enemies. From various signs, Zhao Min and Song Qingshu seemed to be very close. As a high-level member of Shaolin Temple, Kong Ji naturally knew more about the relationship between them than ordinary people in Jianghu. At the same time, he secretly despised Zhao Min for being a demoness of a foreign tribe, fickle and fickle. Hearing Kong Ji's words, the four people who were fighting stopped at the same time. Even a ruthless person like Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt lucky that he had controlled Zhao Min, otherwise it would have been really difficult to subdue Song Qingshu. Thinking of his ghostly speed just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Song Qingshu looked over there and saw that Zhao Min was being held hostage by the Shaolin monks. It seemed that if he answered no, he would die on the spot. Previously, Song Mao had always been tolerant in all aspects, lest he accidentally hurt the master's lives. Song Qingshu's voice was as cold as ice. He walked toward Zhao Min, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. "Don't come over." Seeing that Zhang Xian was getting closer and closer, Kong Ji panicked a little and threatened. Xianqing, Su Zhu, and Fang Jing saw that the situation was bad and quickly flew towards Song Qingshu. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep up with his speed. Seeing that Song Qingshu was getting closer and closer, Kong Ji's eyes suddenly flashed with a tragic light, and the hand that was gripping Zhao Min's neck was about to twist. He was ready to sacrifice himself, but before he died, he wanted to take Zhao Min down with him. This could be considered as revenge for Kong Xing. However, his expression soon changed because he found that he couldn't control his hand. Although he was seriously injured by the formless finger of disaster, it was not difficult for him to twist the delicate neck of a little girl. However, he found that he couldn't move his hand. What shocked him even more was not his hand, but his whole body. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as the other party got closer and closer. How is this possible? This was Kong Ji's last thought at this time. Then, everything went black in front of him, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string along with the other monks. Xianqing and the others who rushed over were all shocked. They had no time to attack Song Qingshu, so they could only grab their fellow disciples to absorb the impact. Otherwise, if they were to hit the ground or a tree, it was likely that only a few of them would survive. At this time, Song Qingshu didn't even look at them. He just held Zhao Min in his arms and gently stroked her snow-white and delicate neck. "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Being held in his arms in front of everyone, even with Zhao Min's temperament, she couldn't help but feel a little shy. Looking at the faint red mark on her neck, Song Qingshu said with self-blame, "It's all my fault, I caused you to encounter such danger." Surrounded by his masculine aura, Zhao Min couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate. Suddenly, she felt that the other people around her were completely irrelevant. At this time, a discordant voice abruptly interrupted the charming atmosphere between the two. Surnamed Song, you actually dared to use such a heavy hand. Aren't you still alive? Song Qingshu glanced at Xianxia, angry at his interruption, so his tone was naturally not polite. You. Xianxia's anger exploded, and the kasaya on his body suddenly bulged. However, because the kasaya had been somewhat torn by Xiao Yuanshan's whip, it quickly deflated and deflated. This movement and stillness seemed a little comical. Looking at the kasaya on his body that was like strips of cloth, Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, Surnamed Song, all the grudges between you and this temple over these years have been settled this time. And surnamed Zhao, I still haven't settled the score with you for what happened in Eternal Peace Temple. Song Qingshu said in a sarcastic tone, if I, Song Qingshu, want to leave, who in this world can stop me? You might not be able to stay, but this Princess Zhao, Xiao Feng, and the others, none of them can escape. Xianxia said proudly with his chest puffed out. There was a different kind of confidence in his tone. After all, there were many experts in Shaolin now, so he naturally had this confidence. Is that so? Song Qingshu's tone was sarcastic, but why should I leave? Xianxia was stunned, but he quickly made up his mind, if you don't want to leave, then stay here with them. He had already made up his mind. Although keeping Song Qingshu would probably cause Shaolin to suffer heavy losses, it was better to get the pain over with than to let Song Qingshu continue to grow and become Shaolin's enemy in the future. It was better to pay a high price to keep him here today. You want to keep me here? Song Qingshu suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Hearing this, the Shaolin monk's expressions changed, thinking that this guy's internal energy was really terrifying. Because of the interlude just now, Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Feng also stopped. The Shaolin monk set up the Luohan formation, faintly surrounding them in the center, and temporarily did not continue to attack. You can put me aside, so that I won't be a burden to you later. Zhao Min pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve and whispered. She had just witnessed the scene of Song Qingshu fighting 1 against 4. She knew that if she stayed by his side and caused him to be restrained, he would definitely lose. I won't let you take the slightest risk. Only staying by my side is the safest. Song Qingshu shook his head and softly refused. Zhao Min's heart warmed, and she unnaturally wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, thinking that this bastard was really a master at flirting with girls. Unknowingly, he had moved her. After all, she still had some rationality left. She said with some worry, but, no buts. Song Qingshu interrupted her and turned to face Xianxia. Didn't you just say that this is not like the Golden Snake Gathering? Without the weapons in the hands of the heroes, my 10,000 swords returning to sect is also useless? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but he still felt that this guess was not very likely. He raised his head and snorted, that's right. What's more, today we have so many masters. The final result will only be that many of us will be seriously injured, and you will definitely die. Ba. Xianxia, Fangjing, Suzhu, and the others all chanted the name of Buddha and took a step forward. The rest of the Kong and Xian generation senior monks also set up the Arhat formation. As soon as the order was given, they would launch a thunderous attack. Although many of them, such as Fangjing, felt that it was not a wise choice to fight to the death with Song Qingshu, but things had already developed to this point. This small group of people could only listen to the arrangements of the entire temple. How terrifying was the combined aura of so many martial arts experts. The pressure covered the sky and the earth. Even Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan's expressions changed greatly, and their breathing quickened. As for Ah Zhu and Ah Zi, they had already fallen to the ground. Only Zhao Min, who was protected by Song Qingshu, did not feel too much pressure. It seems that you really want to kill me. Song Qingshu sneered and suddenly raised his hand slowly. The air around them had been suppressed by the mighty pressure of the Shaolin masters to the point that there was no wind at all. But now, it was moving even though there was no wind, as if an invisible tornado had appeared. The leaves on the ground were all swept up. This is? Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others looked at each other in shock, because they felt a terrifying momentum erupt from the center of the battlefield. Stop him. This was the consensus of the few of them. Xianxia, Xianxia, Fangxing, and Su Zhu rushed over at the same time, not wanting the other party to finish accumulating power. Each of them used their life's unique skills: Great Vajra Palm, Prajna Palm, Thousand Buddha's Palm, Wood-Burning Saber Technique, and all slashed at Song Qingshu's body. However, when their palm wind and saber chi entered within 3 feet of the other party, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had been instantly destroyed. Before the 4 of them had time to be shocked, they suddenly felt a sense of alarm in their hearts, as if there were countless sharp swords shooting toward them. The 4 monks were shocked, and they used their lifetime's unique skills to resolve the crisis in front of them. At the same time, they retreated at a faster speed. When the 4 of them regained their balance, they found that the robes on their chests were broken, and there were even faint traces of blood on their skin. They could not help but be shocked, and they all looked at the battlefield. The air around Song Qingshu no longer seemed to be air, but a kind of crystal clear and viscous substance, but it was infinitely sharp and powerful. "What is that?" Xianxia muttered to herself, and Xianqing and the others were also puzzled. "Sword Qi." It was unknown who shouted, but when Xianxia and the others looked over, they found that the air around Song Qingshu was flowing, and there were tens of thousands of transparent swords floating in the air. These swords slowly moved around Song Qingshu's body, not only protecting him, but also ready to attack. It was as if as long as Song Qingshu willed it, these swords would fly out, leaving not even a blade of grass behind. Because these sword qis were originally transparent, Xianxia, Xianqing, and the others didn't see them at first. But as the angle of the sunlight changed, as well as the dust and leaves flying in the air, they finally faintly saw the outline of the sword qis. At this moment, Song Qingshu was lost in his memories. As a traveler, he had watched Wind and Cloud and was deeply impressed by the ancestral swords and Sword 23. Coincidentally, he had also learned these 2 martial arts by accident in this world. The first paragraph of Million Returning to Origin was, "All chi is born by itself, and the sword rushes through the wasted acupoints. The kung fu of returning to origin is the greatest." Most cultivators were completely confused and did not know what was going on. Song Qingshu, who had a god's perspective, naturally knew that the key to sect origin swords was to first cripple one's martial arts and turn oneself into a blank piece of paper. Then, he would refine his inner energy and condense every trace of inner energy into sword qi. Only then would he be able to master sect origin swords. Coincidentally, Song Qingshu was ambushed by Lord Ming on Blackwood Cliff and lost all his kung fu. In the end, he learned Mary Zen from the Tibetan esoteric sect and recovered his kung fu. During that time, the concept of Million Returning to Origin that he had read in his previous life kept popping up in his mind. Therefore, when he started to refine his internal force, he consciously turned it into sword qi. Coupled with the powerful integration characteristic of the delightful Zen, he managed to master it in the end. However, it was all on his own, so he encountered all kinds of problems along the way. As a result, the ancestral swords was not perfect. It was not until he went to the Isle of Heroes and practiced the Taishan Sutra that he combined all the sword art, palm art, internal energy, and lightness skill that he had learned in his life into one. Not only did he comprehend the 23 swords, but he also finally reached the advanced level of the ancestral swords. At this moment, countless sword qi appeared around him. Song Qingshu said calmly, "There is no irreconcilable grudge between me and Shaolin, and I have been merciful to you. I didn't expect that you would still want to kill me. If so, all of you, go to hell." There was suddenly a hint of madness in his voice. The countless sword qis that had been swimming slowly around the area just now shot out and charged at the Shaolin Temple monks. "Disperse." Xianxia turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. He was, after all, a top-notch expert. His keen judgment was that when it came to this kind of group attack, the denser the formation, the greater the losses. In the face of the sword energy that filled the sky, the Shaolin monks were shocked and could only instinctively use their special skills to resist. However, no one knew what this invisible sword energy was condensed from, but it could be said to be invincible. The Buddhist staffs, whistling sticks, and Buddhist commandment blades in the hands of the Shaolin monks only managed to block 1 or 2 slashes of the sword before they snapped in half. It was as if they had been cut in half by the Etienne sword or the dragon-slaying saber. Without their weapons, many of them instantly had bloody holes appearing on their bodies. They had already been struck by the sword energy. Fangjing was a kind-hearted person. When he saw many of his companions lying in pools of blood, he hurriedly ran over and stood in front of them, blocking the incoming sword chi for them. However, his thousand Buddha palm was quickly defeated. At the critical moment, he used the Vajra meditation lion roar. The sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out and dispersed the oncoming sword chi. However, he knew that the lion roar consumed a lot of internal energy. He could not keep roaring like this. Once he ran out of breath, the opponent's sword energy would instantly drown them. Song Qingshu had a good impression of Fangjing, the kind-looking monk. When he saw that it was Fangjing, he secretly held back a bit of his strength. However, he didn't have such a good temper towards the others. Xianxia appeared to be merciful, but he had watched the people who were related to the Battle of Yanmen Pass die one after another. He had never come out to face Qiao Feng. That was not all. What was worse was that he knew that his lover, Yi Ernyang, had committed crimes in Jianghu and killed children, but he had never cared about it. As for Shuzhu, he had been an honest monk. However, the Shuzhu of this world was very different from the one in Song Qingshu's memory. He looked honest and sincere, but in fact, he was two-faced and cunning. Song Qingshu even wondered if he had also been possessed by an old monster like the venerated Ming. As for Xianqing, he was brave and fierce. He did not look like a monk at all, and he was very murderous. It was not the first time that they had clashed. Today, it was time to end it. Song Qingshu raised his hand, and the second wave of even more terrible sword chi attacked the Shaolin monks. At this time, the rest of the monks were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Only Xianxia, Xianqing, Fangjing, and Shuzhu were still standing. Xianxia kept using the Kasaya exorcism skill to repel the sword chi, and from time to time, he used the Vajra palm to attack the unavoidable sword chi. Even so, more and more wounds were left on his body. At first, Shuzhu tried to absorb the sword chi with the Dark North Divine Kung Fu. However, as soon as he absorbed a wisp of sword chi, he felt a sharp pain in his meridians. He was so scared that he immediately gave up the idea of absorbing the sword chi. Instead, he used the Dark North Genuine Chi to activate the wood-burning bladesmanship to deal with the sword chi. The wood-burning bladesmanship, which he activated with the Dark North Genuine Chi, was similar to Jiumaji's flame bladesmanship. It was also a first-class martial art in the world. However, it was a pity that Song Qingshu's 10,000 swords returning to origin was invisible. It could be said that it was a 360-degree saturated attack with no blind spots. No matter how wonderful Shuzhu's bladesmanship was, he could not protect his whole body at the same time. Therefore, he was constantly hit by the sword chi. His body was covered with blood and sweat, and he looked very embarrassed. Relatively speaking, Xianqing was in the best situation. After all, he was known as the #1 in Shaolin in the past 200 years, and he had the protection of Vajra body indestructible divine Kung Fu. His personal defense was obviously stronger than the others. However, he was also very embarrassed by the sword chi. At this time, the people around Song Qingshu had different expressions. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. When he first saw the six-pulse magic sword, he was shocked. Now seeing the sword chi all over the sky, he really did not know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Before, he thought that Xianqing's martial arts were almost the same as his. Even if Xianqing's martial arts were better, there was a limit. Now it seemed that he had been too arrogant. Xiao Yuanshan was even more shocked. He thought that he had secretly studied in the Sutras Pavilion of the Shaolin Temple for 30 years and had seen many unique martial arts. But was this 10,000 swords returning to origin really a martial art in the human world? Azu lightly covered her mouth. Although she was shocked, she was more happy. Back then, when Song Qingshu was in dire straits, they had become friends because of the secret perfume recipe. Now that she saw that he had actually grown to such a level, she was extremely gratified. Azi's eyes were rolling. Originally, when she woke up from the soul transfer technique, her first reaction was to be extremely angry. She had painstakingly preserved her chastity in the Xianxia sect's dangerous environment, but she had lost it so carelessly. Naturally, she could not just let it go. But now that she saw Song Qingshu's amazing martial arts again, she suddenly dispelled the idea of revenge. It seems like I'm not too bad with him. Ozzy had grown up in an evil sect after all. She believed in the concept of the strong being respected. Now that Song Qingshu was so strong that she could not even think of resisting, she might as well completely surrender. As for love, what was that? At this time, Zhao Min was in Song Qingshu's arms. The impact that the sword qi that filled the sky brought to her was even more obvious. Looking at the crystal-clear sword qi, she could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful." She thought to herself, this guy is really a bastard. He is obviously so powerful, but he deliberately pretended to be like that just to make me worry for him. Although she was cursing in her heart, the corner of Zhao Min's mouth still slightly curled up. She enjoyed everything in front of her, as if she was watching a gorgeous firework. But suddenly, her delicate eyebrows furrowed because she saw a big, annoying bald head. It turned out that Xianxia realized that he would not be able to hold on if he was passively attacked like this. So, he simply circulated the Vajra indestructible divine art and let the sword qi hit his body. Step by step, he walked in the direction of Song Qingshu, planning to fight him in close combat so that he would not have the energy to control the sword qi that filled the sky. Seeing him approaching, Song Qingshu coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, more than half of the sword qi shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia grunted and could no longer take half a step forward. He could only circulate all his power to resist the erosion of the opponent's sword qi. Not only could he not move forward, but he even slowly retreated. Vajra indestructible body, one of the 5 great divine arts of the ancient and modern times. What a great name. Song Qingshu's tone carried a hint of ridicule. Suddenly, his voice turned cold. Then today, I will break this legend. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and twisted it. The sword qi that filled the sky instantly rotated rapidly and attacked Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia used the Vajra indestructible body to resist the sword qi. He did not dare to be distracted at all, so he could only watch the spiral sword qi attack his chest. The golden light on Xianxia's body instantly dimmed, and then there was a sound like an eggshell breaking. Xianxia spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then he could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Song Qingshu had to admit that the Vajra indestructible body was known as one of the 5 great divine arts of the ancient and modern times. It really deserved its reputation. He thought that this blow would take the opponent's life, but who knew that it would only seriously injure him? It had to be known that after the sword qi spiraled, the impact was many times greater than before, but Xianxia was still able to resist it. Because Xianxia had attracted most of the sword qi, Xianxia, Shuzhu, Fangjing, and the others were barely able to resist. Song Qingshu snorted and waved his hand. The crisscrossing sword qi instantly swept towards the 3 of them. Xianxia and Shuzhu screamed as a few horrible bloody holes appeared on their bodies. If they were not strong enough, they would have died on the spot. Because he admired Fang Zheng's character, Song Qingshu did not use a heavy hand on him. He only temporarily made him lose his combat strength. Seeing that a large number of Shaolin disciples had fallen, Song Qingshu said lightly, "Let's put an end to the grudges between us today." Not far away, Xianxia and Shuzhu's life and death were unknown. The other monks had also lost their combat strength. Xianxia smiled sadly and said, "I never thought that your martial arts had reached this level." Song Qingshu said coldly, "Fortunately, my martial arts have reached this level. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been killed by you today?" In the beginning, it was only because of our respective positions that we had some conflicts with your temple, but there was no irreconcilable enmity between the 2 sides. Who knew that as my power grew, you became more and more like a fishbone stuck in your throat. You wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible. Not only did you arrange for Chen Yuliang to return to the beggar sect to restrain the Golden Snake camp some time ago, but now you are trying to kill me in one fell swoop. Let's start with Shuzhu. Song Qingshu didn't know what was going on with Shuzhu in this world. He looked honest, but he was cunning. Song Qingshu didn't know if Shuzhu had been possessed by an old monster like the Lord of Ming. Thinking about how Shuzhu had tried to kill him several times, Song Qingshu was annoyed. He was too lazy to think about the reason, so he decided to get rid of this trouble once and for all. Of course, he maintained his rationality and didn't plan to completely destroy the Shaolin Temple. After all, the Shaolin Temple was the most powerful temple in the martial arts world. If it was completely destroyed, the impact would be too great. However, there were a few people who had to be eliminated. Otherwise, with them interfering, the relationship between the Shaolin Temple and the Shaolin Temple would never be eased. Xianxia and Xiuzhu were on the list. Xianxia had just resisted the 10,000 returning to Origin swords, and his indestructible body was broken by the sword chi. Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. On the other hand, Xiuzhu was not the main target of the sword chi. Although he was injured, he would be full of vigor after he recovered. Therefore, Song Qingshu chose him as his first target. Xianxia, Fangjing, and the others exclaimed. Unfortunately, they were injured and had no spare strength to stop the sword chi. They could only watch the sword chi shoot towards Xiuzhu. However, the moment before the sword chi hit Xiuzhu, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of Xiuzhu. A skinny monk in a green robe appeared in front of him. The monk put his palms together and said, the sword chi that was shot out earlier seemed to have encountered a layer of extremely soft, yet extremely hard barrier. With a few sizzling sounds, the sword chi disappeared without a trace. Sweeping monk. Song Qingshu's pupils shrank as he recognized the old monk who had appeared. The sweeping monk smiled and spoke first, Layman Song, long time no see. Greetings, senior. Song Qingshu didn't know why the monk had come, so he didn't know what to say. Xiuzhu couldn't get rid of greed, anger, and obsession. He offended you and was injured by you. He deserved it. There was a trace of regret in the monk's tone. However, this child has a deep relationship with me, so I can't just stand by and watch. I hope that benefactor Song will be merciful. Song Qingshu's expression changed. It was clear from the monk's attitude that he wanted to protect Xiuzhu. It had to be known that he was the most famous and mysterious expert in the Golden Book system. He was one of the 3 most powerful existences in the world, and he could not be underestimated. I was wondering why Xiuzhu was so good at martial arts at such a young age. He was even proficient in the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple. So it was all thanks to Senior. At this point, how could Song Qingshu not understand? There was no exquisite chess game in this world, but Xiuzhu still had mysterious martial arts. After thinking about it, only the sweeping monk had this ability. The sweeping monk shook his head. Our sect's martial art was passed down from Bodhidharma ancestor. Buddhist disciples learned martial arts to strengthen their bodies and to protect and subdue demons. When practicing martial arts, they always have a compassionate and benevolent heart. If they don't use Buddhism as their foundation, they will hurt themselves when practicing martial arts. If they don't practice the 72 ultimate skills, if they don't use the compassionate Buddhist method to neutralize it, the evil energy will penetrate deep into the internal organs. It will become 100 times more powerful than any external poison. For thousands of years, Shaolin disciples have come out in large numbers, but at most, they can only practice 12 or 13 of the skills. No one has been able to practice the 72 ultimate skills. The reason why Xiuzhu knows so many skills is because he used the Taoist minor non-phase method to activate them. He only has the form of the 72 ultimate skills, but not the 72 ultimate skills. Even so, he has suffered a serious internal injury. It's fine because he is still young, but in a few years, his internal injury will flare up, and I'm afraid he will be bedridden. These words shocked everyone present. Among the Shaolin monks, only Xianxia, Fangjing, and a few others knew about this. The rest of them didn't know that Xiuzhu was using the minor non-phase method. They thought that there was a young genius who was proficient in the 72 ultimate skills. Now that they knew the truth, they felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Coupled with the fact that they were defeated by Song Qingshu, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Xiao Yuanshan's expression also changed greatly. He had been practicing the Shaolin ultimate skills, and the pain in some of his acupuncture points had become more and more serious. Previously, he thought it was because he was seriously injured in his early years, and because he was getting older. He didn't expect it to be because he was practicing the Shaolin ultimate skills. As for Song Qingshu, he had heard these words in his previous life. At this time, he was far less shocked than Xiao Yuanshan and the other Shaolin monks. However, he also admired the sweeping monk for pointing out that Xiuzhu was using the minor non-phase method to cheat. It has to be known that in troubled times, if there was a young disciple who was proficient in the 72 ultimate skills, it would be a big gimmick. Senior, do you really want to protect him? However, admiration was one thing, and letting Shizhu go was another. Good, good. The sweeping monk put his palms together and said, I hope Benefactor Song will be magnanimous. Although his eyes were lifeless and he stood there like an ordinary old man who didn't know martial arts at all, Song Qingshu didn't dare to underestimate him. Only people who had reached his cultivation level could see that the other party had returned to his natural state and was one with the aura of heaven and earth. Attacking him was like going against heaven and earth. However, although he was strong, Song Qingshu was not afraid at all. A golden light gradually appeared in the depths of his eyes, as if there was a little golden person faintly jumping. Previously, the sweeping monk still had a calm appearance, but when he saw the golden light in the other party's eyes, his body trembled and his expression changed greatly. He had a very strong sense of crisis. Every cell in his body seemed to be warning him of the danger the other party was in. The sweeping monk's face was dignified. He took out a broom from somewhere and placed it in front of him. His aura was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he released his aura as if he was ready to strike at any time. However, in the end, Song Qingshu didn't make a move. The golden light in his eyes gradually faded and finally returned to normal. After the lion-slaying convention, I received guidance from Senior. Song Mao has always remembered this kindness in his heart. Back then, when his tendons and veins were broken, he was discouraged by the sweeping monk's guidance. In addition, the other party had given him a wisp of Xianxia to protect his heart meridian. Song Qingshu had always remembered this matter. He was a person who would repay kindness. Naturally, he didn't want to fight to the death with the sweeping monk here. Today, for the sake of Senior, I will spare them this time, but next time. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Thank you, Benefactor Song. The sweeping monk secretly wiped his cold sweat and looked at Song Qingshu with some bewilderment. He did not know what had happened just now, but that sense of life and death crisis was too strong. Ever since he had achieved great success in martial arts, he had never felt something like this. The sweeping monk boasted that he knew a little about martial arts in the world, but the golden light in Song Qingshu's eyes just now could be said to be unheard of. He didn't know what kind of martial arts it was. Sure enough, the new generation surpassed the old. The sweeping monk secretly sighed, turned to Xianxia and the others and said, "Let's go." Just like that? Xianxia was stunned. In his heart, the sweeping monk was an invincible existence. No matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, it was impossible for him to be a match for the sweeping monk. But there are so many people in the temple who are seriously injured. Before he finished speaking, a monk who went to help Xianxia exclaimed, "Senior brother Xianxia's meridians are all broken." Ah! The Shaolin monks all cried out in alarm. It should be known that Xianxia was the #1 master in Shaolin Temple. Now that his meridians were all broken, it was obvious that his martial arts had been crippled. It should be known that in Jianghu, the crippled martial arts could be compared to a mortal enemy. However, these people knew that they were no match for Song Qingshu, so they could only look to the sweeping monk for help, hoping that he would come forward to uphold justice. Who would have thought that the sweeping monk slowly shook his head and said, "Our temple has 72 unique skills, each of which can hurt people's vital points and take their lives. They are fierce and ruthless, and go against the harmony of heaven and earth. Therefore, each unique skill must have a corresponding compassion to dissolve it. This truth is not known to all monks in our temple, but after a person has practiced 4 or 5 unique skills, his understanding of Zen will naturally be hindered. In our Shaolin temple, this is called martial arts barrier, the same as the knowledge barrier of other sects and sections. You must know that Buddhism seeks to save the world, and martial arts seeks to kill. The two are opposite and mutually restrained. Only the higher one's dharma is, the more compassionate one will be, and the more one will be able to practice martial arts. But a monk who has reached such a high level of cultivation would disdain to learn more powerful killing techniques. The sweeping monk continued, "In our temple, naturally there are people whose Buddhism cultivation is insufficient, yet they want to learn more advanced martial arts. But if they continue to practice, they will either enter the devil's path or suffer internal injury that is difficult to heal. When Xianxia came to the Sutra Depository Pavilion to pick up the ancient martial art books, Lao Na had reminded him 3 times, but he still refused to come to his senses. Now it is difficult for him to turn back. Even if he was not injured by Song Jushi's hand today, within 3 years, his tendons and meridians will suddenly break in one night, and he will become a cripple. Ba. There was no lack of Shaolin eminent monks present. After hearing this, they were shocked, but they also felt enlightened, as if they had faintly understood something. The sweeping monk's eyes showed compassion. Actually, the 5 accumulations are empty, the body is injured, from now on he cannot practice martial art. He diligently practiced Buddhism, and from this he was enlightened. It is really a blessing in disguise. If the masters still insist on his martial art being crippled, it is really too much. Fangjing was the first to understand, and he put his palms together. Thank you for your understanding. The rest of the monks also gradually understood, and all agreed. The sweeping monk nodded, his face showing a gratified expression. Let's go. But Xiao Yuanshan secretly learned our temple's martial arts, if it falls into the hands of the foreign tribes. Kongwen was heavily injured and weak, but he still couldn't help but ask. As soon as he said this, Xiao Feng and his son's expressions changed, because they could already see that this monk who suddenly appeared was simply unfathomable. If he really attacked Xiao Yuanshan, they were afraid. The sweeping monk turned back to look at Xiao Yuanshan, and said, Jusher Xiao, recently the Liang Man and Tai acupoints on your lower abdomen, do you feel faint pain? Xiao Yuanshan's whole body shivered, and said, Divine monk, it is indeed so. The sweeping monk continued, your Guanyuan acupoint is numb, how is it recently? Xiao Yuanshan was even more shocked, and said with a trembling voice, 10 years ago this numbness was only the size of a little finger, now it is almost the size of a teacup. The sweeping monk sighed, just now I have already said, in order to practice our temple's martial arts, you must use the corresponding Buddhism to dispel the evil energy. Jusher Xiao is already on the verge of qi deviation. Xiao Feng and his son were both shocked. Xiao Feng wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but when he thought about how he had just fought with the Shaolin people to the death, he couldn't bring himself to ask for help. Ba. The monks of Shaolin put their palms together. Master, you are right. Even someone like Xiao Yuanshan, who hated Shaolin to the bone, had to admit that the words of the sweeping monk were filled with compassion for the state of the universe and the people. Xiao Feng hesitated for a long time and finally asked, Master, please save my father. Xiao Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. He hated Shaolin so much that he didn't want to ask for help from Shaolin. However, the monk was very aloof, and the pain in his acupoints was getting worse and worse. In the end, he acquiesced. The monk replied, in fact, I have already said the treatment method. As long as your father gives up the butcher's knife and follows me back to the back mountain of Shaolin Temple to study Buddhism, after a few years, he will be able to gradually dissolve the evil in his body, and the hidden injuries in his body will be healed without medicine. Xiao Yuanshan's expression suddenly changed. You want to imprison me in Shaolin? No way. Xiao Feng was also surprised. With the grudge between his father and Shaolin, letting him stay in Shaolin was like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. How could he feel at ease? The monk shook his head with a bitter smile. Lay Buddhist Xiao, you misunderstood. Well, when lay Buddhist Xiao thinks it through, come to Shaolin to find me. After answering Xiao Feng's question, the monk did not stay any longer and gradually left with the people of Shaolin. Looking at their leaving figures, Song Qingshu was a little annoyed. He thought that this time he had completely become enemies with Shaolin. He didn't know what they would do in the future. However, he had received the monk's kindness that day, so he had to give him some face. Moreover, he couldn't really kill them all. How to deal with the relationship with Shaolin was really a headache. Are you worrying about how to deal with the relationship with Shaolin in the future? Zhao Min seemed to have guessed his worries and asked. Yes. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Shaolin has a special position in the Central Plains. It is the holy land of Buddhism in many people's hearts. It is really annoying that we can't beat them or kill them. Isn't that easy? The corners of Zhao Min's mouth rose slightly. You have to figure out which ones in Shaolin are your enemies and which ones can be won over. When the time comes, you can suppress your enemies and support the faction that favors you. Isn't that good enough? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Min Min, your idea is actually similar to Taizu's. Who is Taizu? Zhao Min was startled, wondering which dynasty's Taizu she was thinking of. Song Qingshu didn't explain and just said with a smile, Min Min, you've solved a big problem for me. I really want to kiss you. Zhao Min's face turned red. Only then did she realize that she was still in his arms. She hurriedly pushed him away and spat, if you have the ability, talk to me like this in front of Jirua. Song Qingshu's face stiffened, and he laughed awkwardly. Thank you for your help, brother Song. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan walked over together and thanked him. If you hadn't helped us today, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Let's not talk about Brother Zhao's friendship when the Manchurian army attacked the south. Just based on Brother Zhao's indomitable character, I have always admired Brother Zhao's indomitable spirit. Naturally, I wouldn't just stand by and watch. Song Qingshu returned the courtesy. Actually, with Brother Zhao's and your father's martial arts, if you weren't injured, these Shaolin masters wouldn't have been able to stop you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask curiously, with Brother Zhao's martial arts and alertness, how did you get such serious injuries? It's a long story. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly fainted. Fortunately, Xiao Yuanshan and Azu, who were next to him, held him up. Otherwise, he would have directly fallen to the ground. It turned out that he was seriously injured. Previously, he had relied on the heroic spirit in his chest to barely hold on. Then, he fought with the Shaolin masters and had long since overdrafted his energy. Now that the danger had passed and he could relax, he naturally couldn't hold on. Song Qingshu took his pulse. After a long time, he said to the nervous Azu and the others, don't worry, he just lost too much blood. Adding to that, he forcefully circulated his energy after being seriously injured, causing him to faint. But his body's foundation is good. As long as there's someone to treat his injuries, it won't be a big problem. At the same time, he secretly admired Xiao Feng's family's talent. It must be known that in Jianghu, there were many secret techniques of the demonic path, such as the great art of burning blood, the art of demonic dissolution, etc., that could raise one's battle power in a short period of time. But Xiao Feng and his father seemed to have the bloodline of the god of war. In a life-and-death crisis, they could enter a berserk and bloodthirsty state. Their martial arts and battle power would be even more terrifying than usual. The group of people brought the unconscious Xiao Feng to a nearby town to stay for the night. Xiao Yuanshan helped treat his injuries. Song Qingshu thought that Xiao Yuanshan's internal energy was deep, and that it was enough to treat Xiao Feng's injuries. So, he didn't join in the fun. As for Azu, she was standing at the side, wiping her sweat and taking care of Xiao Feng. Azi also wanted to help, but she was called to his room by Song Qingshu. Azi revealed a hesitant expression. But it was a pity that Song Qingshu had just displayed his invincible might. She didn't dare to go against his will, so she could only come over while trembling with fear. Azi, you've got some guts. Song Qingshu raised his teacup, sizing up the young girl who had just entered the room with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zhao Min, who was at the side, was shocked. You two know each other? Song Qingshu faintly smiled, but before he could answer, Azi very cleverly ran over. This must be Mistress. I'm Master's maid, Azi. Greetings, Mistress. Zhao Min's face flushed red. Although there was some ambiguity between her and Song Qingshu now, they hadn't broken through that layer of window paper. Being called by an outsider like this, she felt embarrassed and shy, but a faint joy rose in her heart. Azi was the best at reading people's expressions. Looking at Zhao Min's expression, she knew that her flattery was just right. Striking while the iron was hot, she squatted down beside Zhao Min and started massaging her legs. Song Qingshu snorted in annoyance. It's not like you haven't seen your mistress when you were in the Golden Snake camp. Are you going to lie with your eyes open now? Hearing his words, Zhao Min couldn't help but turn around and glare at him fiercely. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had unintentionally offended her. Master, you're handsome and elegant. It can be said that you're popular with thousands of girls. It's not surprising that you have many mistresses. Azi reacted very quickly. Song Qingshu scolded in annoyance. Where did you learn to flatter? I don't like it here. Azi saw that although he said he didn't like it, his expression couldn't help but be proud. Without any hesitation, she threw a bunch of exaggerated and gorgeous words over, making Song Qingshu dizzy. Zhao Min, who was at the side, had a strange expression. Where did you find this flatterer? Ozzy just said it because I felt it, Ozzy said. I think this girl is as beautiful as a peach and as bright as a rose. Especially between her brows, there's a heroic spirit that other girls rarely have. She's not inferior to the mistresses of the Golden Snake Camp at all. Master, you and her are a match made in heaven. Her words made Zhao Min's heart tremble. She scolded with a smile. All right, Song Qingshu finally couldn't listen to it anymore. Do you think that by flattering me so much, I won't punish you for the crime of running away without permission? I'm wronged, master. Ozzy rolled her eyes. She had already thought of an excuse. I didn't run away. I went out to look for beauties for master. Seeing that Zhao Min's eyes were gradually turning cold, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a licentious person. Why would I need you to look for beauties? You're very busy every day. Naturally, you don't have time to arrange these things. But as servants, we naturally have to be clever and share master's worries. Ozzy quickly answered, You're so energetic and fierce. Ordinary girls can't satisfy you. The mistresses are busy with work and have no time to accompany you. So I volunteered to help master find a confidant. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Song Qingshu glared at her fiercely. Although Zhao Min was usually proactive and enthusiastic, she was an unmarried girl after all. Hearing that the two seemed to be talking about something related to bed, she couldn't help but blush. Seeing that Song Qingshu seemed to be about to interrupt Ozzy, Zhao Min suddenly said, Miss Ozzy, you said that you're looking for a confidant for your master. Have you found one? Seeing her fake smile, Song Qingshu secretly complained. He thought that Ozzy was really looking for trouble for him. Hearing the unfriendliness in Zhao Min's tone and Song Qingshu's constipated expression, Ozzy suddenly realized that it wasn't very wise for her to say these things in front of Zhao Min. Her eyes rolled and she already had a plan in mind. I was excited before, but now I realize that I'm simply overestimating myself. What do you mean? Zhao Min frowned and asked. I've been busy for a few months and all I've found are mediocre beauties. How can I be like you, master, who can find a beauty like Miss Zhao so casually? If this isn't me overestimating myself, then what is it? Ozzy purposely put on a dejected expression. With Zhao Min's intelligence, she naturally understood that Ozzy was deliberately flattering her. However, these words just happened to scratch her itch. She couldn't help but laugh. You're quite an interesting girl. Song Qingshu was speechless. You said that looking for a confidant is just an excuse. In reality, you're just running away. I'm really looking for someone for you. After seeing his power, Ozzy knew that if he really wanted to touch her, even Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan together would not be able to save her. Moreover, the two of them might not offend him for her sake. She was so frightened that she spoke incoherently. I can prove it to you. Azu. Yes, Azu is the target I'm looking for you. Although she's not as stunning as Miss Zhao, she's still an outstanding beauty. Plus, she's my sister. We can serve you together and give you a different feeling. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing that her words were getting more and more ridiculous, Song Qingshu hurriedly interrupted. What nonsense are you talking about? Azu is brother Zhao's confidant. Stop. Song Qingshu hurriedly covered Ozzy's mouth, worried that she would say something even more exaggerated. Zhao Min looked at him with a faint smile. Why don't you let Lady Ozzy speak? I think it's quite interesting. Cough cough. Song Qingshu drank a mouthful of tea and choked. How is it interesting? Don't let brother Xiao hear these words. My reputation in this area has always been bad, I can't let him misunderstand. Zhao Min's smile became even wider. You also know that your reputation isn't good. Song Qingshu's expression became solemn. Although I am a bit lecherous, why would I covet my brother's woman? When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. However, he didn't lie this time. Although Azu was pretty, she was far from being able to make Song Qingshu disregard his friendship with Xiao Feng. Moreover, he was currently in a lot of trouble with women, which was about to develop into a disaster. How could he have the mood to casually flirt with other women, Zhao Men still wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. Shu, someone is coming. Not long after, Xiao Feng's forthright voice came from outside the door, Brother Song, go down and drink. Zi had already considerately ran over to open the door, and Song Qingshu saw Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuanshan, and Azu standing at the door, smiling as they invited him. Xiao Yuanshan's internal energy was indeed profound. In such a short time, he had temporarily stabilized Xiao Feng's internal injuries. Song Qingshu stood up with a strange expression, Brother Xiao, you are seriously injured. Drinking at this time, Xiao Feng laughed and patted his chest. Wine may be poison to others, but to me, it's a tonic. The more I drink, the faster my injuries heal. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, Brother Xiao is really talented. Zhao Men also walked to his side and said with some admiration, King Xiao is really heroic, I admire you. Xiao Feng cupped his hands and said, I still haven't thanked the princess for your help. Liao and Mongolia were allies. One was the king of Liao's southern courtyard, and the other was the princess of Mongolia. Naturally, both sides had many dealings with each other. Zhao Men pursed her lips and smiled, Xiao Wangya is too polite. The group chatted as they walked down. Azu couldn't help but ask curiously, Prince Song, do you know Zi? Unlike Zi, she was extremely happy to be reunited with her sister this time. She cherished this sisterly relationship very much. Earlier, she was busy taking care of Xiao Feng and did not have the time to ask. Now that she was slightly free, she could not help but ask. Song Qingshu glanced at Zi and revealed a playful smile. Yeah, we know each other, and we're very familiar with each other. He thought to himself, I even know her so well, so how could I not be familiar with her? The rest of the people present were either gentlemen or people of noble birth, so they couldn't understand the hidden meaning in his words. Only Zi, who was from an evil sect, understood it instantly, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Last time, I was also chased by those Shaolin monks. Thank you for saving me, young master. Zi didn't know why, but she didn't want them to know about her relationship with Song Qingshu, so she deliberately gave a vague explanation. Song Qingshu glanced at her with a faint smile, but did not say anything. Then we are really fated. Xiao Feng laughed and asked everyone to sit down. Then he directly shouted, Waiter, give me 10 caddies of beef and 10 caddies of good wine. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself that these ancient people really drank by caddies. Fortunately, Zhao Men also ordered a few exquisite side dishes. Xiao Feng raised a bowl of wine and toasted, Brother Song, this cup of wine is for you. As the saying goes, no words can express my gratitude. If you need my help in the future, I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of knives or swim a sea of flames. Brother Xiao is too serious. I believe that if you saw us in danger today, you would definitely help us without hesitation. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng laughed, you and I have experienced life and death together many times. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Song Qingshu was shocked. He did not think that he would inadvertently increase Xiao Feng's favorability. Hearing this, he smiled and said, I can't ask for more. It's just that Song Mao has many enemies in Jianghu. Brother Xiao, please don't mind when the time comes. Brother Song is famous now. I hope you don't mind me climbing up the social ladder. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Obviously, he did not mind his enemies. I am in my early 30s, a few years older than you. If second brother doesn't mind, I will be the big brother. Xiao Feng cupped his hands. Big brother. Song Qingshu's temperament was more reserved, but at this moment, he was also a little excited. After all, whether it was in his previous life or this life, Xiao Feng was a hero that he greatly admired. The two of them drank 3 big bowls of wine in a row. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. That's right, I have a sworn brother. Xiao Feng suddenly thought of something and said, the Crown Prince of Dali, Duan Yu. You should have met him before. He should be the youngest. You are the second brother, and he is the third brother. If he knew that he had such a powerful second brother, I wonder how happy he would be. Second brother? Song Qingshu always felt that this way of addressing him was a little awkward, especially when he remembered that Duan Yu did not have a good impression of him. He really did not want to become sworn brothers with him. However, Xiao Feng was in high spirits, so he did not want to dampen the mood. Not wanting to change the topic to Duan Yu, Song Qingshu changed the topic and said, "Big brother, didn't I ask you before? With your martial arts and alertness, no matter how many Shaolin masters there were, they should not have been able to stop you. Why were you seriously injured and chased to a dead end?" When he asked Xiao Feng before, he happened to have fainted because of his injuries, so he asked him again. "It's a long story." Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "After I went south to help you, I did not directly return to Liao. Instead, I continued to stay in the Central Plains to investigate the matter of the leader. Unfortunately, along the way, the people who knew about it died one after another." Xiao Feng was interrupted by Xiao Yuanshan before he could finish. "I killed those people. I deliberately deceived you to make you acknowledge the enemy as your father. I deserved to die." Xiao Feng opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. After all, Xiao Yuanshan was his father, and he could not blame his father for killing people. However, Song Qingshu was different. He said seriously, "It's fine to kill people like Master Tan, Granny Tan, and Zhao Qiansun. After all, they participated in the attack on you and your wife 30 years ago. However, Qiao Sanhui and his wife had raised your son with great effort and treated him like their own child. Master Xian Ku taught him martial arts, but you should not have killed these 3 people." Xiao Feng looked at Song Qingshu gratefully. He had wanted to say these words, but it was not convenient for him to do so due to the relationship between father and son. Now that Song Qingshu had said it on his behalf, it could be said that a big stone had been lifted from his heart. In Xiao Yuanshan's opinion, these Han people all had ulterior motives. Even if they were good to his son on the surface, they were just using him. However, he was afraid of the miraculous martial arts that Song Qingshu had displayed before. In addition, he had just been saved by the other party, so it was not good for him to refute. However, the expression on his face showed that he did not approve of it. Azu looked at him, worried that her future father-in-law would be embarrassed, so she considerately changed the topic. "Later, we received news from Ma Dayuan's widow that the leader was Dali's Duan. Duan Wanya." Xiao Feng heard this and said with lingering fear, "Speaking of this, I am afraid. So it was Madame Ma's plan to divert the trouble, causing me to almost kill Azu, making a big mistake." Zhao Min couldn't help but ask, "Even if you went to find Dali's Duan Jingchen, why would it cause you to almost kill Miss Azu?" Song Qingshu had read the original work, but Zhao Min was involved in it, so she naturally didn't know. Xiao Feng looked at Azu with pity and said, "Because Azu is Duan Jingchen's biological daughter. She only found out about it after we arrived in Dali, but this silly girl didn't tell me and only secretly disguised herself as Duan Jingchen to fight with me." Zhao Min exclaimed, "This is too dangerous. If people who love each other can't be honest with each other, then it is easy to cause a tragedy." Even Song Qingshu was curious why the plot did not develop like the original work. "Yes," Xiao Feng said happily, "fortunately, when I went out that day, a mysterious person secretly sent me a message, telling me that the leader was someone else." "Mysterious person?" Song Qingshu subconsciously looked at Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan shook his head, "It wasn't me." Xiao Feng replied, "That person just tied a note to a dart and shot it from afar, and soon disappeared. That person's martial arts was very good, and I was still thinking about the battle later, so I didn't chase after him. But fortunately, he reminded me, and then I knew that the leader was someone else. I was going to ask Duan Jingchen about it, but then I found out that it was Azu in disguise." Azu also pursed her lips and smiled, "You don't know how happy I was when I found out that my father was not the leader." Z, who was on the side, curled her lips, "You two are silly. How old is my father? He was only a teenager 30 years ago. Will those famous people in the Central Plains listen to him and regard him as the leader?" Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. In fact, this was also the point that countless readers in later generations complained about. Azu explained, "We also had such doubts at the beginning, and we also asked Madame Ma. Who knew that Madame Ma said that Lord Duan was a playboy and knew how to keep his appearance, so that he was actually very old, but on the surface he looked only in his 40s. No wonder." Zhao Min listened and nodded secretly. Xiao Feng continued, "The mysterious person's letter said that the leader was an important figure in Shaolin. I didn't dare to believe it easily, so I decided to secretly go to Shaolin to verify it. Who knew that when I sneaked into that person's meditation room, there were already countless masters lying in ambush, and they suddenly shot arrows at me, causing me to be seriously injured. Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise, so many masters of Shaolin deliberately and unintentionally attacked you, but they couldn't kill you. It shows how powerful you are. Only a strong person like Xiao Feng could kill a bloody path in that extreme environment. If it was Duan Yu or some other academic masters, they might have been killed in a single encounter. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly, it's not that easy. I just risked my life to escape from that meditation room. It's impossible to escape from Shaolin. Fortunately, my father helped me. Xiao Yuanshan snorted, with so many top masters besieging you, I didn't have the ability to save you. Thanks to Azu and Zi's cleverness, they set fire to the Shaolin temple to create chaos, and we took advantage of the chaos to rush out of the temple. Hearing his praise, Zi raised her chin proudly, but Azu lowered her head and smiled shyly. Song Qingshu saw this and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Although they were sisters born from the same mother, their temperaments were not at all like each other. Xiao Feng didn't have time to think about this before, but now that he thought about it, he was shocked. That scoundrel is really vicious, he wants to kill me with a borrowed knife. Thinking of his son almost dying in Shaolin, Xiao Yuanshan was furious. King Xiao, think carefully, do you have any enemies who would want to kill you like this? Zhao Min reminded him. Xiao Feng frowned and thought, those who want to kill me, Madame Ma. Is definitely one, Quan Guanqing is also one, but they don't need to do that. Could it be Morong Bo, that scoundrel? Xiao Yuanshan said while gnashing his teeth. When he thought of how he talked with his enemy all these years, and how he taught him martial arts several times, he was furious. I don't think so, Song Qingshu said, Morong Bo's goal is to revive the Yan kingdom, if he can provoke the two countries to war, he will naturally spare no effort. But now Liao has been crippled by the Jin kingdom, and is not the same as before. Plus, Shaolin is in the Jin kingdom, even if something happens to you in Shaolin, Liao probably won't dare to cause trouble for the Jin kingdom. More importantly, I just met Morong Bo a while ago, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to appear in Dali, which is thousands of miles away. Then who could it be? Xiao Yuanshan looked like he was going crazy. Although his martial arts were high, he was not good at things that required him to use his brain. Could it be your political enemy in the country? Zhao Min suddenly looked at Xiao Feng and said. It is indeed possible, Xiao Feng's eyes moved, obviously having a few guesses, but although he has ulterior motives, I still have to thank him. After all, to some extent, it is because of him that I didn't make a big mistake, and didn't have to stuff cattle and sheep with empty promises. As he spoke, he looked at Azu beside him, his eyes full of tenderness. Zhao Min stealthily poked Song Qingshu, then moved closer to his ear and whispered, did you see that? Although Xiao Feng is inferior to you in many aspects, you are far inferior to him when it comes to devotion. That's true. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, unable to defend himself. By the way, Commandery Princess and second brother, did you come to the Jin Kingdom for the Southern Song Dynasty's expedition to the north? Seeing how intimate Zhao Min and Song Qingshu were, Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile in his heart. He thought that his second brother's charm was really great. He even managed to win over the #1 beauty of Mongolia. Xiao Feng did not like women. Furthermore, he only had Azu in his heart. Thus, he only had blessings for the two of them to be together. Yes, Zhao Min smiled sweetly, I didn't expect Xiao Wangya to be so well informed even though he is far away from the central. When I passed by the Great Song's territory earlier, I noticed that there were frequent movements of soldiers. It is clear that they are preparing for a northern expedition. It is not hard to guess. Xiao Feng chuckled. At that time, the Southern Song Dynasty, Mongolia, Golden Snake Camp, and our Liao will launch a joint attack. Ha ha ha, after all, he was a Khitan. Previously, the Jin kingdom had almost destroyed the Liao kingdom. The two countries had formed an indelible hatred. When he heard that the Southern Song Dynasty was going to launch a northern expedition, he was naturally excited. Zhao Min glanced at Song Qingshu with a faint smile and said, well, when the time comes, the four of us will join forces to destroy the Jin kingdom. Song Qingshu glared at her. Zhao Min knew that he was Tangqua's defense and naturally understood that he would not allow the Jin kingdom to be destroyed. Obviously, she said this on purpose. Alright, let's not talk about national affairs today. Let's have a good drink. Song Qingshu was worried that he would easily expose himself if he continued to talk, so he raised a bowl of wine and toasted Xiao Feng. Second brother, you look so gentle. I didn't expect you to be so forthright. As the saying goes, when drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. Xiao Feng was overjoyed and raised his bowl to drink with him. Xiao Yuanshan was also a drinker. These years of hiding in Shaolin Temple had made him feel suffocated. Now that the father and son had reunited, escaped from death, and heard the news of the enemy, he could not help but be addicted to alcohol. The three men took turns to drink and soon the sky was dark. The father and son of the Xiao family were born with an amazing capacity for liquor. Song Qingshu had experienced the baptism of high-purity liquor in his previous life, so he was naturally not afraid of the liquor in this world. He drank bowl after bowl and soon finished dozens of jars, attracting the attention of the surrounding diners. In the end, Azu finally could not stand it anymore. Worried that Xiao Feng had not recovered from his serious injury, she insisted on interrupting their drinking party. Song Qingshu and the others also drank until they were dizzy. They were already 70 to 80% drunk, so they took the opportunity to end the drinking party. Azu called for the waiter to help support the father and son of the Xiao family back to their room. Azi had originally planned to support Song Qingshu to show off, but seeing Zhao Min stretch out her hand, she rolled her eyes and very naturally retracted her hand. She would not touch the brows of the mistress at this time. Song Qingshu was already so drunk that he could not even walk steadily. Zhao Min held one of his hands on her shoulder and said unhappily, "I don't know why you drank so much." Song Qingshu hummed a few times, but it was not clear what he was saying. Zhao Min was angry and amused at the same time. She had never seen this bastard in such a sorry state. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that the smell of alcohol on him seemed to smell better. She supported him back to the room and gently laid him on the bed. At this time, Azi considerately brought a basin of water. Zhao Min was just about to ask her to help Song Qingshu clean when Azi stuck out her tongue at her. Azi will not disturb master and mistress anymore. After saying that, she revealed a knowing smile and trotted out, considerately closing the door. Zhao Min was startled and could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. This bastard, all the girls he found are mischievous. She knew that Azi had misunderstood their relationship, but for some reason, she did not explain. Looking at the man who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, Zhao Min snorted, "I've never served anyone in my life." "You're really lucky." While saying that, she helped him take off his shoes. Originally, she thought that it would be very smelly. After all, when she accidentally touched her father's shoes when she was a child, she almost died from the smell. This incident still made her feel a lingering fear. "Hey, there is no smell?" Zhao Min carefully let go of her pinched nose and muttered strangely. How could she have known that Song Qingshu's internal energy had reached a level that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries? The Xinqi in his body was endless, and he had already cleansed his body of all the toxins. Although he couldn't reach the point of having a fragrant body as described in Cultivation novels, he wasn't far from it. After lifting his legs to the bed, Zhao Min wet a towel and gently wiped Song Qingshu's forehead and neck. Looking at his fiery red skin, she could not help but snort, "Aren't you afraid that the enemy will take the opportunity to kill you?" Although she said so, she had been surrounded by top masters since she was a child. Naturally, she knew that when one's martial arts reached a certain level, the body would automatically respond to the external danger. If she revealed her killing intent at this time, even if the other party was drunk, he would definitely launch a thunderous counterattack. Gently wiping the wine stains on Song Qingshu's body, Zhao Min squatted by the bed with her hands resting on her cheeks. She quietly looked at the man in front of her, as if she was reminiscing and muttering to herself, "Life is really unpredictable. When I first met you, you were just a poor follower of Zhou Zhirua. I didn't even look at you. Who would have thought that I would take the initiative to wipe your body now?" Usually, Song Qingshu's eyes were too bright and too aggressive. It was rare for her to look at him so closely. Thinking of his usual high-spirited and hateful look, and seeing him sleeping like a baby, Zhao Min could not help but be mischievous. She used her hair to gently touch the tip of his nose. Song Qingshu wrinkled his nose as if he was sleep-talking, but he did not seem to wake up at all. The corner of Zhao Min's mouth curled up, and she continued to use the tip of her hair to brush his nose. Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to touch his nose, but she was already prepared. In an instant, she moved her hair away so he touched nothing but air. After rubbing his nose a few times, he put his hand back. So stupid. Zhao Min's brows were full of smiles. It was rare to see him so stupid, so she continued to tease him. Stop it. Probably because he touched nothing the last time, Song Qingshu's speed was much faster this time. He turned over and held her in his arms. Zhao Min was stunned, and then she instantly blushed. She reached out to push him. Let go of me. Stop it. Song Qingshu turned over, and Zhao Min's entire body was instantly carried to the bed. You smell so good. As he said that, he moved his nose to sniff Zhao Min's body, making her feel itchy and shy. Are you really drunk or pretending to be drunk? Zhao Min pinched him hard and said with some anger. However, after being pinched, Song Qingshu did not respond at all. He continued to move against her body. His hot breath on her skin made Zhao Min's heart suddenly tremble. She was in a trance, and when she realized that he had already kissed her lips, Zhao Min's eyes instantly widened, and she hurriedly tried to push him away. Unfortunately, he was as heavy as a pig on her body, and she could not resist at all. This bastard. Thinking of how she felt that he was sleeping as quietly as a baby, Zhao Min wanted to slap herself. However, when he opened her teeth and drove straight in, her body suddenly softened. Bits and pieces of the two of them since they met appeared in her mind, and Zhao Min's pretty face became even redder. In the end, she simply reached out and hugged the man on top of her, and began to recall tenderly. After who knew how long, Song Qingshu suddenly said doubtfully, Zhirua, how did your chest become so big? Zhao Min's entire body stiffened, and the sweetness in her heart instantly disappeared. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. It turned out that this bastard had been mistaking her for Zhou Zhirua all along. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she instantly knocked off his Lushan claws on her chest. She pushed him away and jumped off the bed. While tidying up her messy clothes, she glared at him fiercely, Song Qingshu, you're a bastard. After saying that, she stomped her feet and ran away without looking back. Song Qingshu reached out to stop her, but he was too drunk, and he instantly lost his balance and fell off the bed. Hearing a heavy thud behind her, Zhao Min subconsciously turned around. Her entire body froze for a moment when she saw him fall to the ground, but in the end, she still snorted and did not go back. Mistress, what are you doing? The other party happened to bump into Z at the staircase and asked in confusion. No, nothing. Zhao Min felt a little guilty and covered her clothes. By the way, your master is too drunk and fell to the ground. Go take care of him. After all, she was still worried about Song Qingshu, but she did not want to go back by herself, so she looked for the girl in front of her. Zhao Min said a few words and went back to her room in a mess. After she closed the door, the smile on Z's face disappeared instantly. She tiptoed to Song Qingshu's room and found him lying on the bed. Z ran over and shook him, young master, young master? Song Qingshu didn't have any reaction except for a light snore. A hint of coldness flashed in Z's eyes. Previously, this person in front of her had performed the soul transfer technique on her, and she had become his female slave in a daze, losing her chastity. She did not want to be enslaved by this person forever. In the past, there was no other way. Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high, and she had no ability to resist. But now, he was drunk and unconscious. She stretched out her fingers and a few oily green needles appeared on it. They were Xianxia sex jade phosphorus needles, which were extremely poisonous. Z hid the needles between her fingers and quietly pricked Song Qingshu's neck. She hesitated for a while, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and pricked him with the needles. Song Qingshu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and hit the poisonous needles in her hand. His other hand pressed on the acupuncture point on her shoulder. Z instantly lost all her strength. It's you? Song Qingshu found that his vision was a little blurry and he could barely see Z's face. Just now, he felt the killing intent and reacted instinctively. But the influence of the drunkenness was still there. He hurriedly circulated his martial arts. Although he couldn't evaporate all the alcohol in his body so quickly, it was enough for him to wake up. Zi's expression changed several times, but she quickly squeezed out a smile. Master, you're really capable. I heard from my master that when martial arts reach a certain level, the body will naturally react to the killing intent. I didn't believe it, so I wanted to test it out with you this time. Let me ask you, who in the world is better than you in martial arts? Song Qingshu sneered, don't you think it's too late for you to flatter me now? Zi hurriedly said, how am I flattering you? These are completely from the bottom of my heart. None of us are fools. We all know what you wanted to do just now. Song Qingshu's voice was as cold as ice. His aura enveloped her, making it difficult for her to even breathe. For a moment, Zi even thought that she was already dead. However, she suddenly came to her senses and smiled sweetly. Master can't bear to kill me. Why? Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed. You think too highly of yourself. Zi said with a smile, if you wanted to kill me, you would have done it just now. You wouldn't have talked so much to me. You talking so much to me proves that you don't want to kill me, although I don't understand why. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu's stern face gradually relaxed. Yes, you are indeed very smart. I don't want to kill you because I still have something for you to do. What is it? Zi crawled up to his side and said with a flattering expression, Master, just say the word. I'm willing to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. You don't have to say those hypocritical words. You know that I won't let you climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Song Qingshu waved his hand. I only need you to do one thing. That is to find a way to stay by Xiaofeng and Azu's side and gain their trust. Zi was stunned. She didn't expect it to be so easy. That's it? Of course not. Song Qingshu snorted. You stay by their side. If I need you in the future, I will tell you what to do. Zi's eyes rolled. So Master is interested in my sister. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I guarantee that you will get the beauty. Song Qingshu frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? He, Zi said with a smile. Master, are you worried about your friendship with Xiaofeng? Don't worry. I will find a chance to send him away and drug my sister. You can play however you want. Even if you want a sisters to accompany you, it won't be a problem. After that, you can use the method that you used on me last time to make her forget this part of her memory. I guarantee that no one will find out. Song Qingshu's expression became more and more unpleasant. He took a pillow and smashed it on her head. You come from an evil sect. It's normal that you don't have any sense of propriety. However, Azu is your sister after all. How could you, this? He couldn't find any words to describe it. Zi pouted disapprovingly. So what if I'm her sister? She grew up in the Murong family and lived a luxurious life. I, on the other hand, was struggling to survive in the cracks of Xianxia sect. Who cares about my life or death? Song Qingshu frowned. He knew that she had suffered a lot since she was abandoned in Xianxia sect, so he couldn't say anything. He could only secretly sigh that Duan Jingchen was a scum. On the surface, he was a great lover, but deep down, he was irresponsible. As for Azu and Zi's mother, Ruan Xingzhu, it was even worse. Azu and Zi were not twins. The age difference of 1 or 2 years proved that she had abandoned 2 of her own flesh and blood in the past 2 or 3 years. She was really cruel. But speaking of which, she and Duan Jingchen could be considered to be birds of the same feather in some aspects. Master, don't worry. I grew up in Xianxia sect. I'm very alert. I won't let Xiaofeng and the others find out that you have designs on Azu. Zi hurriedly expressed her loyalty. I've already told you, it's not because of Azu. Song Qingshu was also very depressed. The reason why he arranged for Zi to stay by Xiaofeng's side was to prepare for the Southern Song dynasty's upcoming northern expedition. At that time, Liao would definitely take the opportunity to attack the Jin kingdom. Xiaofeng was the king of the southern courtyard of Liao. Moreover, he had made great achievements in the past few years. He was probably the best candidate to be the commander of the southern expedition. With Zi by his side, not only could she provide information about Liao at any time, she might even play an unexpected role. Alright, I understand. Ozzy gave him a knowing look. This made Song Qingshu not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Qingshu was also too lazy to explain to her. Get lost. I'm going to rest. Ozzy, on the other hand, sat behind him with a charming smile and began to massage his shoulders. Master, you're such a hero. How can you not have someone to serve you in bed? Let Ozzy serve you well. Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. What? You actually took the initiative to serve me in bed? Didn't you want to kill me just now? I've completely thought it through. It doesn't matter who I give my body to. I don't think there's a better man than Master in this world. Why should I care about those trivial things? Ozzy's massage was very gentle. In order to please her master, Ding Chuanqiu, she had often massaged his legs and shoulders. She had long practiced this skill to perfection. Song Qingshu closed his eyes comfortably. Your flattery is getting better and better. I'm telling the truth. Which man in the world can compare to Master? Ozzy became more and more showy. Song Qingshu's body was indeed a little tired after drinking, so she began to massage him. After an unknown amount of time, Zi's little hand slowly moved downwards and reached into his lapel. Song Qingshu frowned slightly but didn't stop her. Ozzy hugged him from behind and whispered in his ear, Ozzy just did something wrong, so she needs to be punished. As she said this, she had already taken off her clothes. Her warm and soft body was tightly pressed against Song Qingshu's back. The youthful aura and supple skin unique to young girls made Song Qingshu's heart flutter even with his composure. How do you think I should punish her? Song Qingshu's face had a trace of a smile. Of course it's to whip Ozzy ruthlessly. Ozzy purposely emphasized on the word whip, and then she giggled after saying that. What a little witch. Looking at the gentle expression of the young girl in front of him, Song Qingshu snorted and pulled her over. After a long time, a pitiful voice suddenly sounded in the room. Brother, don't be like this. Your brother Xiao will be back soon. Song Qingshu was startled. He looked at the young girl under him and said angrily, Ozzy, what the hell are you doing? Ozzy smiled slyly. She still imitated Azu's tone and said, Brother, we can't do this. Get out quickly. Song Qingshu was speechless. He naturally knew what she was doing. He slapped her butt and said, Don't learn from your sister. Aya, brother, you are so rude. Brother Xiao would never treat me like this. Ozzy looked at him with a wronged expression. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Ozzy and Aju were biological sisters, so they were 60 to 70% similar to each other. In addition, at this time Ozzy deliberately disguised Aju's expression and tone, imitating it vividly. Under the dim yellow light, it seemed that Aju was really lying here. Shut up. Song Qingshu was finally a little annoyed. It was rare for him to be a gentleman. He didn't want his Taoist heart to be ruined by her. Ozzy pursed her lips and smiled. Master, you don't mean what you say. I clearly feel that your body's reaction is getting stronger and stronger. Song Qingshu's face became hot. He fiercely pressed her under his body. I have always been this strong. Ozzy made a sweet sound in her throat. She said in a sobbing tone, Brother, we really can't do this. I can't do anything that will let Brother Xiao down. Song Qingshu was worried that his voice would spread to the next room and be heard by Xiao Feng. It would be embarrassing. He could only tightly cover her mouth and completely vent his annoyance and depression on her like a storm. In the end, Song Qingshu was worried that he would suffocate her, so he quietly let go of her mouth. At this time, Ozzy didn't have the strength to make trouble anymore. She could only respond to him instinctively by moaning. After a while, Ozzy coquettishly hooked his neck. Master, my kung fu is weak. I am worried that I will encounter some danger in the future and can't complete your task. You really know how to choose the right time to make a request. Song Qingshu sneered again and again, but he didn't feel anything. There was no love between the two of them in the first place, and this kind of exchange of benefits made him feel completely relaxed. He didn't need to care about her thoughts and feelings at all. Well, I will teach you a strange kung fu called Shinzu scripture. Song Qingshu smiled evilly. He held her legs and made a very strange posture. Master, you lied to me. The next morning, when Song Qingshu went out, he happened to meet Zhao Min. He saw that Zhao Min looked cold. She just glared at him and didn't say anything. This made Song Qingshu confused. He wondered when he had offended her. Ozzy was obviously very sleepy, but she pretended to be fine. Because of last night's nourishment, she was in high spirits. The tiredness between her eyebrows made her look even more pitiful and weak. Seeing this, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly, although this little girl is like a little witch, she really has some color. Worried that someone would notice something unusual, Song Qingshu quickly withdrew his gaze and cupped his hands towards Xiao Feng. Big brother, we still have important matters to attend to, I'm afraid we can only part here. Xiao Feng patted his shoulder and laughed. Yesterday was the happiest time of my life when I drank with my second brother. Next time when we have the chance to come to Khitan, I will treat you to the strongest heavenly scorching wine, and we will not leave until we are drunk. Chanyu hunting fire heavenly scorching wine, I have long heard of this famous wine. Alright, it's a deal. Song Qingshu also laughed. Oh right, after we separate, what if someone comes to find trouble with you? Song Qingshu suddenly said worriedly. Don't worry, after a night of rest, my injuries are much better. Plus, there is my father, and most of the experts from Shaolin have been injured by you. If we encounter danger again, I, Xiao Feng, will not have the face to stay in Jianghu anymore. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire his physique. It was simply abnormal. Previously, he had suffered such heavy injuries, but in the end, only one night later, and he had drunk so much wine, he had actually recovered to such an extent. He was indeed gifted. King Xiao, we will meet again. Although Zhao Min was angry with Song Qingshu, she didn't want to show it too much, and still bid farewell to Xiao Feng as if nothing had happened. Seeing her, Xiao Feng's expression became a little strange. Even Xiao Yuanshan and Azu's expressions became strange. In the end, Xiao Feng cupped his hands and praised, sister-in-law and second brother's relationship is really good. Zhao Min's face instantly turned red, and she anxiously stamped her feet. King Xiao, don't joke around, who is your sister-in-law? Princess, you are thin-skinned. Fine, I'll change the way I address you next time. Xiao Feng laughed. Zhao Min was baffled and could only glare at Song Qingshu, thinking that he was the one who caused the misunderstanding. After bringing Song Qingshu and Zhao Min away, Xiao Yuanshan could not help but chuckle. This Princess Xiao Min shouted so loudly last night, but today she came here to pretend to be a pure young lady. Interesting, interesting. Hearing his words, Azu blushed. It was not appropriate for a virgin like her to participate in such a topic. However, she had also heard the commotion last night, which made her unable to sleep for a long time. Ozzy secretly stuck out her tongue. Of course, she didn't dare to admit that the person she called last night was her. Recalling the scene last night, she thought that the young master's body was really made of iron. She couldn't help but be a little dazed for a moment. Xiao Feng had an awkward expression on his face. Father, it's not good to talk about others behind their backs. Xiao Yuanshan glared at him fiercely. Love between a man and a woman, it's a matter of course, what's wrong with that? You brat, you should learn from that second brother of yours and find me a daughter-in-law sometime. As he spoke, his gaze drifted over to Azu's body, causing Azu to be extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly said, I'm going to pack my luggage. After speaking, she ran away in a fluster. Xiao Yuanshan laughed when he saw this. This lady is affectionate and loyal, but her courage can't compare to that Princess Xiao Min, so you need to take the initiative. Xiao Feng's old face heated up. His usual heroic spirit was now somewhat constrained. This child understands. After Song Qingshu and Zhao Min rode their horses out of the small town, he saw that she kept a straight face without the slightest trace of a smile. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wasn't she fine yesterday? Why did she suddenly become like this today? Who provoked our princess? Tell me, I'll go and teach him a good lesson. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him and coldly said, then you should first slap yourself 10 times. Song Qingshu stared blankly. Why? Didn't you want to help me teach the person who bullied me a lesson? It just so happens that the person who bullied me is you. Zhao Min snorted. How did I offend you? I was drunk last night, so I really don't remember. Song Qingshu only remembered what happened last night with Azi. He really didn't have any impression of what happened before. Zhao Min snorted coldly, clearly not intending to explain. Song Qingshu helplessly smiled, and could only endure the cold violence along the way. Fortunately, not long after, Zhao Min finally spoke. However, she wasn't talking about what happened last night, but about the expressions of Xiao Feng and the others just now. Hey, why did Xiao Feng and the others have such strange expressions just now? I don't know either. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. Zhao Min's elegant eyebrows slightly knitted. He kept calling me sister-in-law, and even said that we have a good relationship. Did you say something to him? Song Qingshu looked wronged. The first person I met when I went out today was you. I didn't have time to say anything to him. That's strange. Zhao Min frowned, and suddenly she exclaimed. She fiercely turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. It's all your fault. What does it have to do with me? Song Qingshu only felt that it was inexplicable. Zhao Min said shyly and angrily, it's all because you and Azi were in the room last night, fooling around in the room. They didn't know it was Azi. Moreover, they saw me helping you into the room last night, so naturally they thought it was me and you. Last night you helped me into the room? Song Qingshu said in surprise. You bastard. When Zhao Min thought of Azi's extremely exaggerated moans last night, she was afraid that she would leave a shameless image in the hearts of Xiao Feng and the others. She was completely mad and began to chase after him with the small leather whip in her hand. Song Qingshu also understood what was going on. He dodged while smiling bitterly. It's really not my fault. Who asked you to leave me after sending me into the room? Then Azi came in to kill me. If it wasn't for my high cultivation and my body's instinctive reaction, maybe you wouldn't have been able to see me anymore. As expected, Zhao Min's attention was attracted. Azi wanted to kill you? Of course, she was forced to become a female slave by me. She naturally wanted to get rid of me when she had the chance. Song Qingshu replied a little gloomily, last night because you were by my side, I was at ease and got so drunk. But I put my life in your hands, who knew that you would abandon me? Who asked you to last night? Zhao Min wanted to say something but stopped. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. What did I do to you last night? Zhao Min's face turned red. She raised her chin and snorted, no, it's just because you were drunk and your whole body stinks, so I left because I didn't like you. Is that so? Song Qingshu pretended to be aggrieved. It really hurts my heart. Zhao Min's mouth twitched. Her arrogant temperament made her unwilling to admit that she helped him last night. But when she thought that he was at ease and got drunk because she was by his side, she suddenly felt a little sweet in her heart. After a while, Zhao Min suddenly thought of something and said angrily, you almost got away with it. Didn't you say that Azi wanted to kill you last night? In the end, not only did you not punish her, but you also did such shameless things with her. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. I was punishing her. Zhao Min instantly understood, and her face turned red. Shameless. After that, she didn't want to talk to him anymore. She whipped the horse's butt and galloped away. Along the way, Zhao Min seemed to deliberately quarrel with Song Qingshu. She didn't take the initiative to talk to him. Unknowingly, a few days passed, and the two arrived at Daxing Mansion. Returning to the old place, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first entered the Jin Kingdom, he didn't expect that after all kinds of treacherous coups, he would unexpectedly take control of the Jin Kingdom by accident. I don't know how hard the Gubai sisters have been dealing with this mess these days. How is Zishan Dragon Queen getting along with them? Song Qingshu's mind was full of thoughts. On the side, Zhao Min saw his expression, and for the first time in a few days, she took the initiative to say, Humph, looking at you like this, I can tell that you are thinking about a lover. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, I am thinking about business, okay? I am having a headache about how to arrange to deal with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. Zhao Min curled her lips, why do you have to pretend like this? Do you think that I don't know? I am afraid that you are more happy at this time. You can take this opportunity to completely reshuffle the power of the Jin Kingdom's imperial court, and replace the position of the leader with your own people. If the Southern Song Dynasty doesn't go on the northern expedition, where can you find such a rare opportunity? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, has anyone ever told you that women who are too smart can't get married? What does it have to do with you whether I get married or not? Zhao Min snorted. Besides, in this world, the men who want to marry me can line up from the Ruyang mansion all the way to the imperial palace of linen. Do you believe it? Of course I believe it. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Princess, you are the first beauty of Mongolia, and you are also the beloved daughter of the Ruyang Duke. If he marries you, he will not only rise to the top of Mongolia, but also have a beautiful wife. As long as the men in the world are not stupid or blind, I think they will want to marry you. Humph, like slave, like master. You are as glib and flattering as Z. Zhao Min snorted, but there was a hint of happiness between her eyebrows. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, let's find an inn to settle down first. I will go back to Tangqua's mansion. After all, you are a Mongolian princess, and your identity is sensitive. It is not convenient for me to take you there. While they were talking, they arrived at the side of an inn. It is not convenient for you to take me, is it because I am a Mongolian princess, or because you are afraid that your cheap wife will be jealous? Zhao Min smiled faintly. Oh, no, not your wife. She should be Tangqua Bian's wife. Song Qingshu almost choked on his saliva, but he was thick-skinned and replied with a grin, why, are you jealous, your highness? Jealous my ass. Zhao Min's expression changed, and she took out her luggage and was about to throw it at him, but Song Qingshu dodged with a smile. You settle down here first, I will go find out some information, and then I will come back to you. Seeing Song Qingshu's anxious expression as he left, Zhao Min could not help but stomp her feet, muttering to herself, so annoying. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu sprinted all the way to Tangqua's mansion. He recalled how he had been so cautious when he first entered this place, afraid that his identity would be exposed. Now that he had officially become the master of this place, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, he couldn't just swagger his way in. After all, Tangqua Bian was nominally in Daxing Mansion. He found a remote box and jumped in from the back garden. Although the mansion was heavily guarded, Song Qingshu's martial arts skills were superb, and he was familiar with the way, so it wasn't a problem for him. Now that the Song dynasty's army has been acting strangely, according to the laundry brothel, this northern expedition is a foregone conclusion. Therefore, I hereby appoint Fu San Zhongyi as the right deputy marshal and Hisher Lishaining as the Kaifeng magistrate to guard the south against the Song dynasty's northern expedition. A familiar voice rang out in the room. Song Qingshu could tell that it was the voice of Tangqua Bian. However, there was a slight difference between the voice and the real Tangqua Bian's. Of course, only those closest to him would be able to tell the difference. Song Qingshu peered into the study through a crack in the window and saw a man who looked like Tangqua Bian sitting at the head of the table. Beside him stood a tall white-robed elder. It was Western Poison Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng must be standing here to protect the fake Tangqua Bian in case anything happens to her. Song Qingshu figured out the crux of the matter at a glance. But I wonder who is pretending to be Tangqua Bian. Gubai or Taj Gis? Previously, it was Gubai who had been pretending to be Tangqua Bian. After Taj Tish was subdued, in addition to her proficiency in the art of disguise, she was sent back to share Gubai's burden. It was unknown whether the two of them were cooperating well. As for who the person in the study was, Song Qingshu couldn't tell after staring at it for a long time. At first, he tried to judge from the size of the chest, but after looking at it for a long time, he realized that the chest of the Tangqua Bian was very flat. Song Qingshu stopped trying and looked at the other people in the room. One of them was tall and burly with a white beard like the reincarnation of old Huang Zhong. He recognized him as the famous Jin General Fu San Zhongyi. The other man was dignified with a calm and determined look in his eyes. He was also the famous General Hisher Lishaining. Both of them were the pillars of the Jin Kingdom's army. Coupled with their high ranks in the imperial court, Song Qingshu recognized them at a glance. I wonder if it's Gubai or Taj Gis. At least they have good taste. Song Qingshu sighed in admiration. In his memory, the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition was defeated by these two men. Of course, the world was too chaotic now, and he was not sure if it would develop according to history. He could only do his best to prepare. At this point, Tangqua Bian spoke again. According to reliable information obtained by the washing clothes brothel, the Southern Song dynasty has secretly contacted the Red Coat Army. When the time comes, the Red Coat Army will most likely rise in revolt. Ah hi, you have been fighting against the Red Coat Army for many years and have made outstanding contributions. This time I will appoint you as the commander and pacification envoy of Shandong Road to guard against the Red Coat Army. Thank you, Marshal. I will not disappoint you. A young man said happily. Song Qingshu thought about it carefully and vaguely remembered that this young man was the grandson of Fu Sanzhongyi. His name was Fu Sanonjin and his nickname was Ahai. He was one of the best of the younger generation of the Jin Kingdom and had a reputation in the army. Inside the room, Tang Qibian continued to make arrangements. Wanyan Haida, you have always been brave and good at fighting. This time, you will be stationed in the north to guard against the Mongols and Liao. Song Qingshu recognized this Wanyan Haida. After the hailing coup d'état, Song Qingshu had completely changed the guards around the emperor in order to replace him. He had promoted a group of brave warriors from the army who were skilled in martial arts, and Wanyan Haida was one of them. The reason why he was chosen was because Song Qingshu remembered that Wanyan Haida was one of the famous generals who fought against the Mongols in the later years of the Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Mongols were too strong and he had died on the battlefield. Yes, Marshal. Wanyan Haida replied. Fu Sanzhongyi suddenly spoke, Marshal, the Mongols are very powerful, and Wanyan Haida is still inexperienced. Isn't it inappropriate to send him to the north? He was experienced and could tell that Tang Qibian was promoting his trusted aide. Normally, he would not have said anything, but this was a matter of life and death for the country, so he had to mention it. Wanyan Haida's face froze, but Tang Qibian was an elder in the army and had a high reputation. A newcomer like him could not compare to him. Tang Qibian explained, the Mongols have diverted their main force to the west and do not have the energy to care about the central plains. Even if they send an army south, it will at most be a detachment. Wanyan Haida may be inexperienced, but he has always been brave and is loved by his colleagues. He is more than enough to handle this situation. Fu Sanzhongyi frowned. Even if the Mongols do not go south, what about the Khitans? The king of the South Yard, Xiaofeng, is brave and good at fighting. If he leads the army, Wanyan Haida will not be a match for him. Tang Qibian replied, I have other arrangements for the Khitans. When the time comes, they will not be able to divert their attention to the south. Oh? Fu Sanzhongyi and Hexi Lijining looked at each other, their eyes full of curiosity. Tang Qibian smiled. This is a matter of great importance. To prevent the information from being leaked and all our efforts from going to waste, I cannot tell you now. Since the marshal already has a plan, it is not our place to say anything, Fu Sanzhongyi replied, but his tone was still somewhat disapproving. Tang Qibian thought for a moment and added, now that the Jin Empire is surrounded by great powers and the older generation of generals have passed away, there is a shortage of talents in the army. We should take this opportunity to promote the new recruits to deal with the crisis. No matter how much potential the new recruits have, if they are not tempered on the battlefield, it will be difficult for them to become true generals. Fu Sanzhongyi nodded. Indeed, the marshal's words make sense. At this moment, Hexi Lijining suddenly spoke up. Marshal, compared to Liao and the Red Coat Army, the Golden Snake Camp in the east is a greater threat. Song Qingshu defeated the Qing army of 100,000 soldiers and then defeated Li Keqiu's Jiangnan Green Camp. Now, he has 1,000 miles of fertile land under his command, a well-trained army, and sufficient food. In addition, he was recently conferred the title of Prince of Qi by the Song court. It can be said that his reputation has reached its peak. If he attacks from the east, we will be in big trouble. Fu Sanzhongyi agreed. Indeed. Moreover, I heard that this man is not only a godlike commander, but also a peerless martial artist. He also has the ability to summon the wind and summon the rain. If he brings an army here, Ahai will not be a match for him. Fu Sanzhongyi was young and hot-blooded. Normally, he would not submit to anyone. Now that he heard his grandfather say this, he did not have the slightest objection. It was obvious that he agreed with his grandfather's judgment. Outside the window, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Hearing someone appraise him like this behind his back, he did not know whether he should be happy or happy. The feeling of eavesdropping in front of someone was very strange. Inside the room, when Ouyang Feng heard Song Qingshu's name, he could not help but cough twice. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding back. Tang Quobian unhappily rolled his eyes at him, then said, "You do not need to worry about the Golden Snake Camp. This marshal has a plan. I guarantee that the surnamed Song will retreat without a fight." Fu Sanzhongyi and Hexi Lai Jining were all the more astonished. However, seeing Tang Quobian's unfathomable appearance, it was clear that he did not intend to tell them the truth. They could not help but be secretly alarmed. This Tang Quobian had previously kept a low profile. However, during the Hailing Mausoleum's coup, he had suddenly emerged as the biggest winner. Now, it seemed that this was not a fluke. Following this, the group discussed a few more details about military affairs. When it was about time, Fu Sanzhongyi and the others stood up and bid their farewells. After they left, Ouyang Feng finally spoke. "The Golden Snake Camp is one thing. Although those people fear their strength, they do not know of the relationship between you and that Song brat. Instead, it is Liao's side. What plan do you have to make them so busy that they have no time to march south?" "I do not know either. It was just an excuse to send them away." At this time, Tang Quobian had regained her soft and pleasant voice. Song Qingshu immediately recognized that it was Gubai's voice. "After so long, I am still not used to you speaking in such a sweet tone with Song brat's face." Ouyang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "Then why did you say that? Wouldn't it be better to just send a general to guard against Liao?" Gubai shook her head. "This time, the Southern Song dynasty is almost planning to send out all their forces. Our main forces can only be placed in the south. In addition to guarding against the Red Coat Army, the Mongols, and the Western Xia, the remaining forces can be said to be stretched thin. I heard that the king of the southern courtyard of Liao is brave and skilled in battle. It would be useless for us to send anyone. Previously, Qingshu's secret letter told me that he would solve the threat of Liao. That's why I said that." "So it was Song brat's idea?" Ouyang Feng suddenly snorted coldly. "This brat really knows how to be a hands-off boss. The Jin Kingdom is managed by you and your sister, the Golden Snake Camp is managed by the 9th princess, and even the recently acquired Yangzhou is managed by the little girl surnamed Zhou. He is free and easy to flirt with women all over the world." Outside the window, Song Qingshu's face darkened. He thought to himself, "You stinky toad, do you really have to defame me like this?" Fortunately, Gubai spoke up for him. Qingshu travels around the various countries, balancing the various powers and at the same time doing his best to strengthen himself. Every time, he is walking on a tightrope. The slightest mistake will lead to eternal damnation. I don't know about other things, but at least I know how much risk he took when he was in the Jin Kingdom." Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with warmth. He thought to himself, "Gubai is really the best wife. Not only is she beautiful enough to cause the downfall of cities and countries, she is also very understanding. She is really one in a million." Ouyang Feng snorted. "I don't know what kind of magic potion Song brat fed to you women, but you are all dead set on him. If only my Kuer had half of his, no, 10% of his abilities, he wouldn't have fallen to such a tragic end." Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He thought to himself, Ouyang's death is a knot in his heart. I don't know how to resolve the hatred between him and the Gua couple. Sigh. Who is it? Ouyang Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. His whole body instantly rushed towards the window. Feeling an earth-shattering internal energy rush towards him, Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't have time to explain and hurriedly circulated his internal energy to meet the attack. Stimulated by the internal energy, the window instantly burst open. The two of them exchanged several blows in an instant. Ouyang Feng was repelled by the force of the collision and was forced back 3 steps before regaining his balance. His face revealed a shocked expression, but when he saw Song Qingshu's face, his expression softened. So it's you, you stinky brat. Song Qingshu laughed. I haven't seen you for a long time, and your martial arts have improved by another level. I was just secretly sighing and you actually found out. You don't have to flatter me. I was still forced back several steps by you. Ouyang Feng had always been conceited, and his expression did not look too good. With a squeal, Gubai threw herself into his arms. Song Qingshu felt that the beauty was incomparably soft, but his expression was a little strange. Can you wait until you change your clothes before hugging me like this? Otherwise, I'll always feel a little strange hugging a bearded man. Ah, you're so annoying. Goodbye also reacted. She raised her head and flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him. However, in the eyes of others, it was a bearded man acting coquettishly. You remind me of the magician's son in my previous life. Thinking of that weirdo, Song Qingshu's entire body felt a little uncomfortable. However, before he had time to speak, the sound of a teacup shattering suddenly came from not far away. It turned out that when the mansion's maidservants saw that the guests had left, they brought some tea and snacks to the master. Who knew that they would see such an explosive scene as soon as they arrived? As if scalded, Goodbye instantly pushed Song Qingshu away and stood up again. Her small face had long since turned red. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so it was not obvious. At this time, the maidservant suddenly came to her senses. Would she be silenced if she saw this scene? As soon as this thought arose, her small face became pale with fright. She wanted to plead for mercy, but found that she was so scared that she could not speak. You can leave. Goodbye took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and waved her hand at the maidservant. Yes, the maidservant felt as if she had been pardoned and trotted away. At the same time, she was cursing in her heart. Master looks so strong, and his wife is the most beautiful woman in the Jin kingdom. Who knew that he would have such a hobby? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Ah, poor Lady Goodbye. She has a husband like this. In front of outsiders, she pretends to be a harmonious couple, but in reality, she has to stay alone. Watching the maidservant leave, Ouyang Feng frowned and said, You let her go just like that? Shouldn't you be silencing her? Goodbye explained, These maidservants are all carefully selected by me. There's no problem with their loyalty. Moreover, it is common in the circle of nobles that they like men. She won't spread it. Soft-hearted. Ouyang Feng snorted, but did not insist. Song Qingshu said with a smile, You're still the gentle and kind Songbi. At this moment, Goodbye had already taken off her mask. Hearing this, she smiled sweetly, making all the flowers lose their color. Ouyang Feng could not help but lament, If I were 50 years younger, I might fight you for this woman. Song Qingshu smiled smugly. You won't be able to snatch it from me. Ouyang Feng's face darkened. Why? You're not as handsome as I am, Song Qingshu said. Seeing Ouyang Feng's face darkening, he hurriedly added, Not to mention that you've never been interested in women. If you were 50 years younger, you'd probably be addicted to martial arts. Ouyang Feng nodded and a smile appeared on his face. That's true. However, you're obsessed with women every day, yet your martial arts are so heaven-defying. It really makes me unhappy. Song Qingshu chuckled. To avoid provoking him further, he turned to Goodbye and asked, Since you're overseeing this place, is Taj Kiss in the palace? Goodbye nodded. That's right. I didn't expect that the Peach Blossom Madam who was so popular in Dexing Prefecture was actually the Ming Dynasty's Zishan Long Wang. However, I didn't expect you to be able to subdue her. Her tone was playful but also somewhat strange. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, Although Taj Kiss is as beautiful as a peach, she's vicious and merciless. She's not as reassuring as you. You're letting her oversee the palace. Aren't you worried that she'll use her power to do something unfavorable? Goodbye smiled lightly. There's still my sister in the palace. She's currently in charge of the washing clothes yard. Nothing in Dexing Prefecture can escape her notice. Moreover, Qiu Qianren has been appointed as the deputy inspector of the front palace department. He secretly controls a portion of the imperial guards in the palace. Even if she has any thoughts, she won't be able to stir up any waves. Oh. Song Qingshu glanced at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in the art of checks and balances. Goodbye sighed faintly. After all, I was born of the royal family. I've been influenced by what I've seen and heard. However, I'd rather not use these skills for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu hurriedly said a few words of comfort, then asked, Why did you appoint Qiu Qianren as the deputy inspector of the front palace department and not Sir Ouyang? Before Goodbye could answer, Ouyang Feng spoke first. I've never placed much importance on fame and fortune. Qiu Qianren is passionate about this path. It's a perfect match for each of us. I see. Song Qingshu finally understood. He was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something and looked toward the door. There was a burst of hurried footsteps. A guard at the door reported, "Marshal, something bad has happened." Because Goodbye had taken off her mask, the door to the study was closed. That was why no one had seen her. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Goodbye asked as she put her mask back on. "General Pu Cha has led a group of ministers and his troops in the direction of the palace," the guard quickly reported. "What?" The three people in the room were shocked. The general Pu Cha mentioned was Pu Cha Hyut, the head of the Pu Cha family and the former deputy inspector of the Front Palace Department. The three great families of the Jin Kingdom were Tudan, Pu Cha, and Tangqua. The Tudan family declined during the Hailing Rebellion and was replaced by the Tangqua family. However, the Pu Cha family was loyal to the royal family at that time. Later, they returned to the capital with their troops and played an important role in quelling Wan Yanliang's rebellion. After the incident, the Pu Cha family rose to power. Although the benefits they received were not as great as the Tangqua family, they were not too far off. The power of the Jin Kingdom was originally controlled by the emperor, Taizu's royal family, Taizong's royal family, King Zhao's Wan Yanhonglia's faction, and the three great families. Now that the emperor had been replaced, the Taizu's and Taizong's factions were mostly wiped out during Wan Yanliang's coup. Wan Yanhonglia's faction had long since declined, and the Tudan family had been implicated by Wan Yanliang. Now, it could be said that the Pu Cha family and the Tangqua family held the power of the Jin Kingdom together. Only by completely purging this faction could Song Qingshu be considered to have full control of the Jin Kingdom. However, the Pu Cha family was deeply rooted and powerful. There was no chance for him to make a move. But now, the Pu Cha family had taken the initiative. Due to his contributions in quelling the rebellion of the King of Hailing, Pu Cha had been promoted to the position of inspector of the imperial palace. Coupled with the Pu Cha family's status in the military, the moment he made a move, it would cause a huge commotion in the imperial court. Song Qingshu and the other two hurriedly mobilized their personal army and rushed towards the palace. Along the way, Goodbye explained to Song Qingshu what had happened. It turned out that the two sisters and Taj Tish had worked together to gradually dissolve the military power in the hands of the Pu Cha family. For example, Pu Cha was promoted to inspector, but most of the imperial army in the palace was controlled by the Tangqua family, led by Qiu Qianren. Up until now, they hadn't shown any reaction, but who knew that the moment they did, it would be such a huge reaction. Don't blame yourself. We'll see how the situation goes. Although this is a crisis, it might not necessarily be an opportunity. Goodbye felt that she had messed up, so Song Qingshu comforted her along the way. Goodbye smiled bitterly. How could she not know that these were words of comfort? After all, Pu Cha was a wily old fox. Once he made a move, it would be fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he would definitely be confident of victory. It would probably be difficult for things to turn out well later on. The group sprinted all the way and soon entered the palace. They found Pu Cha and a group of imperial court officials blocking the front of the inner court with their soldiers. On the other side, Qiu Qianren and his trusted subordinates were blocking them. Both sides were at daggers drawn, as if a fight would break out at any moment. How dare you? How dare you charge into the palace with your soldiers? Are you planning to start a rebellion? Goodbye had now reverted to Tang Qibian's appearance and personality. She stepped forward and sternly rebuked. Song Qingshu couldn't show his face at the moment, so he changed his appearance and hid in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hearing Goodbye's rebuke, Pu Cha's lips curled into an undetectable smile. It was as if he had been waiting for Qiu Qianren to arrive while in a deadlock with him. Rebellion? If the one in the palace is really His Majesty, then of course I'm rebelling. But what if the one in the palace is a fake? His words were earth-shattering and caused an uproar. Whether it was Pu Cha's subordinates or Tang Qibian's, everyone was in an uproar. What the hell are you talking about? An official from Tang Qibian's family cursed. After all, the Jin Kingdom had only been in the Central Plains for a short time, so they hadn't fully assimilated their language into the Han language. Most of the time, their language was still crude. But at this moment, no one cared about his tone. They all looked at Puchaat in horror, including those from his faction. Everyone in the field subconsciously thought that he had gone mad, except for Song Qingshu, Gubai, and the others. They looked at each other in horror, not knowing where they had slipped up and how they had been discovered. Looking at Tang Quebian's horrified expression, Puchaat seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He took the opportunity to say, "Tang Quebian, do you dare to answer a few questions of mine?" Gubai forced himself to calm down. "What questions?" "Since the coup in the Hailing Mausoleum, why has the emperor been living in seclusion and rarely shown his face? I heard that even Empress Peiman has been banished to the cold palace." Puchaat's words did indeed cause many officials to ponder. Recently, they had seen the emperor very few times, not even Empress Peiman. Although some people had suspected it before, they didn't think too much about it. But now that they were led by Puchaat's words, they suddenly felt that the emperor might really be under house arrest. Many officials know that the emperor was seriously injured during the rebellion of the Hailing Mausoleum. He has mainly been recuperating recently, so it's normal for him to live in seclusion. Gubai explained calmly. As for Empress Peiman, she was involved in a rebellion with the Hailing Mausoleum rebels, so she was banished to the cold palace. She didn't deliberately announce it for the sake of the royal family's reputation. His words were reasonable and dispelled many people's doubts. But who knew that Puchaat had already prepared for this? He calmly moved on to the next question. "Then why has there been no record of the emperor's concubines in the past year? You know, how can a normal man not touch a woman for a year? What's more, our emperor has never been happy without women." Gubai's voice was extremely cold. "How dare you, Ahut? The daily records are a secret of the royal family. Apart from the servants, even the emperor is not allowed to read them. How dare you collude with the scribe to read the daily records?" Puchaat seemed to have expected such a question from her. He answered calmly, "That's because I'm worried about the fate of the Jin dynasty. If it turns out that I'm just worrying for nothing, I'm willing to bear the crime of spying on people's daily lives. Tang Quebian, it's time for you to explain yourself." Before Gubai could answer, Puchaat continued, "You're not going to say that the emperor's injury prevented him from doting on the imperial concubines, are you? What kind of injury could be so serious? I've brought a few famous physicians from the capital to treat the emperor." "Bastard, are you doubting the diagnosis of the imperial physician?" Another subordinate of Gubai retorted. "Of course I trust the imperial physician's medical skills, but the imperial hospital is under your control, Tang Quebian. I doubt they would dare to tell the truth." Puchaat once again pointed the finger at Tang Quebian. Gubai's heart trembled. The imperial physician had indeed been subdued by her various means of coercion and bribery. Otherwise, the emperor's so-called injury could not have been concealed at all. "You're slandering me." Gubai did not speak. Naturally, her subordinate imperial censors would help her in the war of words. Soon, the supporters of both sides were in a heated argument. "There's another piece of evidence." Puchaat raised his voice and the crowd quietened down. Everyone was waiting for his new evidence. "Bring them in." The crowd parted and a few soldiers brought out a few people dressed like servants. Some sharp-eyed people recognized them as people from the imperial kitchen. Song Qingshu instantly understood the other party's plan. At this moment, he could not help but admire Dongfang Mushua's ability. After pretending to be Kangxi for such a long time, she did not reveal any flaws at all. She had considered all aspects, but he did not consider the details. "Repeat what you said before in front of everyone." Puchaat snorted. The eunuchs raised their heads to look at Gubai, then lowered their heads guiltily, their eyes flickering. "Don't be afraid. Do you think he would dare to silence us in front of everyone?" Pucha said. "Besides, I'm here. The soldiers under my command will definitely protect you. Protect all of you. Protect all of you." The soldiers around them shouted in unison. Their morale was clearly at its peak. Tang Quebian's men did not look too happy. With this guarantee, the leader of the eunuchs gathered his courage and said, "We are people from the imperial kitchen and have always been responsible for His Majesty's meals. In the past, His Majesty liked to drink wine and he especially liked to eat sheep jewels and tiger penises. But after the change of the sea mausoleum, even though we sent out the dishes that His Majesty liked to eat, the result was that His Majesty didn't even move his chopsticks and had us change them all. From that day onwards, His Majesty's taste was completely different. Instead, he preferred light and delicate dishes. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself that Wang Yanxian's tastes were quite heavy in the past. He actually often ate things like sheep's jewels. Perhaps he had expended too much energy in his harem and needed these things to replenish his energy. It must have been hard on Gabai. When he first saw this thing, he was probably so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. As for Taj Kiss, she probably didn't like eating sheep jewels or tiger penises either. He glanced at Gabai and saw that she was frowning. It was obvious that she had recalled some unpleasant memories. Did everyone hear that? Pucha Hut said in a clear voice. A person may change in other things, but their tastes and preferences will never change so drastically. The most likely possibility is that the person is not the same person as before. The group of people followed his gaze and looked at Tang Quebian. Even many of Tang Quebian's subordinates looked hesitant. They were clearly wavering. After all, Gabai was just a woman. Although she knew a little about politics, she was still a flower in a greenhouse. She had never experienced this kind of situation before. Her opponent was pressing her harder and harder, causing her to feel more and more panicked. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of any of the schemes that she usually had. Fortunately, Song Qingshu sent her a secret transmission. Upon hearing his voice, Gabai gradually calmed down. Hut, you're really evil. You've secretly checked His Majesty's daily life and investigated His Majesty's personal attendance. Is this something a subject should do? You've long had the intention to be a disloyal subject. Gabai rebuked him righteously. Ha ha ha, you're still trying to change the topic. Pucha Ahut looked up to the sky and laughed. Ahut's loyalty can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Even Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong in heaven can understand that I'm doing all this for the sake of the Jin dynasty. I don't want the empire that Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong worked so hard to build to fall into the hands of outsiders. Gabai sneered. You say it's for the Jin dynasty, but Emperor Taizu set down an iron law. Any external subject who colludes with internal attendants shall be punished with death. Now, you've bribed the servants and colluded with the imperial kitchen's internal attendants in charge of His Majesty's food. You've already committed treason. Pucha Hut's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected to be countered by the other party. Back then, Taizu had established such a law, but in reality, it was useless. Which of the powerful subjects of every generation didn't bribe a few informants in the palace? It was very difficult to find evidence for such a thing, and the emperor had turned a blind eye to it. In a moment of carelessness, Pucha Ahut had revealed the relationship between the two parties in public. However, he was very confident this time and wasn't affected by this episode for long. If it's proven that His Majesty isn't an impostor, I'm willing to accept punishment. However, if it's proven that His Majesty is an impostor. He paused, then said in a cold tone, Lord Tangqua, this is a crime that will result in the execution of 9 generations. You don't have to provoke me. As the saying goes, the innocent will know their innocence. Since that's the case, let His Majesty decide. Gabai cupped his hands at the inner court. Seeing his tone so certain, Pucha Ahut hesitated. However, he quickly reacted. You're just bluffing. He was 99% sure that the person in the palace was an impostor. As long as he revealed that person's true identity, naturally, no one would pursue this matter of him overstepping his bounds. Gabai suddenly said, I wonder, Ahut, how do you intend to prove His Majesty's identity? Pucha Ahut smiled and waved his hand to introduce the people behind him. This is His Majesty's wet nurse. This is the head eunuch who retired from the palace. These are the royal uncles who watched His Majesty grow up. Naturally, they wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gabai was secretly shocked. As expected, the other party had made thorough preparations. They were trying to force him to his death. You're the one who invited these people. What if they go against their conscience and falsely accuse me of something? Pucha Ahut sneered. These are the most virtuous and respected seniors of our Jin kingdom. With just my reputation alone, I wouldn't be able to invite them. It was only because I heard that His Majesty might have been substituted by someone else that I agreed to come and investigate. At this moment, the elders also began to reprimand Gubai, recalling the glory of the past. Only then did Gubai gradually remember that although these people did not hold high positions, they were all very senior and could, to a certain extent, control the direction of public opinion. I wonder if Xianxia can handle it. Gubai worriedly gazed in the direction of the inner court. At this moment, Song Xianxia had already stealthily entered the inner palace. The emperor's bedchamber was guarded tightly by Wang Yanping and the people of the laundry brothel. Wang Yanping, on the other hand, was in the room discussing various countermeasures with Taj Tish. Unfortunately, this time, Pucha Hut had come prepared. The news from outside was increasingly disadvantageous to them, causing the women's faces to be shrouded in worry. Who is it? Taj Tish's martial arts were after all, so she quickly realized that something was wrong. With a grave expression, she gazed in a certain direction. Wang Yanping was alarmed. She pulled out the dagger at her waist and turned around. One must know that the experts of the laundry brothel were guarding outside, yet the other party was able to sneak in. How terrifying was that? Long time no see. Why did you greet me like this? Song Xianxia smiled as he walked out from the shadows. Brother-in-law. The grave expression on Wang Yanping's face instantly turned into joy as she excitedly leaped into his embrace. Ping'er Song Xianxia embraced the young lady's slightly trembling body as he sighed inwardly. She clearly knew that he was not the real Wang Yanping, yet she was unwilling to change the way she addressed him. It must be because of that obsession in her heart. In the past, Taj Tish was the famed purple-robed dragon queen in the pugilistic world, causing countless people in the pugilistic world to be infatuated with her. In the imperial court, she was the flirtatious peach blossom madam, causing countless princes to bow down to her. Compared to Wang Yanping, she was much more reserved. Moreover, the relationship between her and Song Xianxia was more of a cooperative relationship. Their feelings weren't that pure, making it hard for them to reveal their true feelings like a young lady. Song Xianxia noticed that there was another beautiful woman by her side. He recognized her as Hui Wushi of the Persian Ming dynasty. Miaofengshi and Lu Yunshi had died in the Hailing King's coup d'état, leaving her as the sole survivor. Taj Tish had led Song Xianxia's mission back to Dexing Prefecture. Since she urgently lacked manpower, she had released Hui Wushi and used some methods to subdue her. The situation has become slightly thorny. This time, Pucha Hut has come prepared. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. After the two had embraced for a while, Taj Tish coughed lightly and spoke. I came here to deal with this matter. Song Xianxia gave her a reassuring look. Leave the rest to me. What do you intend to do? Taj Tish's curiosity was piqued. From the information she had just received, the other party had brought Wan Yanrui's wet nurse and eunuchs. Even if he could disguise himself, Wan Yanrui's physical characteristics couldn't be disguised. Especially now that Wan Yanrui had probably turned into a pile of bones, it would be impossible to imitate him. Different situations call for different measures. There's always a way to deal with them. Song Xianxia didn't reveal his entire plan. The more he did so, the more mysterious Taj Tish and the others felt. Not long after, a hustle and bustle could be heard from outside. It was clear that Pucha and his men had barged in. It was fortunate that Song Xianxia had mastered the art of disguise. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to disguise himself as Wan Yanshui in such a short time. Even so, he didn't dare to be careless. He was afraid that the lack of time would lead to an unexpected mistake. Wan Yanping saw his apprehension and quickly said, I'll go out and buy some time. You can inspect the room. She ran out. Soon, her delicate shout could be heard from outside. How dare you barge into His Majesty's palace? Glancing at Wan Yanping, Pucha smiled insincerely. If I remember correctly, you're Tang Quebian's sister-in-law. As the saying goes, the sister-in-law is the brother-in-law's little cotton-padded jacket. It seems to be true today. Wan Yanping's face turned red. What do you mean? Pucha said coldly, I now suspect that the emperor in the palace isn't the real emperor, but an impostor created by Tang Quebian. Preposterous. Wan Yanping unsheathed her saber. Her subordinates followed suit. You've misled the people with your lies. You deserve to be punished. Pucha didn't care about her threat at all. Instead, he unsheathed his sword. Just because your saber is sharp, my sword isn't? His subordinates also unsheathed their weapons and confronted the men from the laundry yard. Because they had the advantage in numbers, Qiu Qianren was worried that Wan Yanping would be at a disadvantage. He led his subordinates to surround Ott's men from the outside. Layer after layer, the atmosphere was tense. Seeing that a battle would break out at the slightest sign of trouble, the door to the palace finally opened. Hui Wisher walked out and said, "His Majesty already knows why you've come." He was originally furious, but considering that the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition is imminent, in order to stabilize the army's morale and keep the court's civil and military officials in harmony, he has agreed to accept the inspection by these elders. Hui Wisher was now the head of the inner attendants, so no one found it strange to see her. Pucha was inwardly shocked. At first, he had guessed that the other party would never agree to let his men inspect the room and had prepared to take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that the other party would act in such a way and agree to be inspected? Isn't he afraid of being exposed? At this moment, Pucha and Ahu began to doubt whether the emperor was real or not. But when he thought of all the information he had received, he calmed down. Humph, he's just putting on an act. I was almost fooled. If he's really the emperor, how could he tolerate someone else inspecting him? Pucha Hyut was originally only 90% sure, but now he was 100% sure. After the old men entered, Pucha and Ahu prepared to enter as well, but they were stopped by Hui Wisher at the door. His Majesty has already broken a heaven-defying rule by allowing people to inspect the palace. How can he allow unrelated people to enter and watch? You're saying that I'm an outsider? Pucha roared angrily. Of course not, General Pucha. You can enter, but your subordinates can't, Emissary Huiwe said coldly. Pucha Hyut's breath caught in his throat. Looking at the deep bedchamber, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that they're purposely sending my subordinates away so that they can catch a turtle in a jar? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The image of the great general He Jin at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, who had also held the military power of the world in his hands, came to mind. He was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Haha, I won't go in, lest I disturb His Majesty." The surrounding people had strange expressions on their faces. You brought so many soldiers to force an abdication and still say that you're afraid of disturbing His Majesty, but since the leaders didn't enter, the others could only stand far away at the door. Fortunately, the bedchamber wasn't closed, and they could roughly see the situation inside from the door. They saw the emperor sitting in the imperial study, and the elders that Pucha Hyut had brought with him first kowtowed to him, then got up and walked over. Looking at him from afar, His Majesty still seems to be the same emperor, many people thought. Only Pucha Hyut secretly sneered. Even if you're pretending to be the same, can your physical characteristics be the same? These elders were the most respected figures in the Jurchen tribe, and they could be said to have watched His Majesty grow up. How could a fake fool their eyes? Even if the physical characteristics are the same, it can't be the same memory, can it? Ever since he was young, His Majesty has experienced so many things. If he were to casually ask the impostor about any of them, she would be exposed. Pucha Hyut glanced in Tang Qiubian's direction, but he couldn't see any change in the latter's expression. He was very pleased. During this period of time, Tang Qiubian had eliminated dissidents and promoted the members of the Tang family without restraint, causing many of them to be transferred away from important positions. Now, as long as Tang Qiubian was removed, the Jin kingdom would belong to the Tang family. Everyone looked nervously in the direction of the imperial study. They saw the elders begin to approach the emperor, and they even untied the emperor's dragon robe to examine certain parts of his body. At the same time, there seemed to be a few elders asking the emperor some questions. Unfortunately, they were too far away to hear what they were saying. I wonder what the result will be. Everyone present felt uneasy. Even Gubai, Wan Yanping, and the others were uneasy. Only Pucha Hyut was the calmest. After a while, the elder stood up and bowed to the emperor again, then slowly retreated from the bedchamber. Pucha Hyut frowned, thinking that since it was proven that he was a fake, why did they still bow to him? But on second thought, even if these old foxes had seen through the flaw, they wouldn't dare to reveal anything, lest the other party would kill them in anger. With this thought, his somewhat anxious heart calmed down. After the elders left the door, Pucha Hyut walked over with a smile. What's the result? You found out that he's a fake, haven't you? The leader of the elders gave him a meaningful look, then walked directly to where Tang Qibian was, and said, after our continuous examination, we can confirm that. He paused, and seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he said, His Majesty is the real deal, he wasn't impersonated. Didn't I say that His Majesty was a fake? Pucha Hyut replied instinctively, but his expression suddenly froze, and he looked at the person in disbelief. What did you say? The plan he had plotted for so long had suddenly failed at the last moment. In that instant, his mind went blank, and he instinctively became stern, scaring the elders into taking a step back. Goodbye stepped forward and sneered. What, are you trying to threaten them? What threaten? The one inside is clearly a fake. Sensing the commotion among his subordinates, Pucha Hyut immediately panicked. Although Goodbye didn't know how Song Qingshu had done it, she knew that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she would have lived in vain in the imperial family. Don't be afraid, if you have something to say, just say it. With me here, no one can hurt you. The leader said, We've carefully examined His Majesty's body. There are some hidden characteristics that even the concubines might not know about, but we've watched His Majesty grow up, so we naturally know everything about him. At the same time, we asked His Majesty some things about his childhood. At that time, he wasn't the emperor yet, not even the crown prince. Naturally, he didn't have any servants by his side. It can be said that other than us and the real emperor, no one else knows about those things. Just now, we asked 4 or 5 questions, and His Majesty answered them all clearly. How is this possible? How is this possible? The sudden change from heaven to hell made Pucha a little crazy, and he kept muttering to himself. Goodbye took the opportunity to say, It's already very clear. His Majesty is the real emperor, but someone has ill intentions and is using this as an excuse to commit treason. Nonsense. Pucha Hyut snapped out of his daze. You must have been bribed. Yes, you must have been bribed by Tang Qibian. As he spoke, he pointed at the old men and scolded them. The old men were all people of high status in the Nuzan tribe. And being slandered like this, they couldn't take it anymore. Hyut, what nonsense are you spouting? We're old men with half a foot in the grave, who can bribe us? We speak with our conscience, with the justice in our hearts. The old men spoke at once, rebuking Pucha Hyut with the attitude of an elder, making him fly into a rage. My sons, follow me to purge the emperor's side. Pucha and Ahu unsheathed their swords, but other than his most trusted subordinates who raised their weapons, the rest of the soldiers looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. If the emperor was a fake, then they would be bringing order out of chaos, and all of them would be rewarded. But if the emperor was real, then wouldn't they be rebelling? After all, in this world, rebelling was a crime punishable by 9 familial executions. Who would dare not hesitate? Hyut, how much longer do you want to keep this up? Song Qingshu appeared at the palace gates in the guise of Wan Yanping. Goodbye immediately knelt down and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The elders of the imperial clan that Ahu had specially found felt that they had been instigated to offend the emperor and were worried about how to atone for their crimes. Seeing this, they hurriedly knelt down and shouted louder than anyone else, Long live our emperor. Wan Yanping and her subordinates from the laundry brothel also knelt on the ground, while Cho Qianren and the imperial guards followed suit. Long live the emperor. Chants of Long live the emperor resounded throughout the palace. No one knew who started it, but Pucha Hyut's soldiers also threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, shouting Long live the emperor. Seeing that only a few hundred of his most trusted subordinates were left, their faces pale and their eyes filled with despair, Pucha Hyut knew that everything was over. Pucha Hyut had previously served as the commander of the Jin Kingdom's front line, so his martial arts were naturally not weak. His final struggle was frightening, and many of the palace guards didn't even have time to react before he reached the emperor. Song Qingshu frowned. With his martial arts, dealing with Pucha Hyut wasn't difficult, but with so many people watching, he couldn't reveal his martial arts. After all, Wan Yanxue wasn't an expert in martial arts. However, he didn't panic, knowing that someone would step in to help. As expected, Pucha Hyut grinned maliciously at the sight of the emperor, but before he could rejoice, a white-robed old man appeared in front of him. Ouyang Feng. Pucha Hyut immediately recognized him. This #1 expert under Tang Qibian was naturally one of his main targets of study. He had also heard of Western Poison's reputation in the Jianghu, but he had always been famous for his martial arts and didn't think much of these Jianghu heroes. If you're really that powerful, why would you need to lick blood on the edge of a blade? You're already a valiant general whose name shakes the country. Pucha Hyut sneered inwardly. Instead of advancing or retreating, he sped up his sword and stabbed at Ouyang Feng. In his mind, it wouldn't be difficult for him to force Ouyang Feng back with his superior might. As long as he could force Ouyang Feng back, wouldn't it be easy to subdue the fake emperor who wasn't skilled in martial arts? Unexpectedly, Ouyang Feng's face was expressionless. He raised his hands and, like two soft snakes, pierced through Pucha Hyut's defenses from an unbelievable angle and grabbed at his chest. Pucha Hyut's strength instantly drained away and his sword drooped lifelessly. In that moment, his mind was filled with shock. How can his hands be longer than my sword? Song Qingshu glanced at him, as if reading his doubts. The Spirit Snake Fist was a trump card that Ouyang Feng had spent decades researching to deal with the other 5 uniques. Even the 5 uniques would be caught unprepared when facing it for the first time, much less a mere Pucha Hyut. By this time, the palace guards had reacted, and several swords were pressed against Pucha Hyut's neck. Seeing that the situation was settled, Song Qingshu said, Pucha and Ahu are guilty of treachery and have been thrown into prison. Tang Qibian is ordered to investigate the rest of the gang. He paused for a moment and looked at the soldiers around him. As for the soldiers here, most of them were threatened by him. As long as you put down your weapons, I will let bygones be bygones. Pucha and Ahu had brought thousands of elite soldiers this time. Although their morale was low, if they were forced into a corner, they might do something desperate. Song Qingshu did not want to have another internal strife at this critical juncture and lose their strength. These soldiers had already lost their morale and had long wanted to surrender. However, they were worried that they would be implicated, so they held their weapons in order to feel more at ease. Hearing the emperor's words, how could they still hesitate? They threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Long live the emperor! Only Pucha and Ahut's hundreds of bodyguards were left standing there, looking at each other in dismay. If their commander was still here, they might have fought to the death with him. But now that Ahut had been captured alive, what meaning was there for them to resist? After hesitating for a long time, the group of soldiers finally put down their weapons. Xiao Qianren waved his hand, and the imperial guards went over to restrain these people. However, they had already lost all hope and were at Song Qingshu's mercy. Very soon, Pucha and Ahut were thrown into prison, and the bodyguards under his command were also detained. Song Qingshu began to reward them according to their contributions. The first to be rewarded was naturally Tang Qibian, followed by Ouyang Feng, Xiao Qianren, and the imperial guards under their command. Wan Yanping and the secret agents of the laundry yard were also rewarded. Even the elders that Pucha and Ahut had found were rewarded. After all, to a certain extent, they had proven that Song Qingshu's identity was beyond doubt. Next, Xiao Qianren led the troops to raid Pucha's family. After all, the family head had committed the crime of treason. How could their family escape punishment? I had wanted to use this opportunity of the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition to purge the Jin forces and replace the army with my own. Now that Pucha and Ahut have rebelled, it has saved me a lot of trouble. After settling the matters outside, Song Qingshu, Gubai, Wan Yanping, and Toshkis returned to his bedroom, deep in thought. However, when he thought of Pucha and Qiao Chao, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. If they were involved in a case of treason, she would definitely be implicated. Although the two of them did not have any feelings for each other, they had a night of intimacy after all. As if sensing his worry, Toshkis smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will secretly ask someone to protect Pucha and Qiao Chao." Gubai and Wan Yanping looked at him strangely. Gubai was one thing, but Wan Yanping could not hide her thoughts. "Brother-in-law, when did you and Qiao Chao have an affair?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. What do you mean by having an affair? It's just that we were comrades when we went to besiege Chongyang Palace together. Moreover, Pucha and Ah Hyud are loyal subjects of the Jin Kingdom. It was only because of me that my family was thrown into the abyss of treason. I naturally feel somewhat guilty. That's right, Ah Hyud is still loyal to the royal family, Goodbye nodded, so I will do my best to protect them. Since you all agree to protect them, then so be it. Wan Yanping curled her lips. Oh right, the king of Zhao has an engagement with Pucha's family. I wonder if they are involved in this matter. At her reminder, Song Qingshu remembered that the king of Zhao and Pucha's family had been betrothed before they were born. It was a pity that Wan Yanshi had decreed that Yonghua and Pucha Qiu Chao would be engaged. It was a pity that Wan Yanshi had decreed the marriage and Yonghua had fled, causing the wedding to not take place. I wonder where Yonghua is now. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. He would never let go of Xiaolong Nu, but his fiancée Pucha Qiu Chao had accidentally gotten involved with him. What a mess. It doesn't matter if the king of Zhao's faction is involved or not. Now that the southern Song dynasty is about to invade, it is not advisable to expand their influence. Of course, it is necessary to beat them up in secret, Goodbye said. Following that, they began discussing how to clean up the Pucha's officials. After a while, someone from the laundry brothel suddenly rushed in to report. What is it that makes you so flustered? Can't you wait for me to return? Wan Yanping glared at her subordinate in dissatisfaction at the interruption of her conversation with her brother-in-law. The man braced himself and said, There is urgent news. It is a matter of great importance. This subordinate does not dare to delay. What news? Speak, Wan Yanping said lightly. The secret agent looked awkwardly at Goodbye and Toshkis. One must know that the laundry brothel was a secret intelligence agency of the Jin Kingdom. It only answered to the emperor. Now that there were outsiders present, he was worried that the news would be leaked. Song Qingshu looked at his expression and knew what he was worried about. He said, No matter, we are all on the same side here. Speak. Yes, Your Majesty, the secret agent replied. We have just received a secret report from the Liao branch. The southern Song dynasty's envoy is about to arrive at Shengjing. Now that Liao's territory was being forced to shrink by the Jin and Qin kingdoms, it only had territory in Xianxia and Inner Mongolia. Naturally, Shengjing was not the capital of the Khitan kingdom in his previous life. Instead, the Liao nobles renamed Taiyuan as Shengjing to commemorate their former glory. Isn't this to be expected? Why are you making such a fuss? Wan Yanping said with dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu also felt that the secret agent was a little impatient. However, the secret agent's next piece of news shocked everyone. There is news from Liao. It is said that Liao has formed an alliance with Western Xia. Song Qingshu, Goodbye, and the others looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. In the early years, Western Xia was a vassal of Liao. However, there were occasional battles between them and Liao. When Liao was at its peak, its army of hundreds of thousands was defeated by Western Xia by relying on the right timing, sandstorms, geographical advantage, the Gobi Desert, and the unity of its people. Liao suffered heavy losses and their relationship was not good. Later on, when the Jin kingdom rose, Western Xia immediately changed sides and became the Jin's most loyal ally. Now that they heard that Western Xia and Liao had formed an alliance, how could they not be shocked? The southern Song dynasty's northern expedition was imminent. The Jin kingdom was already struggling to deal with the southern Song dynasty, the Red Coat Army, the Mongolians, and Liao. If Western Xia were to attack from the west, the Jin kingdom would be surrounded by enemies from all sides. Western Xia has always been on good terms with our country. Do you have any proof that they have formed an alliance with Liao? Goodbye couldn't help but ask. According to reliable information, Liao is preparing to marry a princess to the crown prince of Western Xia. They will set off in a few days. Once the marriage is completed, the strongest alliance will be formed. The secret agent replied. Only a princess? That's not the worst case. Taj Tish couldn't help but say. She had been by Chongqing King's side before and naturally knew some of the rules of the imperial family. Although the title of a princess was a big deal to ordinary people in Jianghu, there were thousands of members of the imperial family. It was rare to find a princess like Xiao Min, whose father was one of the Mongolian tycoons and held great power. Now that the Western Xia had chosen a princess instead of a princess, it proved that there was still room for change. The secret agent had been in the washing clothes yard for many years and was astute in his work. He could easily guess her thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. But this princess is not an ordinary princess. Not only is she unparalleled in beauty, but more importantly, she is the daughter of the current king of Wei and the privy secretary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Isin. Xiao Feng's title as the king of the southern courtyard was different from ordinary people's impression. Although the title of king of the southern courtyard sounded great, he might not even be in the top 5 of Liao in terms of official position and power. The highest authority of the Liao kingdom was the North Privy Council, followed by the South Privy Council, the North Prime Minister's Mansion, the South Prime Minister's Mansion, and then the North and South King's Mansions. Liao Kingdom had always been more powerful in the north than in the south. The king of the North Yard was even more powerful than the king of the South Yard. Of course, because of Xiao Feng's ability and the fact that it was a time of great battles, Xiao Feng's position was much higher than the previous kings of the southern courtyard. However, the first person in the imperial court was the privy secretary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Renxian, who was highly respected. The great Yu of Liao was similar to the grand preceptor of the southern dynasty. He was the head of all the officials and had the same status as the emperor. In the 210 years of Liao, only 3 people were awarded the title of Great Yu: Yelu Horu, who helped Taizu build the country, Yelu Wuji, who prevented the civil war of Liao after Taizong's death, and the last one was Yelu Renxian. But now he was old. In addition, there were many rebellions in the northwest of Liao, so he had to lead the army to guard the northwest. As a result, the first person in the imperial court was the privy secretary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Isin. His daughter, as a candidate for marriage, was no less important than the princess. Princess Qingyan, why does this name sound familiar? Song Qingshu was puzzled. The secret agent replied, Your Majesty, Princess Qingyan's maiden name is Nanxian. Song Qingshu felt his mouth was dry from talking too much. He took a cup of tea to moisten his throat, but when he heard the spy's words, he choked. Yelu Nanxian? Back in Yangzhou, the two of them had an indescribably intimate relationship. After that, Yelu Nanxian left for the north and Song Qingshu was busy with other things. He hadn't heard from her for a long time. Who would have thought that the first thing he heard from her would be the news that she was going to marry someone? Are you sure it's Princess Qingyan, Yelu Nanxian? Song Qingshu asked in an unfriendly tone. After all these years of interaction, he had always had a good impression of Yelu Nanxian. Not to mention, the two of them had already had that kind of relationship. How could he sit back and watch her marry another man? Yes, yes. The spy didn't think the emperor would suddenly be so interested and was dazed. After the spy left, Goodbye looked at him strangely. You know this Princess Qingyan? We've met a few times before. Seeing the women's playful looks, he quickly added, but not very well. What kind of joke was this? He had just brushed off the topic of Pu Cha Chiu Chao and now Yelu Nanxian had come. Even the best-tempered woman would be angry. Goodbye didn't pursue the matter and analyzed, we're in trouble now. If the marriage between Liao and Xixia succeeds, we'll be surrounded by enemies. How about I go to Liao and kill this Princess Qingyan? Without a bride, this marriage won't happen. Wan Yanping suggested. She had seen the strange expression on her brother-in-law's face and felt that he had a shady relationship with this Princess Qingyan. She said this on purpose. Song Qingshu jumped in fright. Kill her? What, you don't want to? Wan Yanping snorted. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I'm just worried about you. Yelu Nanxian's martial arts are very high. Even though she's not as good as the real top experts, but in the younger generation, she's definitely one of the best. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear enough. Wan Yanping's martial arts were not Yelu Nanxian's match. Wan Yanping was still a bit indignant, but Goodbye said, all right, De Xingfu can't leave you. Besides, even if you kill Qing in Junju, Liao has so many other princesses in Junju. When the time comes, you can just change the marriage. How can you kill them all? Song Qingshu said, leave it to me. I was planning to go to Liao anyway. It's on the way. Goodbye frowned and said, "It's too risky for you to go. You should know that your current identity is not ordinary. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall." Song Qingshu laughed, "Don't worry, the people of Liao don't know of my relationship with the Jin. Besides, I won't be going there with great fanfare. With my martial arts, I'm afraid no one in the world can stop me." Seeing that Goodbye was still hesitant, Song Qingshu continued, "The southern Song dynasty is about to launch an expedition to the north. The Jin are not what they used to be. It will be difficult to deal with enemies from all directions. If I don't deal with Liao, it will be dangerous here. Who do you think is better than me to complete this task?" Goodbye thought hard for a while and finally smiled helplessly, "I don't think there is anyone." "When do you plan to go?" Taj Tish had been living a very comfortable life these days. Living in the imperial palace was like living in heaven. All of this was given to her by the man in front of her. Now that she saw this young man who was half a year younger than her, her emotions became very complicated. "I will leave first thing in the morning." Song Qingshu thought that letting Zhao Min wait at the inn was not a long-term plan. He was worried that she would leave impatiently. In such a hurry? Goodbye opened her mouth but hesitated for a moment. After all, she was still Tang Qibian's wife in name. She could not bring herself to say it in front of others. However, Wan Yanping did not have such concerns. It was inevitable that she would feel a sense of loss if they were to separate again right after reuniting. The southern Song dynasty will launch an expedition to the north at any time. They are probably waiting to communicate with the other powers before sending their troops. The diplomatic mission will soon arrive at Shangjing. Moreover, once the marriage between Liao and Xianxia is completed, everything will be too late. "I have to race against time," Song Qingshu explained. At the same time, he felt a little regret. He had spent too much time escorting Huang Rong back to Peach Blossom Island. However, when he thought of Huang Rong's charming appearance, he suddenly felt that it was all worth it. "I love my country more than my beauty. I really need to change this bad habit of mine." Song Qingshu could not help but ridicule himself. After all, Wan Yanping was from the royal family. Although she was unwilling to part so quickly, she knew what was important. "All right, take care." "That's right, how did you manage to deceive those old men?" Goodbye suddenly recalled and asked. One must know that her heart was in her throat just a moment ago. That's right, that's right. My palms were all sweaty at that time. I was thinking that I might have to risk my life with my men. I don't even know how many people would die. Who knew that there would be such a turn of events? Actually, it's hard to say whether it's easy or difficult. Song Qingshu did not deliberately mystify her and answered her directly. In order to verify whether I was an imposter or not, those elders stared at me with wide eyes the moment I entered. It would be embarrassing if I didn't hypnotize them. Thus, no matter what they saw or examined, their first reaction was that there was no problem. Standing beside him, Tadish was slightly moved. Although she had vaguely guessed what had happened, it was still rather shocking to hear confirmation from him. After all, silently hypnotizing a few people under the watchful eyes of so many people was indeed rather appalling. This person is like a demon god, causing one to be unable to muster the slightest bit of resistance. Tadish pondered inwardly. If she wanted to break free from his control in the future, wouldn't she be completely defenseless if he used the soul transfer technique on her? She couldn't help but feel incomparably worried. Brother-in-law's ability is truly incredible. As though she knew what Tadish was thinking, Wan Yanping asked directly. Then wouldn't you be able to make any woman in the world fall in love with you? Tell me honestly, have you secretly used it on me and big sister? Hearing her words, Goodbye's expression instantly turned unnatural. Although she felt that her emotions were genuine, after witnessing everything, how could she be certain that he hadn't used it on her? Song Qingshu's face darkened. I'm not a god, how could I have such great abilities? If that's really the case, why would I need to painstakingly conquer the world? Wouldn't it be better to just have the emperors of every country pass their throne to me? That's true. Wan Yanping's worry turned into joy as she hugged his arm coquettishly. I don't wish for you to be so incredible, otherwise, it would feel unreal to be with you. Don't worry, this ability will never be used on you. Song Qingshu stroked her hair as he solemnly promised. The Mem Wan Yanping nodded obediently. Even Gubai's eyes were glistening, clearly extremely touched. After chatting for a while, Gubai and Wan Yanping had no choice but to leave. After all, Gubai had to handle Tang Qibian's matter, while Wan Yanping had to deal with the sea of intelligence in the laundry brothel. Xiao Qianren's raid on Pu Cha's house had some preliminary results, and related matters required them to handle. Because Song Qingshu hadn't been in the Jin kingdom for a long time, he was far less familiar with the political affairs here than Gubai. Moreover, he had to leave early the next morning, so he couldn't overstep his boundaries and instead became the most free person. Soon, only Song Qingshu and Tadish were left in the bedchamber. Hui Wushi tactfully excused herself. Looking at her back, Song Qingshu pondered to himself. I wonder how Tadish managed to subdue her. Are you interested in Yuer? Why don't I call her back to serve you in bed? Tadish asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Song Qingshu was speechless. Am I such a despicable and shameless existence in your heart? Tadish smiled faintly. Aren't you? Recalling the things he did to her, Song Qingshu's breathing became stifled. He didn't have the confidence to refute her, and could only fiercely pull her into his embrace. With you, the former number one beauty of the pugilistic world, here, why would I need any other woman to serve me in bed? Don't tell me Gubai and Wan Yanping don't want me? Tadish teasingly looked at him. Song Qingshu didn't expect himself to fall into a trap. Embarrassed, he said, they have important matters to attend to, they aren't free. So. You came to find me, the former number one beauty of the pugilistic world? Tadish purposely emphasized the word former. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, what former number one beauty of the pugilistic world? Is that so? How does it compare to Gubai? Tadish's eyes revealed a flirtatious expression, illuminated by the candlelight. She isn't a person of the pugilistic world. Song Qingshu replied. Tadish was slightly startled. You reacted rather quickly. Even though the other party didn't give a clear answer, her expression clearly showed that she enjoyed it enough. She wasn't foolish enough to ask the other party how she compared to Zhou Jirua. After all, she was no longer an insensible little girl. By the way, is there any news of Xiao Zhao? Song Qingshu recalled that her return to the Central Plains this time was to utilize the power of the Jin to help the Persian Ming dynasty to disperse the pressure. Now that Tadish had become the Jin emperor, even though it was fake, she would definitely try her best to find news of her daughter. The situation over at the Persian side isn't looking good. Previously, they relied on the endless mountains and countless bunkers to block the Mongolian cavalry. But this time, the Mongolians have mobilized all their forces and with irresistible force, they have already broken through the defenses of the outer bunkers. I believe the Persians can at most hold out for another year or two. Tadish looked worried. Right now, the Jin can't even fend for themselves. They really can't lend a helping hand. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Female voluptuous? Song Qingshu's eyes flickered. I like the term you used. Tajtish's face blushed. Her eyes revealed a romantic charm that left Song Qingshu in a daze. He thought to himself, she is indeed a demoness capable of bringing calamity to a country and its people. No wonder the people of the Ming dynasty were infatuated with her, and even caused the bright emissary of the right, Fan Yao, to fall into a demonic barrier. Clearing her throat, Tajtish snorted and said, don't try to talk about something else. The reason why I agreed to follow you is to borrow your strength to help Xiao Zhao. If you cannot dispatch your troops as soon as possible, I will secretly leave you. You've been poisoned by me. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will chase you back. Song Qingshu said tyrannically. But seeing Tajtish's unfriendly expression, he hastily changed his words. After all, using poison to control someone wasn't a long-term solution. It was better to gain her loyalty first. Don't worry. After this crisis is dealt with and the Jin kingdom is united, I will dispatch my troops to Mongolia and share some of the pressure on Xiao Zhao's side. Song Qingshu's heart was shrouded by a layer of haze. Actually, he had been planning to borrow the Persian Ming dynasty to exhaust Mongolia's strength and buy time for the Central Plains. Facing the Mongolian army so early while the Central Plains had yet to be stabilized was not a wise move. But he couldn't tell Tajtish about this. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Zhao. Taj Tish bowed gracefully. Song Qingshu hastily supported her. We are family, there is no need for this. Besides, I can assure you that even if we take 10,000 steps back, I can at least ensure Xiaoxia's safety. Hearing the words family, Taj Tish's expression turned peculiar. At this moment, it was as though she was discussing her daughter with her husband, Han Xianxia. For a moment, she didn't notice the hidden meaning in his words. It is getting late and you have to hurry on with your journey tomorrow. I shall not disturb your rest. There were only the two of them in the spacious palace hall. A lone man and a lone woman. The candlelight seemed to have added a layer of ambiguity. Taj Tish suddenly felt as though she had returned to her teenage years. Song Qingshu grabbed her hand and said with a faint smile, "Are you going to leave me here alone?" Taj Kiss's face grew rosier and rosier. She truly lived up to her reputation as the Lady of Peach Blossom, the most beautiful woman in Daxing Prefecture. If you need me, I can call emissary Huiyue back to serve you. Or perhaps I can find a few of Wan Yanshui's concubines. They have always been waiting for the emperor's blessing. Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms. You should know that I don't want them. Being embraced by him, Taj Kiss's mind couldn't help but recall the time when they went to Chongyang Palace together. Along the way, the charming and gentle scene, her body couldn't help but soften. Goodbye and Ping Er will be back soon. Song Qingshu hugged her on his thighs and felt the amazing elasticity of her body. He took a deep breath and smelled the faint fragrance on her body. He couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Don't worry, they have a lot of things to deal with. They won't be back for a while. Tadish's heart was beating wildly. She had always believed that she loved her deceased husband, and not this man in front of her. Yet for some unknown reason, this young man was able to ignite the flames in her body to the greatest degree. This was something that even her beloved husband couldn't compare to. Feeling her tender and soft body melting, Song Qingshu carried her and said ruefully, "The princes and grandsons of Daxing Prefecture address you as the Lady of Peach Blossom. I feel that another nickname suits you better." What nickname? Taj Kiss's body exuded a languid charm. Her usually cold voice had a hint of sweetness. Lady Mian. Song Qingshu said with a smile. What do you mean? Taj Kiss couldn't react for a moment. Song Qingshu gently pinched her. Because your body is softer than cotton. But other people can only look at you and can't touch you. So they only know your appearance as the Lady of Peach Blossom. They don't know your true identity. Taj Kiss was instantly embarrassed. She stretched out her fist and punched his chest. How can you be so indecent? Song Qingshu said with a smile, it's rare for a lady to have such a girlish attitude. Don't you realize that those who are with me look younger? Taj Kiss snorted. She turned her face away and decided to ignore him. Song Qingshu didn't mind. He carried her to the dragon bed and placed her on it. He moved closer to her ear and said, "Didn't you just submit to me? Come now." Taj Kiss's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood what he meant. She glared at him in anger. Back then, even my husband didn't humiliate me like this. Song Qingshu shrugged. That's because he doesn't know how to enjoy himself. Actually, when we were together, I noticed that even though you look mature and beautiful, you are like a little girl in the bedroom. I can only say that for Han Xianxia to have such a femme fatale at home, it is truly a reckless waste of God's gift. Don't talk about him. Hearing this man talk about her husband, Taj Kiss couldn't help but feel angry. Even so, she had to admit that what he said was reasonable. Back then, her husband had injured his lungs in the icy azure lake of Brightness summit. Since then, he had been coughing incessantly. He had to take medicine to recuperate for many years. I was being unkind. Song Qingshu didn't get angry at her attitude. Instead, he apologized. Taj Kiss was surprised. She didn't expect his tone to be so sincere. She couldn't continue to blame him. Alright, let's not talk about him. Let's get back to our matter. Didn't you say you want to submit? Song Qingshu's next sentence was like a sprout. Taj Kiss unhappily rolled her eyes at him. She wanted to reject him, but unexpectedly, she swallowed her words. Instead, her body involuntarily leaned down. That's more like it. Observing the exaggerated and graceful curves of her waist and buttocks, Song Qingshu couldn't help but slap her perky buttocks. This caused Tajkis to turn around and glare at him. However, her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Truly a peerless benefactor. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and climbed up. That night, even though Gubai and Wan Yanping wanted to return to see their lover, the implications of Pucha Ahu's rebellion were too great. They couldn't separate themselves. That night, they interrogated the key figures of the Pucha family, eliminating those who participated in the plot to force the abdication and those who were completely innocent. The entire Daxing Prefecture's officials were shrouded in an atmosphere of anxiety. They were afraid that they would be implicated in the rebellion. No one could sleep well, except for a certain heartless person in the imperial palace. The next day, when Gubai and Wan Yanping came to send Song Qingshu off, they formed a stark contrast. Even though the two ladies were beautiful, after staying up for an entire night, they couldn't help but look exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes. Only Song Qingshu looked refreshed and energetic. "It must have been hard on you guys last night," Song Qingshu said somewhat apologetically. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but despise himself a little. Letting the women do all the work while he enjoyed all the warmth in the imperial palace was really a little unkind. However, when he thought about it again, being able to make so many intelligent and beautiful women work for him was also an ability that he could be proud of. Aren't those male lions only responsible for eating, fighting, and mating? The specific work is done by the lionesses. As Song Qingshu thought of this, his heart calmed down. With Gubai and Wan Yanping's current status, it was naturally inconvenient for them to publicly send him out of the city. The few of them were reluctant to part in the imperial palace for a long time, but in the end, it was time to part. "I will settle Liao's matter as soon as possible and return." Before leaving, Song Qingshu solemnly promised. With the golden token bestowed by the emperor, Song Qingshu slightly changed his attire and walked out of the imperial palace in broad daylight without attracting anyone's attention. On the way to the inn where Zhao Min stayed, Song Qingshu thought to himself, "From the conversation with Tadish last night, I'm afraid the Persians won't be able to hold out much longer. I have to let go of my romantic feelings and quickly consolidate the resources of the Central Plains to face the Mongols." When he arrived at the inn, he found Zhao Min slowly eating her breakfast on the second floor. In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Min chose to dress up as a woman. But even so, she still attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. They thought to themselves, "Where did this elegant gentleman come from? With red lips and white teeth, he's even more charming than a woman. Princess, you are always so dazzling no matter where you are." Song Qingshu walked over and said with a smile. "Go away, don't let the smell of makeup on your clothes affect my appetite." Who knew that when Zhao Min saw him, her expression would be extremely cold and her tone would be as if she was talking to a stranger. "Smell of makeup?" Song Qingshu lifted his sleeve and sniffed it before answering subconsciously, "I even took a bath and changed my clothes." As soon as he said this, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Looking at Zhao Min's ice-cold expression, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you are deliberately trying to trick me." Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, "Do I still need to trick you? Some people here call you the cheap wife of the first beauty of the Jin kingdom. With your character, when you come back, won't you find her for a night?" Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Last night, nothing happened between me and Gubai. Because the one who accompanied him last night was Tadish." Of course, he was not stupid enough to say the latter part. Seeing that Zhao Min didn't seem to believe him at all, he hurriedly swore, "If anything happened between me and Gubai yesterday, let me. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, not knowing what kind of oath he should make. "Let you what? You have nothing to say, right?" Zhao Min said sarcastically. Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea, "Let me never marry you in this life." Zhao Min was startled, and her cheeks that were whiter than jade instantly turned red. She picked up the fan in her hand and smashed it into his chest. "You bastard, why did you drag me into this? You should believe me now, right?" Song Qingshu chuckled and moved closer. Although Zhao Min was angry in her heart, she really believed his oath. However, she refused to admit defeat. "I can't be bothered with you. Now that you have come to find me, does it mean that we can set off for Shangjing? You just arrived yesterday and left early this morning. You haven't had time to greet your cheap little wife. Aren't you in a hurry? Zhao Min looked worried for him, but in fact, her eyebrows were full of smiles. Song Qingshu was speechless. What do you mean by cheap little wife? Song Bai and I now know each other well. It can be said that we are in love with each other and treat each other with respect. Oh, you are in love with someone else's wife. Zhao Min made a surprised expression, and the sarcasm was vivid on the paper. Song Qingshu's old face turned red. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going to eat breakfast first. He knew that it was not a wise choice to quarrel with Zhao Min, so he hurriedly bowed his head and ate. Zhao Min wanted to continue taunting him, but she realized that she didn't have a chance to say anything. She had no choice but to let him do as he pleased, especially when she saw him choking on his food. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at you, you are in a hurry. Drink some water and calm down. Zhao Min chuckled and handed the teacup over. Seeing the faint lipstick mark on the teacup, Song Qingshu was stunned. Zhao Min also realized that she had accidentally handed over the teacup. She was so shy that she hurriedly reached out to take it back, but Song Qingshu reacted quickly. He directly took it in his hand and pulled it back. He said with a smile, "No." Zhao Min tried to grab it several times but failed. Moreover, he drank all the water in the teacup in his leisure time. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Well, it seems that even the water in the cup that your highness has drunk has become sweeter. Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to be intoxicated. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhao Min didn't expect that it would be her turn to say this so soon. She felt a little embarrassed and directly got up to leave. Song Qingshu smiled and continued to grab a few snacks in his hand. He chased after her. You haven't finished eating yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Before Zhao Min could answer, she was stopped by the waiter. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Zhao Min was still in a fit of anger. She turned her head and gestured for Song Qingshu to give her the money. Song Qingshu reached into his pocket and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I changed my clothes. I don't have any money on me. This time, the waiter didn't hold back. Look at the two princesses' attire. How come you want to dine and dash? Song Qingshu explained with a bitter smile, we were just quarreling and forgot to pay the bill. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts and had a high status, he still maintained the kind heart of an ordinary person from his previous life. He was patient enough with an ordinary waiter. Quarrel? Unexpectedly, the waiter suddenly raised his voice. I don't know how many people like you who want to dine and dash by quarreling. Hurry up and pay. I don't want to leave if you don't pay. The surrounding people also began to point at them. How could Zhao Min stand it? She directly took out a silver ingot and threw it over. Then, she left with a cold face. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and hurriedly chased after her. The waiter took the silver ingot but still couldn't help but complain. Two big men whispering to each other. Isn't it disgusting? No wonder you are so soft and tender. It turns out that you are a rabbit. Although his voice was low, Song Qingshu and Zhao Min were both martial arts people. Naturally, they heard it clearly with their sharp ears and eyes. Zhao Min stumbled and almost fell. She turned around angrily. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her away so that the waiter wouldn't suffer a big loss. Why are you pulling me? Until they walked to a quiet place, Zhao Min finally shook off Song Qingshu's hand. That waiter has a bad mouth. I have to teach him a lesson. Song Qingshu said with a smile, you are a dignified commandery princess. You should be magnanimous. Don't argue with this kind of person. Moreover, he didn't lie. You are really soft and tender. We did have some whispering to each other. Zhao Min's anger had almost dissipated. When she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but frown. Who was whispering to each other? Seeing that she was showing signs of anger again, Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. Commandery princess, I have a question to ask you. Seeing that she suddenly showed signs of anger, Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. Commandery princess, I have a question to ask you. Seeing that he suddenly looked serious, Zhao Min's attention was indeed attracted. What? Her tone showed that she still had some lingering anger. How do you think I can completely turn the power into my own? Song Qingshu asked. Song Qingshu nodded. This was indeed a headache for him. He could use the identity of Tang Qibian to exercise power, but once it was revealed that he was Song Qingshu, all the power he had before would suddenly collapse. This made him feel very insecure. Although the art of disguise was amazing, it also had a natural flaw. It was destined that one's true identity could not be revealed. This was the case in the Jin Kingdom and the former Qin Kingdom. His biggest problem was that he could not use the power of the two countries as Song Qingshu. Unexpectedly, Zhao Min played it down and said, "What's so difficult about it? Isn't it easy to build a new army?" Build a new army? Song Qingshu was stunned. He seemed to have grasped her thoughts, but at the same time, it seemed that he did not. Yes. Build a new army, from the commander-in-chief to the middle-level officers to the bottom-level soldiers. Then give them supreme glory and better pay. After a few years of war, this army will completely become your personal army. Even if your identity is exposed in the future, these soldiers will definitely follow your orders more easily than the original army of the Jin Kingdom. Now that we are in a world of war, there are at least 1,000 excuses to build a new army. Moreover, in troubled times, only those who have control over an army will have enough confidence. Zhao Min paused for a moment and continued, of course, if you have the ability to control the financial system of the Jin Kingdom, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. In this chaotic world, as long as you have money and an army, you'll have everything. Song Qingshu excitedly held her in his arms and said, Min, you are really the reincarnation of Zhang Liang. Listening to your words, I feel enlightened. Zhao Min did not expect him to suddenly hug her like this. She blushed and tried to push him away. Let go of me. Haha, I can't control myself. Sorry. Song Qingshu let go of her with an excited smile on his face. Seeing him so happy, Zhao Min could not help but smile. However, she suddenly thought of what if Song Qingshu became the enemy of Mongolia in the future. Her heart was suddenly covered with a layer of haze. I am also helping Mongolia to weaken the Jin Kingdom. It's not a problem. Zhao Min secretly comforted herself. With her intelligence, how could she not see something? However, when she thought of that, she hurriedly stopped thinking about it. After a few days, the two of them had their own thoughts and finally arrived at Shangjing. Looking at the majestic city walls, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. The terrain here is indeed dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. No wonder Northern Han was able to defend against the later Zhou and Northern Song's several northern expeditions. With such a strong city, Liao will not have to worry about self-preservation in these troubled times. Zhao Min's tone had a hint of mockery. Liao has never been good at defending cities. Their custom has always been to hold alms bowls during the 4 seasons. The emperor would lead the civil and military officials and the army to hunt everywhere. When they came to places with abundant water and grass, they would hold alms bowls. That is the actual capital. Now that the Jin Kingdom has destroyed their country, they no longer have the conditions to hunt. They can only hide in this strong city. Presumably, the Khitans with the slightest bit of courage would not be proud of this strong city. Instead, they would feel that it is a kind of humiliation. That is true. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. It is getting late. Let's quickly enter the city and find a place to stay. Zhao Min took the lead and walked in the direction of the city gates. Do you think that when we go to the inn later, there will be only one room left? Song Qingshu moved closer with a drooling face. That is not possible. Zhao Min coldly snorted. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Why not? You should know that my luck has always been very good. You wish. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, a hint of red flashing across her cheeks. Who told you that we will stay in an inn? If not an inn, where will we stay? A thought suddenly appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. Could it be that in order to hide her identity, she wanted to hide in a brothel? So should he agree or pretend to refuse? I bought a leisure residence here before. When the time comes, we will stay there, Zhao Min said nonchalantly. Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly reacted. What leisure residence? It was clearly a secret stronghold that she had secretly set up. You really know how to be a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. With your personality, you must have a similar residence in Daxing Prefecture. Then why didn't you stay there previously in Daxing Prefecture? Why did you stay in an inn? If I brought you there, would the laundry brothel confiscate your house? Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him as if he had asked a retarded question. Song Qingshu was speechless. Moreover, who told you that I was staying in an inn at that time? Zhao Min said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qingshu was puzzled. But the next morning, I was only eating breakfast there. Zhao Min snorted. You were thinking of all the pleasures of the world in the land of gentleness. Why would I foolishly wait in an inn alone? Of course, I went to my own residence to rest. Then what if I came back and couldn't find you? Song Qingshu said gloomily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So you waited for me the whole night? Zhao Min's eyes flickered. She snorted. Don't flatter yourself. Who waited for you the whole night? Even if I used my toes to think, I would know that you wouldn't come back from the land of gentleness. Who said that? I clearly came back to look for you at night, but I couldn't find you, Song Qingshu said quickly. He stared at her eyes as he spoke. Impossible, I was always. Halfway through her sentence, Zhao Min immediately realized that she had fallen into a trap. She blushed and glared at him. She felt that she couldn't face him, so she quickly turned around and left. Song Qingshu's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He hurriedly chased after her. Unfortunately, the other side's face was as cold as frost. She simply ignored him. Are your dog eyes blind? Can't you see where you're going? Just as the two people were entangled, suddenly a shrill sound pierced through the air. Song Qingshu's complexion changed. He pulled Zhao Min to the side and dodged. It turned out to be a long black whip. Because it struck empty air, it produced a sonic boom. Song Qingshu was furious. If an ordinary person couldn't dodge in time and was struck by this whip, a light injury would be lacerated. A heavy injury would be disfigurement and blindness. It was really too vicious. But before he had the time to react, the knight who struck the whip rushed to scold. Bold unruly commoner, you dare to collide with Princess Ching-An's imperial carriage. Princess Ching-An? Hearing this name, Song Qingshu's anger suddenly disappeared without a trace. Looking behind him, he saw a group of cavalrymen escorting a luxurious carriage. Behind them were maids and servants, and further behind them was a group of armored soldiers. It was easy to see that each one of them was an astute and valiant soldier. Song Qingshu tried his best to look into the carriage, but no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't see through walls. He couldn't see if it was Xianxia inside. Smelly brat, what are you looking at? Do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes? The cavalryman saw that Song Qingshu wasn't paying attention to him and was instead sneaking sneaky glances at the carriage. He couldn't help but be enraged. Song Qingshu was furious, but at this moment, a light voice came from the carriage. Forget it, let's go. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He could tell that it was indeed Xianxian's voice. However, what made him feel strange was that the previous Xianxian's voice was soft and gentle, with an otherworldly temperament. Now, although her voice was still pleasant to the ear, it lacked the usual liveliness, with a trace of waning interest and melancholy. Unfortunately, after saying that one sentence, Xianxian didn't speak again. Moreover, she didn't seem to have any intention of showing herself, not even the slightest bit of the curtain was pulled up. Watching as the carriages entered the city, Song Qingshu was in a daze. Suddenly, Zhao Min came up to his side, rejoicing in his misfortune. TSK, the Grand Prince of Qi, one of the best martial artists in the world, was actually bullied by a lowly soldier. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? Song Qingshu nonchalantly asked. Although I won't bite it back, at least I'll give it a good beating. Zhao Min harumphed, flicking a pebble at the cavalryman's horse's leg. Startled, the horse reared up and the cavalryman, caught off guard, fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Haha, Zhao Min let out a tinkling laugh. Now I feel better. Repaying enmity with honesty, the princess is really a heroine. Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. I'm still mad at you. Didn't you already talk to me? Who told you that you won't be angry if you speak? The two of them bickered all the way into the city, and before they knew it, they arrived at Zhao Min's private residence. He saw that the rocks in the garden were simple and unadorned, the stream was clear, there were not many rooms in the garden, but they were all very exquisite. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh, there is such an elegant place in the north, Junju is really an elegant person. Actually, this place is only SOSO. Zhao Men acted as if she was just narrating an ordinary thing. When Song Qingshu thought about how she could build a green willow heights in the desert, he felt that this matter in front of him was not a big deal. Zhao Men led Song Qingshu to settle down in the garden, and then she took him to the study, where a servant had already served tea. The tea was the top-grade Longjing tea from Jiangnan. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that these top nobles really knew how to enjoy themselves. Zhao Men might not even come here once a year, but all the things prepared were of the best quality. How extravagant. As for the servants, Song Qingshu did not treat them as ordinary servants. To be chosen as the servants of the secret stronghold in Shangjing, they must be the top secret agents of Mongolia. Song Qingshu quietly felt the rhythm of these people's breathing, and sure enough, their martial arts were not weak. After dismissing the servants, Zhao Min then said, other than knowing that Murong Jingyue is in Shangjing, do you have any other information? Song Qingshu knew that this was what she was most concerned about, and for a moment, he put away his cynical expression. According to the information I received, he should be disguised as a Khitan official, but I don't know who he is. A great recluse hides in the imperial court. No wonder I couldn't find any news about him even after I used all the information network in the Ruyang mansion. So he is hiding in Liao. Zhao Men said indignantly. She had previously found 3 possible places, but unfortunately, they were all proved to be fake. Now that she thought about it, he was hiding in the imperial court of Khitan, the ally of Mongolia. It really was the saying, it's dark under the lamp. But although Khitan has declined, there are at least 800 to 1,000 officials in Shangjing. It's easier said than done to find Murong Jingyue. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. As long as we know he is here, we will be able to find him. Zhao Men said confidently. Over the past year, she had been tortured by Murong Jingyue's poison and had been searching for his whereabouts. She had long been suppressing a ball of evil fire in her heart. Next, Zhao Men gathered the people in charge here and prepared all kinds of information about Shangjing. As she analyzed them, she asked them about the confidence of some of the officials and nobles in Shangjing. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was a little idle at the side. I'll go outside to investigate and see if I can find anything, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say. Zhao Men frowned. She didn't think that Song Qingshu would be able to find anything in such a short time. However, seeing that he wouldn't be of much help here, and this was, after all, a secret Mongolian intelligence base, it would be inconvenient for him to stay here. Thus, she agreed. Song Qingshu came out of the garden and wandered around Shangjing for a while. Other than understanding the local customs and practices, he really didn't find anything. Have you guys heard that Princess Qingyan is going to marry the Crown Prince of Western Xia soon? As he passed by a tavern, the conversation of a few Khitan people instantly attracted Song Qingshu's attention. Princess Qingyan is skilled in martial arts and is as beautiful as a fairy. That Western Xia brat is really lucky, one of them said indignantly. Another Khitan person sighed, our great Liao is no longer what it used to be. I can't believe we have to ask Western Xia, a former vassal state. Western Xia is a fence-sitter. They used to be submissive to our great Liao, but when the Jin kingdom came, they immediately switched sides. Wouldn't we suffer a double loss by marrying Princess Qingyan to such a treacherous and two-faced country? That Western Xia guy married Princess Qingyan. If he doesn't fulfill his promise, I'll fight my way to Lingzhou City even if I have to risk my life. TCH, if you have the ability to do that, why don't you ask the emperor to grant the princess to you? As he listened to their discussion, Song Qingshu recalled Yelu Nanxian's determination when she left. He thought about the despair in her voice at the city gate just now. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He asked for directions to the Wei Palace and hurried there. The Wei Palace occupied a large mansion in the Shangjing city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Yelu Isan's influence in Liao was evident. Although the Wei Palace was heavily guarded, with Song Qingshu's current level of martial arts, he could come and go as he pleased in the imperial palace. It was not difficult for him to sneak into the mansion under the cover of the night. Over the years, Song Qingshu had become an expert in the layout of buildings. He could roughly guess the location of the wife's residence after a quick glance. He searched along the way and finally found Yelu Nanxian's room. Huh? Why are there guards at the door? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the guards at the door. Normally, the inner and outer residences of an official's mansion were separated. The inner residence was where the women lived, and the guards were not allowed to enter. Could it be that something happened? Song Qingshu couldn't bear it any longer. He pushed his qing gong to the extreme and directly flew into the courtyard from midair. These imperial guards didn't expect that someone could fly over their heads without making a sound. They didn't even know what happened. After entering the courtyard, he saw Yelu Nanxian sitting on the window in a daze, staring at the bright moon in the sky. The cold night wind blew her clothes, making her look as if she would jump down at any time. Song Qingshu panicked and hurriedly flew over and threw her into the room through the window. Yelu Nanxian was also shocked by the sudden attack. She instinctively waved her hand and began to fight back. Her martial arts were among the best among the younger generation in Liao. Unless she encountered some famous masters in Jianghu, she wouldn't have to worry about protecting herself. Unfortunately, as soon as she raised her hand, she found herself being restrained by the opponent. Just as she was about to cry for help, she suddenly recognized the opponent and was startled. Qingshu? Song Qingshu hurriedly said, even if you can't think straight, don't jump off a building. I'm here, I won't let you marry the Western Xia crown prince. Yelu Nanxian had a strange look on her face. You think I want to jump off a building? Isn't that so? Song Qingshu also gradually realized that he might have made a mistake. Why would I want to jump off a building? Yelu Nanxian pushed him away and said calmly. You were forced to marry the Western Xia crown prince, and you couldn't resist, so you couldn't think straight. Song Qingshu's voice became less and less confident. Yelu Nanxian looked at him and answered, I did it willingly. Ah? Song Qingshu immediately swallowed back the words he was about to say. He quickly reacted and said angrily, no, I can't let you marry another man. You're really overbearing. Yelu Nanxian frowned, I still haven't settled the score with you for bullying me last time, and you're still trying to arrange things for me. Song Qingshu held his breath, thinking of what happened last time in Yangzhou. He couldn't help but awkwardly say, I'm sorry about what happened last time, but it was really an accident. Yelu Nanxian interrupted him, it doesn't matter if it was an accident or on purpose, it's already happened anyway, there's no point in talking about it. That's true, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, Sister Nanxian, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Yelu Nanxian blushed and spat, who wants you to take responsibility? That night. Song Qingshu had just opened his mouth when Yelu Nanxian interrupted him, we women of the prairie don't have as many rules as you Han women, what happened that night is what happened, I don't need you to take responsibility, don't think that I'll treat you like a Han woman. I'll treat myself as your woman. Of course not. Song Qingshu said seriously, he was a person from the future, how could he think that just because two people had sex, they must be together? In the future, one-night stands and dating were not too common. Alright, you can go now. Yelu Nanxian stood by the window, the moonlight shone on her face like a layer of tranquil light, after all, I'm about to become the Western Xia crown prince's wife, I can't let others gossip about me. Seeing her calm eyes, Song Qingshu couldn't help but become angry, have you seen that Western Xia crown prince? No. Yelu Nanxian shook her head. You haven't even seen him, why must you marry him? Song Qingshu said angrily. When Song Qingshu came out of King Wei's mansion, he felt lost. He knew that he and Yelu Nanxian didn't have a solemn pledge of undying love, nor were they lovers. He had no reason to ask her to do this and that, but when he thought that she was about to become someone else's wife, he still felt suffocated. Especially her attitude. She looked at him as if he was an ordinary friend. No, even less than an ordinary friend. This made him feel even more hurt. But he also knew that she had her own thoughts and feelings. He couldn't force her. Just like that, he returned to Zhao Min's courtyard in a daze. Seeing him return, Zhao Min casually asked, did you find any clues? No. Song Qingshu shook his head, obviously a little dispirited. Zhao Min looked at him strangely, but she was too excited to notice his abnormality. Come here quickly, I have analyzed some clues here. Oh? Song Qingshu finally regained his spirit. It should be known that Morong Jingyue was not only related to the poison in Zhao Min's body, but also the murderer that Icy Snow had been searching for. As long as he was not eliminated, Icy Snow would be in danger. Morong Jingyue was hiding in the dark, like a venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It would be hard to feel at ease if he was not eliminated. Zhao Min unrolled a roll of paper. It was densely packed with names. She pointed at the names and said, "This is the list of all the important officials in the Khitan Imperial Court." Looking at the neatly arranged names, not only the names, but also the official positions and some brief comments, Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise, "You are really efficient. Of course I will succeed in every endeavor." Zhao Min smiled proudly, "Let me briefly explain to you so that you won't be confused." Okay. Although Song Qingshu had heard about Liao's imperial court in the Jin kingdom, he only knew a few famous people. As for the rest of the civil and military officials, he was completely ignorant. There's no need to introduce the emperor of Liao, Yelu Hongji. I believe that Morong Jingyue doesn't have the ability to impersonate him. Zhao Min gave a simple evaluation, and Song Qingshu inwardly nodded. He was able to substitute for Morong Jingyue because he had the right time, place, and people. He didn't think that Morong Jingyue would be able to do the same. Zhao Min continued, "Although Liao has declined, there are still many concubines in the harem. However, there are only 3 important people. Empress Xiao Guanyin, Consort Wen Xiao Zhonghui, and Consort Yuan Xiao Yingying." Song Qingshu thought to himself, Su Quan also mentioned Liao, I wonder where she is now. Empress Xiao Guanyin is a national beauty, and is good at the 4 arts. She is the daughter of Prime Minister Xiao Pidi of the Northern Residence. She is now the most favored. Zhao Min pointed to a name and introduced. Song Qingshu felt that the name Xiao Guanyin sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered that she was the empress who died in an unjust case in history. He didn't know if she would still meet that tragic end in this world. Consort Wen Xiao Zhonghui is the cousin of Empress Xiao Guanyin. She is also the daughter of the imperial uncle's 5th branch. She is charming and lively, and has always been favored by the emperor. Zhao Min continued. Xiao Zhonghui? Song Qingshu frowned. This name felt very familiar. It seemed to be the name of a female protagonist in a certain book. He didn't know if it was the same person. Consort Yuan Xiao Yingying is the younger sister of the Southern Courtyard's Privy Commissioner Xiao Fengxian. Her maiden family is strong, and in addition to her extraordinary beauty, she is also favored by the emperor. Zhao Min commented. Song Qingshu had an impression of the name Xiao Fengxian. Firstly, he was an important official of Liao. Secondly, it was easy to associate him with Lu Fengxian of the 3 kingdoms. Therefore, he had a deep impression of him. According to the intelligence of the Huani Yard, this person appeared to be a loyal and filial son, but in reality, he was an ambitious person. The princes are still young, let's not talk about them. However, the 2 princesses are already married. The princess of Zhao's son-in-law is Xiao Huandu, the current Paiyin Langjun. Seeing Song Qingshu's confusion, Zhao Min explained, the Paiyin Langjun is similar to a secretary. He stays by the emperor's side to help with some paperwork. Seeing that Song Qingshu understood, Zhao Min continued, the princess of Wei's son-in-law is Commandant Xiao Xiaomao. This person is my main target of observation. I suspect that he is very likely to be Morong Jingyue. Why? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Out of so many officials, why did Zhao Min pick him? Because this Xiao Xiaomao was previously unknown. In the end, when the emperor was looking for a husband for the princess of Wei, he suddenly rose to prominence, defeated all the strong competitors, and became the princess' son-in-law. Zhao Min answered. Song Qingshu expressed his agreement. Just like in the novels he read in his previous life, the main characters were often unknown at the beginning. In the end, they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, often because they had been transmigrated. Zhao Min suddenly examined him with a strange expression. Speaking of which, although the previous Song Qingshu was considered one of the best of the younger generation in the pugilistic world, he was far from the top. In the end, after the lion slaughtering meat, you soared to the skies. Don't tell me you're also an imposter? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This Zhao Min was indeed smart. She could guess most accurately with just a casual guess. However, he did not want his biggest secret to be revealed. He quickly snorted and said, "After the crushing defeat at the lion slaughtering meet, I was enlightened. Naturally, I can't look at people the same way I did in the past." "That's true." Zhao Min smiled faintly. She had only said it casually and did not take it to heart. Other than Xiao Shamao, there is another very suspicious person. That is the deputy commandant of the Front Palace Department, Xiao Shi, also known as Xiao Shi Lang. Note, Xiao Shi Lang was based on Xiao San, the deputy commandant of the Front Palace Department in the history of Liao. Because of the influence of the Northern Song dynasty, whether it was Liao or the Jin Kingdom, there were many traces of the Northern Song dynasty in their official systems. For example, the Front Palace Department was one of them. Song Qingxu was drinking water. When he heard Xiao Shi Lang's name, he almost spat it out. Zhao Min did not know why he had such a big reaction. She explained, "Xiao Shi Lang's martial arts are very strong, but no one knows his background. He is really too mysterious." Song Qingxu thought that Xiao Shi Lang was not someone from the Golden Book world. It was very likely that he was Murong Jingyue in disguise. However, on second thought, Shui Erin and Shen Bijuan had already come out. Adding Xiao Shi Lang to the mix seemed to make sense. For a moment, he could not help but feel a little conflicted. Zhao Min did not know that his mind was already rumbling with thunder. She continued to explain the situation of the Khitan court to him. The highest authority in Liao is the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs. The Northern Bureau of Military Affairs, Yelu Renxian, has been suppressing rebellions in the northwest for a long time. As a result, the power of the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs has fallen into the hands of the second-in-command, the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs, Yelu Yisan. Right, he is the father of the Princess of Qing'an, Yelu Nanxian. Song Qingxu nodded. He already knew this. Zhao Min continued, "The third-in-command is the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs, Xiao Yuli. His niece is married to Yelu Yisan's son. The fourth-in-command is the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs, Xiao Weixin. He has always been upright and outspoken. He does not collude with Yelu Yisan. Unfortunately, he is already old and his role is limited." The Northern Bureau of Military Affairs, Xianxia, was also promoted by Yelu Yisan. It can be said that the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs is now completely under Yelu Yisan's control. Song Qingxu did not understand. Since Yelu Yisan is so powerful, why would he let his own daughter marry him? Isn't it easy to find a princess in Shangjing? I don't quite understand this either. Zhao Min shook her head. Presumably, he wants to use this opportunity to build a relationship with Western Xia. With this outer league, he can consolidate his power. Song Qingxu thought about it and could only think of this explanation. Last time in Yangzhou, Yelu Yisan did not hesitate to use Yelu Nanxian's life to buy time for him to escape. It could be seen that he was cold-blooded and had no feelings for his daughter. All he thought about was how to maximize his daughter's usefulness. The Southern Bureau of Military Affairs is Xiao Fengxian's territory. His sister is the emperor's concubine, and his brother is the commander of the military department, Xiao Sixian. Their true strength is not below Yelu Yisan's. Zhao Min commented. Song Qingxu previously learned from the intelligence of the Jin Kingdom that there were three most important military forces in Liao's Shangjing. The first was the Front Palace Department, which was similar to the imperial army of the Han Dynasty and guarded the imperial palace. The second was the Palace Deployment Department, which was in charge of the Palace Division and was the most elite force directly loyal to the emperor. The third was the commander of the military department, which was the local garrison of Shangjing and was responsible for the defense of Shangjing. Now that Xiao Fengxian and his brother were in charge of the Southern Bureau of Military Affairs and Shangjing's defense, their strength could not be underestimated. Because in Liao's official system, there was always a north and a south. At first, Song Qingxu thought that the north was the official in charge of the Khitans and the south was the official in charge of the Han. Later, he learned from the intelligence of the Jin Kingdom that this was not the case. The official in charge of the Han was called the Han Bureau of Military Affairs and so on. It was difficult to ascend to the center of power. Whether it was the Southern Bureau of Military Affairs or the Southern Prime Minister's office, they were still in charge of the Khitans and had nothing to do with the Han. The reason why there was a North and a South Bureau of Military Affairs was that the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs was in charge of military affairs, while the Southern Bureau of Military Affairs was in charge of the ordinary civil affairs. The reason why there was a Northern and Southern Bureau of Military Affairs was because there were many Khitans. When the country was founded, there were 20 tribes, which expanded to 34 in the middle period and even 48 in the later period. The Northern Prime Minister's office was in charge of the military affairs of the 5 departments, 6 departments, Wulan, Nira, Tulu, and so on. The Southern Prime Minister's office was in charge of the military affairs of the Ishur, Chu, Tuju, and Pin. The famous king of the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs and king of the Southern Bureau of Military Affairs were, in fact, another name for the 5 departments and 6 departments. The king of the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs was in charge of the military affairs of the 5 departments, while the king of the Southern Bureau of Military Affairs was in charge of the military affairs of the 6 departments. Because the 5 departments and the 6 departments were the largest Khitan tribes, they had much more power than the leaders of the other tribes. Zhao Min suddenly stood up and said, "Liao's intelligence on the court is more or less the same as what you've told me. Let's start with the prince consort, Xianxia. Let's see if he's Morong Jingyue in disguise." Puzzled, Song Qingshu asked, "Why not start with Xiao 11 Lang?" Compared to Xiao Xiaomao, he felt that there were more suspicious points about Xiao 11 Lang. Zhao Min waved a secret letter in her hand. "I've received news that Xiao Xiaomao didn't return to the prince consort's residence after leaving the imperial palace. Instead, he was sneaking towards the outskirts of the city, which is very suspicious. Since we've bumped into him, we'll start with him. Seems like it's all fate. Let's start with him." Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. The intelligence network that Zhao Min had planted in Liao was really powerful. There were actually people paying attention to the whereabouts of the emperor's son-in-law. Thank you book friend for shining like a diamond, Janny the Moon, Juanjin Zhao Zhijing, Eating Skewers is the Truth, Blackfin and Whitefin, Dapeng 1987, Mo Gubumu, Wang Yixing, and other book friends support and monthly tickets. Song Qingshu and Zhao Min arrived at a small courtyard in the southern part of the city. A person was already waiting for them there. "Are you sure that Xiaoxia entered this place?" Zhao Min asked calmly. At this moment, Princess Zhao Min's elegance was on full display. The person replied, "This subordinate followed him all the way here. It is definitely him." "How long has he been in there?" Zhao Min asked. "About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn," the person replied. Zhao Min waved her hand. "You can go back first. Leave this place to us." The person revealed a hesitant expression. "Princess, Xiaoxia's martial arts are quite high." "You alone," Zhao Min pointed at Song Qingshu. "I have him." Song Qingshu cooperated and puffed out his chest, appearing particularly spirited. The person glanced at Song Qingshu. Although he didn't recognize him and looked like a hedonistic young master, he didn't say anything. Instead, he trusted his master's judgment and silently retreated. "You're quite strict with your subordinates." Song Qingshu sighed thoughtfully. "They only need to strictly follow my orders," Zhao Min replied calmly. Then, she beckoned him to walk into the courtyard. Song Qingshu chased after them and warned, "Be careful of an ambush." Zhao Min stopped and agreed with his judgment. "Bring me in." She had seen Song Qingshu's qinggong before and knew that with him leading them, no one would be able to find them even if they were in a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Song Qingshu nodded. Holding her soft waist, they silently snuck into the small courtyard. It wasn't anything new for the two of them to cuddle. They had done more intimate actions before, so the two of them didn't notice anything wrong when they hugged each other. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, Song Qingshu discovered that he was worrying too much. There wasn't any ambush here. There weren't even any guards. The entire courtyard was completely dark except for a faint light coming from one of the rooms. Song Qingshu flew to the house with Zhao Min, poked a hole in the window, and looked inside. "Ah!" A woman's coquettish voice suddenly came from inside, scaring Song Qingshu so much that his hand trembled and he almost hit the window. Zhao Min was also shocked. "What's that sound?" Song Qingshu had a vague guess in his heart, but he still needed to confirm it. He made a shushing gesture to Zhao Min, and then looked in through the window. The light inside was dim and yellow, the bed was turned red, and a burly man could be seen doing something indescribable to a woman. The woman's white legs were kicking wildly, and it was obvious that she was also very aroused. That sound just now was involuntary. What happened inside? Noticing that Song Qingshu's expression was getting weirder and weirder with a playful smile on his face, Zhao Min hurriedly asked. Nothing. Song Qingshu didn't know how to explain, but he couldn't help but evaluate in his heart. Although he couldn't see the woman's face, her skin was quite white. Zhao Min couldn't hold back her curiosity and tried to push him away to see for herself, but Song Qingshu didn't move an inch. You better not look. You'll regret it. What are you trying to do? The more Song Qingshu said like this, the more curious Zhao Min became. Seeing that she couldn't push him away, she simply opened a hole in the window and lowered her head to look. Ah! Zhao Min cried out in surprise. She instantly shrank back as if she was scalded, and her face was already red with embarrassment. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. I already told you not to look. Who told you not to believe me? Zhao Min was instantly annoyed. She directly punched him. You bastard, you deliberately set a trap for me to pick. You deliberately wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I clearly told you not to look. The smile on Song Qingshu's face suddenly froze. He instantly pressed down on Zhao Min's hand and pushed her to the side of the shadow. Zhao Min was shocked. Her first reaction was that Song Qingshu's qi and blood were in turmoil because of the scene inside. His bestial instincts were aroused and he wanted to do those dirty things to her. However, she quickly realized that he was not such a person. Sure enough, Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered, "Be quiet. Someone is coming." At this time, Zhao Min also noticed that someone had walked into the yard. She hurriedly closed her mouth, for fear that she would alarm the other party. However, in such a quiet environment, her body was several times more sensitive than usual. She could even clearly feel Song Qingshu's breath on her skin, and her face gradually turned red. In order to divert her attention, she hurriedly looked in the direction of the courtyard gate. She saw a middle-aged man with a pair of malicious eyes walking in. Beside him was a big man with a face full of stubble that was slovenly and unkempt. However, he looked open-minded and at ease. Who the hell is this man? Song Qingshu and Zhao Min had the same suspicion at the same time. They recognized the malicious middle-aged man. It was Yeluisin, whom they had been talking about before. In order to avoid being discovered by them, Song Qingshu led Zhao Min to the back of the room, and then let go of Zhao Min's hand. Zhao Min's face was delicate and charming. She rolled her eyes at him with a faint smile. It turns out that the romantic child Song uses these means to take advantage of other girls. But Song Qingshu didn't show any embarrassment. Instead, he replied, "We've hugged and kissed. Do I need to hold your hand to take advantage of you?" Hearing this, Zhao Min frowned. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her to the window. They went in. In the end, curiosity won out. Zhao Min glared at him and then leaned against the window to watch. The door was kicked open. The two people on the bed were clearly shocked. Xiao Shamu pulled the blanket over the woman while he got up and fastened his belt. Seeing this, Zhao Min spat and hurriedly turned her head away. Which bastard? Xiao Shamu was halfway through cursing when he suddenly recognized Yeluisin. He swallowed the rest of his words. Although he was the emperor's son-in-law, Yeluisin's power was overwhelming. He didn't dare to offend him. The emperor's son-in-law sure is carefree. Yeluisin glanced at the woman on the bed and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man beside him rushed to the side of the bed. The woman fell on the bed, and the burly man returned to his original position as if he hadn't moved at all. What a fast movement technique! Song Qingshu secretly praised. Although it couldn't compare to his and Dongfang Mushue's, it was still a top-notch movement technique in the pugilistic world. Seeing the woman lying on the bed, Xiao Shamu was shocked and angry. Xiao Shilang, what are you doing? Xiao Shilang? Hearing his words, the two people outside were shocked. Even the shy Zhao Min looked into the room again. So he's Xiao Shilang. Looking at this unkempt burly man, Xianxia nodded inwardly. He had a carefree and uninhibited air, which was quite in line with Xiaoxi Lang's character. Don't worry, she's fine. She's just unconscious. Xiaoxi Lang shrugged, a devilish smile on his lips. What does Prince Wei mean? Although he was wary of Yeluisin, Xiao Shamu was still angry. He looked coldly at Yeluisin. Nothing much. It's just that it's not convenient for her to hear what I'm going to say next. Yeluisin paused, then smiled. You know that this is for her own good. Xiao Shamu knew that he was speaking the truth. Often, the more one knew, the easier it was to be silenced. What is Prince Wei trying to say? Xiao Shamu frowned. Yeluisin wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he began to talk about a past event. Does Prince Consort know how Prince Lanling, Xiaohengda, died? Xiao Shamu didn't understand what he meant, but still answered. Wasn't it because the princess of Yu passed away, and he fell ill from longing for his wife? Didn't he die soon after? That's just to deceive outsiders. Yeluisin sneered. Back then, Prince Lanling had an affair with a palace maid, causing his wife, the princess of Yu, to die of grief and anger. Empress Dowager Xiao was furious and secretly sentenced him to death. Because this concerned the face of the imperial family, it was announced that he died from longing for his wife. Xiao Shamu's expression changed slightly. Why are you telling me this? Yeluisin sighed. Some people just don't learn from history. Prince Consort's current situation is so similar to Prince Lanling's. As he spoke, he glanced at the woman on the bed. Prince Consort, don't tell me this woman is the princess? Xiao Shamu snorted. You already know the answer. Yeluisin continued, back then, when Xiaohengda was the prince of Lanling, Empress Dowager Xiao ordered him to die. Now, you are just a commandant of the emperor's son-in-law. Do you think the Empress Dowager will show mercy? Xiao Shamu's expression changed drastically. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just analyzing the facts for you. Yeluisin smiled faintly. Xiao Shamu said, what do you want me to do? He wasn't stupid. He knew that Yeluisin deliberately came here without reporting. He must have taken the opportunity to blackmail him to do something for him. Prince Consort is really a smart person. Yeluisin smiled. Prince Consort must have recently heard that the imperial bodyguard Yelu Chela reported that Yelu Qi was trying to support Prince Jin in a rebellion. Song Qingshu was shocked. First, he was surprised that Yelu Qi could hold such an important position at such a young age. Second, he was surprised that he was in a crisis of rebellion. It should be known that for the emperors of all dynasties, rebellion was the most dreaded thing. If the person involved didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Isn't it because there is no evidence? Xiao Shamu snorted. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a false accusation. Prince Jin is still in infancy. Did Yeluqi lose his mind and support him? Sometimes it doesn't matter whether you are wronged or not, and what the truth is. Yeluisin's eyes flickered, like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. If Prince Consort comes forward and accuses himself of being his accomplice and accuses him of rebellion, won't there be evidence? With the seed he planted earlier, the emperor will definitely not tolerate him. Xiao Shamu was so angry that he laughed. Are you crazy or do you think I'm stupid? If I have an affair with another woman, I'll just die. But if I'm involved in a case of rebellion, it's a big crime. You see this person first. Yeluisin clapped his hands, and soon the door was opened from the outside. A woman slowly walked in. At this moment, everyone in the room not only stopped moving, but also almost stopped breathing. They had never seen such a beautiful person in their lives. Thanks to Bingo Big Ice Fruit, by Hai Lang, Wei-Mo, Old Lie to Me, ABCPPP, Northern Hemisphere. She was not wearing any particularly gorgeous clothing, but no matter what kind of clothing it was, as long as it was worn on her body, it would become exceptionally outstanding. She did not wear any jewelry, nor did she apply any makeup on her face, because to her, jewelry and makeup were all superfluous. No matter how precious the jewelry was, it would not be able to diminish her radiance, and no matter how noble the makeup was, it would not be able to increase her beauty. Her beauty was indescribable by anyone. Some people used flowers to compare beauty, but how could flowers be as moving as her? Some people would say that she was like a person in a painting, but how could a painting brush be able to capture her charm? Even the fairies in the heavens would not be as gentle as her. Regardless of who it was, as long as they glanced at her, they would never be able to forget her. But she did not seem like she truly lived in this world. How could there be such a beauty like her in this world? It was as if she would suddenly disappear from the ground at any moment, riding the wind and flying away. Not only were the people in the room stunned, even Xianxia, who was used to seeing stunning beauties outside the window, was also dumbstruck, thinking that this woman's beauty could only be compared to Qin Yuan, Tosh Gis, Xiaolong Nu and a few others. But he had seen too many stunning beauties. Very quickly he regained his composure and no longer looked at her, instead turning his head to stare at Zhao Min beside him. As a woman, Zhao Min was also awed by her beauty. While she was sighing, she suddenly sensed Song Qingshu's gaze. Turning her head, she discovered that he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She was stunned at first, then she became furious. Even if you think I am not as beautiful as her, there is no need to humiliate me like this. Actually, she was underestimating herself too much. In terms of appearance, she was not inferior to the other party, and if her countess temperament was added, in some aspects, she might even be a cut above the other party. But women have always been sensitive. Sensing Song Qingshu's gaze, she momentarily felt dizzy. Who knew that Song Qingshu would reply in a gentle voice, "The woman inside is too beautiful, only by looking at you can I not prostrate myself under her pomegranate skirt." Glib tongue. Zhao Min blushed and immediately turned her face away. However, the joy between her brows could not be concealed. The people in the room gradually recovered. Looking at Xiaoxia's expression, Yelu Isan revealed an enigmatic smile. "Fuma, what do you think of this woman? This woman only exists in the heavens. How many times have I heard of her in the mortal world?" When Xiaoxia said this, the image of Xiao Guanyin that he had seen in the imperial palace appeared in his mind. In reality, Xiao Guanyin was not inferior in the slightest, especially the extreme charm that seeped into the bones in her dignified manner. It made his heart itch unbearably. But she was the emperor's woman. He didn't even dare to think too much, unlike this woman who had endless space for imagination. Everyone could hear the hidden lust in Xiaoxia's voice. The woman frowned slightly, anger flashed across Xiao 11 Lang's face, and Yelu Isan laughed even more happily. However, Xiao Shama quickly shook his head. "This woman is good, but she can only be enjoyed if she's alive. Even if she's a real fairy, I can't be involved in a treason case just for a moment of pleasure." Xiao 11 Lang finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "What are you saying?" Yelu Isan stopped him and said with a half-smile, "You think I'm going to use this woman to seduce you? Isn't that so?" Xiao Shama's expression immediately turned ugly. Yelu Isan chuckled lightly, not knowing whether it was mockery or disdain. "Fuma, although you're an outstanding man, you're not qualified to enjoy such a beautiful woman. You." Xiao Shama finally regained his rationality. He knew that he was right, but he still couldn't keep his face. Yelu Isan ignored him and continued, "This woman is destined to be owned by only the emperor." "Then why did you bring her here?" Xiao Shama said angrily. Yelu Isan replied, "Fuma, didn't you just say that reporting Yeluchi would implicate you in a treason case? But with her around, not only will you not be in any danger, you will also be rewarded by the emperor." "What do you mean?" Xiao Shama frowned. Yelu Isan paced around the woman as he said, "As long as you agree to cooperate with me, from that moment on, she will become your sister. You don't have to worry about the relevant procedures, I will make it flawless. When the time comes, you can report her and offer this beautiful sister to the emperor in the name of atonement. At that time, the emperor will definitely be pleased. Not only will he not kill you, but he will also reward you for your loyalty. Once you become the imperial uncle, won't your meteoric rise be just around the corner?" This. Xiao Shama's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was already somewhat tempted. Outside the window, Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't he the emperor's son-in-law? Then he will become the emperor's brother-in-law. Is there such a thing?" Zhao Min explained in a low voice, "The dynasties of the grasslands don't care about this as much as Yuhan dynasties do. Even after the death of the last Mongolian Khan, the women in the harem, except for the birth mother and a few others, will all be inherited by the next Khan. There's nothing wrong with this." A strange expression appeared on Song Qingshu's face. After a long time, he squeezed out 4 words, "The noble circles are really messy." Zhao Min was rendered speechless by his words. She snorted and looked away, ignoring him. Song Qingshu smiled and continued to look inside. Song Qingshu noticed that during this time, the woman didn't seem very happy. There seemed to be an unresolvable sorrow between her brows, as if her heart had died. It seems that she was forced. I wonder what her name is? Song Qingshu thought to himself. As if thinking the same thing as him, Xianxia raised her head and asked, "Just who is this woman? I can't have a woman of unknown origin as my sister. I don't want to be consigned to eternal damnation by her in the future." It's no big deal to tell Fuma. This woman's name is Shinbijuan. She was originally the Southern Song dynasty's crown princess, so she is destined to be the emperor's woman. Fuma, you should believe me now. Yellow Isen's calm words were like a clap of thunder, shocking Song Qingshu so much that he couldn't speak. So she's Shinbijuan. The Southern Song dynasty was in an uproar because of the kidnapping of the crown princess. The people of the Imperial City Department couldn't find her no matter how hard they searched. He hadn't expected to find her in Liao, thousands of miles away. Thinking of some of the plots in the original novel, Song Qingshu thought that it was most likely this Xiaoxialong who had kidnapped her. Everyone said that beautiful women had unlucky fates. It seemed that this was true. Shinbijuan's beauty had not only brought her luck, but brought her endless disaster. Even if she was successfully rescued, even if she was pure, with the Southern Song dynasty's prevailing etiquette, she was destined not to become the crown princess. The imperial family would not allow such a tainted woman to marry into the family. Even more frightening was that the Shin family had been destroyed. Even if she returned, there would be no place for her to stand. Looking at the delicate woman in the room, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a boundless sense of pity. It had nothing to do with her beauty, but rather her pitiful circumstances. But he was also very curious. Since this woman was Shinbijuan, how could Yelu Isen be so sure that she would do as he asked? Wasn't he afraid that she would expose the truth in front of the emperor? As soon as this thought came to him, he became more and more curious. Unfortunately, he had thought of many possibilities and rejected them all. He didn't understand where Yelu Isen's confidence came from. At this time, Yelu Isen spoke again. Although the common people feel that being the emperor's son-in-law is a great honor, you yourself should know what a mere son-in-law can bring you. But as long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that you will soar in the future and become an existence that all officials look up to. I think you know what choice you should make. Xiaoxialong chuckled. If I don't cooperate, you will probably accuse me of having an affair with someone else. Yelu Isen smiled slightly. The emperor's son-in-law is a smart person. There is no need to be so explicit. Xiaoxialong's expression changed several times. After an intense struggle, the temptation of the imperial uncle and Yelu Isen's power grew stronger and stronger. Fine, I agree. Yelu Isen laughed heartily. I hope we can work well together. The two sides chatted for a while longer before Yelu Isen stood and said his goodbyes. When the time is right, I will contact you. For now, I won't disturb the emperor's good night. Xiaoxialong hurriedly stood to send him off, but his eyes couldn't help but wander over to Shinbijuan. He had just seen such a devastatingly beautiful woman, so how could he possibly be interested in her? After Yelu Isen left with Xiaoxi and Shinbijuan, Song Qingshu said to Zhao Min, should I take this opportunity to test if Xiaoxialong is Murong Jingyue? Zhao Min stopped him and pulled him away from the courtyard. There's no need to test. He definitely isn't Murong Jingyue, Zhao Min said indifferently when they reached a secluded area. Song Qingshu nodded. He doesn't look like him. It had to be said that Murong Jingyue was an astute person, but Xiaoxialong didn't have any of his temperament at all. Are you friends with Yelu Qi? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu hesitated. Not really, but we've interacted a few times. We can barely be considered friends. Zhao Min smiled. That's good. Otherwise, you'd have to make a difficult choice between your friendship and the world. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. If it were Xiao Feng, he might have hesitated, but Yelu Qi wasn't a saint. He couldn't. Take care of everyone. Looking at your eyes just now, it seems that you're going to save Shinbijuan? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Yes, she's really too pitiful. What's more, some of the people who are looking for her are my good friends. Zhao Min snorted. In the end, isn't it because she's beautiful? As a playboy, your protective feelings for the fairer sex are acting up again? Song Qingshu said sternly. Of course not, it's because the Shen family was exterminated not long ago. Before old Master Shen died, he asked me to save her. If I didn't see her then it's fine, but if I did, how could I not save her? According to what you said, then I can't save her. Zhao Min replied in a low voice. Thank you, Valentine Bining, Fongin, Shiyu 174259192, Soy Sauce, Passerby Ding, Niklu, Wifa 360Y? Song Qingshu asked, puzzled. Since the Shen family has been destroyed, where can she go if you save her? Zhao Min asked. What's more, I saw a faint desire to die in her eyes just now. The reason why she was at Yelu Isen's mercy was that she was threatened by her parents and family. That's why she didn't resist. After you rescued her, she found that the Shen family was gone. Do you think she would commit suicide? That's true. Song Qingshu nodded. But it's dangerous to let a girl like her go to the trapped devil's den. Are you trying to say that she's such a devastatingly beautiful girl? Zhao Min said with a faint smile, don't worry. If it was under other circumstances, she might really lose her chastity. But since Yelu Isen plans to present her to His Majesty in the future, he will not let anyone harm her before that. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still hesitating, Zhao Min continued, don't forget the purpose of your trip. Although Yelu Isen is a treacherous official, as long as his plan succeeds, Liao will be in chaos. At that time, the pressure on the Jin Kingdom will be easily solved. Maybe you can take the opportunity to recruit people like Yelu Qi for your own use. Why not? After all, Song Qingshu was no longer the reckless and impulsive teenager. He realized that if he saved Shen Bijuan now, he would alert the enemy and Yelu Isen's plan would be postponed indefinitely. In that case, Liao would not be in chaos and would naturally send troops to the south. Your Highness is right. For the time being, let's wait and see. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Zhao Min pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Sitting and watching doesn't mean that we can't do anything. Didn't I mention to you before that another suspect is Xiao 11th Lang? This person's background is unknown and his identity is mysterious. You should take the opportunity to test him and see what secrets he has. Song Qingshu said hesitantly, just now I saw that Xiao Shi Lang has the air of a Yanjiao poet who sings a sad and tragic song. Such a character really does not resemble Morong Jingyue's despicable character. Zhao Min was also a little worried. I don't think so either, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe Morong Jingyue is pretending to be like this. It's better to investigate. I think that Xiao 11 Lang's kung fu is quite high. If I go with you, I'll only hold you back. I won't accompany you. I'll go back first and see if there are any other clues. Alright, be careful on the road, Song Qingshu reminded. Zhao Min smiled sweetly, don't worry, I have many ways to save my life. Besides, don't I still have the traceless sand treading that you taught me? Escaping is not a problem. Song Qingshu knew that she was resourceful and had no need to worry. After saying goodbye to her with a smile, he chased after Xiao 11 Lang. On the way, Song Qingshu couldn't help but think to himself, although the chaos in Liao is very beneficial to me, it's not beneficial to Mongolia at all. Zhao Min is so smart. Didn't she think of this? Thinking of the woman in the original work who gave up everything for love, Song Qingshu was both surprised and delighted. Could it be that she has already unknowingly valued me so much? Even though Xiao 11 Lang had a head start, Song Qingshu's lightness skill gave chase with all his might. It didn't take long for him to catch up with their convoy. Yelu Isen was nowhere to be found at this time. Only Xiao 11 Lang was left driving the carriage and escorting Shen Bijuan. Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry to go over. After all, Shen Bijuan was with him now. If he made a move now and the news reached Yelu Isen's ears, he would know that the plot just now had been exposed. This wasn't what Song Qingshu wanted to see. Ah! Suddenly, Shen Bijuan's terrified scream came from the carriage. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he instinctively wanted to rush over. but Xiao 11 Lang was closer by this time. In an instant, he turned around and lifted the curtain to see what was happening inside. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the night sky. Shen Bijuan, who was hiding behind the carriage door, stabbed down with her jade hairpin. It was fast and urgent. Coupled with the fact that it happened so suddenly, an ordinary person would probably have fallen for it. But Xiao 11 Lang was someone who often rolled on the edge of life and death, so how could he be tricked by a little girl like her? In an instant, he grabbed her wrist and instinctively swatted at her with his other hand. "Why is it you?" At this time, Xiao 11 Lang finally saw Shen Bijuan's appearance clearly. He hurriedly moved his palm to the side by a foot, instantly shattering a large hole in the wall of the carriage. "Just kill me." Shen Bijuan raised her head and stared at him rather stubbornly. "You've been very cooperative all this time. So you were looking for an opportunity to escape." Xiao 11 Lang let go of her hand and smiled bitterly. Usually, she had many guards by her side, so she didn't have a chance to escape even if she wanted to. Now that it was the dead of night and there was only Xiao 11 Lang, she could successfully escape if she killed him. It was a pity that her long-planned attack had failed. Humph. Shen Bijuan turned her face away and ignored him. Xiao 11 Lang frowned and suddenly said, "It's one thing for you to attack me, but you mustn't take any risks with other people. They don't have my good temper." Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan turned her head to look at him in surprise, as if she couldn't figure out why he would say such a thing. Hiding in the shadows, Song Qingshu watched all of this with a half-smile. It looked like it was just like in the original work. Xiao 11 Lang had unwittingly fallen in love with Shen Bijuan. Thinking about it, it made sense. It was very difficult for a man to not fall for such an otherworldly, fairy-like woman. Next, Xiao 11 Lang brought Shen Bijuan to a secret residence. Song Qingshu noticed that although the outside looked calm, there were many hidden sentries inside. Danger lurked everywhere. It looked like this was where Shen Bijuan was usually imprisoned. Song Qingshu only remembered this place and had no intention of going in. He didn't want to alert the enemy when the time came. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao 11 Lang came out as expected. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Yelu Isan wants to offer Shen Bijuan to His Majesty. He definitely won't allow a man to stay the night at her place. He quietly followed behind Xiao 11 Lang. He could see that he was a little dazed at the moment. If he made a move at this time, it would probably be very easy for him to succeed. Everyone says that beautiful women are the source of trouble. Although there are suspicions that women are the scapegoats, there is some truth to this. Since ancient times, it has always been heroes who have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Song Qingshu easily guessed that Xiao 11 Lang was definitely troubled by Shen Bijuan's matter. On one hand, it was the woman he loved, and on the other hand, it was his lord who had treated him with great kindness. How should he choose? Was he really going to watch the woman he loved marry another man? In a short period of time, Song Qingshu's mind was filled with a melodramatic drama about sin, debt, and ethics. Just as he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune, he suddenly thought of Yelu Nanshan's engagement and could no longer smile. Following that, the two gloomy men walked in silence, one in front of the other. Seeing that they were about to reach the imperial palace, Song Qingshu suddenly realized that Xiao 11 Lang was the assistant inspector of the imperial palace. Right now, he was most likely heading to the imperial palace for his shift. If he didn't make a move now, it would be too late. So, his figure flashed and he went to grab him. Although Xiao 11 Lang was a little dazed because of Shen Bijuan's matter, he was still a top-notch expert. Sensing that something was wrong, he rolled to the ground and at the same time, pulled out the curved knife at his waist and swung it behind him. A snow-white flash of the knife instantly slashed behind him in a sweeping manner. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This move was both defensive and offensive, and it was perfectly integrated. As expected of the super expert who became one with a knife in the original work. However, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, and the fact that he had the advantage of launching a sneak attack, how could he be injured by this stunning knife? Actually, if he wanted to, he could subdue Xiao 11 Lang in a few moves. However, firstly, he wanted to test out the other's martial arts, and secondly, he didn't want to expose his identity. After all, with Xiao 11 Lang's top-notch martial arts, there were not many people in the world who had the ability to subdue him in a few moves. Then, after getting rid of some older seniors, his identity was on the verge of being revealed. He didn't want to alert the enemy and alert Morong Jingyue, who was hiding in the dark. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. Xiao Shi Lang's martial arts style was unique, and most of his attainments were in saber techniques. He had fought with Morong Jingyue before, so he knew that Morong Jingyue's martial arts were extensive but somewhat messy. Right now, Xiao Shi Lang was focused and refined, so it was obvious that they were not of the same style. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, Song Qingshu finally used a killing move to pull at his face just in case. Xiao 11 Lang was shocked, and the curved knife in his hand gave off an astonishing light. Even if he were to splash water on it now, it wouldn't miss a single drop. Unfortunately, it still couldn't stop the other's hand. Song Qingshu's hand was like a visitor from the heavens, ignoring his defense and grabbing at his face. Huh? With such direct contact with his face, Song Qingshu could naturally tell that he wasn't wearing anything like a human skin mask. It seemed that he was indeed not Morong Jingyue. Xiao 11 Lang had thought that he was dead for sure when the other party grabbed his face directly. After all, an expert of this level could easily crush a rock with a casual grab, and his head couldn't be harder than a rock. He had closed his eyes and waited for his death, but after a long time, there was no movement at all. When he opened his eyes, that person had already disappeared. Xiao 11 Lang couldn't help but be alarmed. If it weren't for the fact that his somewhat tattered clothes proved that there had been a fierce battle just now, he would have thought that he had run into a ghost. He went straight back to Zhao Min's residence. Zhao Min was in the study, deep in thought. When she saw him return, she hurriedly asked, "How was it?" Song Qingshu shook his head. It wasn't Morong Jingyue. Zhao Min revealed an expression that said she had expected it, but she still couldn't hide her disappointment. It seems that all our leads have been cut off. I've gone through these names again, but I didn't see any new suspicious characters. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. Morong Jingyue is treacherous and cunning. If he could be found so easily, he wouldn't have been able to hide in Liao for so long without attracting attention. Don't worry, since we're in Shangjing now, the fox will show his tail. I hope so. A deep worry emerged in Zhao Min's eyes. After all, she shuddered at the thought that there was a worm lurking in her head. Thanks to Shuyu 534945589, Autumn Soliloquy, Huang Weining 0, Drewer, Extraordinary Mars, Lay 2595, First Rays of Dawn, Age, Shuyu 311452887, Boy Without a Trace, Windy, Sword Stops Dragon Carriage, Lion 201310, Oath of Luck, Hypocrisy, Why Time Breeds Love. Why that night, the two of them got together and analyzed the civil and military officials in Shangjing again. Unfortunately, after discussing for the second half of the night, they still did not get any results. In the end, because they were too tired, the two of them unknowingly fell asleep in the study. The next day, Zhao Min woke up even earlier. She was shocked at first, but when she saw Song Qingshu sleeping on the table opposite her, a faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of her mouth. She tiptoed out to freshen up. Zhao Min noticed that the servants were looking at her strangely. At first, she was a little puzzled, but she quickly realized that these servants were shocked that she slept in the same room with a man. Although the two of them did not have any physical contact in the room, the people outside did not know. In their eyes, Zhao Min had obviously slept with Song Qingshu. Zhao Min's cheeks turned red, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. However, it was not convenient to explain such a misunderstanding. Could she just catch a servant and say that nothing happened between her and Song Qingshu last night? First, they would definitely not believe it, and second, she could not afford to lose face. After washing up in a hurry, she came back and found that the initiator was still snoring loudly. Zhao Min was furious. She directly walked over and kicked his stool. Lazy pig, get up. Song Qingshu was instantly startled awake. If he was not good at martial arts, he might have fallen to the ground. What's going on? Seeing the glistening water stain at the corner of his mouth, Zhao Min threw the towel in her hand to him with a look of disgust. You are so old, but you still drool while sleeping. So disgusting. When she said this, her little face could not help but turn red. It turned out that when she woke up, she was in a similar situation. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and took the towel to wipe the corner of his mouth. I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune I have accumulated to be able to have the princess wash up and serve me. As he spoke, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance on the towel. He could not help but look strange. It smells so good. Did you use it before? Only then did Zhao Min realize that she had just thrown her things to him. She was secretly ashamed, but she couldn't admit it. How could it be mine? It belongs to Auntie Wu, who cooks in the yard. Oh, in that case, I will use it to wipe my feet, Song Qingshu said deliberately. How dare you? This sentence instantly caused Zhao Min to frown. Seeing Song Qingshu's expression, she immediately understood that she had fallen into his trap. Bastard, Zhao Min scolded, but she couldn't help but laugh first. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After washing up, let's go out and taste the delicacies of Shangjing. Very quickly, the two of them appeared on the main street of the city and tasted the various specialties of Shangjing. Because they couldn't think of any clues after racking their brains for so long last night, the two of them tacitly didn't mention Murong Jingyue's matter and treated it as a complete vacation. It was rare for the two of them to have such a chance to relax, so they especially cherished it. It was a pity that they didn't enjoy it for a long time before one of Zhao Min's men came and glanced at Song Qingshu. The man hesitated again and again. After what happened last night, he had already recognized this person as the son-in-law of the Ruyang mansion, and thought that there was no need to hide it from him. However, Zhao Min had always been very strict with her subordinates, and he was worried that he would be punished by Zhao Min afterward. In the end, he didn't say it publicly, but approached Zhao Min and reported it in a low voice. What happened? After the man left, Song Qingshu asked casually. It was not difficult for him to eavesdrop with his skills, but out of respect, he didn't eavesdrop on the man's conversation. The delegation of the Southern Song dynasty is about to arrive at a small town 30 miles away from the city. They could have entered Shangjing today, but it seems that the Southern Song dynasty attached great importance to the auspicious time, so they planned to rest outside the city for a night and enter the city tomorrow morning, Zhao Min answered. The delegation of the Southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He knew that they were here to discuss how to attack the Jin kingdom from both the north and the south. Today is the best chance to sabotage the peace talks. If we wait until they enter the city, they will be watched by all the forces, and with the protection of the Liao army, it will be more than twice as difficult to do anything. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. Are you hinting me to do something? Zhao Min smiled sweetly. I didn't say anything. Song Qingshu finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. He looked at her with burning eyes and asked, logically speaking, the Song dynasty and the Liao dynasty attacking the Jin kingdom is the most advantageous for the Mongolians. Why do you help me? Zhao Min blushed and looked away. You don't have to think about it. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Helping yourself? Song Qingshu was confused. It's beneficial for the Mongolians, but it might not be beneficial for the Ruyang mansion. These years, I've sensed that the Great Khan has begun to be suspicious of my father. He hasn't done anything because he needs my father's help to govern the Central Plains. But if the most powerful enemy in the Central Plains, the Jin kingdom, collapses, we have to be careful. Zhao Min looked to the north as she spoke. Her eyes were full of worry. It seems that the power struggle in the Mongolians has reached a white-hot stage. Song Qingshu thought to himself. He joked, it seems that you are planning to support the enemy. Don't make it sound so bad. Zhao Min glared at him. It takes wisdom to protect yourself. By the way, are you going or not? Yes, of course. Song Qingshu knew the purpose of his trip to the north. Of course, he couldn't let Song Liao form an alliance so easily. Are you going with me? Zhao Min blushed and turned her face away. Why should I go with you? It's not my business. That's true. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Then let's split up. I'll go stop the Southern Song delegation, and you continue to investigate the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue. All right. Zhao Min was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. After parting ways with Zhao Min, Song Qingshu hurried to the small town outside the city. 30 li was not a long journey, but because it was still early, he deliberately slowed down his pace, lest the envoy mission was in high spirits early in the morning. About 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the small town. Liao arranged for the Southern Song delegation to stay at the courier station. Song Qingshu secretly investigated and roughly figured out the size of the delegation. This time, the Southern Song delegation didn't send many people, only about 20. Obviously, they wanted to make the delegation smaller and less likely to be discovered by the enemy. Except for the envoy and the deputy envoy, the rest were all experts. It seemed that the Song court also attached great importance to the security of the delegation. I don't know how to stop the alliance between the two countries. Song Qingshu hid in a tree and was very distressed. In fact, he had a vague answer in his heart, but he didn't want to face it. To destroy the alliance between the two countries, the simplest way was to kill the delegation. A more advanced way was to deliberately let 1 or 2 people go and then put the blame on the Khitans. At that time, even if the Song court let bygones be bygones and sent another delegation, they could buy a few more months to go back and forth. Moreover, they could keep on killing until the two countries grew suspicious of each other. Then, they would have succeeded. But Song Qingshu wasn't such a cruel and murderous person, especially for his own interests in the Jin kingdom. He couldn't get over killing the Song people. If Zhao Min were here, she would probably laugh at me for being soft-hearted. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he subconsciously hid in the bushes. Not long after, a masked man suddenly rushed in from outside and snuck into the relay station. Why does this person look so familiar? Song Qingshu was puzzled, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Just as he was having a headache, he suddenly heard a low cry from inside. Although it stopped abruptly, Song Qingshu could instantly tell that it was the scream of a person before death. This person. Song Qingshu was startled. Just as he was hesitating whether he should go over to take a look, the Khitan warriors at the relay station were clearly alarmed as well. One by one, they rushed over with weapons in their hands while shouting. In just a short while, the man in black had already walked out of the house. Drops of blood slowly seeped out of the long sword in his hand. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He had already recognized the sword. It was the sword of the Shui people. At this time, the group of Khitan warriors found the Southern Song diplomatic mission lying in a pool of blood. They were all shocked and shouted as they rushed toward the murderer. There was a flash of blood in the air. The Shui people's sword was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It shone with a blood-red but poignant light, reaping one life after another. After about the time for a joss stick to burn, there was no one left alive in the relay station. The Shui people took out a handkerchief to wipe off the blood on the sword. They slowly sheathed the sword and leisurely walked out as if nothing had happened. Song Qingshu quietly went into the room to investigate and found that the Song diplomatic mission had all been killed with one strike. Many of the guards had just pulled out their sabers and their eyes were still filled with shock. It was as if they didn't expect the opponent's sword to be so fast. The Shui people are from the Imperial City Department. Why did he kill the diplomatic mission of the Imperial Court? Song Qingshu was shocked. The development of the plot was beyond his expectations. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Song Qingshu finally decided to follow and take a look. The Shui people's lightness skill was very good. In a short time, they were already a few miles away from the small town. It was thanks to Song Qingshu's lightness skill that it was difficult to catch up to him. Seeing the back of the Shui people, Song Qingshu slowed down. The Shui people's swordsmanship was already one of the best in the world. If they really fought, it would be impossible to capture him in a short time. Moreover, the Shui people had a tough personality. It was most likely that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. It was better to secretly follow behind him and see where he was going and who the mastermind was. The Shui people held a position in the Imperial City Department. Not only was his martial arts powerful, but he was also good at tracking and concealment. It was all thanks to Song Qingshu's current cultivation that he could follow behind him without anyone noticing. Even so, he was almost discovered by the Shui people 2 or 3 times. They actually entered Shangjing? Looking at the city gate in the distance, Song Qingshu was even more surprised. Could it be that the Shui people are colluding with the Liao people? However, he quickly denied this guess. From the perspective of the Liao people, there was no reason for them to kill the Song diplomatic mission. However, the Shui people couldn't possibly be working for the Jin kingdom, could they? As the highest official in the Jin kingdom, Song Qingshu naturally knew that it was impossible. He became even more curious about the Shui people's motives. He followed the Shui people all the way into the city. He walked left and right and soon arrived at a secluded house. Song Qingshu quietly followed him in and saw him walk into a room. Soon, his voice was heard, "My task is completed. The rest is up to you." Who is he talking to? Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. He quietly poked through the window and looked in. He saw that other than Shui, there was a man and a woman in the room. The man was almost middle-aged, but he was handsome and elegant. The woman was much younger, charming, and extremely alluring. Song Qingshu was greatly shocked because he recognized the identities of these two people. The middle-aged man was the Jia estate's Jia Zhen, and the charming and graceful woman was actually the Ningguo estate's eldest young mistress, Qin Keqing. Thinking of the time when he accidentally spent the night with her as Wu Tianda in Linen City, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he recalled the charm of that period. Women are flesh and blood made of water. This phrase was perfectly embodied by Qin Keqing. Her gentleness and her nude were all existences that could make a man go completely crazy. Even though Song Qingshu had experienced many flowers, he still couldn't forget them when he thought about them. Why is she here? Song Qingshu directly ignored Jia Zhen, and only the bright and charming figure was left in his mind. At this time, he heard Jia Zhen reply, "We have completed half of our task this time. The rest is to investigate the matter of the Mandarin duck saber." Mandarin duck saber? Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't expect to hear these three words again. Because he had read the original work, he always thought that the secret of the Mandarin duck saber being invincible was a big hoax. He didn't expect that there were still so many people in this world who were willing to fall into it. This is your problem. I am only responsible for killing people. Shui replied coldly, as if he didn't care about anything else. Song Qingshu secretly thought Shui was a member of the Imperial City Department. Why would he be involved with the Jia clan and even kill the envoy of the imperial court? Wasn't this blatant treason? Fortunately, Song Qingshu had stayed in the southern Song dynasty for a period of time and had some understanding of the various forces in Linen. He soon realized that although Shui Eren was an official of the Imperial City Department, he was also a member of the Shui family. The Jia, Shui, Shi, and Wang families had always been on the same side. This time, the biggest winner of Ma Qifeng's downfall was Jia Shidao's political enemy, Han Xingzhou. Moreover, this northern expedition was organized by Han Xingzhou. If the northern expedition was successful, Han Xingzhou would already be the most powerful person in the imperial court. With his military exploits, wouldn't his prestige be unparalleled? How could Jia Shidao compete with him? Therefore, the entire southern Song dynasty hoped that Han Yuanzhou would succeed in the northern expedition, except for the Jia family. Naturally, they would try their best to sabotage the northern expedition, and the most effective way was to destroy the alliance between the southern Song dynasty and Liao. As long as Liao did not send troops on time, the chances of the Jin kingdom successfully dealing with the Song dynasty's northern expedition would be much higher. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh, as the ancients said, meat-eaters are despicable. That's true. These people in high positions, their first consideration is not the people of the country, but their own power and interests. It's really despicable. But he also understood that this was human nature, and there was nothing to be despised about. After Shui and the others left, Qin Keqing said to Jia Zhen, "It's getting late. I'm going to rest." Jia Zhen smiled and said, "There are no outsiders here, so why are you so distant?" As he spoke, he tried to hug her. Song Qingshu frowned and raised his finger unconsciously, ready to teach him a lesson. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Qin Keqing, she was a woman who had been intimate with him, after all. How could he tolerate her being bullied by another man? Fortunately, Qin Keqing reacted quickly and dodged. Although we are in a foreign country, we still have to avoid arousing suspicion. Jia Zhen frowned and was about to take another step forward when he suddenly thought of something. His gaze involuntarily fell between his legs, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. He thought of the nightmarish encounter he had during this period of time. He didn't know when it started, but he realized that he didn't have any reaction down there when facing beautiful women. At the start, he didn't take it to heart, thinking that it was because he was too addicted to wine and women that his body was deficient, and it would be fine after some recuperation. But who knew that after eating a lot of tonics and abstinence for a long period of time, when he thought it was about time, he found a concubine, but who knew that there was still no reaction at all. Only then did he panic and secretly find a doctor to check on him. Only then did he find out that he had lost that ability. Because Song Qingshu's soul-transferring spell would erase his memory at that time, Jiazhen didn't know what was going on at all. He only thought that it was because he was greedy for women that it had become useless. For a moment, he was angry and embarrassed, so he secretly looked for all kinds of folk remedies to cure himself while deliberately hiding this matter. Although this task was assigned by Jia Sherdao, he actually planned to go out to relax and see if there would be any improvement. Moreover, the bright and charming daughter-in-law also came with him. After all, every time he touched her body, Jiazhen would be extremely excited. Previously, there were many people in Linen City, so it was difficult for him to do anything. Now that he was in a foreign country, he naturally didn't have those concerns. But he never thought that when he just hinted at Xianxia, she would directly reject him. That was not all. What made him even more desperate was that even if he touched Xianxia, his body still didn't have any reaction. So after Xianxia rejected him with righteous words, Jiazhen didn't have time to say anything, and he just left in a daze. Xianxia didn't expect that he would be sent away so easily. For a moment, she couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to go in and ask her something, but on second thought, Xianxia only had sex with the fake Wu Tianda for one night. She didn't know him if he went in, so it would be difficult for him to talk to her for free. And if he wasn't careful, it would be easy to alert the enemy. Thinking that he had gotten the information from the previous conversation, Song Qingshu finally took a deep look at the charming young woman in the room and left quietly. When he returned to the yard, Zhao Men looked at him in surprise. "What took you so long?" "It's a long story," Song Qingshu said with a wry smile. "It's not a long story." Zhao Men looked at him with disdain. "I just got the news that all the people in the southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps have been killed by a mysterious person. I originally thought you were a little indecisive, but I didn't expect you to be so fierce." There was a strange surprise in her tone, as if she was a little appreciative but also a little disappointed. "That person isn't me." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and roughly told her what had just happened. "Shuiyi's people?" After hearing this answer, for some reason, Zhao Min suddenly relaxed and then continued, "It's probably the power struggle between Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou." Her analysis was roughly the same as Song Qingshu's. "I also got another piece of news." Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and told them what he had heard about the Mandarin duck saber. As he spoke, he commented in a sarcastic tone, "Are these people crazy? How could they believe such nonsense?" "It might not necessarily be nonsense," Zhao Men suddenly said with a serious expression. "What?" Song Qingshu looked at her curiously and waited for her to continue. Zhao Men said, "In fact, I also got similar information recently. It said that the legendary Mandarin duck knife would appear in Shangjing. I didn't take it seriously at first, but now that you mentioned that the Jia family also came for it, I suddenly realized that it's not that simple." "You also got the information about the Mandarin duck knife?" Song Qingshu asked in surprise. Zhao Men stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the sunset, she said in a distant voice, "I don't know when it started, but there was a rumor in Jianghu. It said that the person who got the secret of the Mandarin duck knife would be invincible in the world. Although there is no beginning and no end, for some reason, everyone believes it. Among them, there are many highly respected seniors in Jianghu. It is said that there was a period of bloodshed for this saber. About 20 years ago, the Mandarin duck saber suddenly disappeared without a trace, and this rumor was gradually forgotten. But recently, for some reason, it has become popular again." Song Qingshu thought that the Mandarin duck knife had probably fallen into the hands of the Shin family 20 years ago. Later, the Shin family had been studying it, but they hadn't been able to crack its secret. In the end, the secret was leaked, Shen Bijuan was kidnapped, and the Shen family was wiped out. What does the Mandarin duck knife look like? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Zhao Min shook her head and said, no one knows. It is said that all those who have seen the Mandarin duck knife are dead. So mysterious? Song Qingshu looked surprised. He suddenly realized a problem. Jia Sherdao had a lot of talented people working for him. Why did he send Jia Zhen, who was a playboy, and Qin Keqing, who was weak, to take this task? Jia Zhen was a bit lustful, but she was also capable. But what was Qin Keqing doing here? Song Qingshu didn't believe that Jia Sherdao was here to relieve Jia Zhen's boredom. There must be a reason for her to come. Before, Song Qingshu didn't take the Mandarin duck knife seriously, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought that the legend of the Mandarin duck knife was true, he suddenly realized that it was suspicious for Qin Keqing to be here. After talking with Zhao Min and returning to his room, Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. He found some disguise materials in his bag and disguised himself as Wu Tianda. Then, he quietly disappeared into the night sky. After Qin Keqing forced Jia Zhen to leave, she went to bed early, but she couldn't fall asleep. During these days, whenever she closed her eyes, the images of that night would appear in her mind. She was flipped over and her neck was entangled. That man's strong arms, that extremely oppressive and masculine aura. Qin Keqing's face was so red that it was about to ooze blood. She was so embarrassed that she pulled the blanket over her head and rolled around on the bed unconsciously. I was actually subdued like that. Thinking back to the scene of that night, Qin Keqing's long and charming eyes were about to seep out water, but skills in bed are also skills. Just at this moment, she suddenly felt a warm hand caressing her back. Qin Keqing turned pale with fright, thinking that Jia Zhen had snuck in, but when she lifted the blanket and saw the appearance of the man in front of her, she couldn't help but laugh foolishly. So I fell asleep, I actually dreamed of him again. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect this reaction from her. When he was about to speak, Qin Keqing suddenly reached out and hugged him. Her abnormally soft body then pressed against him. It's not easy to dream of you, so let's have a sweet dream. Thank you to King of Meat Pigeon, Prince Loser, Valentine to Yuziyu, Huang Weiniing 0, Engrave, Toss a Cup for Number, Space Shuttle, Do Wei, Shiyu 53494589, Phenomenal Mars, Lay 2595, Traceless Boy, Windy, Dawn, and other enthusiastic readers for their support and monthly votes. Song Qingshu was startled. The reason why he disguised himself as Wu Tianda was because it would be easier to gain her trust and then get information from her. Who knew she would have such a reaction? He was not Lu Xiaohui, but this was not the right time. Zhao Min was burning with anxiety at home, so how could he have the nerve to go out to flirt? Are you dreaming, madam? Song Qingshu pushed Qin Keqing away and asked gently. A trace of confusion flashed in Qin Keqing's eyes. She suddenly came to her senses and sat up straight, so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Song Qingshu was worried that he would agitate her, so he did not say anything and just looked at her with a smile. Why are you here? After a long while, Qin Keqing barely managed to calm down. Her curiosity got the upper hand. He had already been appointed by the imperial court to be in charge of the military in Sichuan. He should have been in charge by now, so why was he here thousands of miles away? Because I miss madam. Song Qingshu said with a grin. Annoying Qin Keqing shrank back and her face suddenly paled. How did you know my identity? She was not stupid. If he could find her here, how could he not know that she was the young mistress of the Jiao residence? Song Qingshu reached out and stroked her hair. The young mistress of Ningguo residence is the most beautiful woman in the capital. All the men in Linen want to get close to you. How could I not know you? Qin Keqing was embarrassed when she heard this. However, there was also a trace of pride. After all, which woman did not want to be praised as beautiful? Even if this kind of beauty would bring misfortune to her, looking at the beard on Song Qingshu's face, Qin Keqing's eyes sparkled. You have a beard one moment, and no beard the next. Which face is you? Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did he recall that he had met her with his original appearance when he snuck into the Jiao residence at night. Later on, when He had spent the night with her as Wu Tianda, she had recognized the same aura. However, he had forgotten about this because he had been too busy recently. If I had known this, I would not have changed my appearance. Song Qingshu was very depressed. After spending so much time, it turned out that he had done some useless work. Qin Keqing caressed his face. Who exactly are you? She had lived in a rich and powerful family, so how could she not understand how treacherous this level was? Thinking about the mysterious identity of the other party, who might be deliberately trying to get close to her, and then thinking about the series of possible consequences, her heart suddenly turned incomparably cold. It was an accident that we met, so why do you want to get to the bottom of it? It's not good for anyone. Song Qingshu had a delicate relationship with the Jia Sherdao group. If Qin Keqing found out about his identity, even if she kept it a secret for him, he didn't believe that Qin Keqing could resist Jia Sherdao and the others. If his identity was exposed, it would be troublesome. But you clearly know my identity. Qin Keqing bit her lips and looked at him angrily. However, she was naturally charming. Even when she was angry, she was still extremely charming. Just think of me as a heart thief, Song Qingshu replied. Qin Keqing pouted and mumbled, what heart thief? It's obviously a flower thief. Song Qingshu was speechless. He had to explain, please rest assured, madam. I would never do anything to hurt or threaten you. Qin Keqing looked at him blankly. This familiar yet strange man was full of mystery. She didn't even know his name, but she didn't know why she was willing to believe him at this moment. It was as if there was a strange magic in his voice. Madam, why are you not in Linen City, but in this bitter cold place? Song Qingshu pretended to ask casually. Although Shangjing was also a big city, it was after all not as livable as Jiangnan. Well, I have a reason to come. Qin Keqing showed a trace of helplessness between her eyebrows. Is it because of the Mandarin duck knife? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. Qin Keqing instantly became alert. How do you know? I guessed. Song Qingshu was a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have pretended to be a gentleman at the beginning. He would have just gone with the flow and rekindled their old relationship. It would have been much easier to ask when they were intimate. Although Qin Keqing was weak, she was not stupid. She quickly guessed his intention. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. It's too unfair for me to answer your questions alone. How about this, we ask each other questions in turn, and each other must promise not to hide anything. Song Qingshu was dazed and said with a wry smile, all right. Let me ask first. Qin Keqing was afraid of being taken advantage of, so she rushed to say, are you Wu Tianda or not? Song Qingshu shook his head. No. There was no need to hide this from her. No wonder Wu Tianda was not affected in the last competition in front of the palace. Thinking of that, Jia Sherdao would angrily ask if he had tried his best that night. Qin Keqing couldn't help but blush. At the same time, her question had been answered. Since you're done asking, it's my turn now. Song Qingshu said with a smile. There are so many capable people in the Jia's mansion to investigate the whereabouts of the Mandarin duck knife. Why do you, the young mistress, have to do it in person? Because my mother saw the Mandarin duck knife. Qin Keqing's words were earth-shattering. What? Your mother saw the Mandarin duck knife? Song Qingshu was shocked. The Mandarin duck knife was extremely mysterious in Jianghu. It had always been a legend, and no one had ever seen the real thing. Now he didn't even know what the Mandarin duck knife looked like. Yes. Qin Keqing nodded. She couldn't help feeling proud of her mother. Song Qingshu was a little suspicious at first, but thinking that her mother was Fang Eli's daughter, Princess Jinji, she might have seen it. What on earth does the Mandarin duck knife look like? Qin Keqing shook her head. That's another question for you. Only then did Song Qingshu remember the rules they had agreed on. Then ask. Qin Keqing looked at him with a burning gaze. I want to know what you really look like. Didn't you see it last time? Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. Who knows if that's your other face? Qin Keqing's tone was a little resentful. Song Qingshu sighed and took off the human skin mask. The reason why I wore a mask is that you're more familiar with this face. Seeing the man in front of her at such a close distance, His eyebrows were like swords, and he was many times more handsome than Wu Tianda. Xianxia couldn't help blushing. Although she had a deep impression of the Wu Tianda from that night and could not forget him, she didn't like the full beard. It pricked her. Now that she saw his original appearance, it could be considered as fulfilling one of her wishes. I like this face more. Xianxia mumbled quickly. Seeing the other's surprised gaze, she quickly changed the topic. It's your turn to ask. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. Didn't I already ask? Song Qingshu secretly nodded his head. The information he got from old Master Shen was similar to this. Why did your mother see the Mandarin duck knife? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. According to what I know, the Mandarin duck knife seems to be in the hands of the Xianxia family. Princess Jinji used to be in the Ming dynasty. At that time, the Ming dynasty was also considered to be in Jiangnan. Could it be that there was some connection between the two? What Shen family? The Mandarin duck knife originally belonged to our Ming dynasty. Xianxia said indignantly. Ming dynasty? Song Qingshu's expression changed. He really didn't know about this. He didn't seem to have seen it in the books before. Of course. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange light as if she was reminiscing and reminiscing. The Mandarin duck knife has always been in the hands of the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, it was lost at some point and only the Mandarin duck knife was left. No one in the sect was able to see through the secret of the Mandarin duck knife. However, the past sect leaders all remembered the words passed down from generation to generation. The Mandarin duck knife hides the secret of invincibility under the heavens. Later on, my maternal grandfather was defeated and the Mandarin duck knife was passed down to Prime Minister Zhong, hoping that he could preserve the seat of the Ming dynasty. Later on, Prime Minister Zhong was killed by Kong Yanzhou at Dongting Lake and the Mandarin duck knife was taken over by the new sect leader, Yang Yao. After that, Yufei pacified Dongting Lake and the Mandarin duck knife disappeared. It was from then on that the secret that only the sect leader knew spread to the pugilistic world, causing everyone to know that the Mandarin duck knife hides a big secret. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. This matched the words of the Shen family's eldest master. The Shen family had obtained the Yang knife after Yang Yao's defeat and death. In order to deceive people, they changed its name to the deer cutter knife. That's right, the secret of the Mandarin duck knife's invincibility under the heavens wouldn't be that the two knives have the words benevolent invincible engraved on the hilt. Song Qingshu finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Back then, he had always been brooding over this deceptive ending. How is this possible? Xianxia looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Back then, I heard my mother mention that the Mandarin duck saber has the 4 words, the benevolent are invincible. But just these 4 words were passed down from generation to generation by the brilliant sect master of the Ming dynasty? Song Qingshu was surprised. It seemed that because of his arrival, the plot of this world had changed a little due to the butterfly effect. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Is it because of this that they sent you here? Song Qingshu finally understood the crux of the matter. Xianxia was one of the few people who knew about the Mandarin duck saber. She was the most suitable person to find the Mandarin duck saber. I think so. Xianxia nodded, and suddenly said angrily, You've already asked me so many questions, it's my turn to ask you. Ask away. Song Qingshu was in a good mood after obtaining new information on this trip. Xianxia was about to speak when Shuiyi's voice came from outside. Young Mistress Rong, is there anyone in your room? No. There's no one. Xianxia was shocked and said unnaturally. Then why did I hear voices? Shuiyi said suspiciously. Xianxia panicked, then you might have heard wrongly. Impossible, there's no problem with my hearing. Shuiyi snorted. Xianxia's face turned pale as she looked at Song Qingshu for help. What should I do? Song Qingshu pointed outside the window, indicating that he would leave first. Xianxia frowned. She still had many questions that she didn't have time to ask him. She didn't want him to leave so quickly. At this moment, Shuiyi's voice sounded again. Now that we're in danger, we have to be careful. I'll be coming in soon in case you get kidnapped. But I'm already asleep. Xianxia said anxiously. If you're asleep, then put on your clothes. I'll come in to make sure you're safe before leaving. Shuiyi's voice was as cold as ice. He didn't have any tender feelings for her just because she was a beautiful woman. What happened? Jiazhen's voice came from outside the room again. Clearly, he was alarmed in the room. Hearing Shuiyi voice out his doubts, Jiazhen also became worried. Kiching, open the door and let us check. Wait, let me put on my clothes. Qin Kiching couldn't hold on any longer. She could only move closer to Song Qingshu's ear and quickly say, you still owe me a few questions. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, I'll come back to find madam. See you again if fate wills it. Seeing that the people outside were about to rush in, he didn't stay any longer and left silently through the window. As for how Qin Kiching would explain to her companions later, he wasn't too worried. After all, she was experienced and knowledgeable. Besides, as long as her companions didn't find any evidence, she would be able to deal with it. By the time Song Qingshu returned to the courtyard, Zhao Min had already fallen asleep. Song Qingshu could only return to his room and lie on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He secretly regretted in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have pretended to be Lu Xiaohui. With a beauty like Qin Kiching accompanying him, this long night would definitely be more interesting than today. Of course, this thought only flashed by. Soon, his attention returned to the purpose of this trip. One was to stop Song Liao's peace talks, the second was to find Murong Jingyue, and the third was to stop Liao from marrying Xianxia. As for the secret of the Mandarin duck saber, it wasn't that important. As Shuiyi's men killed the Song diplomatic group, the first matter was unexpectedly solved. The investigation of Murong Jingyue was in a deadlock because all the clues were cut off. Yelu Nanxian also didn't cooperate with the escape of the marriage. It seemed that the marriage was inevitable. The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu was easily awakened by the noise outside his room. When he went out, he found Zhao Min practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. Originally, he was a little angry when he was woken up, but when he saw the figure dancing gracefully among the flowers, that soft and slender waist, the resentment that Song Qingshu had accumulated last night instantly disappeared without a trace. Like a light cloud covering the moon, like snow drifting in the wind. Princess swordsmanship is truly excellent. Song Qingshu couldn't help but applaud. Zhao Min sheathed her sword. Because of the exercise, she was lightly gasping for breath. Her fair face had a slight blush. The Prince of Qi's martial arts are matchless. How could this little girl's superficial swordsmanship be of any importance? Is there a need to say such false praise? In addition, you used the words that Chen Siwang used to say to sister-in-law. It is neither auspicious nor sincere. Song Qingshu was startled. With a wry smile, he asked, why does Princess seem to have eaten gunpowder this morning? Who provoked you? Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, not answering his question. Instead, she said, if you compare me to Lady Zhen, you should know that Qiao Pai loved her so much at the beginning. In the end, he grew old and faded, dying so miserably. I can only say that you men are all fickle and fickle. Song Qingshu instantly broke out in a waterfall of sweat. What was going on? He didn't know how he had provoked her. He unconsciously replied, Qiao Pai gave Zhen me the cold shoulder, but it wasn't because she grew old and faded. Then why? Zhao Min was suddenly startled, looking at him curiously. Song Qingshu often chatted with her like this on their journey. Now that he saw that she was in a bad mood, he didn't dare to be careless. He tried to divert her attention by showing off. The cause of this incident goes back to the 21st year of Jianan. When Cao Cao went south to conquer Sun Quan, his wife Lady Bian, Qiao Pai, and concubine Zhen's son and daughter were with him. Cao Cao left Chaoji to guard Yi City and said, I used to be the Duanqiu magistrate, 23 years old. Thinking about what I have done now, I have no regrets. You are already 23 years old, so I won't force you. What a strange thing to say. What's so strange about that? At that time, Cao Cao preferred Qiao Ji and intended to make him the crown prince. It's normal for him to reveal his true feelings in his words. Zhao Min frowned. What are you trying to say by rambling on so much? What I want to say is that Lady Zhen was also left in Yi City at that time. Her father-in-law, mother-in-law, husband, and even children weren't with her. They didn't come back until the 9th month of the next year. When they came back, Madame Bien was surprised to find that Lady Zhen was radiant. It was very strange. There were even records of it in the history books. Song Qingshu answered. Are you trying to say that something happened between Jinmi and Chen Siwang in the past year that made Qiao Pai bear a grudge against them? Zhao Min snorted lightly. It's just a rumor. If something really happened, with Qiao Pai's narrow-mindedness, how could Qiao Ji still be alive? You're talking about the situation where Qiao Pai was kept in the dark. What if Qiao Pai knew it from the beginning, or even instructed his wife to get close to Qiao Ji? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Zhao Min frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Has Qiao Pai lost his mind? Under normal circumstances, of course, a man wouldn't allow his wife to seduce another man. But what if there's a sufficient motive? Song Qingshu paused. For example, the position of crown prince? Zhao Min's eyes lit up. This time, she didn't refute him. Instead, she looked thoughtful. Song Qingshu continued, Your Highness, do you know when Qiao Ji lost his position as crown prince? The most thorough time should be when Qiao Ren was surrounded by Guan Yu. Qiao decided to send Qiao Ji to rescue him, but in the end, Qiao Ji got drunk at Qiao Pai's place. Zhao Min paused. But speaking of the first time he fell out of favor, it should be the rebellion in Shudu in the 23rd year of Jianan. That's right. Qiao Ji was guarding the rear, but he neglected his duties and didn't notice the rebellion at all. It was then that Qiao became disappointed in him. Song Qingshu changed the topic. But Qiao Ji is not a mediocre person. He also has a lot of capable people under him. If he didn't notice the rebellion, someone would have to talk about love to divert his attention. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. You mean Zhenmi? Zhao Min's expression changed. Although she was Mongolian, she was familiar with the Han culture. Being in the royal family, history was a compulsory course, so she quickly began to recall. The mastermind of that rebellion was indeed mainly from Hebei, Zhenmi's hometown. The scale of the rebellion was very small and it was impossible to succeed. But the aftermath had a great impact and indirectly caused Qiao Ji to fall out of favor. Song Qingshu then said, Qiao Pai used his wife to help him seize the position of crown prince. Naturally, he kept this a secret. Every time he saw Zhenmi, he couldn't help but think of what happened in the past. Naturally, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. That's why he gradually neglected her. It wasn't because she was old and faded. One must know that Zhenmi was only in her 30s when she died. Even Qin Yuanyuan was still beautiful. As the empress, how could she be bad at taking care of herself? Although you have a lot of things, you do have great talent. I've never thought about it from this angle. Zhao Min couldn't help sighing. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky. He was just an ordinary person. It was just that he had more knowledge than the people in this world by a few hundred years. What he said just now was just a thought that came from reading an article by Prince Ma in his previous life. So, men are not the kind of people who are superficial based on appearance. Before Song Qingshu could finish, Zhao Min glared at him fiercely. Using your wife to achieve your goal is despicable and shameless. Being unfaithful and fickle after it's done is even more disgusting. You men are really bastards. Song Qingshu wanted to slap himself. He didn't expect to come back to the same point after beating around the bush. Not all men are like this. For example, I'm definitely not. No wonder you were inexplicably angry early in the morning. Song Qingshu's face had an additional trace of an inexplicable smile. Is it very funny? Looking at his mischievous smile, Zhao Min only felt a nefarious fire rising from her chest and abdomen. Song Qingshu saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly said, I didn't go out to fool around last night. I came back very early. Zhao Min snorted and did not say anything else. She directly moved to his side and the two faces were almost touching. Looking at her delicate skin at such a close distance, Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Zhao Min grew up in Mongolia but her skin was even fairer and more delicate than the girls in Jiangnan. She was indeed an existence that was blessed by the heavens. At such a close distance, Song Qingshu could even smell the fragrance on her hair. His heart couldn't help but start thumping. It was as if he had become an innocent little virgin man again. What does she mean? Does she want to kiss me? But that's not like her character. Should I take the initiative? Just as Song Qingshu was worrying about his gains and losses, Zhao Min wrinkled her nose and sniffed downwards. When she smelled his left chest and sleeve, she couldn't help but sneer, "There's still the fragrance of another woman on your body. Don't tell me you went to compete with other girls last night." Instantly sweating like a waterfall, Song Qingshu then realized that he had thought wrongly. As for the fragrance on his body, it was probably left behind when he hugged Xianxia yesterday. Zhao Min straightened her body and said indifferently, "She even used the rouge and face powder from Qian's place. It seems like that woman came from a wealthy family. Sometimes I can't help but sigh that the taste of the woman you found is quite good." Song Qingshu naturally knew that she wasn't praising him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Min actually managed to guess Xianxia's identity so accurately with such a few clues. Such an intelligent woman really made people love and hate her. Usually, she would definitely be a great talent, but if he really married her, he wouldn't even be able to hide it from her. "I'm really wronged. Yesterday, I thought that you were still waiting for me, so I came back without doing anything. Who knew that when I came back, you were already asleep?" Song Qingshu shrugged and said helplessly. Zhao Min blushed and turned her face away unnaturally. "Who's waiting for you?" Looking at her blushing face, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. If she was placed in the 2D world of his future life, she would definitely be a tsundere. "Princess." At this moment, Zhao Min's subordinate ran in from afar. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Song Qingshu next to him, he instantly shut his mouth. Zhao Min frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it. He's not an outsider." Song Qingshu's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. However, he couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. The subordinate revealed a surprised expression, and then replied, "The latest news, the Xianxia envoy has entered Prince Wei's mansion." "Yeluisan?" Zhao Min murmured to herself, "Now that he's like the sun in the sky in the imperial court, and he's also the father of Princess Qian, it's reasonable for the Xianxia envoy to visit him. Continue to send people to monitor him, and be careful not to alert the enemy." "Yes." The subordinate saluted and quietly left. Zhao Min didn't take it too seriously, but Song Qingshu secretly frowned. The thought that Xianxia was about to marry the crown prince of Xianxia made him extremely unhappy. This kind of unhappiness had nothing to do with love, but was determined by something engraved in the depths of male genes. "I'll go out for a while," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Since he had bumped into them this time, he had to destroy the marriage between the two countries no matter what. "Okay." Zhao Min replied indifferently. Song Qingshu hurriedly took 2 steps outside, but suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhao Min with a faint smile. "I almost fell into the princess's trap." The corners of Zhao Min's mouth curled up slightly. "What plan do I have?" "It's mainly because you agreed too readily and revealed a flaw." Song Qingshu snorted. "You obviously want to know what Xianxia and Liao are discussing, but Prince Wei's mansion is heavily guarded, and your subordinates can't go in to investigate it all. So you turned your attention to me and deliberately pretended to be indifferent. At the same time, you intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Yelunanshan's marriage to provoke me. You knew that with my temperament, I would definitely take the initiative to investigate." Zhao Min sighed. "Sometimes I still feel more relaxed around Zhang Wuji. When I'm with you, I always feel like I'm with an old fox." Now that the relationship between the two was extraordinary, mentioning Zhang Wuji was as normal as mentioning an ordinary person, and she wasn't afraid of breaking any taboo topics. Song Qingshu snorted with a straight face. "If I'm an old fox, then you're a 1,000-year-old fox spirit." Zhao Min smiled brightly. She was obviously very satisfied with this title. "Since you've seen through my evil plan, are you going to go or not?" "Of course." Song Qingshu raised his voice, but in the end, he still gave up. "Yes, I'm going." Overt schemes made people feel helpless. You obviously knew everything, but you still went in head first. Song Qingshu had been to Prince Wei's mansion before, so this time he could be considered to be familiar with the place. However, he still needed to be careful when sneaking in broad daylight. Of course, it was impossible for other masters of Jianghu to sneak into the heavily guarded Prince Wei's mansion, no matter how careful they were. Once he entered Prince Wei's mansion, Song Qingshu quickly found the place where Yelu Isin was meeting the people from Western Xia from the direction where the servants were serving tea. He quietly looked inside from the window. The person sitting in the middle was naturally Yelu Isin. There were also a few officials he did not know sitting in the room. Some of them were from Liao, and some were from Western Xia. They must be Yelu Isin's trusted subordinates and envoys from Western Xia. But what surprised him was that there were a few old acquaintances in the room. There was a woman in white with a thin veil over her face sitting at the head of the table. Even if her face was covered, he could still see her watery eyes and the faintly discernible snow-white skin. With her graceful and alluring figure, he could tell at first glance that she was a great beauty. Aunt Meng? After Song Qingshu got over his initial shock, he soon felt relieved. Li Qinglu was in charge of Class 1 Hall, and she was even in Linen City when she investigated the southern Song dynasty. Right now, it was only natural for her to come to Shangjing for the sake of the marriage between Western Xia and Liao. Humph, you want to take care of my wife on behalf of your brother? This time I will definitely make you return in failure. Song Qingshu naturally understood the goal of her trip, and he became even more irritated. As for the people beside her, they were all familiar faces. They were the four great villains, led by Duan Yanqing. Western Xia is indeed the weakest among all the countries. Among its subordinates, only Duan Yanqing can be considered as a first-class player in the world of martial artists. The others are just too weak. Song Qingshu thought about it in secret, but he soon remembered that the strongest player in Western Xia was none other than Li Qiushui, who hid in the depths of the palace. Li Qinglu, who was trained by Song Qingshu, could handle the situation. The people inside were talking about some details of the wedding. While Song Qingshu was listening to them, a person suddenly burst in from the outside, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. "Dad, you have to help me." "What the hell?" Song Qingshu fixed his eyes on the man and saw that he was about 20 years old. He was quite handsome, but his steps were weak and there was a faint bluish-black color between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had been hollowed out by wine and women. But the most striking thing about him was that his clothes were tattered and his face was bruised. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. "Father, you have to help me." The man hugged Yelu Isin's leg and howled. The room was still in a heated discussion, but it instantly quieted down. Outside the window, Song Qingshu's mouth twitched. He thought, is this Nanxian's brother, Yelu Sui? He had heard from Zhao Min that Yelu Isin had a son and a daughter. The daughter was naturally Yelu Nanxian, and the son was Yelu Sui. It was said that he was a particularly good-for-nothing, always leading eagles and dogs, and lingering in brothels. But in Song Qingshu's view, this was a common problem of good-for-nothing sons. He didn't know that he was so strange. Yelu Isin was obviously a little embarrassed. He quietly looked at the Western Xia people's faces and said angrily, "Bastard, don't you see where you are? I have guests here." Yelu Sui also realized that there were other people in the room. He didn't think much of it when he saw the others, but when his eyes fell on Li Qinglu, he suddenly showed a look of amazement. His whole body froze, his mouth wide open, and he couldn't say a word. Li Qinglu didn't get angry. She smiled and said, "Prince Wei, don't be angry. Your son's appearance is obviously caused by a beating. Let's hear what happened first." "I've made a fool of myself in front of the princess." Yelu Isin's face became a little better. He kicked his son and said, "Stand up and talk properly." Yelu Sui finally woke up from his shock. With this reminder, the painful experience he had just experienced still got the upper hand. He hurriedly said, "Father, it's like this. Today, I was walking on the street with some people, and I suddenly met a woman. Although she looked a bit older than me, and she had her hair combed into a woman's bun, she was truly a stunning beauty. That face, that figure, none of your concubines could compare to her. Perhaps only this princess could compare to her." "Shut up, get to the point." Yelu Isin hurriedly interrupted him, his face gloomy. The Xixia people all had strange expressions on their faces. Even Li Qinglu's smile froze on her face. Song Qingshu, who was outside the window, almost laughed out loud. He found that he was starting to like this funny brother-in-law. He had already acknowledged Yelu Nanxian as his woman, so naturally, he also regarded Yelu Sui as his brother-in-law. Yelu Sui was also frightened by his father and didn't dare to gossip anymore. He hurriedly said, "Then I went up to make friends with her. Who knew that she didn't give me any face and beat me up?" Hearing this, everyone in the room snorted. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they could imagine what the scene was like. Yelu Sui must have seen that the woman was beautiful and went up to flirt with her. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman was actually a martial arts master. Not only did he not get taken advantage of, but he was also beaten up. Useless things, a group of men like you were beaten up by a woman? Yelu Isin naturally knew that every time his son went out, he would bring a group of servants and thugs with him. Yelu Sui immediately became anxious. If she didn't have a precious sword in her hand that could cut through iron like mud, how could we not be able to beat her? Although Li Qinglu quickly covered it up, how could that momentary reaction be hidden from Song Qingshu, who had been observing the situation in the room? Li Qinglu is in charge of the first-class hall of Xianxia, and her martial arts is one of the best of the younger generation. What could make her lose her composure like that? Song Qingshu said thoughtfully, "A precious sword that can cut through iron like mud. You guys can't even beat a woman, and you still have the face to blame the weapon?" Yelu Isin said with a look of exasperation. "Get out." Li Qinglu advised at the right time, "Prince Wei, you don't have to blame your son. There are many capable people in Jianghu, and they have weapons. You can't blame him for being at a disadvantage." Hearing her speak up for him, Yelu Sui immediately cast a grateful look at her, thinking that this princess of Xianxia was not only beautiful, but also considerate. "Well, for the sake of Princess Xianxuan, I'll spare you this time. Get out of here, don't delay us from talking business." Yelu Isin glared at his son. Yelu Sui had no choice but to walk out resentfully. When he came out, he kept muttering, "Recently, father has become more and more strict. Is it because he can't stand up for me in front of outsiders?" At this time, Li Qinglu, who was in the room, secretly gave a look. One of her subordinates understood and quietly followed her out. None of this escaped Song Qingshu's eyes. He hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he couldn't hear any valuable information here, he quietly followed. He saw that the Xianxia man quietly caught up with Yelu Sui and indirectly asked about the woman he had met before. Because Li Qinglu had helped him just now, Yelu Sui also had a good impression of the Xianxia man. Soon, his emotions were aroused, and he described what had happened before in more detail. Song Qingshu secretly frowned, wondering why Li Qinglu was so concerned about this matter. Could it be that she wanted to stand up for Yelu Sui and use this to please Yelu Isin? But he quickly denied this speculation. After all, she was a dignified princess of a country, and it would be too low of a status to help a playboy bully others to please others. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a noise came from the hall. Song Qingshu hurriedly dodged to the side. It turned out that the Xianxia people had come out. In order to show their friendship, Yelu Isin even sent them to the door. Song Qingshu hesitated for a while and finally decided to quietly follow Li Qinglu and the others to see what she was up to. After all, everything that happened before was a little abnormal. At this time, on the outskirts of Shangjing, a beautiful young woman wearing an aqua blue fur coat suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Your Excellency has followed me for so long, shouldn't you show yourself?" Her voice was crisp and soft. It was obvious that she was a very gentle woman. "Little girl, your martial arts are really good. You can actually discover my whereabouts." After a burst of laughter, a black-cloaked man jumped down from a nearby tree. Although it was daytime, he was still covered with a black cloth. However, from the white hair that could be seen, it could be seen that he was no longer young. The young woman's beautiful face flashed a trace of red. How old was her child? Why did he call her little girl? But she also understood that this black-cloaked man was probably not young, so calling her little girl was not wrong. "May I know why Senior is following me all the way?" The black-cloaked man smiled. "Nothing else. I just want to borrow the sword that Madame is carrying to have a look." As he said this, he pointed to the sword on her back. The young woman's expression changed slightly. She replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "This is a relic of my late husband. It is not convenient to share it with others. Please forgive me, Senior." How could she not see that the other party came for this sword? As for borrowing the sword to have a look, it was just a formality. That's a pity. The black-cloaked man sighed. Before he finished speaking, his figure moved. His whole body was like a black rock, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as he pounced on the young woman. The young woman was clearly on guard. With a flick of her wrist, a silver bell and golden chain shot towards the black-cloaked man from an inconceivable angle. The black-cloaked man's heart trembled and he could only change direction midway to avoid the attack. The young woman didn't stop. The silver bell and golden chain in her hand moved like a flood dragon in the clouds. The black-cloaked man cried out in alarm, "Little girl, your martial arts have actually reached such a level. It is truly amazing." The young woman didn't feel the slightest bit happy. She had already pushed the chain to its limit, but it was still unable to do anything to the black-cloaked man. It was clear that the black-cloaked man's martial arts were far superior to hers. Sure enough, during this time, the black-robed man had already figured out her attack patterns. His figure suddenly flickered, causing the young woman's attacks to hit nothing but air. In just a few breaths of time, he was already within 3 feet of her. At such a close distance, the chain was useless. The young woman didn't panic and directly pulled out the long saber on her back. The edge of the saber was only half a foot away, but a cold azure light shot out. When the saber was unsheathed, the cold light flickered. Even with the black-cloaked man's martial arts, he didn't dare to face it head-on. With a strange cry, he retreated 10 feet away. Seeing the cold light on the saber, the black-cloaked man sighed in praise. "It really is a legendary saber." The young woman frowned. Although her late husband's saber was a rare and good saber, its reputation in Jianghu was far inferior to the dragon saber. She didn't know why this man was so interested in this saber. The black-cloaked man wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he asked, "Little girl, have you heard of the story of treasuring a jade ring won in trouble?" "Of course I have." The young woman lightly snorted. At the same time, she was on guard. The black-cloaked man in front of her was extremely skilled. If it was her in the past, she would have long since been no match for him. It was only thanks to the supreme technique that she was able to endure for so long. A charming blush suddenly appeared on the young woman's beautiful face as she recalled the process of cultivating this divine art. Even though the black-cloaked man was quite old, he couldn't help but be a bit absent-minded, truly a peerless beauty. However, he was still a seasoned veteran. He quickly remembered the purpose of his trip and said, "This saber isn't something you can have. Forcefully keeping it will only bring you disaster." The young woman sneered, "I can't have it, but you can?" The black-cloaked man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proudly saying, "This old man naturally has the ability to protect this saber." The young woman angrily said, "How can I give my late husband's relic to others? If you have the ability, then come and take it yourself." The black-cloaked man's eyes turned cold. "Then this old man will have to offend you." He attacked again. His speed and palm wind were twice as fast as before. At first, the young woman was able to rely on the saber in her hand to barely hold on. However, after 20 moves, her attacks began to slow down, as if she would be hit at any moment. After a few more moves, the black-cloaked man finally found an opening and pressed his palm on the saber. The young woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her entire body fell to the ground. This time, the black-cloaked man didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. He directly attacked in an attempt to snatch the saber away. At this time, the blood in the young woman's body was surging, and it would take at least 3 breaths for her to recover her combat strength. How could she resist at this point? Just as the black-cloaked man was about to succeed, a shout suddenly came from not far away. The black-cloaked man saw a golden object shooting toward him from the corner of his eyes. He didn't dare to be careless and could only give up on attacking. He flipped over and snatched the saber away. Looking at the golden dart stuck in a nearby tree, his expression changed for a moment. "Golden snake drill. Sister Icy Snow, are you all right?" At this moment, a girl with delicate eyebrows and eyes like a phoenix went over to support the young woman. Although she also had her hair combed into a young woman's bun, her skin was fair and rosy, even fairer than a young girl's, tender and pink. "Ching Ching, it's you?" The young woman was surprised and overjoyed. She had already adjusted the vital energy in her body, but what made her even happier was that she met an acquaintance. It turned out that this young woman was Huidao's widow, Icy Snow. After she parted ways with Song Qingshu, she had been secretly looking for clues about her husband's murderer, Murong Jingyue. Gradually, she came to Shangjing City. Who knew that she would run into a playboy as soon as she entered the city? After teaching him a lesson, she recalled that the servants claimed that he was Prince Wei's son and knew that Yelu Isan was extremely powerful. To avoid trouble, she planned to leave the city and lie low. Who knew that not long after she left the city, she would be pestered by this mysterious black-clothed man. As for the other woman with rosy skin, she was naturally Xia Qingqing. Initially, she wanted to take revenge on Dongfang Muxue for hugging Yuan Xingji. However, she learned from Dongfang Muxue that Yuan Xingji might not be dead. Surprised and overjoyed, she returned to Yanjing City with Dongfang Muxue. While helping Dongfang Muxue with political affairs, she began to investigate Yuan Xingji. In the end, she found out that someone had seen someone similar to Yuan Xingji in Shangjing City. Thus, she set off for this place. Along the way, she was thinking about what Dongfang Muxue said to her. So what if she found Yuan Xingji? Could she go back to the past and start all over again with him? Xia Qingqing was also very confused. Countless nights, she asked herself, if Yuan Xingji was still alive, who would she choose between him and Song Qingshu? Although her rationality told her that it would be Madame Yuan, she realized that Song Qingshu had completely occupied her heart, even though he was a philanderer and had a glib tongue. I'm really a bad woman. Even though she had made up her mind, she still decided to make a trip to Shangjing City to confirm Yuan Xingji's whereabouts and completely end her past. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, she suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. She ran over and saw that one of them was Icy Snow. When she first got together with Song Qingshu, both of them had met. Although she knew that she was Huidao's widow, she also knew about the relationship between her and Song Qingshu. It was precisely because both of them were widows that they sympathized with each other. Although both of them were now considered love rivals to a certain extent, they didn't have any intention of fighting over a man's affection. Instead, they treated each other as bosom friends. Seeing that Icy Snow was in danger, how could Xia Qingqing just stand by and watch? She immediately shot out a few golden snake galls to save her. Golden snake sword. Seeing the shining golden sword in Xia Qingqing's hand, the man in black instantly hesitated. He wasn't afraid of the newcomer Xia Qingqing. Although her martial arts weren't weak, both of them were no match for him. What he was afraid of was the man behind Xia Qingqing, the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. Although Song Qingshu and Xia Qingqing had never made their relationship public, everyone was not blind and had more or less guessed it. There were always some rumors. However, because Song Qingshu's performance in recent years was too strong, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, they felt that it was natural for Xia Qingqing to be with him. After all, a beauty matched with a hero. Since you recognize it's the Golden Snake Sword, do you still want to continue fighting? Xia Qingqing was also afraid of this man's martial arts. She was afraid that he would be forced into a life and death struggle. End of chapter 1506. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.